With a crisp ding, the microwave shattered the dead silence of the deep night. Gu Xinghe carried out a freshly heated glass of milk, lifting the kitchen curtain as he stepped through. The main light in the living room was off, though only a single floor lamp glowed dully with warm yellow light. His girlfriend of 20 whole years, Mu Qingxue, was seated upright on the sofa at that very moment. She had taken off her usual cotton loungewear and put on a silver-white skin-tight uniform with a streamlined star-shaped insignia pinned to her chest. It was the exclusive emblem of a preparatory cadet of the Deep Space Academy, cold and loftily aloof. On the coffee table before Mu Qingxue lay a few thin sheets of AA4 paper resting there in silence. The bold black title on top was glaring to the eye: breakup agreement and statement of waiver of child custody. Gu Xinghe halted mid-step. The warm milk in the glass cup rippled into a pale ring of waves. So you've decided, Oi? He set the milk down on the coffee table with surprising gentleness, his tone so calm that even he found it unexpected. Mu Qingxue lifted her head. On that face, which had once bewitched countless geniuses on Blue Star, not a trace of warmth could now be seen. Sign it. It's better for both you and me. Her voice was like steel tempered in ice. I've already packed my luggage. The escort starship arrives early tomorrow morning. Gu Xinghe pulled out the chair opposite her and sat down, his gaze brushing past the tightly closed bedroom door. Inside, their 3 children, Chang'an, Yinxing, and Siyue, were sleeping soundly, utterly unaware that their home was about to fall apart. The teacher was right. Blue Star is far too small. The Marshall limit here is nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well. Mu Qingxue straightened her back, a feverish ambition flickering within her eyes. I am a once-in-a-century genius of Blue Star. The sea of stars at the Deep Space Academy is where I truly belong. She looked at him. But you, Gu Xinghe, after 20 years you still haven't passed even the basic warrior assessment, and all you know is laundry and cooking. She tilted her chin ever so slightly, carrying the air of someone dispensing charity from on high. You're a good man, and you've taken excellent care of this home, but I refuse to be buried for life in the trivialities of rice, oil, and salt. Gu Xinghe looked at her, suddenly finding the woman before him terrifyingly unfamiliar. The childhood sweetheart who once spun around in delight just because he made sweet and sour ribs had long since vanished. In her place stood a cold-blooded machine, ready to sever anything and everything in pursuit of power. So you're simply abandoning this family. Gu Xinghe leaned back in his chair and fished a cigarette from his pocket, though he did not light it. Our cohabitation ends here. We never even registered a marriage certificate. Breaking up is still relatively dignified. Mu Qingxue frowned, seemingly repulsed by the mere smell of smoke. As for the children, they stay with you. The mentors at Deep Space Academy already said it. Emotions and family will only become shackles that bind my sword. The you standing here now is utterly unworthy of the future I seek. As her words fell, the living room plunged into a deathly silence. There was no hysterical quarrel, no melodramatic kneeling in plea. Gu Xinghe merely gazed at her in silence for a full 30 seconds. Back when he first crossed into this world, he had awakened the Cohabitation Bond System. As long as he established a relationship and lived with his partner long-term, the deeper the feelings, the more terrifying the stacked rewards would become. For 20 years, he hit his edge playing the full-time stay-at-home father, pushing the system's stacked rewards to a monstrous level beyond ordinary imagination. Just a few days ago, the system had already prompted that the rewards were fully stacked. Once the bond was severed, he would become instantly invincible. Yet he refused. Because he could not bear to give up the children scampering around the house, nor the woman before him, who had accompanied him for 20 years. To live an ordinary, quiet life was true happiness, or so he had believed, thinking he could guard this shabby little home for a lifetime. But now it seemed that this had only ever been his own self-deprecating joke. Heh. Gu Xinghe suddenly laughed, a trace of release within his smile, and an utterly frigid chill beneath it. He picked up the carbon ink pen on the coffee table and uncapped it. Without the slightest hesitation, he signed his name in bold flowing strokes at the end of both agreements. The scratch of the pen tearing across paper was crisp and decisive. Mu Qingxue froze, a flicker of astonishment flashing through her eyes. She had thought Gu Xinghe would break down in tears, would use the children as leverage to cling to her, perhaps even threaten his own life. She had even prepared 1,000 cruel and mocking lines in her heart to counter him. Yet Gu Xinghe signed with such speed as though he had long been impatient to cast off this pile of scrap metal. It's signed. You can go now. Gu Xinghe slid one copy of the agreement toward her, then picked up the still warm glass of milk and took a sip himself. You truly aren't going to try to keep me at all. Mu Qingxue blurted out, an inexplicable hint of resentment edging into her voice. Gu Xinghe didn't even lift his eyelids. You're off to become a deity. Why would I stand in your way? Take care on your way. A strange, suffocating frustration spread through Mu Qingxue's chest. She bit down on her teeth, let out a cold snort, and rose abruptly to her feet. I hope you never regret this, and don't you dare use the children as an excuse to come looking for me among the stars. We now belong to two entirely different worlds. With that, she snatched up the agreement, walked to the entryway, and grabbed the silver suitcase that had long been packed. She did not even glance once toward the bedroom, did not go to kiss her sleeping children goodbye. The front door was yanked open with a violent motion. Bang! The security door slammed shut with a heavy thud, jolting the framed family portrait on the wall askew. 20 years of cohabitation came to a full stop with that single dull impact. Xinghe remained seated where he was and drained the milk in his cup in one go. He exhaled a long, turbid breath and tossed the unlit cigarette in his mouth into the trash bin. And at the very instant the door closed, the mechanical voice that had lain dormant in his mind for 20 years suddenly erupted with radiance, as dazzling as a supernova explosion. Ding! Cohabitation bond with host detected as completely severed. Bond dissolution confirmed. Commencing settlement of 20 years of stacked cohabitation rewards. The voice was no longer a lifeless monotone, but carried a hint of fervor boiling over after 20 years of suppression. Xinghe's body jolted violently, his eyes flared with a blinding divine radiance of the stars. 20 years of forbearance. Reward pool has reached the maximum capacity of the universe. Dispensing rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the undying supreme divine body. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the all-knowing all-powerful I. Congratulations to the host for obtaining sovereign authority over the 3,000 Tao origins. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the supreme decree of the myriad worlds of the universe. The prompts surged through Xinghe's mind like a storm. The blood that had once seemed utterly ordinary within his veins was completely remade within a thousandth of a second. Each drop of blood transformed into a terrifying star core capable of crushing entire star systems. His bones were etched with the oldest primordial runes of creation, and every single muscle fiber brimmed with the power to crush a black hole in his grasp. Ding! All rewards have been fully dispensed. Congratulations to the host on ascending on the spot to Supreme Ruler of the Universe. Boom! An invisible, indescribably terrifying pressure erupted in an instant using the small blue star villa where Xinghe sat as its origin point. This pressure did not disturb so much as a single blade of grass within the house, nor did it awaken the sleeping children. It ignored spatial distance and the long river of time sweeping madly through the entire universe at a speed billions of times faster than light. An aimlessly drifting meteorite just outside Blue Star's orbit was obliterated into dust in an instant. At the edge of the solar system, alien probes hidden within dark matter detonated one after another. In deep space regions millions of light years away, countless ancient monsters in secluded cultivation simultaneously spat blood, staring in abject horror toward the direction of the Milky Way. Xinghe slowly rose to his feet and stretched his limbs. The bones throughout his body crackled with thunderous detonations, as though countless stars were being born and dying within him. He raised his right hand and gently clenched his fingers in the void. The space around him crumpled like wrinkled white paper, twisting and collapsing only to restore itself to perfection the instant he relaxed his grip. He no longer needed to breathe, for all the spiritual energy of the universe was frantically pouring into his pores. He no longer needed any cultivation art, for simply standing there he had become the sole truth and law of the cosmos. 20 years of humiliation, forbearance, and ordinariness were shattered to dust in this single instant. So this was the power of a max-level boss. Xinghe turned his head toward the tightly shut security door, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold, deeply amused smirk. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazed at the pitch-black night sky outside, and murmured to himself, "These so-called shackles you despised. Turns out they were the very key to my becoming a god." The night wind outside the window was bitterly cold, yet it could not disperse the surging golden divine radiance in Xinghe's eyes. He raised his right hand, and a faint spark of flame danced at his fingertip. That feeble little flame, so weak it could barely light a cigarette, made the surrounding space emit a teeth-aching sound of shattering. It was pure supreme law, heavy enough to compress a star into a black hole. In his mind, that mechanical voice which had lain dormant for 20 years sounded again, tinged with a smug excitement. Ding! Gentle reminder: the host is currently not controlling his pressure, which may result in Blue Star completely vaporizing after 3 seconds. Xinghe's mouth twitched, and he hurriedly stuffed his hand back into his pocket. Stop making trouble for me. If Blue Star blows up, where am I supposed to buy strawberry lollipops for my daughter? He closed his eyes and drew in a deep breath. The rampaging supreme divine power converged like 100 rivers returning to the sea, and in an instant he forcibly sealed it deep within his dantian. The tiny living room returned to its former tranquility. Not even a single leaf fell from the pot of withered pothos. Xinghe gave a self-mocking shake of his head, walked to the coffee table, and picked up the freshly signed breakup agreement. The paper was thin, yet it severed his 20 years of ordinary life. Mu Qingxue, Mu Qingxue. For the sake of becoming an outer disciple at Deep Space Academy, you are willing to abandon your home. He flicked the A4 sheet between his fingers and let out a cold laugh. You would never imagine that the moment you left I became the only god of this sea of stars. This was fate's cruel jest. She had sharpened her head, trying to become a dog to the nobles of the starry sky, yet she never knew she could have been the ancestor of the entire universe. Xinghe casually tossed the agreement into the trash bin and was just about to wipe down the coffee table. A creaking sound echoed as the door of the secondary bedroom was suddenly pushed open, and his eldest son Gu Chang'an stepped out in pajamas, rubbing his sleepy eyes. At 16, the half-grown boy was already almost as tall as Gu Xinghe. "Dad, why are you standing by the window pretending to brood in the middle of the night instead of sleeping?" Gu Chang'an yawned and walked over to the water dispenser, reaching for a cup. Gu Xinghe's eyelid twitched. When he had withdrawn his pressure earlier, he had accidentally let a trace of the law of life leak into the water cooler. He sauntered over without betraying anything, leaning casually against the doorframe. "Couldn't sleep. Was thinking about what kind of buns to buy you all tomorrow morning. Why are you up?" Gu Chang'an gulped down half a cup of water, then suddenly smacked his lips. "That's odd. Why does today's plain boiled water taste a little sweet?" After drinking it, he felt a cozy warmth spread through his body, as if he had just stepped out of a hot bath. He even sensed that the clumsy boxing routine he usually practiced seemed to have suddenly revealed some hidden principles. "The tank's been sitting too long, probably grew some moss," Gu Xinghe said, solemnly talking nonsense with a straight face. Gu Chang'an rolled his eyes. "You really are my biological dad. By the way, where's my mom? Her big silver suitcase is gone." The youth's gaze was sharp. In one glance he took in the cleared corner by the entryway. The air in the living room went still in an instant. Gu Xinghe looked at his son's face, so strikingly similar to his own, and reached out to ruffle his hair into a tousled mess. "Your mom has gone to pursue her own sea of stars. From now on it will just be the four of us men holding this home together." Gu Chang'an's hand gripping the cup suddenly jerked, his knuckles blanched from the force. He lowered his head, grinding his back teeth together, and stayed silent for a long time. In truth, he had already noticed something wrong between his parents. Mu Qingxue's gaze toward the siblings had grown more and more like she was looking at burdens. "Where did she go?" Gu Chang'an's voice was hoarse. "Deep Space Academy," Gu Xinghe said, patting his shoulder. "Enough children shouldn't worry about adult matters. If the sky falls, your old man will hold it up." Gu Chang'an snapped his head up, a fierce, unyielding light burning in his eyes. "Dad, don't worry. In the future I'll protect you and my little sister. Deep Space Academy. So what? One day I'll trample that place under my feet." Hearing his son's bold declaration, Gu Xinghe nearly failed to hold back a laugh. He, the newly appointed sovereign of the universe, had yet to speak, and his son had already set himself a little goal. "Good ambition. But before you start stepping on people, at least pass tomorrow's mock exam first." Gu Xinghe took the empty cup from his hand. "Now hurry back to bed. Tisk, who are you looking down on?" Gu Chang'an muttered, turning back to his room. The door closed with a heavier than usual thud. Gu Xinghe gazed at the tightly shut door, and his eyes gradually softened. Now that he was the supreme being of the universe, the backing behind these three children was hard enough to pierce the heavens. But before all that, he still had to be a competent stay-at-home dad. He turned and walked toward the kitchen, preparing to start simmering the red bean porridge for tomorrow's breakfast. While Gu Xinghe was quietly rinsing rice, he had no idea that the entire universe had already exploded into chaos because of that single second of leaked pressure. In the deepest reaches of the starfield lay a sacred realm shrouded by endless nebulae. This was the supreme divine temple, the holy land worshipped by all peak civilizations in the universe. At the center of the vast hall, the high priest in a sacrificial robe trimmed with gold lay prostrate on the floor, his entire body trembling. It was the shuddering of excitement taken to the extreme. 20 years, a full 20 years. This supreme aura cannot be mistaken. The high priest wept uncontrollably, scrambling and stumbling as he rushed toward the starry mustering platform outside the hall. "Attend me. Quickly attend me." The void twisted in an instant, and a pitch-black afterimage like spilled ink dropped to one knee before him. This was the shadow commander of the supreme divine domain, Xinghe. "High priest, what has alarmed you so?" Xinghe's voice was like rusty blades grinding together. The high priest seized his shoulder, his fingernails nearly piercing the armor. "The sovereign has returned to his throne, at that remote coordinate called Blue Star on the edge of the Milky Way." Xinghe jerked his head up, and in those blood-red eyes that had been calm for millennia, a terrifying surge of killing intent and fanaticism erupted at once. "Subordinate will immediately assemble the shadow guards and depart to welcome him." "Hold," the high priest barked, his tone cutting. "The sovereign has hidden himself among mortals. He will certainly dislike ostentation. Take a small squad and go secretly. Remember, do not disturb the sovereign's mood. And if some blind fool dares to offend the sovereign..." Xinghe's hand tightened around the short blade at his waist. Then erase his entire clan directly from the river of time. The high priest swept his arm wide. Prepare for starry sky teleportation. Target blue star. We must not allow any other pantheon to seize the initiative. That night, countless ancient beings hidden within fractures of dark matter awakened in succession. Colossal silhouettes, each powerful enough to shatter a galaxy, tore through the barriers of space, like sharks gone mad at the scent of blood. They had only one goal: to rush to Blue Star, even if it was merely to serve as gatekeepers for that great existence. Meanwhile, at the spaceport beyond Blue Star's atmosphere, a massive starship, its hull gleaming with cold metallic luster, was slowly breaking free of the planet's gravity well. On the luxurious observation deck at the top of the starship, Mu Qingxue had changed into an exquisite formal outfit and was holding a glass of red wine. She looked down upon the blue planet below her, eyes as cold and hard as stone. Long Xiaoshuang, an outer mentor of Deep Space Academy, walked up beside her and followed her gaze downward. What is it? Regretting your choice? Or are you reluctant to leave that ex-boyfriend of yours who couldn't even pass the martial artist exam? Long Xiaoshuang's tone carried undisguised contempt. Mu Qingxue let out a cold laugh, gently swirling the stemmed glass so that the wine traced an elegant arc along the inner wall. You just mentor? That place is nothing but a filthy quagmire stinking of rice oil, salt, and petty worries. What is there to cherish? She tilted her head back and drained the wine in one gulp, as though swallowing every bond of the past 20 years. I only find it amusing that he didn't even dare to utter a single word of pleading to keep me. Truly cowardly to the bone. Long Xiaoshuang nodded in satisfaction. It's good that you can see reality clearly. Deep Space Academy is full of prodigies. Oh, once you witness the true sea of stars, you'll realize he was nothing more than an insignificant ant. She turned away and walked toward the central control console. Prepare for teleportation. Soon you will understand that the choice you made tonight is the most correct. Before Long Xiaoshuang could finish, the starship's shrill alarm suddenly blared through every compartment. Scarlet warning lights flashed frantically. Beep, beep, beep. Warning. Massive transdimensional energy entities detected rapidly approaching the Milky Way. Warning. All starry coordinates collapsing. Void channels have been forcibly sealed. The empty wine glass slipped from Mu Qingxue's hand and shattered on the floor. She rushed to the porthole in a panic, locking her gaze on the unfathomable depths of the universe. In the pitch-black starry sky, hundreds upon thousands of terrifying pillars of light that could not be looked at directly were tearing through everything as they raged past their starship, plunging headlong toward Blue Star. Even separated by reinforced glass, the faint aura that leaked through almost forced Mu Qingxue to her knees on the spot. Mentor, what are those things? Mu Qingxue's voice had changed entirely. Long Xiaoshuang gripped the control console with all her strength. Her face was deathly pale, and even her teeth were chattering. I don't know, but with such a procession of gods descending, what kind of living ancestor has appeared on Blue Star that could shake even the heavens? Inside the luxurious observation deck of the deep space starship, the atmosphere was suffocatingly silent. Long Xiaoshuang clutched the edge of the control panel tightly, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. The terrifying beams of light that had just brushed past nearly tore the shield of this top-tier interstellar warship apart. Instructor. What was that? Mu Qingxue slumped to the ground, red wine spilling everywhere, her face as pale as paper. Long Xiaoshuang took several deep breaths to suppress the tremors in her heart, forcing a nonchalant expression. What are you panicking about? It's just a common cosmic turbulence in deep space. She adjusted her slightly disheveled collar, reestablishing her lofty demeanor. The universe is vast and boundless. Such natural phenomena are plentiful. Once you arrive at the Deep Space Academy, you'll find it nothing unusual. Hearing the instructor's words, Mu Qingxue's wildly racing heart gradually calmed down. She leaned against the sofa to stand up, patting the wine stains off her skirt, then turned to look out the window. That blue planet had now shrunk to an insignificant little blue dot in her vision. Even if the sky were to collapse, it would have nothing to do with me now. Mu Qingxue exhaled a long breath. Long Xiaoshuang cast her an admiring glance and handed her a pristine white handkerchief. Your realization is commendable. It justifies my decision to admit you into the outer sect. Sever your emotional ties, and your sword will be sharp enough. That is only natural. Mu Qingxue took the handkerchief and dried her hands. She casually tossed it into the nearby waste incinerator, much like discarding the past 20 years of unbearable memories. That man who can only do laundry and cook is destined to spend his life in this small quagmire. A fervent ambition flickered in Mu Qingxue's eyes, accompanied by a faint sense of superiority, as if she were bestowing charity. Once I make a name for myself at the Deep Space Academy, perhaps I will show some kindness and give him a sum of interstellar currency that he could never earn in his lifetime. Long Xiaoshuang smiled in satisfaction and patted Mu Qingxue on the shoulder. Stop thinking about those ants. Let's go experience the vast sea of stars you will encounter in the future. The two turned and walked deeper into the starship, leaving the blue planet far behind. Mu Qingxue could never have imagined that just as she reveled in shedding her burdens, the small quagmire she spoke of was currently enduring the universe's most terrifying dimensional shock. Blue Star Gu family's small courtyard. The early autumn night wind carried a hint of coolness, with autumn insects in the grass chirping tirelessly. But in the next moment, all sounds were instantly erased. The air seemed to thicken into a viscous glue. Even the wind was abruptly frozen in place. The space above the small courtyard did not shatter. Instead, it was effortlessly pulled apart like a zipper by a pair of invisible giant hands. An old man dressed in a dark golden priestly robe emerged, leaning on a white bone staff. Following closely behind was a swirling mass of pure black shadow, coalescing into a tall man clad in black armor. The high priest of the supreme divine temple and the shadow commander Xinghe. Behind them, a dozen towering figures radiating an aura of destruction filed out. There were Titan giants engraved with star runes, as well as ancient divine beings with 12 luminous wings. Any one of these beings could make the kings of major star systems bow down in submission. Yet at this moment, they all shrank, their necks, cold sweat beating on their foreheads. Keep your auras tightly suppressed. If even a hint leaks out, Blue Star will explode into ashes. The high priest roared frantically through divine sense, his staff trembling. Xinghe gritted his teeth, compressing the killing intent within him, capable of slaughtering entire races down to the size of a fingernail. The dozen or so top elites of the cosmic pyramid landed lightly in the Gu family's cement-floored courtyard, as if they were thieves. They didn't even dare to step down hard, fearing they might inadvertently pierce Blue Star's core. Just then a soft creak sounded. The glass door with a screen in the kitchen was pushed open. Gu Xinghe, wearing a faded yellow apron, was slowly walking out with a small pot of freshly made red bean porridge. As soon as he looked up, he was met with the extravagantly styled, uninvited guests in the courtyard. The high priest's eyes instantly shone like two supernovae. That unique aura belonging to the essence of the universe, even concealed beneath the apron, sent shivers through his soul. Thud. The high priest's knees buckled, and he threw away his staff, ready to shout the slogan he had been holding back for 20 years. Welcome the Supreme Show. Gu Xinghe frowned slightly, freeing one hand to place his index finger on his lips. His voice was soft, the tone as calm as if greeting a neighbor. But this light-hearted syllable falling into the ears of the dozen gods was akin to a cosmic explosion. The high priest's earth-shattering slogan was abruptly choked in his throat, nearly causing him to spit blood. Without a hint of hesitation, the high priest's head heavily struck the cement ground. Bang, bang, bang. Xinghe and the dozen or so overlords behind him moved in unison, kneeling on both knees, bowing down completely. Rows of lofty cosmic deities lay prostrate in the Gu family's courtyard, not daring to breathe. The scene was absurd, like a group of elephants bowing down to an ant. But they understood that the man holding the pot before them could erase the very concept of their existence with a single glance. Gu Xinghe, holding the red bean porridge, approached the high priest. My daughter just fell asleep, and you all come here shouting and causing a ruckus. Are you looking for death? Gu Xinghe lowered his voice, his tone thick with displeasure. The high priest was drenched in sweat, his face pressed against the cold cement ground, his voice trembling like a sieve. Lord, please calm your anger. We sense that you have lifted the seal and could not contain our inner fervor, so we came to welcome you. Xinghe quickly pledged loyalty. We are willing to follow the Lord into fire and water, sweeping away all those who defy the cosmos. Gu Xinghe rolled his eyes, finding these people utterly ridiculous. I merely lifted a binding and decided to take a long vacation for myself. Who asked you to go through fire and water? He glanced at Xinghe, who was enveloped in black smoke, then looked at the winged divine being behind him. Also, all of you shining and smoky figures are too conspicuous. Turn off all your special effects, or you'll attract the neighborhood committee aunties to check your household registration. Upon hearing the Lord's command, the gods dared not delay. With a whoosh, the divine light and demonic energy in the courtyard extinguished, instantly transforming them into ordinary human appearances. The high priest wiped his cold sweat, finally realizing they had come empty-handed, which was a grave disrespect in the divine realm. He hurriedly reached into his wide sleeves to rummage. The Lord's retreat into the mortal world to experience life is indeed a blessing for the universe. This is just a small token from me, please be sure to accept it. Saying this, the high priest pulled out a fist-sized orb radiating a soft glow, holding it high. Inside was a miniature living stellar system, a top-grade star core that had been refined. With the high priest taking the lead, the other powerful beings quickly realized, hastily searching their own belongings. Xinghe produced a pitch-black dagger capable of easily severing spatial laws. The 12-winged divine being directly plucked one of its primary feathers, transforming it into a resplendent life staff. In the blink of an eye, the Gu family's earthy courtyard was piled high with enough celestial artifacts and supreme treasures to buy several thousand galaxies. Dozens of powerful beings raised their gifts high, eagerly looking at Gu Xinghe, resembling elementary school students waiting for their teacher to hand out stars. Put away this pile of junk. My courtyard is not a scrapyard. He was about to tell them to leave. Just then, creak, the slightly old wooden door of the master bedroom was gently pulled open from the inside. Gu Xing's heart sank, realizing something was off. His 16-year-old eldest son Gu Chang'an was holding hands with his 15-year-old sister Gu Nianqing. The 6-year-old daughter Gu Xiyue was rubbing her sleepy eyes, peeking her small head out from behind her brother. The three children had clearly woken up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom and happened to stumble upon this scene. For a moment the courtyard fell into a deathly silence. The gods kneeling on the ground froze, unsure whether to drop their divine artifacts suspended in midair or retrieve them. Gu Xinghe, holding the red bean porridge, swallowed hard, his mind racing to concoct a plausible excuse. Gu Chang'an squinted, glancing at the kneeling figures and then at the pile of glowing objects. However, his little sister Gu Xiyue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she broke free from her brother's hand and scampered down the steps. She showed no fear. Instead, she approached the high priest, extending her chubby little finger to poke the glow. Wow! The little girl looked up, her eyes shining brightly as she turned to Gu Xinghe. Daddy, are these uncles from the comic convention you invited? Their glowing toys are so beautiful. Are they gifts for Xiyue? Xiao Xiyu's chubby little fingers were about to poke the star core. The high priest's heart instantly rose to his throat, and his body was covered in a cold sweat. This was an exquisite star core refined by the divine domain. Not to mention a mere mortal child, even a star-level powerhouse would be instantly torn to shreds by the destructive laws contained within. But he didn't dare to dodge. The daughter of the ruler wanted to touch it, and even if he suffered backlash, he had to hold steady. At this critical moment, he shouted, Xiyue, don't touch that. Gu Chang'an rushed down the stairs in a single leap, pulling his sister back behind him. The 16-year-old boy was like a protective wolf cub, fiercely staring at the high priest on the ground. Although he didn't understand what divine pressure meant, his instincts honed from years of martial arts told him that this group of kneeling people was very dangerous. It felt as though a pack of primordial beasts had locked onto his throat, making even breathing taste like blood. Dad, step back, these people are off. Gu Chang'an spread his arms, shielding his siblings, and Gu Xinghe behind him. Gu Xing's hand holding the red bean porridge paused slightly. Looking at his son's thin yet determined back, a wave of warmth surged in Gu Xing's heart. That little rascal is quite protective of the family. However, this was not the time to be moved. If he didn't mediate soon, the unconscious pressure emanating from these divine beings could truly turn these three kids into idiots. Gu Xinghe looked over his son's shoulder, his gaze icy as it swept across the gods kneeling on the ground. It was an absolute warning from the highest realm of the universe. The high priest and Xinghe felt as if their souls were whipped hard from deep within. Constrain the laws, become mortal. The high priest roared madly in his mind. In a mere breath, the golden light, demonic energy, and sacred phantoms in the courtyard vanished without a trace. The high priest's golden-trimmed priest robe turned into a loose old man's shirt, and his bone staff transformed into a solid wooden cane. Xinghe's flashy dark armor had disappeared. He had swapped it for a black hoodie emblazoned with a skull, looking just like a non-mainstream youth who had spent the night in an internet cafe. As for the divine being with 12 luminous wings, when the wings were folded, he looked just like a foreign worker with blonde hair and blue eyes. The suffocating sense of oppression had completely dissipated. Gu Chang'an felt a bit dazed. How did that spine-tingling sense of crisis suddenly vanish? All right, Chang'an, put your hands down and don't scare people with your nonsense. Gu Xinghe patted his son's head and calmly walked down the steps. They are friends from the comic convention I met online, just finished an event and came by to visit. He raised an eyebrow at the high priest, right, old man. The high priest had lived for billions of years and never had anyone called him old man. But his mind worked quickly and he nodded repeatedly, a smile crinkling his face. Yes, Gu Laudi is right. We were just playing that thing. Cosplay. The high priest hurriedly handed the star core capable of destroying a galaxy to Gu Xiyue. Little fairy, this is a gift from Grandpa for our first meeting. Look at this glowing glass ball, how beautiful. There are little stars inside too. Gu Xiyue hid behind her brother's leg, peeked out, and her eyes instantly brightened. It really is a glass ball. Thank you, Grandpa, from the comic convention. The little girl stretched out her arms and hugged the star core, tightly nuzzling it happily. The high priest was so startled that his hands hovered in the air, fearing the star core would go berserk and harm the young lady. But in the next second, he was utterly dumbfounded. That frenzied, exquisite star core was now as gentle as a warm baby in the little girl's embrace. The destructive laws contained within the star core were being fiercely suppressed by an invisible supreme bloodline, unable to stir even the slightest ripple. The high priest exhaled a long breath, his awe for the male protagonist rising by 10,000 layers. Seeing this, Xinghe also refused to be outdone. He rolled and crawled over to Gu Chang'an, pulling out the pitch-black Jiu demon dagger. "Young master, I see your bones are extraordinary. This plastic toy knife is for you, a limited edition from the comic convention. Take it and cut fruit with it." Gu Chang'an received the dagger with some skepticism. The blade was blunt, and the material felt neither metallic nor wooden, resembling a type of high molecular plastic. But little did he know that this object could easily cut through the barriers of higher dimensions. Even a star would be no different from a watermelon in front of this dagger. The moment he grasped the dagger, it emitted a faint humming sound, as if the divine weapon was expressing submission to its new master. The second daughter, Gu Qingxue, stood at the door, yawning, her face filled with disdain. "Dad, your friends have such poor taste. It's late at night, and they're acting crazy here." Seeing that the second young lady had no gift, the 12-winged divine being broke into a cold sweat. He quickly presented the life scepter with both hands. "What the second young lady said is true. This is a glow stick of excellent quality, essential for cheering at concerts, a gift for you to play with." Gu Qingxue wrinkled her nose, reluctantly accepting it. "Thanks. This feels quite heavy, and the workmanship is decent." Seeing that all three children had received their toys, Gu Xinghe felt it was time to wrap up this farce. If this continued, these living ancestors might pull out something catastrophic. "All right, the gifts have been given, we've visited, and the kids need to get up early for school tomorrow." Gu Xinghe held the red bean porridge and began to usher them out. "You all hurry back and wash your faces. Don't wander around the streets at this late hour. Be careful not to get caught by the city management." The high priest felt as if he had received a great pardon and quickly led the group of cosmic overlords to bow and take their leave. "Gu Laodi is right, we will leave now, we will leave now." A group of people nodded and bowed as they exited the courtyard. Just as they turned the corner of the gate, a dozen gods instantly tore through the void, diving into the dark matter rifts as if fleeing. The courtyard finally fell silent. Gu Chang'an weighed the plastic knife in his hand, feeling that this group of people was rather strange. "Dad, you should make fewer unreliable online friends. Running over at midnight to deliver plastic toys, are they out of their minds?" Gu Xinghe suppressed a laugh and urged the children back inside. "Got it. Hurry and wash your faces, and what do you want for breakfast tomorrow? They'll make it for you." Gu Xinghe hugged the glowing star core and called out in her baby voice, "I want a fried egg." "All right, I'll fry one for each of you. Hurry up." After coaxing the three little ancestors back to their room, Gu Xinghe finally sat down on the sofa. The first day as the supreme ruler felt even more exhausting than fighting a cosmic war. Leaning against the cushion, he listened to the sounds of the children splashing around, while washing up in the bathroom, a smile uncontrollably spreading across his face. Mu Qingxue despised these attachments, feeling that emotions were burdensome. But to him this was the most authentic and vibrant life. After resting for a few minutes, Gu Xinghe got up and walked into the kitchen, preparing to take out the free-range eggs needed for the next morning and heat the pan. He skillfully tied on his apron and turned on the gas stove. Click, click. The igniter flickered with weak blue sparks, but the stove remained lifeless, not even a flicker of flame appeared. Gu Xinghe frowned and twisted the knob several more times. It still only made the clicking sound. There was no smell of gas in the air. He bent down and opened the cupboard to check the gas meter. The red numbers on the dial had completely returned to zero, and the LCD screen flickered with the merciless message, "Please recharge." Gu Xinghe stood frozen in place. The supreme ruler of the universe, capable of reshaping galaxies with a thought and crushing dimensional barriers. A man who had just used a single glance to scare off the universe's top-tier gods. Yet at this moment, he found himself staring at a gas stove that wouldn't ignite, lost in deep thought. This was the harsh reality. No matter how high your cultivation, the gas company would still cut off your supply. Gu Xinghe straightened up, letting out a helpless sigh as he placed the frying pan back in its place. Just then the bathroom door opened. Gu Chang'an came out with a towel, wiping his face as he walked over. "Dad, I heard the kitchen making a clattering noise just now. What's wrong? Is the pan broken?" "Son, our gas has run out. I'm afraid the fried eggs for tomorrow morning will have to be eaten raw." Gu Xinghe turned his head, pointed at the defunct stove, his tone revealing a father's weariness and helplessness. Gu Chang'an stared at the gas meter for a while, his brow furrowed in frustration. At this late hour, where could he pay the gas bill? "Dad, how about I run a few steps in the morning to buy some buns from that street stall to make do?" The 16-year-old boy always had a habit of wanting to help alleviate some troubles for his family. Gu Xinghe waved his hand and closed the cabinet door. "There's no comparison between store-bought and homemade. Enough, don't worry about it. Go keep an eye on your sister, and don't let her chew on that broken glass ball." Gu Chang'an pouted and turned to leave the kitchen. Gu Xinghe leaned against the stove, listening to the sounds of children playing in the living room. He realized that after completely letting go of the nonsensical ties and Mu Qingxue's ambitions, even his breathing became smoother. Now he was the supreme ruler of the universe, and also a full-time single dad. These two roles sounded like they had nothing to do with each other, but he planned to merge them perfectly. The sunlight at 7:30 in the morning streamed through the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows. Dad, I can't find my school uniform skirt. Dad Xinghe snatched my limited edition plastic knife to cut the clay. Early in the morning, the Gu family's living room was as lively as a market. If this had happened in the past, Gu Xinghe would have been running up and down in a fluster, also helping his youngest daughter with her hair. But now the situation was completely different. Gu Xinghe sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, holding a cup of freshly brewed hot tea. Chang'an, take care of your Nianqing. Your skirt is hanging on the second hanger on the left side of the balcony. He didn't even get up, just released a hint of divine sense. Swish. The school uniform skirt, still carrying a hint of soap fragrance, seemed to have eyes of its own as it flew across the living room and landed perfectly in Gu Nianxing's hands. Wow, Dad, when did you learn magic? You just retrieved it from the air? The 15-year-old Gu Nianxing stared wide-eyed at her father as if seeing a monster. What are you making a fuss about? That was just the wind. Gu Xinghe took a sip of tea, maintaining a calm demeanor while he fibbed. Is this wind capable of bending around corners? Gu Nianxing mumbled and hurried back to her room to change clothes. Just as he had calmed his second daughter, his 6-year-old daughter Gu Xinghe came running over. The little girl, wearing a fluffy rabbit onesie, clutched a comb and burrowed into Gu Xing's arms with her hair tousled. Daddy, braid my hair. I want 2 little tufts today. Gu Xinghe set down his teacup and lifted his daughter onto his lap. In the past, this sort of delicate task would have taken him half his life, and the braids often looked like 2 bundles of grass. But today a confident smile crept onto his lips. His fingers bent slightly as invisible golden threads of the law danced at his fingertips. These were the supreme divine threads used in the universe to mend spatial rifts. Gu Xinghe used these golden threads in place of a comb, gently gathering his daughter's hair. In less than a second, 2 perfectly symmetrical braids that could only be described as textbook level were flawlessly styled on Gu Xinghe's head. Even the curvature of each hair fell in line with the strictest geometric beauty. All done, go look in the mirror. Gu Xinghe touched her round braids and happily ran to the full-length mirror to admire herself. Dad, you're so amazing today. Even better than Mom's braiding. Upon hearing the word Mom, the living room suddenly fell silent. Gu Nianxing, who had just come out in her school uniform, and Gu Chang'an, who was preparing to wipe the table with a cloth, both paused their actions. The children's expressions grew somewhat complex, filled with disappointment and confusion. Gu Chang'an tossed the cloth onto the coffee table and walked in front of Gu Xinghe. That I wanted to ask last night, is it true that Mom doesn't want us anymore? The 16-year-old boy had reached an age where he could understand the expressions and lies of adults. Gu Nianxing also walked over, biting her lip with red-rimmed eyes. When she left last night, she didn't even open my bedroom door. Is that so-called Deep Space Academy really that good? Seeing the 3 children's aggrieved expressions, Gu Xinghe sighed inwardly. Mu Qingxue, oh Mu Qingxue, you are truly ruthless, not even willing to put on a show to comfort the children. Gu Xinghe did not get angry, nor did he hysterically curse his ex. He simply waved his hand, calmly motioning for all 3 children to sit on the sofa. Your mother is a genius, and she has dreams she must pursue. Gu Xinghe reached out to ruffle Gu Nianxing's hair, his voice gentle yet firm. Her stage is in a far-off starry sky, while Blue Star is too small for her, so small that even drawing her sword feels like a hindrance. So she doesn't not want you, she simply chose what she believes is more important. Gu Chang'an snorted coldly, his fist clenched tightly. In plain terms, she still thinks we're a burden, disappointed in you, and thinks we hold you back. The boy's self-esteem felt like it had been pricked by a needle. Chang'an, remember what I said. Gu Xinghe looked directly into his eldest son's eyes, which were usually lazy, but now held an undeniable authority. Everyone has the right to choose their own life. Oh, she chose her own stars and oceans, and that is not her fault. But that doesn't mean you are a burden, nor does it mean our family is going to collapse. Gu Xinghe opened his arms and pulled all 3 children into his embrace. From today on, she will be her own deity, and I will be your super dad. As long as I'm here, even if the sky falls, it won't touch a single hair on you. This statement wasn't filled with high-pitched platitudes or cynical complaints. Instead, it was like a reassurance that truly landed in the hearts of the 3 children. Gu Nianxing wiped her eyes and broke into a smile. Whatever, Dad, you're just bragging. You can't even pass the martial artist test, yet you talk about the sky falling. Gu Xinghe joined in the teasing. Exactly, Dad is just boasting. Gu Chang'an, although silent, finally relaxed his tense shoulders. All right, stop the banter, and look at how messy the living room has become. Gu Xinghe pointed at the toys and scattered cushions on the floor. In the past, tidying up this mess would have taken at least, but he simply stood up and snapped his fingers. A faint time rewind law rippled outward from his center. It merely enveloped the entire living room. In the next moment, the blocks on the floor flew back into the toy box, and the cushions returned to their rightful places. Even the crumbs of chips that Gu Chang'an had accidentally dropped on the floor last night vanished into thin air. The entire living room instantly appeared refreshed, clean, as if it had just undergone renovations. The three children stared at this scene, their mouths agape in disbelief. Is this also the wind? Gu Chang'an swallowed hard, feeling his materialistic worldview crumbling. Of course the draft in Blue Star is now trendy, with an automatic cleaning function. Gu Xinghe continued his bluff, without changing his expression, pushing the children towards the bathroom. Hurry up and wash your hands, breakfast is ready. After ushering the children away, Gu Xinghe turned and walked into the kitchen. He had promised to fry them eggs, and as a father he couldn't go back on his word. But the gas stove was still just a decoration, the zero on the dial glaringly red. Gu Xinghe approached the stove and took out 3 top-quality free-range eggs from the fridge. He carefully placed the frying pan on the unlit iron rack. Isn't it just a matter of needing a flame? How big of a deal is that? Gu Xing's gaze sharpened as he extended his right index finger and gently snapped it at the bottom of the frying pan. Snap! With a crisp sound. A cluster of completely transparent, yet instantly distorting supreme, divine fire quietly ignited at his fingertip. This was a divine flame capable of piercing through the very essence of the universe. Gu Xinghe carefully controlled the heat, fearing that a careless mistake might burn Blue Star through. He held the flame under the frying pan, casually calling out to the outside, Chang'an, go see where Aunt Hongya put the soy sauce. This egg cooked with divine fire deserves some good soy sauce. It would be a shame not to use some good soy sauce. The transparent divine fire quietly burned at Gu Xing's fingertips. Not a trace of heat leaked out, and even the grease on the stove remained unscathed. Yet this thing could instantly reduce an entire star system to a vacuum with its supreme, divine fire. Gu Xinghe could even hear the sound of teeth chattering in the void beyond the atmosphere of Blue Star. That was the high priest and the others who had not run far. Feeling the destructive aura that could reshape the laws of the universe, these ancient beings were so frightened that they nearly lost control of their bladders, thinking the master was about to reopen the heavens. Gu Xinghe didn't even lift his head, simply scolding into the void with his divine sense, get lost, don't disturb my control over the heat. The outer space fell into an instant silence, and those divine beings fled faster than the speed of light. Gu Xinghe withdrew his focus steadily, placing the frying pan above the divine fire at his fingertips. The heat must be precise. If it was even slightly higher, this frying pan, which cost $30 along with the entire Blue Star, would evaporate in an instant. If the temperature was too low, the fried egg wouldn't cook properly. I didn't even struggle this much when I suppressed the Abyss Demon Lord back in the day. Gu Xinghe pouted, picking up a spatula to spread a thin layer of bean oil on the bottom of the pan. The oil temperature was just right. He picked up 3 free-range eggs and skillfully cracked one against the edge of the pan with one hand. Sizzle! The moment the egg liquid touched the bottom of the pan, the transparent, divine fire shrank back violently. A visible golden path of laws drilled directly into the egg whites and yolks. The once ordinary eggs were undergoing an incredible qualitative change under the refinement of the supreme, divine fire. A faint golden light radiated from the pan, illuminating the small kitchen as if it were a divine realm. An aromatic fragrance rich beyond description instantly filled the entire room. This aroma not only stimulated appetites, but even caused the thin spiritual energy in the air to boil furiously. Gurgle! Gu Chang'an, who had just found soy sauce in the living room, felt his stomach audibly rumble. He twitched his nose, following the scent straight into the kitchen. Dad, what kind of egg are you frying? It smells amazing. Just smelling it makes me feel energized. 16-year-old boy stared at the 3 golden fried eggs in the pan, nearly drooling. Gu Xinghe skillfully flipped the eggs over with a spatula. Ordinary free-range eggs combined with your father's exclusive ancestral heat, how could it not smell good? He casually took the soy sauce that Gu Chang'an handed him and dripped a couple of drops into the pan. Sizzle! Soy sauce came into contact with the divine fire-refined eggs, instantly transforming into wisps of vapor infused with the essence of heaven and earth. Gu Xinghe satisfiedly turned off the divine fire at his fingertips and plated the 3 perfect fried eggs. The edges of the egg whites were slightly crisp, and the yolks exhibited a semi-solid state, resembling works of art. Take them out, call the sisters to wash their hands for dinner. Gu Xinghe patted his son's back. Gu Chang'an carefully carried the plate as if it contained a rare treasure, walking gingerly to the dining table. Qingxue, hurry up. Dad has unleashed his ultimate skill today. These eggs are simply divine. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Qingxue rushed in, pulling her sister along like a whirlwind. The 3 children gathered around the dining table, looking at the 3 softly glowing fried eggs, hesitant to pick up their chopsticks. Dad, why do these eggs even glow? You didn't add any fluorescent agent, did you? Gu Qingxue cautiously poked at the egg white. Gu Xinghe, carrying his bowl of white porridge, walked over and shot her a glare. If you don't eat it, it'll feed it to the dog. Eat, eat, eat. The 3 little ones chimed in unison, quickly grabbing the fried eggs into their bowls. Gu Xinghe, the youngest, took a big bite of the runny yolk. Wow, so delicious. It's like tasting the flavor of sunshine. The little girl squinted her eyes in happiness. Gu Chang'an and Gu Nianxing couldn't wait to take a bite. The eggs fried by the divine fire melted in their mouths, transforming into a warm current that surged directly into their internal organs. After that first bite, it was extraordinary. The impurities hidden in the free-range eggs had turned into pure life essence before the divine fire. This was equivalent to feeding them the universe's highest-grade marrow-cleansing pill. Gu Chang'an felt a terrifying wave of heat charging through his limbs. That glass of water he found slightly sweet last night was nothing compared to this fried egg. It was like plain water. Crack. A sound echoed within Gu Chang'an's body that only he could hear. The martial arts meridian that had been blocked for 16 years was violently, yet gently opened by this surge of heat. First-grade martial artist. Second grade. Third grade. Almost as he finished the last bite of egg white, Gu Chang'an's physical strength directly surpassed the limits of a mortal, faintly touching the threshold of the extraordinary. Even he did not know that the mutated supreme bloodline inherited from the protagonist within him had been fully awakened. Gu Nianxing's reaction was not as intense, but she felt her mind clearer than ever. Those obscure and difficult math problems and physics formulas now unraveled before her gaze. Even the youngest daughter, Gu Qingxue, whose face was initially pale, now flushed with color. The slight hazard brought by her innate stellar bloodline was gradually being alleviated by this breakfast. Gu Xinghe sat opposite, drinking his white porridge, watching the transformations happening to his 3 children, a hint of paternal satisfaction appearing at the corner of his mouth. This was indeed the correct way to unlock supreme, divine power. What destruction of heaven and earth, what dominance over the universe. Nothing was more delightful than watching his kids eat happily. He picked up a pickled vegetable to eat, and was just about to ask the children if they were full. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a violent banging sound came from the large iron gate in the courtyard. The sound was extremely abrupt, shattering the warm family atmosphere of the morning. The force was so great that dust fell from the doorframe. The 3 children were startled. Gu Qingxue even hid behind her brother. Gu Xinghe put down his chopsticks, his smile vanishing in an instant, replaced by an aura cold enough to freeze the void. The banging continued, growing increasingly arrogant. Following that, a sharp, biting voice laced with a tone of condescension pierced through the door like an air raid siren. Gu Xinghe, you useless leech, stop pretending to be dead in there, and hurry up and roll out. Upon hearing this voice, Gu Chang'an's expression darkened, his fists instantly clenching. Dad, it's Grandma. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anger and disgust. Mu Qingxue's mother, this woman had often given Gu Xinghe a hard time over this house. Now that her daughter had gone to the Deep Space Academy, she had become even more aggressive. Gu Xinghe patted his son's shoulder, signaling him to sit down. It's fine, you all keep eating. Dad will go see what this mad dog is barking about so early. He stood up, wiped his hands with a tissue, and slowly walked toward the door. Outside, Lu Tsuehua stood with her hands on her hips, flanked by 2 burly men in suits. She clutched a forged property statement tightly in her hand, saliva flying as she spoke. Gu Xinghe, my daughter is now a celestial talent in the starry sky. You, a worthless poor wretch, must take those 3 little burdens and get out of my family's school district house today. Gu Xinghe paused, coldly watching Lu Tsuehua, who was jumping up and down outside the iron gate. The woman had a head full of cheap curls and was dressed in an extravagant mink coat. In early autumn, wearing mink, she didn't even fear getting prickly heat. Are you deaf? Hurry up and open the door. Seeing Gu Xinghe silent, Lu Tsuehua became even more arrogant, pushing against the iron gate twice. Gu Xinghe remained unfazed. To him, Lu Tsuehua appeared as a paramecium under a microscope, too dirty to even step on. Creak. The iron gate was pulled open a crack by Gu Xinghe. Lu Tsuehua thought he had given in and let out a smug snort as she and her 2 burly bodyguards attempted to squeeze inside. Stop. Gu Xing's voice was not loud, but it carried a chilling aura that made the 2 bodyguards instinctively halt in their tracks, rendered motionless by this imposing presence. Lu Tsuehua was taken aback for a moment, but quickly straightened her neck. What? You, a man living off a woman, want to rebel? She shook the A4 paper with a red handprint in her hand, almost shoving it into Gu Xing's face. Look clearly. This is the property transfer statement signed by Qingxue before she left. Gu Xinghe glanced at it, noticing that the forgery was riddled with flaws, the red ink still wet at the edges. This villa was purchased with the money he had saved up from odd jobs, and the property deed clearly bore only his name. So what? Gu Xinghe dug at his ear, uninterested in exposing such a lowbrow trick. Seeing he was not looking at the paper, Lu Tsuehua directly raised her voice. So what? Now this school district house belongs to the Mu family. My daughter is a top student at the Deep Space Academy, and this house is compensation for the years you wasted her youth. She grew more animated as she spoke, even pointing her finger at Gu Xing's nose to scold him. You should take a good look at yourself. A logistics waste without a job. Do you deserve to live in such a nice villa? Hurry and take your 3 useless burdens and get out. I'm about to list this house for sale. Gu Chang'an, who was having a meal inside, could no longer hold back. He suddenly stood up, kicking his chair away, and stormed into the courtyard. Grandma, watch your words. This house was bought by my dad. Why should it be given to you? The 16-year-old boy stood in front of his father like an enraged young lion. Having just eaten a divine fire omelet, Gu Chang'an emitted a formidable aura that even he was unaware of. Lu Tsuehua took half a step back, startled by Gu Chang'an's presence, but seeing her bodyguards behind her, she regained her confidence. Uneducated, ungrateful wretch. Your mother not wanting you is correct. Oh, what future can you have following such a useless man? She waved at her bodyguards. Don't waste time with them, go in and throw all their belongings out onto the street. Though the two bodyguards felt that Gu Xing's aura was somewhat strange, they were still paid to do a job and forced themselves to advance. Gu Xinghe pulled his son behind him, his gaze turning completely cold. He hadn't intended to shed blood on this peaceful morning, but this woman was forcing his hand. I was going to let you live a few more days, but you insist on coming here to provoke me. Gu Xinghe made no move, merely putting 2 fingers in his mouth. Whoosh! A sharp, loud whistle instantly cut through the morning air. Lu Tsuehua jumped, thinking Gu Xinghe was calling someone. Whistle. Even if you call the police, this house still belongs to my daughter. She pretended to be calm and yelled. Gu Xinghe ignored her, simply clapping his hands. Dahei, come out and meet the guests. As soon as the words left his mouth, a low growl suddenly erupted from the corner of the yard where a shabby doghouse sat. Grr. The sound didn't resemble a dog's bark. It was more like some ancient behemoth grinding its teeth in the abyss, making the ground tremble slightly. Lu Tsuehua and her 2 bodyguards were stunned. Then a completely black, scruffy stray dog, which usually looked sickly, slowly crawled out of the doghouse. It was originally the size of an ordinary mutt with disheveled fur, but when it raised its head, a flash of crimson ferocity glimmered in its dog eyes. The surrounding space seemed to warp under its gaze. This was no stray dog. It was the cosmic calamity known as the sky-devouring behemoth, heavily injured and fallen to Blue Star 20 years ago, suppressed by the laws of the Great Tao. Last night, Gu Xinghe casually released its shackles, and now this creature was genuinely the ruler of the starry skies. Dahei walked over to Gu Xing's side, affectionately rubbing against his pant leg, then turned its head, fixating its gaze on Lu Tsuehua outside the door. Woof! Dahei tilted its head, seemingly assessing whether this piece of meat was edible. Gu Xinghe patted its head and said lightly, "It's too dirty, you don't eat it. Just bite it and take it outside, don't ruin the tiles in the courtyard." Having received its owner's approval, Dahei's expression instantly turned savage. Roar! It suddenly opened its massive mouth, unleashing an earth-shattering howl. This was not a dog's bark. Accompanying this roar, Dahei's size expanded rapidly, as if it were a balloon being inflated within a second. 1 meter, 3 meters, 5 meters. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a black behemoth comparable to a heavy-duty truck. Its body was covered in spiky black scales, and its mouth opened to reveal rows of fangs like steel blades, some even dripping with corrosive slime. Damn! The 2 bodyguards were so terrified that they lost control, emitting inhuman screams. They scrambled to turn around, forgetting about Lu Tsuehua, with 1 shoe left behind, and ran wildly toward the street. Lu Tsuehua stood frozen in place. Her face turned pale, shaking like a leaf, her eyes nearly bulging out of her head. A foul smell of urine trickled down from her mink coat to the ground. Monster! Help! Lu Tsuehua finally reacted, her legs giving way, and she fell to the ground. Dahei, with a head larger than a water tank, leaned in closer, its crimson eyes fixated on her. Its heavy breath sprayed onto Lu Qihua's face, a nauseating stench that nearly caused her to faint. Recalling her master's command to not eat, Dahei wrinkled its nose in disdain. It suddenly bit down on the collar of Lu Qihua's extravagant mink coat. "Oh, let go of me. You murderous Gu Xinghe, you condone this monster to kill." Lu Tsuehua flailed in midair like a chicken destined for slaughter, emitting pig-like screams. Dahei paid no mind to her struggles, carrying her off at high speed. It moved swiftly, becoming a black whirlwind on the street. Passers-by only felt a chill breeze pass by, followed by the sight of a giant dog carrying a woman running wildly down the road. Bang! Arriving at the end of the street at the garbage transfer station, Dahei disdainfully shook its head. Lu Tsuehua traced an elegant parabolic arc in the air, landing perfectly into a giant dumpster filled with rotten water. Gurgle. Bubbles emerged from the dumpster as Lu Tsuehua flailed within, quickly losing consciousness from the stench. Dahei snorted in satisfaction, its body rapidly shrinking. In less than 2 seconds, it transformed back into that ordinary-looking black stray dog, wagging its tail as it happily trotted home. At the entrance of the Gu family's courtyard, Gu Chang'an watched this scene, with his mouth agape, his eyes nearly popping out. "Dad, does our dog secretly have a gym membership?" He swallowed hard, feeling as though his worldview had been thoroughly crushed into the ground this morning. Gu Xinghe smiled and patted his son's head. What nonsense are you talking about? The hay has big bones that just unleashed its potential when facing bad people. Now hurry up and wash the dishes. Though Gu Chang'an was full of questions, seeing his father's calm expression, he obediently nodded and turned to go inside. Gu Xinghe gazed at the end of the street, his eyes devoid of any pity. At that moment, the hay returned, wagging its tail, carrying the forged property declaration in its mouth. It dropped the paper on the ground, scratching at it with its paw in disdain. Just as Gu Xinghe was about to praise it for a job well done, De He suddenly seemed to sense something, abruptly raising its head and emitting a series of urgent low growls toward the direction of outer space. Huh. Gu Xinghe frowned slightly, his vast divine sense instantly spreading out. He sensed that just as Lu Zuohua had caused a ruckus, something extraordinary from the deep space star domain seemed to have entered the monitoring range of Blue Star's star network. Gu Xinghe scratched De He's head. Are you saying that the woman named Lung Xiaoshuang from the Deep Space Academy, along with a group of reckless beings, is preparing to come to Blue Star for revenge? The large black dog perked its ears, growling lowly towards the direction of the Deep Space Star region. It indeed sensed that several starships were approaching with unmasked hostility, attempting to connect to the defense network of Blue Star. Gu Xinghe smiled and bent down to rub its dog head. All right, put away that fierce look of yours. If those rabble from the Deep Space Academy dare to come, they'll make a perfect dessert for you after your meal. Upon hearing the words dessert after a meal, the black dog instantly drooled profusely, its tail wagging like a propeller. Gu Xinghe straightened up and his gaze suddenly became profound. Deep within his pupils, two golden shadows faintly glimmered. This was the all-knowing and all-powerful eye, capable of seeing through the essence of all beings in the universe. Under the gaze of the sovereign, the chaotic black fur of the black dog seemed to vanish. Gu Xinghe saw into the depths of its soul. There was no ordinary dog soul, but rather a massive, suffocatingly ancient beast lying in slumber. Its true form resembled a taoya covered in dark matter scales that even a stellar explosion could not destroy. Even in its soul state, the greed and brutality that yearned to devour all stars was enough to terrify even a galaxy lord-level powerhouse. So it's the cub of a heaven-swallowing celestial beast, huh? Gu Xinghe stroked his chin, suddenly enlightened. No wonder in recent years, not even a starry mosquito dared to approach Blue Star. With such a creature lying in the yard, the instinctive aura it emitted was enough to scare low-level alien beasts into submission. Gu Xinghe recalled that 20 years ago, shortly after he had just crossed over, it was a night filled with thunder and rain. This heedless cub seemed to have overeaten, flipping over in the chaotic currents of the universe, gravely injured and falling onto Blue Star. To protect itself, the faint laws of the heavenly Tao on Blue Star instinctively placed a seal on it, turning it into a mere mutt. Over the years, it had clung to the Gu family's yard, relying on the occasional warmth emitted by Gu Xinghe to sustain its life. You've endured 20 years of hardship on Blue Star. That must have been tough for you. Gu Xinghe chuckled lightly, raising his right hand and snapping his fingers at the black dog from a distance. Snap! A crisp sound rang out like the sound of a great avenue. The black dog suddenly stiffened, and a glimmer of disbelief flashed in its eyes. Click, click. A series of crisp sounds erupted from within its body like frying beans. The chains of the Blue Star laws that had bound its soul for 20 years shattered like a spider web under Gu Xing's snap. The long-lost terrifying power surged through the black dog's limbs and bones like a volcanic eruption. It felt that even without eating or drinking, it could swallow the moon in one gulp. Roar! It was so excited that it wanted to howl at the sky, displaying its supreme majesty as a celestial disaster. But just as it opened its mouth, it met Gu Xing's calm, unperturbed gaze. Boom. In an instant, a supernova exploded in the black dog's mind. Only then did it realize. The one who had fed it scraps for 20 years dressed in slippers was not an ordinary human with a kind heart. That was a supreme existence capable of erasing the laws of Blue Star with a single finger, one that even its kind of cosmic disaster could not fathom. The earlier fluctuations from casually breaking the laws were terrifying millions of times more than all the celestial overlords it had ever seen combined. The arrogance that the black dog was about to unleash was instantly scared back to its mother's womb. Its forelegs suddenly went weak and it thudded down onto the ground. What dignity did the celestial beast have? What pride in devouring stars? All of that went to hell. The black dog whined in a flattering manner, rubbing its fluffy head desperately against Gu Xing's slippers, its tail wagging so hard it seemed about to break. All right, stop rubbing. I just washed those slippers. Gu Xinghe said with disdain, moving his foot away. You should maintain your appearance as a dog, lest you scare people when going out. You've done well as a guard. This is your reward. Saying this, Gu Xinghe took out half of the divine flame omelet he had left from his personal space. He tossed it in front of the black dog like throwing a dog biscuit. The black dog's nose twitched, its eyes instantly. It vowed that it had eaten countless glowing star cores and gnawed on the battleships of advanced civilizations, but had never smelled anything so domineering. The essence contained in this half-omelette was simply denser than the combined essence of 10 star systems. A woo! It swallowed the omelette in one gulp, not even bothering to chew. In the next second, the black dog, comfortably, let out a contented burp. Its foundation damage from the severe fall instantly healed perfectly under the nourishment of this omelette. It even vaguely showed signs of breaking through to adulthood. The black dog was so moved that it teared up, wishing it could bow twice to Xinghe. This was no ordinary master. This was simply a rebirth parent. It swore that anyone who dared to breathe heavily at the Gu family's doorstep would be chewed up and swallowed whole. Be a good guard, and if anyone causes trouble, just bite them away. Xinghe instructed, and turned back to the house to help the children with their homework. While a warm scene of a doting father and a loyal pet played out on Blue Star millions of light years away, the deep space starship carrying Mu Qingxue had finally slowed down after days and nights of void jumping. Outside the starship's porthole, a vast and boundless artificial nebula slowly unfolded. Ding! Approaching the main star of the Deep Space Academy. The announcement from the starship's broadcast echoed. Mu Qingxue stood by the porthole, gazing at the breathtaking scene. Before her, her breath momentarily halted. That was not a single planet, but rather the supreme doctrine force formed by 99 enormous life planets, forcibly interconnected by countless interstellar chains. In the very center of the nebula, a colossal archway too grand to be described in words floated silently in the void. That was the interstellar gate of the Deep Space Academy. The gate was engraved with intricate law patterns, exuding an ancient aura that commanded reverence. Every beam of flowing light that entered or exited was that of martial arts masters who could dominate Blue Star or even extraordinary powerhouses. Did you see that? This is the real world. Cold Xiaoshuang had somehow walked up behind Mu Qingxue, her tone brimming with unabashed pride. These 99 planets are merely the outer sex residents. The inner sex prodigies are cultivating in the core realm of law. Mu Qingxue clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. It was simply overwhelming. Compared to this place, Blue Star was nothing more than a trivial sewer. Her heart was filled with fervor and gratitude. Grateful for decisively signing the breakup agreement, grateful that she was not held back by that man and 3 children. Mentor, I will surely stand out here. Mu Qingxue's eyes were resolute. Cold Xiaoshuang let out a cold snort, unceremoniously pouring a bucket of cold water on her. Don't rush to declare your determination yet. The Deep Space Academy does not nurture waste. Although you were a genius on Blue Star, here you're just a bottom-tier errand runner. She pointed to the edge planet below the starship, the place with the thinnest spiritual energy and the harshest environment. Once you disembark, go to the errand station and pick up a broom. Whether you can survive the outer sect assessment depends on your own fortune. Mu Qingxue's smile on her face instantly froze, a wave of humiliation surging within her. Errand runner. Broom. She was an unseen century genius. But under cold Xiaoshuang's icy gaze, she dared not utter a word of rebuttal. The starship slowly entered the interstellar gate, landing in a massive docking port. The hatch opened. Mu Qingxue, carrying a silver suitcase, had just stepped out when a young brother in deep space outer sect attire with a face full of acne swaggered over with a few others. He looked Mu Qingxue up and down, his eyes filled with frivolity and disdain. Oh, so this is the village girl that Cold Mentor picked up from that poor place called Blue Star. She looked quite good, but her cultivation was too trashy. The acne-faced brother extended his finger and poked Mu Qingxue's shoulder. Hey newbie, do you understand the rules? If you want to survive in the errand area, you must first pay a protection fee. The cold interstellar wind at the dock, mixed with the scent of metallic oil pouring directly into Mu Qingxue. The pockmarked young senior brother blocked her path, his greasy finger poking at her shoulder. Mu Qingxue swatted his hand away, her brows furrowing tightly. In Blue Star, she was the pampered darling wherever she went. When had she ever faced such thuggish extortion? Show some respect. Mu Qingxue's face turned cold as she invoked her backing. I was personally recruited by Master Lung Xiaoshuang. The pockmarked senior brother burst into laughter as if he had heard the greatest joke. A few attendants in servant outfits nearby joined in the mockery. Master Lung recruited you. Oh, you scare me to death. The senior brother laughed until tears streamed down his face. Don't you know? Every year Master Lung goes to those trash planets to bring back countless once-in-a-century cannon fodder like you. He suddenly stopped laughing, his gaze turning sinister as he leaned closer to Mu Qingxue's ear. With your barely decent cultivation level as a martial artist, you don't even qualify to carry my shoes at the Deep Space Academy. Mu Qingxue's breath hitched. She instinctively turned to look for Lung Xiaoshuang, hoping her master would stand up for her. But Lung Xiaoshuang had long since vanished, leaving only a cold voice broadcast through the starship's intercom. This is your first lesson. Here no one will spoil you. If you can't adapt, go back to Blue Star and be a frog in. These words struck Mu Qingxue like a resounding slap across the face. Her once proud talent was now mere cannon fodder here. The starry sea she had exchanged her husband and child for turned out to be a muddy pit beneath someone's foot. Even the master can't be bothered with you. The pockmarked senior brother snatched the silver suitcase from Mu Qingxue's hands and violently yanked open the zipper. He flipped the suitcase upside down. The clothes and high-end cosmetics from Blue Star that Mu Qingxue had meticulously prepared scattered all over the ground. What a pile of junk, not even a low-grade spirit stone. The senior brother disdainfully kicked a bottle of expensive perfume away and dug out a few Blue Star Federation coins from the pile of clothes. He bit one, reluctantly pocketing it. This scrap metal will serve as your protection fee for the month. The pockmarked senior brother tossed the suitcase aside and threw Mu Qingxue a dirty wooden token. Take your identity token and report to the No. 9 Servant Peak. Remember, tomorrow morning at 6 go clean the spirit beast garden. If you're even a second late, they'll break your legs. With that, he swaggered away with his attendants, leaving Mu Qingxue standing alone. The interstellar students passing by looked at her as if she were a pile of trash, with some even deliberately avoiding her, deeming her Blue Star aura too shabby. Mu Qingxue squatted down, her eyes red, picking up her clothes one by one. Her hands trembled. If she were back at home on Blue Star, Xinghe would never let anyone lay a finger on her. He would immediately clean her clothes if they got dirty. Each morning, she was not awakened by chores at the spirit beast garden, but by a perfectly warmed breakfast. No, I can't regret it. I'm here for the supreme Tao. Mu Qingxue bit her lip hard, tasting a hint of blood. Forcing herself to sever the memories of Xinghe in her mind, she stuffed her belongings back into the suitcase and dragged it toward the so-called No. 9 Servant Peak. After walking for a full 3 hours, Mu Qingxue finally found her dormitory after passing through countless dilapidated buildings and stinking garbage disposal areas. It was a broken wooden house built on the edge of a cliff. A large hole in the roof allowed the howling cold wind to pour in. Mu Qingxue pushed open the rickety wooden door, and a strong, musty smell hit her face. Inside, there was only a large sleeping area crowded with 7 or 8 alien female servants of various appearances. Some had 4 arms while others were covered in scales. Upon seeing Mu Qingxue enter, the female servants stopped their movements and stared at her in unison. Oh, this pale-skinned beauty, which indigenous planet did they send here as cannon fodder? A strong female servant with horns stood up, her cultivation having reached the great martial master realm, easily overpowering Mu Qingxue. The horn girl approached, looking down at Mu Qingxue, and snatched the wooden token from her hand. Blue Star. Never heard of that garbage place. Newcomer, do you understand the rules? Mu Qingxue clenched her fists tightly, about to explode. Several female servants behind the horn girl had already surrounded her, brandishing thorny iron whips. Sister is asking you a question. Are you deaf? The scaled female servant grinned sinisterly. The immense pressure from their cultivation made it difficult for Mu Qingxue to even breathe. She finally realized the harsh reality. Here, she had no capital for pride. I understand the rules. Mu Qingxue lowered her head, her voice trembling. That's good to hear. The horn girl patted Mu Qingxue's cheek in satisfaction, pointing to a corner of the room that leaked wind and water. That bunk is yours. Also, all the dirty clothes for this month are yours to wash. If you don't clean them properly, you'll scratch your pretty face. The horn girl kicked a few baskets of foul-smelling dirty clothes to Mu Qingxue's feet. All right, go over there and tidy up your doghouse. The female servants burst into a sharp, mocking laugh. Mu Qingxue dragged her suitcase stiffly to the leaky bunk. The bedding was covered in green mold, and the quilt was as hard as an iron plate. She collapsed onto the bunk, staring at the pile of stinking dirty clothes at her feet, unable to control herself any longer. On Blue Star, Xinghe had never even made her wash a pair of socks. The immense drop in her circumstances and extreme injustice instantly broke her psychological defenses. Mu Qingxue covered her mouth, tears streaming down uncontrollably, yet she didn't dare to cry out. Had she truly done something wrong? Was that man she despised now laughing at her while holding Su Hongye in a warm villa? Meanwhile, countless light years away from the Deep Space Academy on Blue Star, Xinghe had no time to notice her misfortunes. He was preoccupied with a troublesome matter. On Blue Star's evening, the sky had unexpectedly turned overcast, and a torrential rain began to pour down. Xinghe, tying on an apron, had just brought dinner to the table when he realized that his second daughter, Yinxing, was missing. Chang'an, where's your sister? Xinghe untied his apron, his brows furrowing. Chang'an, holding chopsticks, pointed outside at the heavy rain, looking equally puzzled. I don't know. Half an hour ago, she said she was going to that little store at the corner to buy ice pops. With this heavy rain, she should have been back by now. Xinghe glanced at the wall clock, a sudden wave of discomfort washing over him. At that moment, the big black dog suddenly dashed in from the yard, its mouth holding a broken plastic umbrella handle. It dropped the handle at Xinghe's feet and let out an agitated growl at the torrential rain outside. Xinghe crouched down, his gaze freezing as he recognized the markings on the handle. That was the umbrella I bought for Yinxing. Gu Xinghe stood up, his voice icy enough to freeze the entire house. The aura of the void teleportation array is extremely strong on that handle. She didn't get lost as she was taken forcefully. On the outer sect training ground of Deep Void Academy, over 10,000 newly appointed menials and outer disciples crowded together like a dark undulating sea. Mu Qingxue stood at the very edge of the formation. A biting wind swept across her thin menial robe, making her shiver uncontrollably. Last night's brutal beating and humiliation had not broken her. Instead, they ignited the wildest, most unyielding pride slumbering deep within her heart. I am an unseen century genius from Blue Star. I will dazzle everyone in today's live combat trial and force my mentors to see me again. Mu Qingxue clenched her fists until her knuckles turned white, her gaze sharp as poisoned daggers. She had always believed that given but a single stage she would rise, just as she had on Blue Star, trampling every rival beneath her feet to claim the summit. Silence. A thunderous roar exploded midair. A burly outer sect instructor hovered above the crowd, standing effortlessly atop a flying sword. Today marks your first live combat assessment. You wretches, pair up and step onto the arenas. The instructor swept the assembly with a look of utter disdain. Those who impress may be chosen by intersect seniors to serve as foot washers. Those who fail will be sent straight to the Black Spirit Mines. At his words, hundreds of Xuanhua stone arenas shimmered into existence across the square, their surfaces pulsing with intricate formation light. Mu Qingxue drew a deep breath and leapt, landing lightly upon an empty arena. That graceful movement drew immediate attention. After all, she had fought countless battles on Blue Star. Her footwork was flawless. That rustic girl moves well. Why don't you go test her? Below the arena, several prodigies clad in resplendent intersect robes watched idly. One kicked his kneeling servant, who had been massaging his legs, hard in the thigh. Go. Gauge her strength for me, but don't kill her. Keep her alive to empty my night pot tonight. The servant wore coarse gray hemp cloth, a mere indentured laborer, not even ranked as a formal disciple. Bowing obsequiously, he strode onto the arena with careless ease, unarmed, unhurried. Little miss, his young master has taken a liking to you. Surrender now and crawl off. Don't soil my hands. He picked idly at his nose, glaring at Mu Qingxue with open impatience. It was an unspeakable disgrace. Mu Qingxue's eyes burned crimson with fury. On Blue Star, scions of great clans had queued for months just for an audience with her. Yet now she was being spat upon by a nameless servant. You seek death. Mu Qingxue drew the shoddy iron sword issued to her, her martial artist's true energy surging violently through her meridians. She unleashed Blue Star's supreme martial art, the meteor-chasing moon sword technique. Blades flashed like falling stars, dozens of luminous streaks descending in unison, each radiating lethal intent, aimed straight at the servant's face. She had trained this technique for 10 years on Blue Star, once cleaving a high-tier monstrous beast in half with a single stroke, her ultimate trump card. Died. Mu Qingxue gritted her teeth, channeling every ounce of hatred for Gu Xinghe into that single strike. Yet, the servant merely yawned, languid and indifferent. Is this all? You haven't even brushed the surface of stellar energy. You're dancing in a public square. Facing the blinding storm of blades, he didn't flinch, not even a step back. He simply extended 2 fingers, plucking air with effortless nonchalance. Tink! A crystalline chime rang out, and the entire sky of sword light shattered instantly. Mu Qingxue's prized iron sword, her pride, her weapon, was clamped motionless between those 2 fingers, utterly immobilized. Impossible. Her eyes widened in terror, fixed upon those fingers, hard as iron pincers. This was Blue Star's pinnacle martial art. How could it be dispelled so casually by a servant? Native Blue Star techniques are weaker than our elementary calisthenics. Get out. The servant sneered, then tightened his grip. Snap. The iron sword snapped cleanly in 2. Without even drawing upon true energy, he flicked his wrist and struck Mu Qingxue across the face. Slap. The blow landed with crushing force. Mu Qingxue flew backward like a rag doll, crashing onto the icy stone floor with a sickening thud. Blood and broken teeth sprayed from her mouth. One move, one absolute merciless annihilation. The entire square erupted in deafening, mocking laughter. Ha! I thought she was a sovereign. Turns out she's just a spirit medium flailing about. How dare she parade such flimsy swordplay? Has this rustic girl lost her mind? Unseen a century genius. Blue Star must be a monkey den. Shrill jeers flooded over Mu Qingxue like a tidal wave. She lay sprawled on the ground, every bone screaming in agony, her ears ringing with hollow echoes. Her dignity, her pride forged in sacrifice, abandoned home and child for the sake of the starry void, had been reduced to dust beneath that single slap. Her vaunted talent meant less than nothing at Deep Void Academy. Even a servant of an intersect disciple surpassed her. Then why? Why had she forsaken warmth, forsaken obedience, forsaken everything? A sudden venomous wave of regret coiled into her heart like a serpent. If I hadn't ended things, if I'd stayed on Blue Star. Tears mingled with blood as they streamed down her face. But the instant that thought surfaced, she jolted, as though electrocuted, and dug her nails viciously into her own palm. No, I am not wrong. Gu Xinghe is the one who failed. She screamed, inwardly pouring every drop of venom into that name, blaming him alone for all her ruin. Had he not wasted 20 years of my cultivation, had he not ground down my ambition with daily chores and petty worries, I would never have fallen so low before a servant. Yes, it is all his fault. He is worthless, a man who cannot even cultivate. How dare he hold me back? The more Mu Qingxue raged, the more she needed to reduce Gu Xinghe to utter insignificance, to cling however desperately to the last tattered shreds of her self-worth. Waste, are you playing dead on the ground? The instructor descended from midair, his face grim, and drove a boot hard into Mu Qingxue's abdomen. She curled into a fetal position racked with pain, but bit her lip until blood welled, refusing to utter a sound. You dare dream of entering the outer sect? You sicken my eyes. He pointed toward a distant mountain reeking of decay. To the spirit beast garden, clean the excrement of 3,000 void rhinos. Fail to finish, and you starve tonight. Trembling with shame, Mu Qingxue nodded stiffly, dragging the broken remnant of her iron sword as she limped toward the spirit beast garden. She swore, once she endured this trial, every soul who had scorned her would pay dearly. And at that, far away on Blue Star, Gu Xinghe, the worthless man Mu Qingxue had cursed 1,000 times in her thoughts, was sweeping the floor. Morning sunlight spilled warmly through the windows, perfect for airing out the storage room's mildew. A large black dog dozed in the courtyard, occasionally belching a rich, primordial Tao essence. Gu Xinghe wore an apron printed with cartoon bears rummaging through dusty shelves inside the storage room. Why does this house hold so much junk? The previous owner clearly never cleaned before selling. Grumbling, he tossed moldy old books and rusted iron pots into a garbage bag. Suddenly buried in a corner pile of clutter, his hand brushed against an ancient broom. Its wooden handle was deeply cracked, its bristles were half-lost, draped in cobwebs. It was clearly unusable. Yet as Gu Xinghe gripped the handle, he unconsciously exerted the faintest pressure. He was, after all, the supreme sovereign of the cosmos. Though his cultivation remained sealed, even an unconscious trickle of his power carried the weight of ultimate cosmic law. That infinitesimal thread of law flowed like water into the fractured wood. Instantly, the ordinary broom acquired an ineffable ancient Tao resonance, an aura both profound and inscrutable. Gu Xinghe paid no heed. He glanced dismissively at the fraying broom in his hand and sneezed. Too bulky, useless except for growing mushrooms. He carried it outside and, as casually as discarding a sack of trash, dropped it with a soft thud beside the green metal dumpster at the alley's mouth. Brushing dust from his hands, he turned to re-enter the house, when hurried footsteps echoed around the alley. His eldest son, Gu Chang'an, burst into view, panting heavily, clutching half a broken plastic umbrella handle, his face ashen with dread. Dad, something's wrong. Gu Chang'an rushed forward in 2 long strides, thrusting the handle into Gu Xinghe's hands, his voice trembling. I asked the convenience store owner. He said Nianxing never bought ice pops. I found this behind the abandoned construction site. It's her umbrella handle. The sky of Blue Star was overcast, and the fine autumn rain fell like cow hair. The dilapidated broom, casually discarded by Gu Xinghe, leaned against the green trash can, appearing quite shabby. On the cracked wooden handle, a faint golden aura subtly flowed. The president of the city's martial arts association, Lei Kuang, was passing through this alley with a black umbrella, his face dark as thunder. Lei Kuang had been stuck at the peak of the master realm for a full 30 years. If he couldn't break through to the extraordinary realm this year, his old bones would completely decay, and his martial arts journey would come to an end. Is the heavens truly trying to sever my path in martial arts? Lei Kuang sighed heavily, his steps unusually heavy, just as he was about to cross the alley. An indescribable aura, as if capable of collapsing heaven and earth, suddenly emanated from the direction of the trash can. Lei Kuang abruptly halted, the hairs on his body standing on end as if electrified. His instincts as a master told him that something extraordinary was nearby. Lei Kuang turned his head to follow the aura. When his gaze landed on the trash can, he froze in place. That is. In his eyes, that shabby broom was not merely a cleaning tool. It was a supreme artifact that bore the highest laws of the universe. The faint golden light flowing on it was 100 times more profound than the top-tier manuals in Blue Star's martial arts treasury. The heavens have opened their eyes. Lei Kuang couldn't even bother to hold up the umbrella in his hand and threw it directly to the ground. Ignoring the mud and water below, he stumbled forward like a gluttonous child who had spotted a lollipop. Thud! Lei Kuang knelt before the trash can, his hands trembling as he carefully touched the cracked wooden handle, as if cradling an unparalleled treasure. The moment his fingertips made contact with the broom, boom, a thunderous sound audible only to him exploded in his mind. The residual essence of the supreme law surged through his fingers and rushed into his body in a manner that could crush decay. The meridian bottleneck that had been blocked for 30 years shattered instantly before this power. The spiritual energy of the world madly flowed into his body. The blood vitality within Lei Kuang surged visibly, directly crossing from the peak of the master realm into the extraordinary realm he had longed for. I broke through, just by touching a broom. Lei Kuang stared at his hands, dumbfounded, tears streaming down his wrinkled face. A miracle. This is truly a miracle left by a deity. He trembled with excitement, and abruptly turned to look in the direction from which the broom had been thrown. There was the tightly closed iron gate of the Gu family's courtyard. Without any hesitation, Lei Kuang embraced the shabby broom and bowed 3 times earnestly towards the iron gate. Thank you, Senior, for bestowing this treasure. Lei Kuang will never forget this in my lifetime. Several aunties passing by shopping for vegetables looked at him as if he were insane. Oh, isn't that Lei, the president of the Martial Arts Association? Why is he bowing to a broken broom beside a trash can? He must have gone crazy from practicing martial arts. Better hurry and leave. The aunties pointed and quickly walked away. Lei Kuang didn't care about others' gazes. He carefully took off his expensive coat. He wrapped the shedding broom, tightly cradling it in his arms like a revered ancestor's tablet. This is a divine relic that must be enshrined in the association's top secret chamber, with 3 incense sticks offered daily. Lei Kuang wiped the tears from his face, his expression radiant, as he turned to leave, forgetting even the umbrella that had fallen on the ground. Meanwhile, inside the iron gate, Gu Xinghe was sitting on the sofa in the living room, casually changing channels with the remote control. He naturally noticed the commotion outside when Lei Kuang was bowing, but he merely yawned lazily. The old man nowadays is really amusing, getting excited over a piece of junk, as if he won the lottery. Gu Xinghe didn't take the broom seriously at all. His mind was filled with thoughts of where to find some fresh ingredients to prepare an extra meal for the children to ease their worries. The earlier scare regarding Gu Niangxing's disappearance had turned out to be a false alarm. Following the residual aura on the umbrella handle, he discovered that the girl hadn't been kidnapped, but had activated a trace of the supreme bloodline power within her, inadvertently triggering a spatial shift. She was probably looking to cause trouble for Mu Qingxue in the deep space star domain. However, Gu Xinghe wasn't worried at all. With the shadow leader Xinghe protecting her in the dark, the entire universe couldn't harm Gu Niangxing even a single hair. Ding dong. The television was broadcasting Blue Star's local news. According to our latest report, the president of the city's martial arts association, Lei Kuang, suddenly broke through to the extraordinary realm this morning and announced that a mysterious artifact would be enshrined as the association's treasure. Gu Xinghe glanced at the news footage of Lei Kuang excitedly holding the artifact wrapped in a suit, and his mouth twitched. These days the news is truly outrageous in every way. He turned off the television and prepared to get up to check if the water was boiling in the kitchen. Just then, Gu Xing's ears perked up slightly as he keenly caught an unusual sound coming from the second floor. It was emanating from his eldest son, Gu Chang'an's room. Who? Huh? The sound was muffled, as if someone was gritting their teeth, enduring immense pain, or desperately pushing their body to its limits. Accompanying it were the dull sounds of punches and kicks cutting through the air. What's gotten into this kid all of a sudden? Gu Xinghe raised an eyebrow. Although Gu Chang'an usually practiced martial arts, it was more of a casual hobby for body strengthening, practicing intermittently. But today's commotion was as if he was playing with fire. Gu Xinghe had tiptoed up the stairs, arriving at Gu Chang'an's bedroom door. The door wasn't locked tightly, leaving a small gap. Peering through the crack, Gu Xinghe saw his 16-year-old son bare-chested, sweating profusely in the cramped room. He was practicing the most basic set of military boxing from Blue Star, but the way he executed it was filled with a fierce determination. Each punch he threw could be heard with a faint cracking sound from his bones. Gu Chang'an's chest heaved violently, sweat cascading down the lines of his well-defined muscles, splashing onto the floor. His eyes were bloodshot like a wolf cub driven to desperation. I'm too weak. I'm still too weak. Gu Chang'an slammed a punch into the sandbag on the wall, which groaned under the strain. I don't even know where my sister went. What kind of brother am I? He panted heavily, gritting his teeth, tears welling in his eyes. That woman abandoned us. If I can't even protect this family, how hard will it be for Dad alone? I must become stronger. No matter how much suffering I endure, I must get into the martial arts class. I can't let others look down on my family anymore. Listening to his son's gritted teeth confession, Gu Xinghe, standing outside the door, felt as if something had struck him hard in the heart. This brat, who usually seemed carefree, unexpectedly had so much on his mind. Since eating that divine fire omelet, Gu Chang'an's blocked meridians had completely opened up. He now resembled a shriveled sponge madly absorbing the spiritual energy around him. However, the spiritual energy on Blue Star was too thin, and the basic boxing technique could not support his latent awakened variant supreme bloodline. Continuing to practice randomly like this could lead to either going mad or rupturing his meridians. Gu Xinghe pushed the door open and walked straight in. Enough with your nonsense practice. If you keep hitting that sandbag, it's going to burst. Hearing the voice, Gu Chang'an abruptly turned around, awkwardly wiping his face with a towel. Dad, why did you come? I was just practicing a bit to work up a sweat. He didn't want his dad to see him in this disheveled state. Gu Xinghe looked at his son, not exposing his pretense. He walked to the center of the room and casually extended 2 fingers. Since you want to practice, just blindly fumbling around won't do. Come use your full strength and punch me. The room was so quiet that one could hear the sound of sweat dripping onto the floor. Gu Chang'an stared blankly at the 2 fingers extended by his father. Isn't this gesture a bit too arrogant? Dad, stop joking. Although I was just practicing randomly, my vital energy has already reached the threshold of a martial artist. Gu Chang'an hesitated, fearing he might lose control of his strength. If I unleash my full power with a punch, it would easily carry over 200 pounds of force, and I could really break your fingers. He certainly hadn't forgotten that his father had not passed even the lowest level martial arts assessment in the past 20 years. In Gu Chang'an's perception, Gu Xinghe was just a logistics uncle who couldn't even fight a chicken. Gu Xinghe chuckled, moving those 2 fingers closer. Stop wasting words, just hit me when I tell you to. Your old man has eaten more salt than you've eaten rice, and I can't handle a punch from you. Seeing his father's insistence, Gu Chang'an gritted his teeth. All right, I'll hold back a bit. If you feel any pain, shout stop right away. He took a deep breath, his feet pushed off the ground vigorously, his waist exerting force as his right fist generated a low thunderous sound heading straight for Gu Xinghe's fingers. Although he claimed to be holding back, that punch truly contained the violent vital energy after the divine fire egg's cleansing. A faint sound of an explosion echoed in the air. However, facing this powerful punch, Gu Xinghe didn't even blink. His 2 fingers stood firm like a mountain, not utilizing any divine power, relying solely on muscle instinct to take the hit. Bang! Gu Chang'an's fist landed heavily on Gu Xinghe's fingers. The expected scream of broken fingers did not occur. Gu Chang'an only felt as if his fist had struck a sound-absorbing sponge, then collided with an indestructible divine iron. All the force vanished without a trace the moment it touched those 2 fingers. How is this possible? Gu Chang'an's eyes widened, taking a sharp breath. He felt his wrist go numb from the impact, while his father didn't even shake, casually digging in his ears. The force was sufficient, but your method of exertion is utterly flawed. Gu Xinghe curled his middle finger and flicked it against his son's forehead. With that pathetic punch of yours, a true expert could poke your flaws into a sieve in 1 second. Gu Chang'an covered his forehead, both astonished and delighted. Dad, when did you become so powerful? You weren't secretly hiding your strength all along, were you? The youth's eyes instantly ignited with admiration. Gu Xinghe thought to himself, if I told you I became the master of the universe yesterday, you'd probably faint right there. Enough, stop the wild guesses. In my youth, I worked as a sparring partner at a martial arts school, and after taking many hits, I naturally learned how to receive attacks. Gu Xinghe casually fabricated an excuse and walked behind Gu Chang'an. Turn around and take off your shirt. After all that random practice, your muscles are all tense, let me massage them. Gu Chang'an excitedly turned around, exposing his solid back. He was now deeply impressed by his father, and even the sense of loss from his mother's departure was greatly diminished. Gu Xinghe looked at the bulging veins on his son's back, and his gaze instantly became focused. Although the divine fire egg had cleansed the impurities, the trace of the supreme bloodline inherited from Gu Chang'an's lineage had formed a kind of innate shackle due to its overwhelming dominance. It was like a sealed reservoir with the water rising higher and higher. If there wasn't an outlet to release it, it would eventually burst the dam. Since Mu Qingxue felt that the shackles were a burden today, I will show her what heights the sun she abandoned. Gu Xinghe took a deep breath, aligning his right index and middle fingers. A trace of the supreme laws of the universe quietly gathered at his fingertips, solidifying into substance. It might hurt a bit, bear with it. Before the words fell, Gu Xinghe's fingers transformed into a shadow, tracing an extremely mysterious trajectory as they tapped on the first vertebra of Gu Chang'an's spine. Dong! With this tap, Gu Chang'an felt the entire room tremble. An indescribable scorching airflow pierced through his flesh like a red-hot iron, crashing down onto his vertebrae. Hiss! Gu Chang'an took a sharp breath, his features contorted in pain. Before he could cry out, Gu Xinghe's fingers had already landed on the second major acupoint. Dong! Another dull thud resonated. The blood within Gu Chang'an began to churn wildly like boiling. He could distinctly feel that something ancient and terrifying was awakening deep within his bone marrow. One last hit break through. Gu Xinghe shouted in a low voice, the golden light of the laws at his fingertips, surging, striking heavily against Gu Chang'an's tailbone. Boom. This threefold strike was like three gigantic axes of creation, directly shattering the mortal shackles that bound Gu Chang'an's bloodline. That trace of latent, mutated supreme bloodline roared like an ancient dragon breaking free from its cage, surging into his limbs and bones. Gu Chang'an tilted his head back, letting out a deep, beastly roar. A visible wave of golden energy erupted from his body, shattering the desk and chairs in the room. Even the window glass shattered into a web of cracks. That magma-like power rampaged through his meridians, cleansing every inch of his flesh and blood. Gu Xinghe quickly set up a soundproof barrier to prevent the disturbance from alarming the neighbors. Minutes later, the golden light gradually subsided. Gu Chang'an, drenched in sweat, slumped to the ground, gasping heavily. Though exhausted to the point of near collapse, he felt an overwhelming destructive power within his body. He even had the illusion that with one punch he could punch a hole in the moon above. "Dad, I feel like I've had..." Gu Chang'an stammered with excitement, looking at his own hands, feeling that every inch of his skin contained explosive energy. What epiphany! It was just the massage that straightened out your misaligned meridians. Gu Xinghe continued to bluff, without changing his expression, casually tossing a clean t-shirt from the wardrobe to him. "Hurry up and put on some clothes, take a shower, and go to bed. Look at the mess you've made in this room, clean it up yourself tomorrow." After speaking, Gu Xinghe withdrew the barrier and yawned as he exited the room. This kid's bloodline has now activated by 1%. Not to mention these ordinary folks of Blue Star, even the so-called inner disciples of the Deep Space Academy, would likely not be able to handle him. That night, Gu Chang'an was so excited he could hardly close his eyes. He repeatedly practiced the basic boxing techniques in his mind, discovering that the previously obscure and difficult exertion techniques were now as simple as eating and drinking. Early the next morning, Gu Chang'an sported 2 dark circles under his eyes, but was incredibly spirited. He hurriedly had breakfast, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and confidently set out for school. Today was the registration day for the city's high school martial arts competition, and he was determined to secure a spot and prove himself. Facing the early autumn morning breeze, Gu Chang'an strode confidently towards the school gate. The entrance of the number 1 high school in Blue Star was completely blocked by a flashy hovering sports car. A few students with colorful dyed hair were audaciously leaning against the car door, smoking. The leader among them, a boy dressed in a custom, high-end martial arts uniform, wore a chunky star energy necklace around his neck. This person was none other than the most famous martial arts genius and school bully, Long Outyin. Long Outyin, relying on his family's status as a martial arts clan in the city, bullied others at school. Even teachers dared not reprimand him. Gu Chang'an didn't want to cause trouble and lowered his head, preparing to bypass them. But Long Outyin, with keen eyes, spotted Gu Chang'an at a glance. "Yo, isn't this our grade's logistics little prince, Gu Chang'an?" Long Outyin blew a smoke ring, and along with a few henchmen, directly blocked Gu Chang'an's path. He scrutinized Gu Chang'an up and down, a malicious grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. "I heard that so-called ancient-century genius mother of yours ditched you and your useless dad to go to the Deep Space Academy." Long Outyin leaned closer, deliberately raising his voice, drawing the attention of passing students. "So how does it feel to be from a single-parent family? Would you like us to chip in some money for you and your dad as mental compensation?" His henchmen immediately burst into a cacophony of mocking laughter. The surrounding students cast sympathetic yet silent glances at Gu Chang'an. Previously, he would have likely swallowed his anger to avoid causing trouble for his father. But today was different. The awakened, mutated supreme bloodline granted him an unassailable pride. Gu Chang'an stopped in his tracks and slowly raised his head. His gaze was as cold as a block of ice from millennia past, fixated firmly on Long Aoshin's punchable face. "I will count to 3. Good dogs do not block the way. 1, 2. Long Outyin burst into laughter as if he had heard the biggest joke, abruptly tossing away his cigarette, but he grabbed Gu Chang'an by the collar, unleashing the aura of a peak martial artist. "You, a worthless piece of trash who isn't even a martial artist, dare to threaten me? Do you believe I will break your leg in front of the whole school today?" At the entrance of Blue Star's top high school, the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Long Outyin grasped Gu Chang'an's collar, unleashing his peak martial artist's violent blood aura without reservation. The surrounding students watching the commotion were forced to retreat repeatedly by this wave of energy, gasping in shock. "It's over. Long Xiao is serious this time. If this kid doesn't end up in the ICU today, he probably won't be able to leave the school gates." A few sycophants nearby exaggerated the situation, their faces squeezed together in laughter. "Brother Long, show him what you're made of. Let him know who truly reigns in this school." In the face of Long Aoshin's arrogant visage, mere inches away, spitting as he spoke, Gu Chang'an did not beg for mercy, as everyone expected. He didn't even attempt to pry Long Aoshin's hand away. The 16-year-old merely lowered his eyelids coldly, his gaze sweeping over the wrist that Long Outyin grasped at his chest. 3. Gu Chang'an's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. In that moment, the strand of mutated supreme bloodline that his father had forcibly awakened within him roared like an ancient behemoth awakened from slumber, a sound only he could hear. Damn! How dare you act tough when death is upon you? He'll cripple you today. Long Outyin was thoroughly enraged. He had been accustomed to bullying others in school, and he couldn't tolerate such blatant disregard. He abruptly released Gu Chang'an's collar, his right arm's muscles bulging dramatically. A layer of visible pale red aura enveloped his fist. Kneel before me. Long Outyin shouted, his heavy fist infused with the full power of a peak martial artist tore through the air, accompanied by a piercing whistle, striking ruthlessly towards Gu Chang'an's face. If that punch landed, a normal person's skull would undoubtedly shatter on the spot. Oh, don't look. Several timid female classmates screamed, covering their eyes. Just when everyone thought Gu Chang'an would spill blood on the spot, he moved. He neither retreated nor dodged, nor did he assume any of the flashy defensive stances common in Blue Star. He simply instinctively raised his right hand, then casually extended a single index finger. That motion was as nonchalant as picking out cabbage in a market. Seeking death. Long Aoshin's eyes darkened with cruelty at this sight. Using a single finger to receive the full force of his peak martial artist punch. This brat must have had his brain kicked by a mule. Bang! The fist and the finger collided in midair with no unnecessary flourishes. The anticipated scene of Gu Chang'an fracturing and spitting blood did not occur. Time seemed to freeze in that 1 second. Long Aoshin's sinister smile suddenly froze. He felt as if his fist hadn't struck a finger, but collided with an unshakable ancient divine mountain. The force strong enough to pierce steel disappeared without a trace upon contacting that slender index finger, like a mud cow entering the sea. Immediately after, an indescribably violent and terrifying recoil surged from Gu Chang'an's fingertip, flooding into Long Aoshin's right arm like a bursting dam. Crack! 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 The chilling sound of bones breaking filled the air. Long Aoshin's proud martial aura shattered, as if it were made of paper. The bones in his right hand, wrist, and forearm shattered inch by inch within a second, twisting into a grotesque "oh!" Long Outyin let out a shrill, inhuman scream, his face contorting in extreme agony. But this was far from over. A cold glint flashed in Gu Chang'an's eyes, and the extended index finger did not retreat, but rather pressed down gently. Just that gentle pressure. Boom! A deafening thud resounded like a meteor crashing to the ground. There were no dazzling visual effects, only pure, unadulterated violent pressure. The entrance, made of high-grade cement capable of withstanding explosions, was blasted open into a large pit by this terrifying bloodline pressure. Cracks like spider webs spread wildly in all directions. And Long Outyin, who had no time to react, was under everyone's gaze. Pushed straight into the shattered concrete ground by Gu Chang'an's single finger. The echo of the impact reverberated at the school gate. As the dust settled, Long Aoshin's hefty body, weighing 180 pounds, had completely disappeared into the ground, leaving only a terrified head caked in mud protruding from the pit like a buried radish. Blood streamed from the corners of his mouth, his eyes rolled back devoid of strength to scream, and he fainted completely. Silence. A deathly stillness. The once noisy school entrance now echoed, even the sound of a needle dropping to the ground. Everyone, including the boisterous sycophants, stood frozen as if they had been struck by a spell. They gaped, their eyes nearly bulging out, faces etched with disbelief and extreme terror. How could this? That was Long Outyin, ranked among the top 10 of the younger generation in the city, a peak martial artist. How could he be defeated by Gu Chang'an, who usually was considered a mere logistics waste, with a single finger pressed into the ground like a nail? Is this something a human can do? The few sycophants who had been shouting just moments ago, terrified, felt their legs go weak and fell to the ground in unison. A foul odor wafted from beneath them. Gu Chang'an withdrew his finger and glanced at his palm slightly. He knew that after his father had pressed 3 times on him last night, he had become stronger. But he never dreamed it would be to such an outrageous degree. Is this what his father meant by opening the Ren and Du meridians? Gulps. Someone swallowed hard, breaking the suffocating silence. The crowd erupted like a boiling pot. What the hell? Did I just see a peak martial artist being defeated with a single finger? Is Gu Chang'an pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? So cool. That Long Outyin usually bullies others, but today he finally kicked the steel plate. Amidst the incredulous exclamations, Gu Chang'an brushed the dust off his finger. He ignored the fallen Long Outyin and turned to look at the sycophants sprawled on the ground. His gaze was calm, yet it exuded an unapproachable pressure. Dig your master out of the ground and take him, Gu Chang'an said coldly. Yes, yes, yes. Please don't be angry, young Master Gu. We'll do it right away. The sycophant scrambled to the pit's edge using hands and feet to start digging. Gu Chang'an paid no heed to this farce, shouldering his backpack, and walked boldly into the campus under the awed gazes of all the faculty and students. Today he was not only here for school, but also to register for the Blue Star Martial Arts Tournament selection. Since that woman who abandoned them looked down on Blue Star and on his father, he would make a resounding name for himself on the Blue Star stage, making her realize how absurd her mistakes were. Meanwhile, at the Gu family villa 10 kilometers away from the school, Gu Xinghe had just coaxed his youngest daughter, Xinghe, to sleep. His phone suddenly vibrated wildly. Gu Xinghe answered the call, and on the other end was Zhao Wuji, the principal of Blue Star's top high school, roaring in exasperation. Gu Xinghe, how did you educate your son? He actually severely injured the school board's son Long Outyin and pressed him into the ground. You better come to the principal's office immediately, or I will expel him on the spot. Gu Xinghe casually hung up the phone, simultaneously adding Zhao Wuji's number to the blacklist. What kind of strays dare to meddle? This wretched school needs a new principal. He tossed his phone onto the coffee table and turned to prepare an apple for his little daughter. But when his gaze fell upon the sofa, his heart sank sharply. Gu Xinghe, who had just fallen asleep less than 5 minutes ago, was now curled up painfully on the genuine leather sofa. The little girl pressed her hands tightly against her chest, her originally rosy face instantly turning as pale as paper. She gasped for breath like a fish thrown onto the shore, desperate for water. Daddy, Xinghe, it hurts. A faint cry for help escaped her purple lips, beads of cold sweat dripping down her forehead. Gu Xing's expression turned grave in an instant as he stepped forward and carefully held his daughter in his arms. This was the onset of the congenital star's absolute vein. This was a terminal illness recognized by the medical community of Blue Star, a genetic defect inherited from the womb. In the past, whenever it occurred, Gu Xinghe and Mu Qingxue had to rush their child to the intensive care unit overnight, spending hundreds of thousands of star coins on the most expensive nutrient solution to barely pull their daughter back from the brink of death. During those times, Gu Xinghe sealed his own power and could only watch helplessly as his daughter suffered. Even when Mu Qingxue left, she used this illness as an excuse, claiming that they couldn't treat their daughter on Blue Star and that she had to go to the deep space to find a cure. What kind of nonsense is that? You just think this family is a burden. Gu Xinghe scoffed, a flicker of disdain for his ex-wife flashing in his eyes. He looked at his daughter writhing in pain in his arms, his heart aching. Xinghe, don't be afraid, Daddy is here, and you will never feel pain again. Gu Xinghe did not reach for the medicine or call for an ambulance. He took a deep breath, his eyes transforming into the vast, deep, golden, starry sky. Under the gaze of the Supreme Eye, the condition of Gu Xinghe's meridians was laid bare. Those fragile meridians resembled cracked, withered pipes, utterly incapable of bearing even the faintest spiritual energy from the universe. The slightest external energy stimulus would trigger excruciating cramps, ultimately leading to the complete rupture and death of the meridians. What kind of terminal illness is this? In the realm of the Supreme Deity, this is merely a few clogged blood vessels. Gu Xing's thoughts shifted as he summoned the purest and gentlest essence of the life laws from deep within his dantian. Even a mere hint of this law leaking into the universe could revive a dead star and grow towering tree. He lowered his head, his lips gently approaching the smooth center of Gu Xinghe's forehead. There were no elaborate gestures, nor any earth-shattering phenomena. Gu Xinghe merely blew lightly, tenderly, as he had done when blowing sand from his daughter's eyes. Whoosh! This breath, infused with the essence of supreme life laws, flowed like a gentle spring breeze, directly penetrating into the little girl's limbs and bones. A miracle occurred in a fraction of a second. Those withered, cracked stars' absolute veins, upon encountering this vital essence, transformed. Like parched earth welcoming life-giving rain, they greedily absorbed the essence, capable of reviving them. Crackle! Crackle! A faint cracking sound echoed within Gu Xinghe's body, but it was not the sound of meridians breaking, rather it was the sound of the shackles that had plagued her for 6 years being utterly crushed. The withered meridians visibly transformed into crystal-clear conduits brimming with vitality. They were even wider and more resilient than those of an ordinary person. The incurable disease that had troubled the medical community of Blue Star for a century was nothing but a joke in the face of the breath of the Supreme Ruler. Gu Xinghe's tightly furrowed brows relaxed in an instant. Her originally pale face quickly regained a rosy hue as if filled with blood. Her previously short breaths became long and steady. Huh. Gu Xinghe slowly opened her eyes, blinking her long eyelashes, somewhat dazed as she touched her chest. Daddy, it doesn't hurt anymore. And it feels warm in my belly like I've eaten a big piece of cotton candy. The little girl sat up from Gu Xinghe's arms and giggled. Even as her meridians opened up, she unconsciously swung her little fist. With a dull thud, the solid wooden coffee table cracked open with a seam from the impact of her tiny fist. Gu Xinghe reacted quickly, grabbing his daughter's hand to prevent her from demolishing the house. Alright, as long as it doesn't hurt. From now on, our Xinghe will be a healthy little superhero. Xinghe tousled his daughter's hair, letting out a long sigh of relief. Watching his daughter lively and bouncing, the 20 years of endurance and repression found its best recompense in that moment. What cosmic overlord, what max-level boss could compare to the genuine sweetness of his daughter's laughter? Daddy, I'm hungry. I want to eat that strawberry cake you bought last night. Xinghe wrapped her arms around Gu Xing's neck, acting cute. Sure, Daddy will get it for you right now. Xinghe pinched her nose and stood up to head towards the fridge. Everything felt so warm and peaceful, as if nothing in the world could disturb the bond between father and daughter. However, in the depths of space billions of light years away from Blue Star, Mu Qingxue's situation was starkly contrasting this warmth. At the No. 9 Servant Peak in the Spirit Beast Garden, it was the most horrid and lowly place of the Deep Space Academy. Dressed in tattered servant clothes, Mu Qingxue held a shovel in her hand covered in the excrement of void rhinos. The stench was 100 times more pungent than the sewers of Blue Star. She had been working here for 3 consecutive hours, once revered as a goddess, now reduced to the status of the most humble laborer, unable to even straighten her back. Hurry up. If you dawdle, do you want to starve in the Spirit Beast Garden? The overseer, a horned woman, mercilessly lashed Mu Qingxue's back with an iron whip. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as her flimsy clothes tore, a bloody whip mark appearing on Mu Qingxue's back. Mu Qingxue let out a miserable cry, collapsing directly into the foul pile. Her tears mixed with the mud that flowed into her mouth, tasting both salty and bitter. I'm sorry. I'll get to it right now. She didn't even dare to look back or glare. She could only scramble to pick up the shovel and continue working, because she knew that any resistance here would only result in harsher punishment. This was the so-called Starry Sea she had exchanged for abandoning her family and child. Just as Mu Qingxue gritted her teeth, preparing to push a cart of void rhino dung away, the door of the Spirit Beast Garden was suddenly kicked open. The pockmarked senior brother who had extorted her at the dock during the day walked in, with a few lackeys, a sinister smile creeping across his lips as he watched Mu Qingxue struggling in the dung. Oh, village girl, adapting quite quickly, huh? But your speed is too slow. Let me give you a little push. The pockmarked senior brother walked up to a massive iron cage. Inside was a rampaging interstellar saber-toothed tiger, its eyes bloodshot with lust. Instructor Lung specifically instructed that this beast hasn't been fed today. The pockmarked senior brother tossed a piece of raw meat at Mu Qingxue's feet, then, with a click, he unlocked the iron cage. Village girl, if you can survive from this saber-toothed tiger's mouth, you'll qualify to attend classes in the outer sect tomorrow. If you don't survive, this Spirit Beast Garden just happens to need fertilizer. The rampaging interstellar saber-toothed tiger roared as it pounced, a stench of blood filling the air. In that moment, Mu Qingxue activated all her survival instincts. She rolled and crawled away from the deadly bite, grabbing a shovel from the ground and fighting with the beast like a madwoman in the mud. By the time Lung Xiaoshuang came to inspect the next day, the saber-toothed tiger had been ground to death by her shovel. However, Mu Qingxue had lost too much blood and suffered a severe infection, collapsing in the dung heap for 3 full days. Dong, dong, dong. The cold bronze bell from the outer gate of the Deep Space Academy rang heavily. The annual brutal assessment of the outer gate officially began. Dragging her still weakened body, Mu Qingxue limped onto the No. 7 Xuanwu Rock Arena. Her servant outfit was worn and faded, still carrying a rancid odor that she couldn't wash away. This made her stand out among the surrounding glamorous Starry Academy students. Hey, have you heard? That's the native from Blue Star who even ate saber-toothed tiger dung to become famous. Tisk tisk, that's really something. But I heard she hasn't even awakened the power of the stars. Isn't she just asking for death? The whispers from the spectators pierced Mu Qingxue's heart like needles. But she did not back down. As long as I can win this assessment, I can break free from my identity as a servant. I must prove myself. Mu Qingxue bit her lip, fiercely drawing the low-quality iron sword she had just received, her eyes filled with a determination akin to burning bridges. Across the arena stood a young man dressed in the exclusive silver-trimmed attire of the Inner Gate, lazily picking at his nails. He was Zhao Lei, the top follower of the Inner Gate's first prodigy, Yi Chun, and a top 10 expert in the Outer Gate. Zhao Lei didn't even glance at Mu Qingxue, merely blowing dust from the crevices of his nails. Young Master Yi said you actually have some looks. If you kneel down now, bow 3 times, and serve young Master Yi in his chamber tonight, I might let you off today. His voice was not loud, but the spread of star energy made it clear for all to hear. A thunderous laughter erupted around the arena. Mu Qingxue trembled with fury, her knuckles turning white from exertion. You must be dreaming, she shouted angrily, igniting the martial artist's blood within her at that moment. This was the forbidden technique of Blue Star, the blood-burning art, which could unleash multiple times the power for a short time, but would severely damage the meridians afterward. She had no other choice. Meteor rushing to the moon kill. Mu Qingxue transformed into a shadow, her sword tip emitting a piercing sound as it aimed directly at Zhao Lei's throat. This strike poured all her dignity and yearning for the future. Oh, quite fierce. It's a pity that in the face of absolute power your struggle is as foolish as a clown dancing. Zhao Lei sneered. He didn't even draw his sword, just covered his right hand with a layer of faint blue star energy. Then as he focused on Mu Qingxue's sword edge, he casually flicked his finger. Clang. A crisp sound resonated. Mu Qingxue's deadly strike, fueled by the blood-burning art, collided with what felt like an ancient ice mountain. The low-quality iron sword wailed, shattering into dozens of pieces. The intense recoil shot through the sword handle into Mu Qingxue's arm. With a crack, her right arm dislocated, blood gushing out from her palm. Is that it? Too boring. Zhao Lei yawned, then slapped Mu Qingxue across the face. Smack! Mu Qingxue was sent flying, crashing heavily against the erased light curtain at the edge of the arena, and then slid down like a rag doll. Her mind went blank, and all she could hear was the buzzing in her ears. The gap was too vast to bring despair. Once-in-a century genius. With your trash qualifications, how dare you disgrace the Deep Space Academy? Zhao Lei walked step by step toward Mu Qingxue. He lifted his heavy combat boot and stomped down hard on Mu Qingxue's back. Cough. Mu Qingxue coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs staining the tiles beneath her. She struggled desperately, trying to prop herself up with her hands. But the star energy beneath Zhao Lei's foot felt like a mountain, making it hard for her to even breathe. Not convinced. You with no spirit root at all should consider yourself lucky to be alive in the academy. Zhao Lei mocked while exerting pressure with his foot. Crack. Crack. Mu Qingxue heard the sound of her ribs breaking, the excruciating pain almost causing her to faint. The audience erupted with thunderous cheers. In the Deep Space Academy, the law of the jungle was the only rule. No one would pity the weak. Trash is just trash. Lung Xiaoshuang stood on the high platform looking down at the scene with eyes filled with disdain and disappointment. She waved her hand casually. A light piece of parchment floated down like a falling leaf, landing right in front of Mu Qingxue, stained with blood. On it in bright red cinnabar were written the words "Final Observation Notice." Mu Qingxue, you have disappointed me too much. From today on, your qualification for the Outer Gate assessment is revoked. Continue to return to the Spirit Beast Garden to clean dung. If you still can't awaken the power of the stars next month, just roll out of the Deep Space Academy. This sentence pronounced Mu Qingxue's complete death sentence. Zhao Lei disgustedly wiped the blood from his shoes on her clothes, laughing as he walked down the arena. Little girl, remember young master, yes, room will be unlocked tonight. If you come to your senses, just crawl over. The crowd gradually dispersed. Only Mu Qingxue lay on the cold, bone-chilling Xuanwu rock arena like a dead dog. She clutched the light, fluttering notice of her expulsion, her nails digging deep into her flesh. Blood dripped onto the parchment from her fingers, a heart-wrenching sight. How could this happen? She was supposed to be the center of attention, standing at the pinnacle of the starry sky, looking down on all beings. Why had she fallen to a fate worse than that of a dog? The agony of her body and the extreme collapse of her spirit kept pulling her back and forth on the edge of life and death. Just as she was about to lose consciousness, she desperately closed her eyes. In her mind, the image of that man unexpectedly surfaced uncontrollably. The man who wore a yellowing apron cooking ginger tea for her in the kitchen. The man who always smiled and said, "If the sky falls, I will hold it up," shielding her from all storms. If she were on Blue Star, after such a serious injury, Xinghe would surely go crazy with heartache and would tightly hold her in his broad shoulders. Right. Xinghe. A tear slipped down Mu Qingxue's cheek, her voice so faint that only she could hear it. For the first time, she truly felt an emotion called regret. But that little bit of pitiful regret was instantly swallowed by the obsession and resentment deeper in her heart. No, I did nothing wrong. It's all because he was too useless, unable to provide me with better cultivation resources, that I ended up beneath someone else's foot. If he were as rich and powerful as Yi Chun, how could I have fallen to this point? Mu Qingxue cursed frantically in her heart. Just as she was about to fall into complete darkness, a rush of footsteps approached, followed by a pair of warm hands lifting her up. "Qingxue, are you okay?" A gentle male voice sounded in her ear. Mu Qingxue struggled to open her swollen eyes vaguely, seeing a young man dressed in servant clothing, yet looking exceptionally handsome and resolute. "Who are you?" Mu Qingxue weakly asked. "My name is Chu Feng, and I am also an Outer Gate servant." The young man skillfully stuffed a low-quality healing pill into Mu Qingxue's mouth, his eyes filled with a resilient empathy. "Don't speak, let me help you back. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one needn't worry about firewood. We will eventually have our day in the sun." Chu Feng carried Mu Qingxue on his back and quickly walked towards the Spirit Beast Garden. Mu Qingxue lay on this stranger's back, the medicinal effect spreading greatly, alleviating her pain. A flicker of hope unexpectedly ignited in her dead heart. And far away on Blue Star, in the Gu family villa, Gu Xinghe was combing his youngest daughter's hair. Suddenly achoo! Gu Xinghe let out a loud sneeze, rubbing his nose. Who is cursing me from behind in broad daylight? Gu Xinghe muttered. At that moment, Gu Chang'an, just back from school, burst through the door, running in with excitement. Dad, I passed the registration. Tomorrow I'm going to compete in the preliminary selection of the Blue Star Martial Arts Tournament. Gu Chang'an threw down his backpack and ran to Gu Xinghe. I just eliminated Long Out Yin with one finger at school, and the principal didn't dare to say a word. Dad, do you think I need to hold back tomorrow so I don't break the arena? Dad, for tomorrow's match, should I hold back a little so I don't punch straight through the arena platform? Gu Chang'an bounded around the living room like an overexcited monkey. Gu Xinghe paused mid-brush and shot his eldest son an exasperated glare. Hold back. If you're going, then fight as if your life depends on it. So long as no one dies, even if you tear a hole in the heavens themselves, I'll cover it all. Since that woman had scorned their family as worthless, let the entire launching continent witness true dimensional annihilation. Gu Chang'an's eyes lit up. He clenched his fist with fierce resolve. Got it. With those words from you, Dad, tomorrow, I'll make every so-called martial prodigy kneel and sing surrender. Watching his son brim with vibrant energy, Gu Xinghe nodded in quiet satisfaction. All right, enough gloating. You've got a match tomorrow. Go get a sharp, tidy haircut today. Come on. I'll take you both plus Siyue to Tony's barbershop at the corner. Father and sons, accompanied by little Siyue, strolled out the door, laughter trailing behind them. Yet at this tender moment, light years away, millions of light years beyond launching, the Deep Space Academy presented a starkly different tableau, the rear alley behind the outer sect's infirmary. This was the Academy's darkest, dampest corner, thick with the acrid stench of discarded medicinal residue. Mu Qingxue knelt upon rain-licked bluestone, her forehead pressed hard against the filthy ground. Please, Masterly, just one lowest-grade blood-replenishing pill, and I'll do anything you ask. Her voice rasped like shattered glass swallowed whole. Her broken ribs and shattered right arm, if left untreated, would cement her reputation as a true waste. Chu Feng stood nearby, fists clenched until his knuckles whitened, yet powerless to speak. His meager cultivation granted him not even the right to beg. Master Li, the infirmary's overseer, was a portly man with a distended belly. He rolled 2 jade balls idly in his palms, gazing down at Mu Qingxue with cruel amusement. Mu Qingxue, do you mistake the Deep Space Academy for a charity? A single low-grade blood-replenishing pill costs 10 outer sect merit points. What, pray tell, does a latrinous scrubbing menial like you have to trade? He crouched, his greasy fingers lifting her mud-streaked chin. Though, if you'd be willing to come to my quarters tonight, to give my legs a proper massage, perhaps I'd deign to grant you 1 pill. At this brazen insult, Mu Qingxue trembled violently. On launching, she had been the ice-pure campus beauty. Any disrespect met with Gu Xinghe's unrelenting fury, his fist-shattering teeth, without hesitation. Now she could only cower like a stray dog, enduring the lecherous advances of this bloated middle-aged man, just to survive. I'll clean the infirmary for 3 years, free of charge, please. She bit her lip until blood welled, clinging desperately to the last shreds of dignity. Spit, ungrateful wretch. A ripple of fat jiggled across Master Li's face as he drove his boot into her injured shoulder. A sharp crack echoed. Mu Qingxue tumbled head over heels, rolling several meters before collapsing. Fresh blood welled as her wounds split open anew, stealing her breath in a gasp of agony. Your so-called genius means less than wind passing through my nose. Scram back to launching while you still can. With a contemptuous snort, he spat thick phlegm into the muddy puddle beside her, then strode coldly into the infirmary. Mu Qingxue lay prostrate, staring at the glistening sputum, her pride pulverized into dust. Once more Gu Xinghe's face surged unbidden into her mind. Would she now be lounging on the sofa, savoring fruit washed by his hands, if they'd never parted? No, I will not yield. I refuse, absolutely refuse, to become his laughingstock. A silent feral scream tore through her soul. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she dragged herself upright and staggered toward the spirit beast garden like a wounded beast. She would shovel manure till her hands bled, before ever bowing her head to that good-for-nothing Gu Xinghe. Meanwhile, back on launching, Tony's barbershop blared deafening kitschy DJ music from its corner storefront. Gu Xinghe sat calmly in the barber's chair. Tony, the stylist, sporting electric yellow hair, twirled his scissors above Gu Xinghe's scalp. Brother, your hair is magnificent. Jet black, glossy, full of life. Want a membership card? Today only, 20% off. As he pitched, Tony's scissors danced with practiced ease. Gu Xinghe kept his eyes closed, resting. No card, just cut it short. Nothing flashy. Understood. Tony's scissors snapped shut with a crisp click. At that exact instant, a single 2-centimeter strand of sweat-dampened hair drifted from Gu Xinghe's temple. To Gu Xinghe's supreme divine body, such a hair was utterly insignificant, yet it carried, however faintly, the resonance of a sovereign's aura. The hair floated out through the barbershop's open glass door, caught aloft by an autumn breeze. The moment it severed contact with Gu Xinghe's body, its surface erupted with golden law-infused radiance, terrifying, absolute, transcendent. Like a celestial sword cleaving dimensions, it defied gravity and air resistance, alike surging skyward at speeds millions of times faster than light. Shoo! Lanqing's atmosphere tore open, a vacuum fissure stretching millions of miles across the sky. Meanwhile, far beyond the planet's orbit, a colossal asteroid, over 1,000 kilometers in diameter, had veered wildly from its course, hurtling toward Lanqing like a harbinger of extinction. Inside the Lanqing Federation Astronomical Observation Station, alarms shrieked in panicked unison. We're doomed. Doomed. Orbital railguns can't lock on. The station director slumped into his chair, staring helplessly at the holographic display, where the asteroid loomed ever larger. Less than 2 minutes remain. Impact will trigger total biospheric collapse. Scientists in the control room turned ashen. Some had already begun drafting farewell letters to their families. Just as despair settled like a shroud, the slender hair, drifting innocuously from the barbershop, struck the asteroid Hedon. VV, no cataclysmic blast, no deafening roar, only the profound absolute silence of ultimate cosmic law. In 1,000th of a second, upon contact, the asteroid, capable of obliterating Lanqing 10,000 times over, parted like warm butter beneath a red-hot blade. It disintegrated soundlessly, then dissolved entirely under the sovereign law's crushing force, reduced to interstellar dust finer than flour by many orders of magnitude. Not a single fist-sized fragment survived. Having expended its divine essence, the hair flared once, then vanished into the void as a fleeting streak of light. Back in the observatory, silence fell so deep a pin's fall would echo. The director rubbed his eyes, fiercely fixated on the empty holographic screen, utterly blank. What in the hell just happened? A young observer stammered, voice trembling. Sir, the asteroid, it's gone. Vanished into thin air. Impossible. Even a god descending wouldn't slice a 1,000-kilometer asteroid so cleanly. The director shook uncontrollably, torn between tears and hysterical laughter. Mu Qingxue's vaunted, peerless talent at the Deep Space Academy. Before that single drifting hair of Gu Xinghe's, it wasn't even worthy of mockery. Yet before the scientists could grasp the miracle, a new alarm pierced reality. Beep, beep, beep. Across every city on Lanqing, the Federation's highest-tier Crimson Defense alert blared. A shrieking apocalyptic siren signaling existential extraterrestrial invasion. Inside the barbershop, the thumping DJ music drowned instantly beneath the piercing wail. Gu Chang'an shot upright from the chair, face grim and focused. Dad, it's the level red alert. Could it be an alien armada has actually arrived? Boom. The deafening roar tore through the sky of blue star. The once clear and sunny heavens were now violently ripped apart by invisible giant hands. A dark red spatial rift stretching hundreds of thousands of meters long loomed like a massive blood-soaked cyclopes, casting a fearful gaze upon the terrified crowd below. Outside Tony's barbershop, the street was in chaos. Screams, the sounds of car crashes, and air raid sirens mixed together, piercing the eardrums. Gu Xinghe sat in the barber's chair, draped in a cape covered in hair, clippings glancing out the window. Tisk, even getting a haircut doesn't allow for peace. He frowned slightly. In midair, a swarm of interstellar beasts poured out from the rift, like a black torrent overwhelming the skies. They blotted out the sun. The entire city was instantly engulfed in a despairing gloom. Dad, that's the iron-armored beast swarm on the edge of the star abyss. We studied in textbooks that these beasts can't even be penetrated by laser cannons. Gu Chang'an clenched his fists, the joints cracking audibly. Having just awakened his bloodline, he was frustrated by the lack of a training ground, yet as he gazed at the monsters filling the sky, a spark of excitement flashed in his eyes. Stay put and don't go causing trouble. With the sky collapsing, someone tall needed to bear the weight. Gu Xinghe firmly grasped his son's shoulder, casually tearing off the barber's cape and shaking the hair clippings from his body. The someone tall he mentioned had already taken to the skies. Atop the Blue Star Federal Building, Governor Lei Ju and the goddess of war Su Honyao, along with the most elite martial masters and mecha troops, soared into the sky. All orbital defense cannons lock onto the beast rift. Fire at will. Lei Ju shouted furiously into the communicator. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of deep blue high-energy laser beams fell like a torrential downpour, striking the red rift with ferocity. However, a scene of despair unfolded before everyone's eyes. The laser beams capable of flattening mountains struck the leading beast commander, leaving not even a white mark. The beast commander stood 100 meters tall, its body covered in hard dark purple scales. It let out a sinister laugh, opened its blood-filled maw, and spewed forth a stream of black energy. Boom. Blue Star's proud near-Earth orbital defense line crumbled before this breath like a toy made of paper. In less than 3 minutes, hundreds of armed space stations were instantly vaporized. The aerial firepower network collapsed entirely, turning into burning debris that fell from the sky. This is not a battle of the same magnitude at all. Governor, let's retreat. A martial master, terrified to the core, turned to flee. Retreat, your mother's head. There are billions of citizens below. Where will you retreat to? Su Hongya cursed, her fiery red battle armor bursting with blinding light. Gripping a long spear, she transformed into a shooting star, hurtling towards the beast commander's eyes. A mere ant dares to resist. The beast commander spoke human words, its eyes filled with contempt. It didn't even bother to dodge, casually swinging its massive tail. Bang! Su Hongya barely saw the motion before she was struck fiercely by the barbed tail. The top-tier armor on her body shattered instantly, and she plummeted like a kite, with a severed string spraying blood from thousands of meters in the air. General Hongya, Lei Ju shouted in despair. The vanguard of the beast army let out bloodthirsty cheers like sharks catching the scent of blood, diving towards the defenseless city below. Despair completely enveloped this azure planet. Countless people knelt on the ground, closing their eyes, awaiting death, with some even having begun to write farewell letters in utter hopelessness. At this critical moment, above the upscale residential area of the Gu family villa, a grotesque giant beast, its size akin to a small mountain, locked its crimson eyes firmly onto the ground below. It flapped its enormous flesh wings, creating a piercing sound as it dove mercilessly towards the Gu family's rooftop. The corrosive acid dripping from its mouth had already turned the birds in midair into mere bones. At this life-and-death moment, Gu Xinghe, holding little Cue's hand, leisurely strolled into their yard with Gu Chang. Dad, look at the sky. That big monster is coming for our house. Gu Chang'an pointed at the increasingly larger shadow above, his muscles tensed, ready to strike at any moment. Don't panic. Gu Xinghe patted his son's head. He walked slowly to the open-air balcony on the second floor, feeling in his pocket, pulling out a crumpled cigarette and placing it between his lips. Snap! The lighter produced an orange flame, igniting the tobacco. Gu Xinghe took a deep breath, exhaling a grayish-white smoke ring. He rested his hands on the balcony railing, looking up at the menacing giant beast less than 100 meters from the roof. His gaze held no fear, only deep annoyance. A monstrous beast opened its enormous blood-red maw, releasing a strong stench of blood. Corrosive acidic liquid rained down like droplets, instantly melting the stainless steel of the security net atop the Gu family's roof. Roar! The deafening roar shook the glass of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor of the villa, causing it to buzz. In the living room on the sofa, Gu Xinghe, freshly bathed and dressed in a pink nightgown, turned over in her sleep. The little girl rubbed her eyes, and her originally sweet sleeping face twisted in anguish. Daddy, it's so noisy outside. Is it thunder? Gu Xinghe mumbled with a whimper, covering her ears as she was on the verge of being awakened. That tiny complaint in Gu Xinghe's ears was 1,000 times more jarring than any air raid siren. The little cotton-padded jacket he had just coaxed to sleep was about to be disturbed by these beasts. Can this be tolerated? Gu Xinghe stood on the balcony, neither dodging nor flinching. He took a deep drag from the cigarette in his mouth, the tip glowing with a flickering crimson flame. Dad, what are you dazing out for? Get inside now. Gu Chang'an shouted from the yard below, his eyes red with urgency, as the highest bloodline within him surged wildly. Even if I die today, I will bite off a piece of flesh from this beast. The 16-year-old boy roared, his legs bending as he prepared to launch himself like a cannonball to grapple with the monstrous creature. Stop showing off. Go back and watch your sister sleep. Gu Xing's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority that firmly settled in Gu Chang'an's ears. Gu Chang'an was taken aback, the strength he had just summoned dissipating like a burst balloon. He looked up incredulously, gazing at his father standing on the balcony. The gigantic beast in midair was now less than 30 meters away. In its eyes, which were larger than lanterns, a cruel, bloodthirsty light flickered. In its view, the tiny human on the balcony was hardly worth mention. However, Gu Xinghe did not even spare it. He simply lowered his right hand, which held the cigarette, from the railing. Then he raised it into the air. His index finger lightly rested on his thumb, facing the colossal interstellar beast that overshadowed him, to the horde of monsters swarming like locusts in the dark red pus-filled spatial rift. Casually, he flicked the gray-white ash from his fingertip. Tap. A barely perceptible sound echoed. That small piece of ash, tinged with a hint of sparks, did not fall, but instead floated in midair in a manner that defied all known physical laws of the universe. Immediately, time on Blue Star seemed to have been paused at that moment. The beast with its claws bared froze in midair, and the acidic liquid dripping from its mouth hung suspended. The distant army of alien beasts howling in the sky also came to a halt. Even the expanding spatial rift above seemed frozen, ceasing its tearing. The only thing still in motion was that minuscule spark. Buzz, a pure white light devoid of any impurities, suddenly erupted from that piece of ash. There was no deafening explosion, nor any flashy, glaring visual effects. It was a kind of ultimate silence belonging to the most primordial and pure essence of the universe. The white light instantly transformed into a transparent ripple. This ripple was as thin as a cicada's wings, seemingly gentle and harmless, yet it contained the supreme obliteration law that could strip away all dimensions. It surged outward at a horrifying speed, exceeding light by billions of times. Wherever the ripple passed, the ferocious beast that was merely 30 meters away from Xinghe did not even have time to let out a scream. Its massive body disintegrated in the air as if it had been erased by a powerful eraser from head to toe, silently vanishing. Bones, flesh, scales, even the imprint of its soul were obliterated cleanly at the molecular level the moment they touched the ripple. Not a single drop of blood was left behind. What the hell was that? Gu Chang'an stood in the yards. He thought his awakened bloodline was already abnormal, but his father's flick of ash had directly erased the monster. But this was just the beginning. The ripple seemed to have no end. It swept through the atmosphere of Blue Star, sweeping past the vanguard of alien beasts that had just wreaked havoc over the city. The alien beast leader, once arrogant and seemingly invulnerable to high-energy laser cannons, was instantly frozen in absolute fear the moment it made contact with the ripple. No, this is the... Before the alien beast leader could finish its words, its 100-meter-tall massive body instantly vaporized along with the millions of alien beasts behind it, turning into swirling dust. The ripple continued upwards, charging straight towards the dark red spatial rift stretching tens of thousands of meters. Sizzle. Like someone tearing off an ugly dogskin plaster. That rift, oozing with pus, closed and healed instantly under the white light's wash, leaving not a trace of its previous existence. The entire process took less than a second. The originally blood-red sky instantly returned to a clear blue. Sunshine once again bathed the land of Blue Star. Silence. A deathly stillness. The entire Blue Star, whether it was the civilians who had just been fleeing or the federal soldiers waiting in despair for death. Everyone dared not believe their eyes as they looked up at the pristine sky. What happened? Where are the monsters? Was that a divine being descending just now? The crowd that had narrowly escaped death froze for a few seconds before bursting into joyous celebration. Meanwhile, high above, the injured female war goddess, Su Hongye, who was plummeting, was caught by this gentle white light, slowly descending onto the rooftop of a building. She clutched the wound on her chest, staring blankly at the sky. As one of Blue Star's top combatants, she understood more than anyone how terrifying that force was. That is, a power that transcends the master level, even surpassing the star level. How could such a being exist hidden on Blue Star? Su Hongye's pale face was filled with shock and confusion. Meanwhile, outside Blue Star, all the advanced civilizations in the universe were plunged into unprecedented panic. For at the moment that white light swept across the atmosphere of Blue Star, all the celestial surveillance systems and quantum radars monitoring the Milky Way across the universe, all of them, in the same second, unable to handle the horrifying data that transcended dimensions, they fell into a frenzy of snowflakes, screens, and froze. In the intelligence center of the Deep Space Academy, hundreds of precise interstellar screens erupted with thick black smoke. The intelligence officer rushed into the closed-off chamber of Director Gu Tianxuan, terrified. Director, it's bad. An unexplainable energy fluctuation just erupted from Blue Star on the edge of the Milky Way, and all our monitoring networks are completely down. And the instigator of all this, Gu Xinghe. He looked with satisfaction at the clean sky of Blue Star. The cigarette had just finished burning. He extinguished the cigarette, but in the ashtray on the balcony. Turning, he pushed open the floor-to-ceiling windows, quietly returning to the living room. His little daughter, Gu Xinghe, turned over a sweet drool at the corner of her mouth, sleeping soundly. Gu Xinghe pulled over a thin blanket, gently covering the little girl's belly, his gaze so tender it seemed to draw water. These uncouth alien beasts, count yourselves lucky you ran fast, or I would have wiped you all out. He turned to see Gu Chang'an, still standing dazed in the yard, and lowered his voice. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go wash your hands, you smell like sweat from earlier. Be careful not to wake your sister. Gu Chang'an stood in the courtyard, dumbfounded, his head tilted back, mouth agape, as if he could fit a duck egg inside. Just a moment ago the sky was darkened by the monstrous army of beasts, claws bared and fangs glistening. In the next instant it was as if the scene had been wiped away with an eraser on a blackboard. There were no earth-shattering explosions, no gruesome displays of gore. Even the ferocious giant beast that had swooped down only 30 meters from their rooftop emitted not a single cry of lament before it completely vanished, turning into transparent air. Dad, what did you just do? Gu Chang'an rubbed his eyes, feeling as though his worldview was undergoing catastrophic upheaval. He knew his father had some skills that could help him clear his meridians. But to flick away a speck of ash and clear the sky of monsters, this was beyond the realm of martial arts. This was magic. Gu Xinghe closed the floor-to-ceiling window and approached his son, giving him a slap on the back of the head. What are you staring at? That was the latest nano-weather weapon of the Blue Star Federation, specifically designed to deal with such dense alien life forms. Gu Xinghe spoke nonchalantly. That flash just now was a high-energy particle beam in action. Your dad is just logistics, so I don't have that kind of power. Gu Chang'an rubbed the back of his head, looking at his dad with skepticism. Is that true? When did the Federation's technology become so impressive? Did they even seal that space rift? If you don't believe it, go ask Governor Lei Ju. Gu Xinghe pointed to the sky. All right, stop dawdling and go take a shower. You smell like sweat. Gu Chang'an had a million questions swirling in his mind, but his father's explanation seemed to have some semblance of reason. He walked into the house, looking back 3 times, muttering, "Why do I feel like that white light came from your hand?" Gu Xinghe ignored him and turned into the living room. His little sister Gu Xinghe rolled over on the sofa, kicking off the thin blanket, exposing her little belly. Gu Xing's expression softened instantly as he walked over to cover her with the blanket again, carefully tucking in the corners. Sleep well, little girl, no one can wake you. With the crisis on Blue Star averted, the Gu family's courtyard returned to tranquility. However, the world beyond Blue Star was already in chaos. Several dozen kilometers above Blue Star, Governor Lei Ju piloted a damaged mech hovering in the air. The martial arts masters beside him were all frozen in place, weapons raised, poised for battle. "Gee, Governor, what was that just now?" A master stuttered, his voice trembling like a sieve. Lei Ju did not answer. He stared intently at the now azure sky, breathing heavily. He had just witnessed that gentle white light sweep by, instantly vaporizing even the haughty alien beast leader into nothingness. That was no human weapon. I don't know. Lei Ju swallowed hard, cold sweat soaking his back. But I know that a deity beyond our comprehension intervened to save Blue Star. At that moment, the female war goddess Su Hongya, lowered by the white light onto the rooftop of a building, transmitted a weak voice through the communicator. Lei Ju, immediately seal off the information. Do not let anyone know the details of what just happened. There's a great terror on Blue Star. Su Hongya recalled the moment she was cradled by that force. The feeling of being stripped of all dimensions left even her, the war goddess, feeling profoundly powerless. Not just Blue Star. At the moment that white light erupted, the intelligence networks of major advanced civilizations across the universe were met with unprecedented disaster. The Life Ancient Tree Monitoring Network of the Elven Star Domain. The Central Processing Matrix of the Mechanical Race. The Celestial Eye of the Titan Empire. All devices used to monitor the galaxy emitted piercing alarm sounds simultaneously. Then they all turned into a screen full of snowflakes. Ding. Warning. Detected energy fluctuations exceeding the limits of cosmic laws. Ding. Data analysis failed. Logical deadlock. System crash imminent. The interstellar commanders across the universe shouted madly at the screens that had gone dark. Repair. Get it fixed immediately. Find out what exactly happened on Blue Star. In the Deep Space Academy in the Intelligence Center Hall, the most advanced intelligence hub in the universe, was now in utter chaos. Hundreds of enormous holographic screens displayed glaring red error texts. Several servers even emitted black smoke from overload. An intelligence officer drenched in sweat furiously typed on the keyboard, his fingers nearly sparking. Director, this isn't good. That energy is too terrifying. It directly erased the causality of that second. The intelligence officer turned to look at the gloomy Gu Tianxian standing behind him, his voice trembling with a hint of tears. The director of the Deep Space Academy, Gu Tianxuan, had a face so dark it seemed to drip water. Though he was a powerful being at the cosmic sovereign level, facing a force that could paralyze the entire universe's network, he felt a chilling dread permeate through his bones. Could it be that the hidden sovereign of Blue Star was throwing a tantrum again? Useless. What good are you all to me? Gu Tianxian smashed the central console with a slap, shouting angrily, "Mobilize all backup computing power. Even if we have to rewind time, extract that footage for me." Under Gu Tianxian's pressure, the intelligence personnel of the Deep Space Academy risked everything, even burning the essence blood of several elders, to activate the time reversal formation. A full 10 minutes passed. Amidst the piercing sound of electric currents, the largest holographic screen in the intelligence center flickered a few times. Finally, part of the footage was painstakingly restored. Director, we extracted it, but it was severely interfered with by energy. The footage is extremely blurry. The intelligence officer shouted excitedly. Gu Tianxian immediately fixated on the screen. The footage showed the torn sky over Blue Star. Though the screen was obscured by a thick layer of mosaic due to the interference, it still flickered with snowflakes. Yet one could vaguely see beneath the army of alien beasts on an inconspicuous balcony of Blue Star stood a blurry figure of a man. The man did not use any world-destroying spells. He simply raised his hand nonchalantly towards the sky, making a gesture as if flicking away ash. Immediately afterwards, the footage was engulfed by endless white light and once again plunged into darkness. Hiss! A gasp echoed through the intelligence center. Everyone was left stunned by the brief image of those few seconds, their scalps tingling. Flicking away ash. What in the universe is this joke? A flick of ash could annihilate a monstrous army capable of destroying star systems, and it also casually paralyzed the entire universe's surveillance network. Gu Tianxian's body trembled uncontrollably. He recognized the blurry balcony background as the position of the Gu family's villa on Blue Star. It really is him. The Sovereign Lord is truly living as a mortal on Blue Star. Gu Tianxian felt his legs weaken, nearly kneeling in front of everyone. He suddenly turned around and sternly ordered all intelligence personnel, classify this footage as the highest secret of the Deep Space Academy. Anyone who dares to leak a single word, they'll extract their soul and light the heaven lantern. Also immediately sync this footage to the big screen in the outer sect square so that those new outer sect disciples can see what true power is. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Gu Tianxian knew he must use the Sovereign's might to sternly remind those arrogant little brats in the academy. At this moment, in the outer sect square of the Deep Space Academy, the students who had just completed the brutal preliminary assessment were gathering in front of the big screen waiting for the final rankings to be announced. Mu Qingxue lay on Chu Feng's back, having just taken healing medicine, barely regaining a thread of consciousness. She weakly raised her head, gazing at the enormous holographic projection screen in the center of the square. Senior brother Chu Feng. Have the assessment rankings come out yet? Mu Qingxue's voice was as faint. The rankings have yet to be released, but I've heard that the Academy is about to announce a matter that will shake the entire... Mu Qingxue leaned against the cold stone pillar, gasping heavily. Her entire body was wrapped in bandages, resembling a mummy with hardly a trace of the Blue Star campus beauty she once was. A matter that will shake the entire universe. What does that have to do with us mere servants? Mu Qingxue let out a bitter smile, her eyes filled with despair. At that moment, the massive holographic projection screen towering 100 feet in the center of the square suddenly lit up with a blinding red light. The previously noisy outer gate square fell silent in an instant, where even a pin drop could be heard. Long Xiaoshuang and a group of outer gate instructors were not standing on the platform, but instead kneeling neatly beneath the screen. Every one of them wore expressions of fervor and reverence. All outer gate students, heed my command. Stand at attention. Long Xiaoshuang's voice became sharp with excitement. What you are about to witness is the only truth in the universe, the supreme miracle that descends upon the fringe star domain known as Blue Star. Upon hearing the words Blue Star, Mu Qingxue's pupils constricted suddenly. She instinctively straightened her posture, staring intently at the screen. Blue Star? Isn't that the place that the Deep Space Academy treats like a sewer? What kind of miracle could possibly emerge from there? The images on the screen began to flicker. Due to intense interference from the laws, the image was filled with static, resembling an old black and white television. Yet it was still possible to clearly see a dark red fissure spanning hundreds of thousands of meters across the sky. And from within surged a frenzied army of bizarre beasts from the Star Abyss. Hiss! It's the Star Abyss insect clan and the ironclad beast horde. A gasp of cold air erupted from the square. Chu Feng swallowed hard, his voice trembling. A beast tide of this scale would spell certain death, even for the inner disciples of our Deep Space Academy. Blue Star is doomed. Mu Qingxue's heart tightened violently. Blue Star is doomed. What about her parents? Although she despised that muddy pit, it was still the place she had lived for 20 years. But the next scene completely shattered the understanding of all present. The image suddenly zoomed in, focusing on the balcony of an ordinary villa. Due to the distortion of the laws, the camera could not clearly capture the man's face. It could only barely see a blurred silhouette of someone wearing casual clothes. He leaned one hand against the balcony railing. In the other hand, he casually held a burning cigarette, his posture radiating utmost relaxation. Faced with the swarm of beasts that could destroy galaxies, he neither drew his sword nor shouted in anger. He simply flicked the ash off the tip of his cigarette with indifference. Virum. The screen suddenly erupted with a blinding white light. Immediately after, the army of beasts on the screen along with that terrifying spatial fissure vanished, as if erased by an eraser, turning to ash in an instant. Silence. The entire outer gate square of the Deep Space Academy was engulfed in a minute-long silence. Is this the arrival of a deity? Someone's trembling voice broke the silence. Instantly the crowd erupted like a boiling pot. He extinguished the beast tide with a flick of ash. This must be a being of at least cosmic sovereign level. No wonder the instructors knelt to watch. This is a true god. A place as poor and remote as Blue Star actually harbors such a great terror. The outer gate students were so excited their faces turned red, as if witnessing a myth. Yet Mu Qingxue sitting in the corner of the steps resembled an ice sculpture struck by lightning. She stared fixedly at the blurred silhouette frozen on the screen. Her eyes did not blink, and her breathing had momentarily stopped. Something was amiss. Too amiss. That posture of holding a cigarette. The index and middle fingers slightly curved while the pinky habitually lifted. That lazy stance leaned against the railing, shoulders casually relaxed, exuding an air of indifference, as if the sky could fall, and he wouldn't care. And the railing's intricate designs of that villa balcony. That home where she had lived for 20 years on Blue Star, the balcony she stood on every morning with coffee in hand. No matter how she transformed, she would recognize it. Impossible. Mu Qingxue's lips drained of color as she trembled and uttered 3 words. She felt her mind must have been damaged by Zhao Lei. How could it be Gu Xinghe? The man she had scolded 1,000 times for being a freeloader, worthless, and failing even the martial artist assessment. The good for nothing who only spun around the kitchen and the children. Chu Feng, brother. Pinch me. I must be hallucinating. Mu Qingxue grabbed Chu Feng's arm tightly, her nails digging into his flesh. What's wrong, Qingxue junior sister? Chu Feng was startled by her. That silhouette. That silhouette. Mu Qingxue frantically shook her head, as if trying to shake off this absurd thought from her mind. He's just a waste logistical worker, he can't possibly have such power. Absolutely impossible. She gasped heavily, attempting to convince herself with logic. Yet her heart pounded like a drum, a sense of unprecedented panic and unease sprouting like wild grass in the depths of her heart. If by any chance that silhouette really is Gu Xinghe, what if he has always been a hidden deity among mortals while she treated him like trash and discarded him? No. The cost of that realization is too heavy enough to crush her soul to pieces. I must confirm. I must prove that it is not him. Mu Qingxue's hand trembled like someone with Parkinson's disease. She pulled out a shattered interstellar communicator she had taken with her when she left Blue Star. She had intended to use it to show off to Gu Xinghe after making a name for herself in deep space. At this moment, she inexplicably scrolled to a number she had blacklisted. That was Gu Xing's phone number. Her finger hovered over the dial key, trembling for a full half-minute before she pressed it decisively. Beep, beep, beep. The long wait tone struck Mu Qingxue's fragile nerves with each sound. Please pick up. Pick up the phone and prove you are merely a mortal, proving that you were nearly scared to death by the beasts. As long as you answer, I can relax. Just before the communication was about to be disconnected, the call went through. Hello. A familiar, deep voice devoid of any warmth came from the communicator. Mu Qingxue's heart jerked violently. She didn't even have time to say a word before tears began to fall without warning. Xinghe, did Blue Star just suffer a beast attack? Did you get hurt? Mu Qingxue didn't even realize that a hint of the humility she once despised had crept into her tone. However, the man on the other end of the communicator did not hesitate for even half a second. I'm not dead. Don't come crying at my grave. Don't call this number again. It's bad luck. Beep, beep, beep. The crisp and decisive disconnection echoed in Mu Qingxue's ears. She stared blankly at the hung-up communicator. Then she stubbornly dialed again. Sorry, the number you dialed has added you to the blacklist. The cold mechanical female voice completely severed Mu Qingxue's last shred of hope. Her hand fell weakly, and the communicator dropped onto the bluestone slab, shattering into pieces. He blacklisted me. Mu Qingxue muttered to herself. She raised her head, gazing despairingly at the silhouette on the screen that made the universe tremble with a wave. Then she recalled the calm tone from Gu Xing's phone call, one that seemed to view ants as insignificant. A chill shot up from the soles of her feet to the crown of her head. Chu Feng, brother. If I have just discarded a cosmic deity with my own hands, do you think I still have a chance to ask for his forgiveness? On Blue Star, in the kitchen of the Gu family's villa, Gu Xinghe was tying on an apron adorned with little bears, leisurely slicing potato shreds with a kitchen knife. His knife skills were rather careless, resulting in potato shreds that resembled French fries. However, there was no helping it. His eldest son, Gu Chang'an, stated he wanted to eat sour and spicy potato shreds, so as the father he had to do it himself. Just as he was about to cut the green peppers, his phone on the countertop vibrated. Buzz, buzz. The screen lit up, flashing 3 words: Mu Qingxue. Gu Xing's hand paused slightly, the knife's edge suspended in midair. Did this woman not set out to pursue her stars and ocean? Did she not fervently declare when she left that she would never contact him again, fearing she would be tainted by his mundane and impoverished aura? How is it that she is now slapping herself in the face? Gu Xinghe set down the knife, grabbed a paper towel to wipe his hands, and picked up the phone. If it had been before yesterday, seeing this name, there might have been a ripple in his heart. and he might have even been unable to resist wondering how she was faring in deep space. But now the moment he signed that breakup agreement, he had already tossed those 20 years of cohabitation along with her name into the trash. Ding-ling-ling. The phone stubbornly continued to ring. At the edge of the outer door square of the Deep Space Academy, Mu Qingxue tightly gripped the communicator, her knuckles turning white from the force. Her heart raced so fast it felt like it could shatter her already fractured ribs. Answer the phone. Please answer the phone. She prayed frantically in her mind. As long as Xinghe answered the phone, and she could hear his submissive, pitiful voice, she could prove that the deity on the screen capable of annihilating star systems with a wave of his hand could never be the man she abandoned. It was merely an absurd coincidence. She needed Xinghe's mediocrity to maintain the last shred of her pride. The blind sound on the other end of the communicator felt like a dull knife slicing through her fragile nerves. Sorry, the number you dialed is not being answered. Mu Qingxue took a deep breath, trembling fingers pressing the redial button again. In the kitchen, Xinghe looked at the screen that lit up again, a smirk of undisguised coldness curling at the corners of his mouth. He could even imagine Mu Qingxue's panicked expression. She probably recognized the balcony in the video played by the Deep Space Academy and felt uncertain, wanting to call to verify. Did she seek some comfort from him? Do you think you are the center of the universe? Does everyone owe it to you to indulge that ridiculous vanity of yours? Xinghe's eyes held no warmth whatsoever. He had no interest in pressing the answer button to listen to her ramble for even half a sentence. His thumb lightly swiped. With a snap, rejected. Then his fingers quickly tapped on the screen. Add this contact to the blacklist. Confirmed. The process was smooth and seamless. Xinghe casually tossed the phone aside, picked up the knife again, and chopped down hard on the green peppers on the cutting board. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of chopping resumed in the kitchen as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, on the square of the Deep Space Academy, Mu Qingxue listened with hope to the sounds coming from the communicator. Beep. Beep. Just as she thought the call was about to connect. Sorry, the user you dialed has been blacklisted. The cold mechanical system prompt sounded like a heavy hammer striking hard against Mu Qingxue's forehead. She was stunned. Her entire being felt drained of strength, collapsing onto the cold steps. Blacklisted. That man who once cradled her in his palms, even a slight furrow of her brow would cause him to feel heartache for ages. He actually wouldn't answer her call and directly blacklisted her. How could this be? Even if they broke up, didn't he care at all about whether she was hurt in deep space? Could he not have even a shred of reluctance or unwillingness to part? No, this isn't real. He must have accidentally pressed the wrong button, or he has no signal. Mu Qingxue desperately searched for excuses, yet tears uncontrollably swirled in her eyes. She could not accept the overwhelming sense of being completely abandoned. What terrified her even more was Xinghe's clean and decisive indifference, which was starkly different from the weak family cook, she remembered. Could it be? The deity on the screen really was him. If he truly is the sovereign, then I abandoned him. Mu Qingxue dared not think further. The suffocating regret coiled around her neck like a venomous snake. She abruptly turned her head to look at another female servant standing nearby, her face filled with worry as she watched her. That was Lin Xiaoyu, the only girl in the dormitory last night who did not ridicule her and even shared half a piece of dry food with her. Xiaoyu, lend me your communicator. Hurry. Mu Qingxue's voice was desperate, as if she had grasped a lie. Lin Xiaoyu was startled by her frantic appearance and quickly pulled out an old communicator from her pocket and handed it over. Sister Qingxue, please don't get too agitated. Your injuries haven't healed yet. Mu Qingxue could not hear her words at all. She snatched the communicator, her hands trembling violently, entering the memorized number after several attempts. Answer. Please answer quickly. Mu Qingxue pressed the communicator tightly against her ear, her eyes fixed on the blurred figure on the large screen, her lips bitten until they bled. On Blue Star, Xinghe had just plated the sliced potatoes and green peppers, preparing to stir-fry them. The phone screen lit up again. This time it was an unrecognized interstellar number with no note. This woman, does she not know when to stop? Xinghe sighed. He initially did not want to respond, but thinking that he was now someone of status, it would not do to keep avoiding her. Something still needed to be clarified face to completely crush her pitiful fantasies. Xinghe wiped his hands on the apron, picked up the phone, and pressed the answer button. Before he could say anything, Mu Qingxue's urgent, tearful voice, almost incoherent, came through the communicator. Xinghe, is it you, Xinghe? Please let me explain to you. I didn't mean to call you just now. Stop. Xinghe interrupted her weeping plea. He did not raise his voice, his tone as calm as a still pond. This placid calmness, devoid of any ripples, was even more despairing than a frenzied curse. Mu Qingxue, if I remember correctly, Xinghe looked at his two daughters playing in the mud outside the kitchen window, a mocking curve appearing at the corners of his mouth. The breakup agreement was thrust into my face by you in the middle of the night. It was you who said to sever all ties, to never meet again across mountains and rivers. Your voice came through the communicator clear and sharp like a knife edged with ice shards. What do you hope to achieve by calling me from a different number? Is the food at the Deep Space Academy too terrible and you want me to order takeout for you? Or do you mean to say that you can't make it out there and want to see if I have a recycling business here? Gu Xing's 3 consecutive questions struck Mu Qingxue like heavy hammers pounding mercilessly against her forehead. On the steps of the Deep Space Academy square, Mu Qingxue clutched the communicator tightly, her face turning as pale as paper. She never expected that the man who had once been obedient to her would speak so venomously. Xinghe, I didn't mean it like that. Mu Qingxue fought through the intense pain of her fractured ribs, struggling to make her voice sound pitiful and wronged. She attempted to awaken Gu Xing's past affections with the same tone she had used before. I just saw the live broadcast of the attack on Blue Star by alien beasts on the Academy's large screen. I was just too worried about you and the children. Mu Qingxue stammered, fabricating excuses as tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. That kind of monster can't even be pierced by high-energy laser cannons. You're not even a warrior. I'm afraid something will happen to you. You weren't hurt, were you? If this had happened previously, Gu Xinghe would have been so moved, he would have immediately sent her a large red envelope. But now Gu Xinghe only felt a wave of nausea. Oh, the sun has risen in the west. The proud prodigy of the Deep Space Academy actually has time to care about the fate of Blue Star. Gu Xinghe tossed the cleaned green peppers into the hot pan, and with a sizzling sound, smoke rose. He casually stirred with one hand, while his tone dripped with unyielding sarcasm. When you left, you didn't even spare a glance at the sleeping child, thinking it was a waste of time. Now why pretend to be a... Mu Qingxue was momentarily speechless, her chest feeling as if it were blocked by a mass of cotton, unable to draw breath. She gripped the nearby stone pillar tightly, her nails splitting. Xinghe, can you please stop speaking to me like that? I really am worried about you. Mu Qingxue's voice became sharper, filled with a mixture of indignation and embarrassment at being exposed. I just wanted to ask, what was that white light that eliminated the alien beast on Blue Star? Unable to contain her inner fear, she finally threw out the question she most wanted to ask. In that blurry video, was the man standing on the balcony really you? As she asked this question, Mu Qingxue felt her heart might stop. She bit her lip tightly, waiting for an answer that would either plunge her into complete despair or grant her total relief. In the kitchen, Gu Xinghe paused his stirring. He looked out at the clear sky, his gaze suddenly turning as cold as ice. So what if it was me? What if... Gu Xing's voice held no ripples, yet it exuded a chilling indifference that sent shivers down one's spine. Mu Qingxue, understand the situation. The breakup agreement was slapped on my face by you in the middle of the night, and it was your name that forced me to sign it. You said we would sever ties and cut off feelings, so why are you calling me now? Are you checking if I'm dead or alive? Gu Xing's words were like loud slaps, ruthlessly striking Mu Qingxue's face. Since you've gone to chase your stars, and see, don't look back at our muddy pond. Whether I am dead or alive, a god or a ghost, from the moment you stepped out of this house, I have nothing to do with you. Don't call me from this number again. Your feigned concern nauseates me. After saying this, Gu Xinghe didn't give Mu Qingxue any chance to retort. Smack. He directly pressed the hang-up button and casually added the unknown number to his blacklist. Beep. 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 The cold tone of silence returned through the communicator. On the steps of the Deep Space Academy square, Mu Qingxue stared blankly at the communicator, her entire being collapsing like a pile of mud. Disgusting. He actually called her concern disgusting. 20 years of emotions were discarded by him like a piece of worn-out clothing. What made her even more desperate was that although Gu Xinghe didn't directly admit it, his condescending attitude was evident. That kind of arrogance that looked down upon her, dismissing the need to explain at all, indirectly proved that the deity who had eradicated the galactic crisis with a mere finger was indeed him. What exactly? Have I given up? Mu Qingxue covered her face, breaking down in pain on the cold bluestone floor, tears mingling with blood staining the ground. She thought she had soared to the branches, but instead she had pushed a cosmic sovereign into someone else's embrace. Standing nearby, Lin Xiaoyu and Chu Feng exchanged glances as they looked at the sobbing Mu Qingxue, completely bewildered about what had just happened. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, Gu Xinghe served the stir-fried spicy and sour potato strips onto a plate and walked out of the kitchen with the dish. After completely tearing apart Mu Qingxue's facade, he felt as if even the air had become much fresher. Chang'an, see you, wash your hands and come eat. Gu Xinghe placed the dishes on the dining table and called upstairs. Coming, Dad. Gu Chang'an responded and ran down from upstairs, conveniently helping Gu Xiyue carry her small apron. The three of them sat around the dining table, enjoying their meal. Gu Chang'an's appetite was astonishing. He devoured 3 large bowls of rice and cleared the plate of potato strips. Dad, your cooking is incredible. But where's Nianxing? Why hasn't she come back yet? Gu Chang'an wiped his mouth and looked at the empty seat beside him, a bit puzzled. This girl usually craved her father's cooking, so why had she missed dinner today? Gu Xinghe picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks, raised his chin, and pointed at the huge holographic television on the wall of the living room. There she's over there. This girl said she was going to participate in some competition, insisting on bringing back a trophy as a toy. Gu Chang'an turned his attention to the screen. The holographic television was broadcasting the Blue Star Federation Middle School Mathematics, Physics, and Martial Arts Dual Subject Championship. This was the most prestigious competition on Blue Star. Those who could achieve a ranking would have a guaranteed place in the upper echelons of the federal government. At this moment, the competition had entered the most intense final stage. On the screen, a massive basalt arena floated in midair. Surrounding it were high-ranking educational officials, top scientists, and martial arts masters of the Federation. 15-year-old Gu Nianxing wore an old-school uniform that had faded from washing. With a ponytail and her hands in her pockets, she confidently walked onto the arena. Her opponent was the son of the city's richest man, a well-known child prodigy. The young man wore a high-end custom protective suit and held a shimmering laser sword, looking at Gu Nianxing with a face full of arrogance. "You're the Gu Nianxing from the Commoner District." The rich second generation scoffed, pointing his sword at her. "I heard you scored full marks in the written exam. What a pity. This is a dual subject competition, and martial arts accounts for 70% of the weight. I advise you to surrender directly, or you'll be crying when I beat you, running home to complain to your single dad." Gu Nianxing stood still, her hands still in her pockets. She tilted her head slightly, looking at the rich second generation as if he were an idiot. Crying. Gu Nianxing's lips curled into a wicked smile, strikingly similar to Gu Xing's. "With your sword-holding posture, my dog could do better than you. Stop wasting time. Are you ready to embarrass yourself in front of the entire Federation's live audience? How dare you? Kneel before me." The rich second-generation heir was furious, smoke almost billowing from his ears at Gu Nianxing's remark. "Even my dog is more standard than you," he shouted in anger, stepping onto the $1 million star energy combat boots, transforming into a fleeting shadow, raising his laser sword to slash towards Gu Nianxing's shoulder. If this blow landed, an ordinary person would definitely be bedridden for half a year. The judges were furrowing their brows, but none intervened. After all, this was a practical assessment. There were no rules in a fight. Gu Xinghe sat on the sofa at home, watching the television screen, casually munching on sunflower seeds while yawning with boredom. This guy's stance is as unstable as if he's walking on cotton. If Nianxing can't take him down in 3 seconds, she won't be allowed to watch cartoons tonight. On the television screen, Gu Nianxing faced the incoming laser sword without even blinking. Her right hand remained in her pocket, while her left hand casually lifted, slender fingers pinching together in the air. Ding! A crisp metallic clash echoed. The laser sword, claimed to be able to cut through composite armor, was firmly pinched by a 15-year-old girl using just 2 fingers. The high-energy laser on the blade didn't even scorch a bit of oil on her fingers. How is this possible? The rich heir's eyes nearly bulged out, his face flushed as he desperately pushed down. But the sword was as if welded to an ancient divine mountain, remaining completely still. "Too slow, your flaws are as numerous as a sieve." Gu Nianxing curled her lip, her tone full of disdain. "With your level, you wouldn't even qualify to cut potato strips in my dad's kitchen." After saying that, she exerted a slight force with her fingers. A crisp crack sounded. The expensive laser sword was directly snapped in two. Before the rich heir could react, Gu Nianxing followed up with a side kick, striking him squarely in the stomach with a bang. The rich heir didn't even have time to scream. He flew through the air like a broken sack, landing over 10 meters away, directly falling off the stage unconscious. Instant kill. The entire venue fell silent. Cough, cough. Practical assessment, Gu Nianxing wins. The chief examiner wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, stuttering as he announced the result. Who would have thought that a girl from a slum area could take down a top contender with a single move? Next, we will proceed to the theoretical and limits testing phase. The chief examiner took a deep breath and pressed the button on the holographic computer in front of him. A massive holographic screen displayed a dense array of mathematical equations filled with tens of thousands of variables. This is the Sklas cosmic orbit conjecture that has troubled our Blue Star Federation for 120 years. The chief examiner looked at Gu Nianxing on stage, his gaze carrying a hint of harshness. You have 3 hours to perform the deductions. As long as you can solve 10% of it, you'll receive full marks. Gu Nianxing glanced up at the screen. Having consumed the red bean porridge boiled with supreme divine fire by Gu Xinghe, every day her brain's development had already reached a divine level. To her, this so-called century-old problem was as childish and ridiculous as what is 1 + 1. 3 hours. Are you insulting my intelligence? Gu Nianxing rolled her eyes, walked to the answering platform, and picked up the electronic pen. Without thinking or drafting, her hand moved like a phantom, writing furiously on the light screen. Swish, swish, swish. In just 3 seconds, with a snap, she threw the electronic pen onto the table. By the way, you have a logic error in the data reference on the 3rd line of this question. Oh, I fixed it for you, no need to thank me. Gu Nianxing clapped her hands, looking completely at ease. On the judging panel, several elderly chief scientists of the Federation stared at her as if she were a madwoman. 3 seconds. Nonsense. This is simply ridiculous. An old professor enraged puffed his beard and glared, his hands trembling. This is a top-secret conjecture of the Federation. You are scribbling all over it. The old professor's words were cut off. Suddenly, the supercomputer beside them emitted a rapid series of beep-beep sounds. Alarm. Verification passed. Verification passed. This glass cosmic orbit conjecture has been perfectly solved, with an accuracy rate of 100%, and it corrected 3 fatal flaws in the original question. The mechanical announcement resonated throughout the venue. Clatter. The thermos cup in the old professor's hand fell to the ground and shattered. He stared at the solution steps on the big screen, which could be described as a work of art, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. The other judges were collectively frozen, feeling as if their worldview was being violently rubbed against the ground. 3 seconds. Solved a century-old problem. Is this something a human can accomplish? Is there a quantum computer in her head? Stop dawdling, what's the next step? Gu Nianxing impatiently tapped the table, interrupting the judge's shock. The next 10 minutes became the most insane and magical 10 minutes in the history of the Blue Star Federation competition. Strength test. Gu Nianxing approached the force monument that could withstand 100,000 gene of force. Without even circulating her blood and energy, she casually threw a punch. The force monument emitted a mournful cry of being unable to bear it, exploding into countless fragments. Speed test. The testing device didn't even capture her shadow, directly breaking down. Reaction time. 3,000 laser emitters fired simultaneously, and she walked back and forth with her eyes closed, not even grazing the hem of her clothes. In just 10 minutes, Gu Nianxing, in an absolute display of overwhelming superiority, shattered all 10 highest records set by geniuses over the past century in the Blue Star Federation like they were balloons. Moreover, each record was a complete landslide. The audience fell silent. Tens of thousands of spectators and hundreds of officials and judges felt as if their throats were being collectively squeezed. They gazed at the 15-year-old girl on stage, their eyes filled with pure fervor and awe. A miracle. This is the greatest miracle in tens of thousands of years on Blue Star. The chief examiner was so excited that tears streamed down his face as he rolled and crawled onto the stage. He held the purple gold trophy, representing the highest honor, with both hands trembling as he handed it to Gu Nianxing. Gu, you are the future of our Blue Star. Gu Nianxing received the trophy with one hand, scrunching her nose in disdain as she looked at it. This thing is quite heavy. It would make a great ashtray for my dad at home, she casually commented, and then turned around facing dozens of cameras broadcasting live across the universe. Click. Gu Nianxing raised the trophy proudly, lifting her chin and flashing a peace sign at the camera. Dad, I won. Tonight I want sweet and sour ribs. In the Gu family villa, Gu Xinghe watched his daughter's boastful demeanor on television and couldn't help but chuckle, scolding her lightly. This little girl acting all high and mighty for a broken iron cup. Fine, since you didn't embarrass me, I'll add a dish. At this moment, at the edge of the highest VIP viewing platform at the competition site, the strikingly well-dressed female military goddess, Su Hongye, was intently watching Gu Nianxing on the screen. Her breathing was somewhat hurried. Just moments ago, during the beast attack, she had witnessed the white light that saved Blue Star. After a secret investigation by the Federation military, the source of that white light was most likely in the neighborhood where Gu Xinghe lived. Combined with the terrifying talent Gu Nianxing was now demonstrating, which clearly did not belong to ordinary people, Su Hongye's keen intuition told her. That seemingly meek single dad, who had even been dumped by his wife, undoubtedly harbored a tremendous secret. Single dad, a hidden big shot. Su Hongye licked her alluring red lips, a glint of determination flashing in her phoenix eyes. Such a man, if I could take him home as my husband, it would be far more interesting than being a military goddess. She yanked off the military cloak draped over her shoulder and tossed it to the adjutant beside her. Cancel all upcoming military meetings, prepare the vehicle. The adjutant was taken aback. General, where are you going? Su Hongye turned around, her military boots making crisp sounds against the ground. To buy 2 pounds of ribs, and by the way, to meet my future 3 stepchildren. The military hover vehicle came to a steady halt in front of the Gu family villa. Su Hongye pushed open the car door, her military boots touching the ground. Today she was not wearing her imposing combat armor, but had instead changed into a sharp casual outfit, carrying a large bag filled with items. The meat of the deep-sea black dragon, the marrow supplement from the starry beast, and the latest limited edition lightsaber model. Su Hongye glanced at the items in her hands, nodding in satisfaction. These items could fetch astronomical prices on the black market, yet she brought them as a greeting gift without batting an eye. Taking a deep breath to calm her racing heart, she pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. Within seconds the door was pulled open. Gu Xinghe, wearing a yellowed teddy bear apron and holding a spatula, looked at the woman outside with a puzzled expression. General Su, what brings you here at this late hour? Gu Xinghe raised an eyebrow. Su Hongye did not act like a military deity. Instead, she smiled a little awkwardly. Mr. Gu Nianxing performed brilliantly in the competition today. I happened to pass by and decided to bring some things for the kids. Gu Xinghe glanced at the pile of valuable items in her hands, thinking to himself that her route must have been quite expensive. Come in, dinner is about to be served. He did not call her out on it, instead allowing her to enter. In Blue Star, aside from Wang Ponzi, Su Hongye was one of the few who had never looked down on him. Back when he pretended to be useless, Su Hongye had stood up for him a few times when Mu Qingxue publicly humiliated him. Gu Xinghe still remembered this favor. As soon as Su Hongye entered the house, she saw 3 children fighting over the remote control on the living room sofa. Hello, Aunt Hongye. Gu Chang'an and Gu Nianxing immediately straightened up and greeted her obediently. They were well aware of the military goddess renown in Blue Star. The 6-year-old Gu Xiyue blinked her big eyes curiously at the large bags Su Hongye was carrying. Kids, see what Annie brought for you. Su Hongye squatted down, spreading the items on the coffee table. The latest limited edition lightsaber Chang'an, this one is yours. A beauty supplement made from the marrow of the starry beast. Nianxing, it's good for your skin to drink more. As for Xiyue, this singing nebula teddy bear suits you the best. This was not merely gift-giving, it was precise aid. The 3 children stared wide-eyed. When Mu Qingxue was around, she constantly scolded Gu Xinghe for being useless and complained that the kids were holding her back. Let alone buying such expensive gifts, she usually didn't even show a smile. Now, with such a generous and spirited aunt suddenly appearing, the 3 children were instantly won over. Thank you, Aunt Hongye. You're so pretty. Gu Xiyue hugged the nebula teddy bear and planted a kiss on Su Hongye's heart melted from the little girl's kiss, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Alright, don't just focus on getting things. Go wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Gu Xinghe emerged from the kitchen carrying a plate of sweet and sour ribs, calling out. The atmosphere at the dining table was unprecedentedly harmonious. The ribs, cooked with the supreme divine fire, had an aroma that could make anyone's tongue tingle. Su Hongye was initially a bit reserved. But after taking a bite, her eyes widened in surprise, and she transformed into a voracious eater. As she devoured the food, she naturally picked up a piece of rib for Gu Xinghe. Xinghe, your culinary skills would suffice even as a chef in a 5-star interstellar hotel. Su Hongye praised with a smile. The way she called Xinghe flowed naturally, and even she didn't notice the intimacy in her tone. Gu Xinghe chewed on the rib and replied nonchalantly, I've just become skilled at it. It's not as exaggerated as you say. He looked up at Su Hongye. If memory served, in the 20 years he lived with Mu Qingxue, she had never once taken the initiative to serve him food. In her eyes, it was only natural for him to serve her. After dinner, the children understood and went to the living room to watch TV, leaving space for the 2 adults. Gu Xinghe was collecting the dishes when Su Hongye rolled up her sleeves and approached. I'll help you wash. You're a guest. It's unreasonable to make a guest wash the dishes. Gu Xinghe tried to push her away. Su Hongye, however, stubbornly snatched the dishcloth. Their hands brushed against each other unintentionally, and a faint blush appeared on Su Hongye's cheeks. But she did not retreat. Instead, she turned her head, her beautiful phoenix eyes fixed intently on Gu Xinghe. Xinghe, I've heard about Mu Qingxue going to deep space. Su Hongye's voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly in the quiet kitchen. She has no discerning eye for some nonsense about the stars and the sea. She abandoned a wonderful person like you and the kids. But I am different. Su Hongye set down the bowl in her hand, took a deep breath, as if making a monumental decision. I have secretly admired you for a long time. In the past, I didn't dare to say anything because of Mu Qingxue. Now that you're single, I'll just say it plainly. Su Hongye stared into Gu Xinghe's eyes, her gaze as firm as if she were making a military vow. I want to be your wife. I want to be a stepmother to Chang'an, Nianxing, and Xiyue. Although I, Su Hongye, am a rough person, I guarantee that as long as I'm around, no one will dare bully the 4 of you. This straightforward confession took Gu Xinghe by surprise. He was momentarily stunned, gazing at the military goddess before him, whose neck had turned red from her confession. In his mind, Mu Qingxue's frosty face, filled with disdain, involuntarily flashed by. One was high and mighty, feeling that even your breath was a burden to her, the so-called genius. The other was a high-ranking individual willing to roll up her sleeves to help you wash dishes and protect your family. Anyone with a clear mind would know how to choose. Being a stepmother isn't an easy job. These 3 little devils can be quite a handful. Gu Xinghe did not directly agree, but the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Besides, I'm just an unregistered logistics staff, and you, a federal military goddess, are willing to pursue me. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Upon hearing Gu Xinghe's lack of outright rejection, Su Hongye's eyes instantly lit up. Who dares to laugh at me? I'll tear their mouth apart. She boldly swung her fist. As long as you don't mind me wielding knives and guns every day, I'll take care of these 3 little devils. Just as this warm atmosphere was gradually heating up in the kitchen far away in deep space, at the Deep Space Academy, Mu Qingxue was limping her way towards the Spirit Beast Park. Her mood was at an all-time low. Just a moment ago, she had called Xinghe only to be met with ridicule and was ruthlessly blocked. What's so great about it? It's just relying on some unknown stroke of luck. Mu Qingxue gritted her teeth, inwardly cursing Xinghe. Only by doing so could she suppress the remorse that gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake. Just then a woman clad in lavish intersect attire suddenly blocked her path, with several followers. This was Mu Qingxue, a well-known green tea at the Deep Space Academy, and Mu Qingxue's sworn enemy since she first arrived. Oh, isn't this our ancient century, genius Mu Qingxue? Mu Qingxue covered her mouth and laughed exaggeratedly. What's wrong? Did you gain a sense of superiority from shoveling manure that you can't even walk properly? Mu Qingxue looked at her coldly, fists clenched. Good dogs don't block the way, move aside. Mu Qingxue not only did not step aside, but took a step forward instead. She waved a holographic projector in her hand, her face filled with schadenfreude. Don't be in such a hurry to leave, country bumpkin. I just happened to get my hands on the latest gossip photo from Blue Star. Guess who your ex-boyfriend, whom you tossed aside like trash, is now holding? The holographic projector flickered with blue light. The image magnified in the air, so clear that even the smile at the corner of Gu Xing's mouth was unmistakable. It was the kitchen of the Gu family's small courtyard. Su Hongye was dressed in casual home clothes, tying on the little bare apron that originally belonged to Mu. She was lowering her head, washing dishes with Gu Xinghe, their shoulders brushing against each other, a shy, yet happy blush gracing Su Hongye's face. In the living room, three children were bouncing with their new toys, affectionately calling out Aunt Hongye. Mu Qingxue crossed her arms, laughing so hard that her delicate frame shook, her bright red nail polish almost poking Mu Qingxue's nose. The man you discarded as trash has been picked up by the untouchable goddess of war of Blue Star. Su Hongye is a top figure in the Blue Star Federation. Even the governor must show her respect. Look at yourself again. Mu Qingxue fixed her gaze on the photo, feeling a buzzing in her ears as all surrounding laughter faded. The warm scene in the photo tugged at her heart like a rusty saw harshly scraping at her soul. How could this? She had thought that with Gu Xinghe leaving her, he would surely be heartbroken, drowning his sorrows in alcohol and struggling in the mud with their three children. But what was reality? That man not only wasn't dejected, but had also found a woman more powerful, more beautiful, and even more willing to humble herself to win over the children. Moreover, judging by Gu Xing's gentle gaze, it seemed he had long since cast aside his former girlfriend of 20 years. No, this is impossible. At that moment, a void opened up within her. It felt as if the greatest certainty and pride she once held was effortlessly torn to shreds by someone else. Do you feel it is quite sad? Mu Qingxue stored the projector, ruthlessly rubbing salt into the wound. I heard that the war goddess, Su, has publicly stated she will be a stepmother to those three children. Your own flesh and blood will have to call another woman mom in the future. What a huge joke. Did you think you had turned into a phoenix after flying up the branches? In fact, you are a complete fool. Mu Qingxue's nails dug deep into her flesh, blood seeping from her palms, yet she felt no pain. The anguish in her heart had completely engulfed her. If she hadn't initiated the breakup, then the woman in the photo wearing an apron and being gently gazed at by a man should have been her. I was not wrong. I only sought the Tao. Mu Qingxue stumbled to a remote training ground at the outer gate, pulling out a cheap chipped iron sword. Only by becoming stronger, only by trampling everyone underfoot, could she prove that her choice was correct. To prove that Gu Xing's choice of Su Hongye was merely a sad substitute. Meteor rush. With a roar, Mu Qingxue swung the iron sword, but her mind was in chaos. The image of Su Hongye and Gu Xinghe washing dishes side by side flooding her thoughts. Clang. Due to unstable energy flow, her wrist trembled. The iron sword slipped from her hand and crashed onto the distant basalt, bouncing away. Waste. A cold, piercing voice suddenly rang out at the edge of the training ground. Mu Qingxue stiffened and turned her head sharply. Cold Xiaoshuang, the mentor from the outer gate of Deep Space Academy, stood with her hands behind her back, looking at her expressionlessly. You can't even hold a sword steadily. What do you expect to cultivate in martial arts? I was truly blind to think you had some sharpness. That's why I made an exception to bring you from Blue Star. Cold Xiaoshuang snorted coldly, a pressure of stellar level emanating instantly, forcing Mu Qingxue. Look at what you've become. Beaten like a dead dog by an inner disciple, now you look as if you've lost your soul. With this kind of uselessness, do you even deserve to be called an ancient century genius from Blue Star? Mu Qingxue knelt on the ground, her tears mixing with sweat as they fell onto the tiles. Mentor, I can change. I just got a little hurt. Ooh, I will prove myself. She desperately bowed her head, pleading for mercy. It's too late. Cold Xiaoshuang kicked her aside, as if discarding a bag of rotten garbage. The outer gate does not raise waste. The notice for observation has already been given to you, but I don't even want to wait this month. Since Blue Star can produce such so-called geniuses, it proves that the place still has some fortune. You are eliminated. I will personally go to Blue Star to find a truly gifted person to take your place. Mu Qingxue suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with terror. Mentor, please. Please give me another chance. Cold Xiaoshuang ignored her pleas. If I remember correctly, you mentioned you have an elder son named Guchang. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Cold Xiaoshuang's mouth. With a physique like yours, your son might have even better mutated talents. I will go to Blue Star right away and bring him back. As for you, just go and shovel dung for the rest of your life. Afterward, Cold Xiaoshuang transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the horizon, leaving Mu Qingxue alone sprawled on the cold training ground, crying out in despair. Blue Star. Morning sunlight bathed the Gu family courtyard. Gu Xinghe was lounging in a rocking chair in the courtyard, leisurely sipping tea. The big black dog lay at his feet, gnawing on a piece of alien beast bone, making a crunching sound. Dad, I'm heading out. The violent gusts of wind toppled a large number of pedestrians around. I am the mentor of the Deep Space Academy, Lung Xiaoshuang. Kid, you're lucky. I have decided to make an exception and take you as my disciple. She lifted her chin as if bestowing a great favor. Now kneel down and bow your head and come with me to the Deep Space Academy. The surrounding pedestrians, still recovering from their shock, gasped at the mention of Deep Space Academy. That is a sacred place of martial arts that countless warriors have tried to enter. This woman who suddenly descended from the sky actually wants to take Gu Chang on as her disciple. It was like a pie falling from the sky, directly landing in his mouth. However, Gu Chang'an did not kneel down in gratitude as Lung Xiaoshuang had anticipated. He didn't even blink, looking at Lung Xiaoshuang with a gaze that suggested she was insane. Deep Space Academy. Gu Chang'an brushed off the dust from his clothes, his tone dripping with unmasked disdain. That woman who abandoned us must have gone to that so-called academy, right? He scoffed coldly. Tell her back home that her precious garbage means nothing to me. A good dog does not block the way. Step aside, I still need to attend the competition. With that, Gu Chang'an directly bypassed Lung Xiaoshuang and strode forward. This left Lung Xiaoshuang stunned. In the deep space star field, as long as Lung Xiaoshuang said she would take a disciple, the geniuses from major sects would fight to seize that opportunity. Today, in a blue star that could not even be counted as cosmic dust, she was rejected publicly by an indigenous boy. And he even called her a dog. You are audacious. Lung Xiaoshuang's expression darkened instantly, and the fury in her eyes seemed capable of igniting the air. You, an ant from Blue Star, what do you understand about the Deep Space Academy? Do you understand what the vastness of the stars and oceans means? She abruptly turned around, pointing at Gu Chang'an's back. You think that just because you've awakened a mutated bloodline you can walk arrogantly on Blue Star? In my eyes, you are merely a slightly stronger insect. Today I will show you what power you could never reach. And Lung Xiaoshuang had no intention of wasting more words. She aimed to suppress this arrogant brat with absolute power, forcing him to kneel and acknowledge her as his master. Boom. A terrifying pressure belonging to a star-level powerhouse descended upon Gu Chang'an like a solidified Mount Tai. The surrounding road was instantly covered with cracks resembling a spider web, and the streetlight poles were bent under this aura. The pedestrians fled to the street corner in fear, trembling as they watched the scene. Kneel before me. Lung Xiaoshuang shouted sternly, increasing the output of her pressure. She wanted to see Gu Chang'an kneeling, breaking his pride. However, at the center of the star-level pressure, Gu Chang'an's body merely swayed slightly. The supreme bloodline within him seemed to sense the provocation, instantly boiling with power. A surge of violent golden blood chi erupted from his pores, forcefully resisting Lung Xiaoshuang's pressure. With this level of skill, you think you can make me kneel? Gu Chang'an slowly turned around, his eyes fiercely locked on Lung Xiaoshuang, a proud sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. My dad said that a man's knees hold gold. What are you to make me kneel? Even though he was pressed to the point of bones creaking, Gu Chang'an's back remained straight, refusing to bend even a fraction. A flicker of shock passed through Lung Xiaoshuang's eyes. She was a star-level powerhouse. Even if she released only 1/10 of her pressure, it could reduce a martial arts master to pulp. This boy, relying on his recently awakened bloodline, managed to withstand it. What kind of perverse bloodline is this? Joy and anger intertwined within Lung Xiaoshuang's heart. The more this boy defied the heavens, the more she wanted to take him as her disciple. As long as she brought him back to the Deep Space Academy, she could definitely ascend to the position of an intersect elder with this disciple. Your bones are quite tough. Let's see how long you can endure. Lung Xiaoshuang chuckled coldly, no longer holding back. She raised her right hand and pressed down in the air. Stars reverse restrain. This time it was the full force pressure of a star-level powerhouse. The terrifying gravitational laws instantly enveloped a radius of 100 meters, and the air even emitted a sound of sonic boom under the unbearable weight. Gu Chang'an felt a heavy burden on his shoulders, as if two mountains were pressing down on him simultaneously. Crack! The concrete beneath his feet shattered, and his legs buckled sharply. But he gritted his teeth, even blood seeping from the corners of his eyes, still holding on, stubbornly refusing to kneel. Not kneeling. Then I will break your legs and drag you back to the Deep Space Academy. Lung Qiushuang lost her patience, her eyes flashing with ruthlessness. She formed her fingers into a sword, and a chilling sword aura of starlight condensed at her fingertips, heading straight for Gu Chang'an's kneecap. Just as this sword aura was about to strike Gu Chang'an at the moment, he was preparing to retaliate with all his might less than 10 meters away from them. The old paint-chipped iron gate of the Gu family courtyard creaked open from inside. Following that, a man wearing a faded bear apron and flip-flops slowly walked out. Gu Xinghe was holding a cup of freshly brewed green tea steaming hot. He didn't even glance at the starlight sword aura capable of slicing through an aircraft carrier. He simply furrowed his brows in mild impatience. Early in the morning, who is throwing garbage at my doorstep? As Gu Xinghe spoke, he casually lifted his foot. Without even looking at Lung Qiushuang, he lightly kicked the sharp starlight sword aura with his foot clad in, as if he were kicking aside a small stone in the road. Bang! A dull sound echoed. The sword aura fully condensed by the star-level powerhouse. Upon contact with Gu Xing's flip-flop, it shattered like a fragile glass bubble, exploding into countless light points. It completely dissipated in the air. Not even a single hair on the back of Gu Xing's foot was harmed. The scene fell into dead silence. Lung Qiushuang remained frozen in midair, her fingers still poised like a sword. She stared incredulously at the man in the apron, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. How could this be possible? That was her full-powered strike. Even an interstellar frigate would be cut in half here. This man actually shattered it with a broken flip-flop. Not only Lung Qiushuang, but even Gu Chang'an, who was pressed under the pressure, was dumbfounded. He knew his dad was strong, able to pin bullies down with a single finger, and could help him open his meridians. But he never imagined that his dad could be this ridiculously strong. That was the sword aura of a star-level powerhouse. Dad. Gu Chang'an swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. Gu Xinghe blew on the steam rising from the teacup and took a slow sip. Only then did he leisurely lift his eyelids to look at Lung Qiushuang in midair. You are a mentor of the Deep Space Academy. Gu Xing's tone was calm, devoid of any ripples. But to Lung Qiushuang it felt as if an invisible, terrifying hand was gripping her heart tightly. She suppressed the fear within her and shouted fiercely, Who are you? I am a mentor of the Deep Space Academy. If you dare to obstruct me from taking a disciple, you are making an enemy of the entire Deep Space Academy. Making an enemy of the Deep Space Academy. Gu Xinghe laughed. He shook his head, looking at Lung Qiushuang as if she were a clown. You are not worthy. I just heard you say you want to break my son's legs. Gu Xinghe placed the teacup on the iron gate of the courtyard. He slowly turned his head, and deep within his pitch-black pupils, faint golden rivers of stars seemed to collapse. Then I will break all your bones, and see if your precious Deep Space Academy dares to let out a peep. Break every bone in my body. Cold Qiushuang hovered midair as if she had just heard the most absurd joke in the cosmos, bursting into unrestrained laughter. Moments earlier, Gu Xinghe's act of shattering a sword aura with a slipper had indeed sent a jolt of cold sweat down her spine. Yet she swiftly conjured a rational explanation for herself. That sword aura had simply exhausted its energy, piercing through the atmosphere, leaving it nothing more than a spent arrow at its final breath. A native born and raised on launching, a realm long stripped of spiritual energy. Even a hidden master could rise no higher than the peak of Grandmaster cultivation. How could such a being possibly compare to her, a stellar-tier sovereign from the Deep Space Academy? You must be Gu Chang'an's father. Cold Qiushuang ceased laughing, gazing down with undisguised contempt upon Gu Xinghe, who stood clad in a bear-patterned apron. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Do you truly believe brute strength alone can defy the will of the Deep Space Academy? She pointed at Gu Chang'an, her tone dripping with condescending magnanimity. Your son bears a mutated bloodline. Left to rot on this garbage heap of a world, his potential would wither beyond redemption. I am taking him as my disciple and leading him into the starlit void. This is a blessing your entire family has spent 8 lifetimes cultivating. Arms crossed, Cold Qiushuang loomed over Gu Xinghe, her posture one of supreme disdain. If you possess even a shred of wisdom, kneel now and express your gratitude. Out of mercy, for having sired such an exceptional son, I shall spare your life for the insolence you've shown me moments ago. Gu Chang'an stood silently nearby, his lungs burning with fury as he listened to this woman hurling insults, insect trash, with casual cruelty. Nonsense. Who do you think you are, demanding my father kneel before you? He strained violently to rise, but remained pinned under her gravitational domain. Gu Xinghe did not even lift his head. He merely watched motionless as the tea leaves in his freshly brewed green tea spiraled slowly downwards, settling quietly at the bottom of the cup. You talk far too much, woman. Gu Xinghe sighed softly. His voice carried no emotion, flat, uninflected, as though addressing a stray dog by the roadside. I already granted you a chance. Since you chose to spurn grace, do not blame me for what follows. At last Gu Xinghe lifted his gaze, calm, detached, his eyes settling upon cold Xiao Shuang. Leave. His lips parted barely a fraction. Just one word, light as drifting mist. No martial aura flared. No celestial omen stirred. Yet the instant that single syllable left his mouth, cold Xiao Shuang's vaunted stellar tear pressure shattered like a soap bubble pierced by a white-hot needle. Pop, utterly annihilated. The suffocating gravity that had gripped the air vanished without trace. Gu Chang'an felt sudden weightlessness and nearly collapsed forward. And hovering midair, cold Xiao Shuang plunged into the most horrifying nightmare of her existence. She never saw Gu Xinghe move. She only sensed an indescribable force, transcending cosmic law itself, rushing inward along that single word, crashing directly into the core of her soul. Crack, 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 crack. A rapid, sickening cascade of bone fractures erupted within her body. Her stellar Tao bones, tempered by stellar energies impervious even to laser cannons, now crumbled like brittle snack crackers, shattering inch by inch. Pooh! Her eyes bulged violently outward as a torrent of blood, laced with pulverized viscera, erupted from her mouth like a crimson geyser. Blood streamed from all 7 orifices. No, impossible. Who are you? Despair screamed inside her mind, but not a single sound escaped her lips. That force was too absolute. It sealed every sense, every nerve. She was like a gnat struck heat-in by a starship hurtling at light speed. Her body snapped backward like a severed marionette, carving a long crimson arc across the sky before boom, boom, boom. She blasted straight through 3 derelict buildings before slamming into the streets far and hundreds of meters away. The impact gouged a crater over 10 meters deep, dust and debris exploding skyward. Gu Chang'an stood frozen in the courtyard, staring blankly at the linear path of devastation carved through the ruins. He swallowed hard, then turned to his father, eyes shimmering with pure, unadulterated awe. Dad, how did you do that? One word, and you obliterated a stellar tier sovereign. His voice trembled with exhilaration. What martial art was that? Lion's roar technique. Teach me, please. Gu Xinghe lifted his teacup, gently blew across its surface, and took a slow sip. Lion's roar. That's just me speaking loudly. He dismissed it with idle nonchalance. To a cosmic sovereign, subduing such a being, one not even worthy of the title insect, required not even a flicker of divine awareness. With a mere glance, he could erase the Deep Space Academy from the star charts forever. As Gu Xinghe turned to re-enter the house, a light, crisp patter of footsteps echoed from within the gate. Daddy, big brother, what are you doing outside? Little Gu Xinghe shuffled out in fuzzy slippers, clutching a half-eaten apple, her curiosity bright and unguarded. Still drowsy from her afternoon nap, her hair tousled and wild, she stepped toward the gate. Just as the violent shockwave from cold Xiao Shuang's impact hundreds of meters away swept in, carrying a storm of dust and grit. Whoosh! A mischievous gust snatched the apple from her tiny hand and sent it tumbling onto the ground. It rolled twice, then lay coated in grime. The little girl froze. She stared first at her empty palm, then at the filthy apple lying in the dirt, her wide round eyes instantly brimming with tears. Wah! My apple! Her lower lip quivered, then burst into full, heart-wrenching sobs. Pure, unfiltered sorrow. Gu Xinghe's heart clenched. He set down his teacup and rushed forward in 3 swift strides, sweeping his daughter into his arms. Shasiua, don't cry, don't cry. The apple's dirty, Daddy will peel you a fresh one. He clumsily wiped her tears while murmuring gentle reassurances. But the little girl was clearly suffering from post-nap crankiness, and the loss of her beloved snack sent her sobbing uncontrollably. No, I want that apple. Wah! Hearing her grief-stricken cries, the tenderness vanished from Gu Xinghe's face, replaced by an ancient, unmelting frost. He turned his head slowly, gazing toward the massive crater hundreds of meters away. His eyes held the cold stillness of a corpse long since turned to ice. At the crater's depths, cold Xiao Shuang writhed feebly. 80% of her bones shattered, her cultivation utterly scattered, clinging desperately to the barest thread of life. Trembling, she fumbled for a stellar teleportation talisman, preparing to flee back to the Deep Space Academy for salvation. If she survived, she would beg the Dean to scour this accursed launching from existence. The moment she crushed the talisman, Gu Xinghe's voice cut through the distance, freezing time itself, icy, absolute, and unmistakably clear in her ear. You made my daughter cry. Then the Deep Space Academy has no further reason to exist. Wow. Gu Xinghe opened her little mouth, tears streaming down like pearls that had fallen from a broken string. The orange-flavored lollipop rolled into a mud puddle covered in a thick layer of black sand. The little girl sniffled, her chubby hands rubbing her red eyes, smudging her fair face like a little calico cat. Gu Xinghe's mind buzzed. His heart felt as if it had been pulled back and forth by a dull saw, causing his breath to momentarily hitch. The cup of hot tea he had been holding slipped from his grasp and crashed onto the concrete floor with a thud. Ceramic shards scattered everywhere, and the warm tea mixed with the dirt, emitting a faint, bitter scent. Gu Xinghe glanced down at the sharp porcelain shards by his feet, finding them bothersome, and kicked them directly into the bushes. He didn't even mind that the soles of his slippers were muddy as he took a few strides down the steps and scooped the little cotton-padded jacket into his arms. "Oh dear, don't cry, Siyue. Let's stop crying." Gu Xinghe gently supported his daughter's head with one large hand, while the other fumbled through his pockets, trying to find a tissue. "That candy fell on the ground, and is dirty. Eating it will give you a stomachache." Dad, let's change into some clean clothes in a bit, and go to Old Wang's supermarket at the end of the alley to buy a bigger one, a whole box, okay?" The little girl wiped her snot and tears on Gu Xinghe's worn-out bare apron, hiccuping loudly. "No, I want that one. The delicious one." Hearing his daughter's pitiful crying, Gu Xinghe tightened his embrace. A chill like a cold blade spread silently from beneath his feet, creeping along the ground. The rusted iron sheets on the door frame of the yard began to crystallize into patches of white frost at a visibly rapid pace. The surrounding air became thick and tight. Even the wind brushing against the leaves seemed frozen. Gu Chang'an had just gotten up from the ground. He brushed off the dust from his pants, unable to suppress a loud sneeze, his nostrils filled with the acrid scent of powdered limestone. Achoo! Did that old witch not check the calendar before going out? What a commotion! He rubbed his sore nose, turning to complain to his dad about the earlier scene. However, before he could voice his thoughts, they were swallowed back down. He keenly sensed that something was off about his dad's current aura. That feeling was akin to standing next to an ice hole in the dead of winter, without any clothes, the cold wind slicing through his pores, making his bones shiver. 100 meters away in the pit that had been created, the heavy stench of blood mixed with the burnt odor of ozone slowly spread through the still air. Lung Xiaoshuang lay in a heap like a pile of mud among the rubble, uncontrollably retching up, blood mixed with internal fragments. Even the slightest movement of her fingers elicited a painful crunch from her broken bones. It hurt. The pain was like a knife gouging her bones. Lung Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes back, her chest heaving as she gasped for breath, resembling a fish thrown ashore struggling against the scorching sun. Shivering, she reached her left hand into the torn silver sleeve, her blood and mud-covered nails digging hard into a green jade talisman. That was the life-saving teleportation array issued by the higher-ups of the Deep Space Academy. With a crack, she shattered the talisman with the last of her strength. A circle of pale blue spatial ripples emanated, a blinding glow illuminating from beneath her. Just half a second more. Once the array's brilliance fully illuminated, she would escape back to the main star of deep space millions of light years away. When she returned, she vowed to have the Dean personally handle the situation, turning this broken planet and the man in the apron into cosmic debris. Just as the array's light was about to engulf her remaining form, Gu Xinghe turned his head. In his pitch-black pupils, there was not a trace of warmth, only the reflection of a silent starry sky. "Run." A mocking cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth, his atoms apple bobbing as he spat out a word. "Do you really think today's incident can just be brushed aside?" With his words falling, the functioning pale blue teleportation array halted, as if an old projector had jammed its brilliance, instantly freezing in place. The spatial ripples were forcibly pressed down by an overwhelmingly powerful force, unable to move even the slightest bit. Lung Kaishuang's eyes widened bloodshot and filled with terror as she let out a gurgling sound from her throat, staring in horror at Gu Xinghe. Gu Xinghe ignored her one hand, continuing to gently pat Gu Siyu's back, rhythmic and soothing. The little girl's cries gradually turned into intermittent sobs. Leaning against his broad shoulder, her eyelids beginning to flutter. Gu Xinghe raised his head, his gaze piercing through Lung Xiaoshuang in the pit, straight towards the boundless blue sky. He fixed his eyes on the depths of the profound universe. "If you can't manage your own dogs in your yard, and let them run wild, you." He paused, his tone as casual as if discussing the price of cabbage with a vendor in the market. "Indulging your subordinates to scare my daughter, your so-called Deep Space Academy." Gu Xing's gaze suddenly darkened, the golden light deep in his eyes erupting violently. "I see no reason for your existence." As soon as the words left his mouth, he casually lifted his free right hand. His long index finger pointed at the azure sky, lightly poking it. There was no sound at all. Not even a whisper of wind to rustle a single leaf. A transparent ripple imperceptible to the naked eye formed and condensed from the tip of his finger. This ray of light, carrying the destructive laws that could make even the essence of the universe tremble, sliced through the thick atmosphere of Planet Blue. It was unaffected by gravity, nor could the rules of time control it. At an unprecedented speed of spatial folding, it drew a trail of dead silence through the pitch-black universe, heading straight towards the main star of the deep space star zone millions of light years away. After completing this action, Gu Xinghe calmly withdrew his hand, as if brushing off a speck of dust. He looked down at the now sleeping Gu Siyue in his arms, extending his finger to tuck a loose strand of hair behind. In the deep pit, Lung Xiaoshuang was now so frightened that she had lost control of her bodily functions. Although she couldn't see the ray of light, her instincts as a stellar-level powerhouse warned her that a catastrophe capable of shattering souls was descending. Gu Chang'an leaned closer, tiptoeing to peek at the sky above, and then at Gu Xing's finger. He scratched his head, confusion written all over his face, his brows furrowed tightly. "What, Dad?" Gu Chang'an pointed at the white clouds overhead, swallowing hard, his lips twitching as his tone brimmed with uncontainable bewilderment. "What were you waving at the air just now? I've seen martial arts dramas where they at least have some special effects. You didn't even make a sound. Could it be that you can poke those so-called aliens to death with a single finger from the sky?" That transparent ripple, which could outpace even the speed of light, disappeared the moment it left Gu Xing's fingertips. In the heart of the deep space star domain, millions of light years away, the main protective formation of the Deep Space Academy, which had been a source of pride for 100 million years, suddenly felt as if it was being choked by an invisible hand. This formation usually radiated brilliance, enveloped by tens of thousands of layers of high-energy celestial barriers. Even if a dozen star system lords teamed up to bombard it for 100 or 80 years, they would still struggle to scratch even a flake off this grand formation. But now a faint hissing sound akin to a hot knife cutting through butter pierced the air. The outermost layer of the celestial barrier, the hardest of them all, didn't even have time to shimmer. It simply dissolved into a wisp of ethereal green smoke, like ice cream under the blazing sun. Next came the second layer, the third 100 layers, the first 10,000 layers. Without any obstruction, not even a pause of 0.0 seconds. That invisible ripple surged forward like a blade slicing through a paper lantern. In the largest martial arts square of the main campus, dozens of inner door elders stood with their hands behind their backs, stroking their beards, lecturing the tens of thousands of newly initiated disciples below. Our Deep Space Academy is the orthodox of the cosmic martial arts. If you stand on this lapis lazuli tile, it means your ancestors are smiling down from the afterlife. The leading elder spoke with fervor, his paunch protruding proudly, his face full of arrogance. This protective formation was painstakingly arranged by our founding ancestor. Even if the universe were to collapse, our main star would still remain as stable as. Before he could finish the crack, a crisp, almost melodious sound of a fracture exploded above everyone's heads. The old man instinctively looked up, his murky eyes suddenly narrowing, almost dropping his jaw to the ground. The sky had split open. It wasn't like a mere tear. The entire firmament was cleaved in two by a straight line drawn from east to west. The pitch-black void split, roaring with a devouring wind that rushed towards the ground. "Run!" The elder, who had just been spouting profound wisdom, was so frightened that his dentures flew out of his mouth as he shrieked with a quacking voice. He didn't even have time to grab his disciple, hastily performing an earth escape technique to burrow into the ground. It was too late. Boom. This wasn't an ordinary thunder. The sound was so loud it shattered the eardrums of the thousands of disciples in the square. Warm blood streamed from everyone's ears, leaving only a thick, buzzing sound in their heads. That invisible ripple of law had already sliced open the crust. The main star of the Deep Space Academy, a super-life planet 1,000 times larger than Blue Star. It was like a watermelon cut in half. A bottomless abyss hundreds of kilometers wide, sliced from the northern hemisphere straight to the southern hemisphere at an untraceable speed. Scalding dark red magma mixed with the violent toxic gases squeezed from the Earth's core erupted into the sky for tens of thousands of meters. Gorgeous palaces, floating sacred mountains for cultivation libraries filled with rare treasures. In the face of this pure destructive force, not even a single intact brick was left. Everything was ground to dust. Millions of teachers and students were like ants scalded in boiling water. Multicolored escape lights darted chaotically in the air, mingling cries, curses, and screams. Some flew halfway on their swords, only to be scorched by the erupting toxic gases, instantly turning into a skeleton that fell into the magma. Others fought over positions at the teleportation array, drawing swords and fighting until their eyes turned red. Doomsday. This was not a natural disaster. It was a senseless massacre of lower dimensions. At the core of the planet, deep within. This was originally the most concentrated and safest retreat for spiritual energy in the entire Deep Space Academy. The principal, Gu Tianxuan, was sitting cross-legged on a cushion made from premium star marrow. He was currently in seclusion, striving to break through the bottleneck of the late stage of the cosmic sovereign, sweat beading on his forehead as he furrowed his brows tightly. Almost. Just a little more. He bit down on his molars, silently reciting in his heart. As long as he broke through this barrier, he could elevate the ranking of the Deep Space Academy in the universe by a dozen places. Suddenly, the star marrow cushion beneath him trembled without warning. Just this slight tremor disrupted the energy he had painstakingly gathered. He suddenly opened his eyes, spitting out a mouthful of old blood into the void before him, his face turning as pale as paper. Which blind beast dares to disturb the formation? Gu Tianxian was infuriated, smoke rising from his head, cursing loudly. He had just intended to stand up and punish the troublemaker. The dome above him, said to withstand even a stellar explosion, suddenly cracked with a loud kachak, forming a massive gap. A blinding white light sliced down through the gap. At that moment, every hair on Gu Tianxuan's body stood on end. This aura, the kind that sent chills through his very bones. He had only ever felt this from one person in his life. Not good, he screamed, rolling and scrambling to the white light grazed his scalp, slicing the premium star marrow cushion in half. Along with it, it severed the high jade crown, symbolizing the principal's authority, taking his scalp with it. Scalding magma poured in through the gap. Gu Tianxuan, like a mouse with its tail on fire, desperately urged the last remaining true energy in his body, darting toward an underground crack that hadn't collapsed yet. When he finally burst out onto the surface, his heart sank as the sight before him made it feel as though a cold hand was gripping it tightly, leaving it unable to beat. It was gone. His pride and joy, the Deep Space Academy main campus, which he had managed for tens of thousands of years. Now it was reduced to two floating halves amidst the debris of the universe. On the suspended mountain peaks, which had been cut in half, there still hung tattered flags. Millions of surviving disciples trembled on those fragments like homeless stray dogs. Who did this? Gu Tianxian clutched his blood-soaked head, his eyes red like they were about to bleed. He trembled as he took out a palm-sized ancient bronze mirror from his pocket. It was the Academy's treasure, the Starry Sky Eye. As long as it was in the same dimension, this mirror could trace back the source of any energy fluctuations that had occurred in the past few minutes. Find it for me. I will tear him apart and use his soul to light a lantern for 1,000 years. Gu Tianxian bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of essence blood onto the mirror's surface. The mirror rippled with waves like water. The image rapidly rewound. The white light that had cleaved the planet transformed into a thin line in the mirror, tracing back into the void. It passed through countless nebulae and crossed dozens of wormholes. Finally, the image came to a halt. It froze on a tiny blue water sphere smaller than a sesame seed in the vast universe. It was a desolate junk planet devoid of spiritual energy and lacking even a proper interstellar port. Blue Star. The image continued to enlarge. Penetrating through Blue Star's atmosphere, it landed outside a somewhat peeling iron gate. A man in a yellowed teddy bear apron and flip-flops was holding a crying little girl in one arm. The other hand was raised in the air, his index finger still not fully retracted. Due to some irresistible force, the face in the mirror was somewhat blurry, only an outline could be seen. But after that man retracted his finger, he seemed to sense something. He slightly tilted his head across a distance of millions of light years. Through the mirror of the starry sky, the blurry man with eyes that could not be clearly seen, yet exuded endless silence, accurately met Gu Tianxuan's gaze. Crack. The starry sky eye in Gu Tianxuan's hand emitted a crisp sound, shattering into several pieces of scrap metal. Gu Tianxian froze midair. The momentum he had just displayed, vowing to tear the person apart, instantly deflated like a punctured balloon. His lips trembled, his teeth clattering together, making a tap-tap-tap sound. 2 streams of cold sweat trickled down his scalpless forehead into his eyes, stinging painfully. He dared not even blink. An inner door elder, charred all over, staggered over on a half-broken flying sword. This elder usually loved to flatter Gu Tianxian. He coughed a couple of times, spitting out black smoke, stuttering as he spoke. Principal. Which star system's great demon did this? We must issue a deep space bounty order. We absolutely cannot let this matter go. Gu Tianxian abruptly turned his head, looking at the elder as if he were staring at a corpse. He slapped the elder's face with a trembling hand, his voice shaking uncontrollably. Issue your mother's bounty order. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Hurry. Immediately notify all the surviving breathing souls in the academy to buy tickets to Blue Star overnight. Suspended in midair, the floating debris was filled with the students and teachers of the Deep Space Academy who had just escaped from the gates of hell. After ancient Tianxian shouted, "Buy a standing ticket to Blue Star," his legs felt as if stripped of their bones, turning as soft as noodles. He could no longer maintain the facade of the Cosmic Lord. With a loud thud, he knelt stiffly in the void. The top of his head, devoid of scalp, was stung by the cosmic cold wind, causing a fiery pain, yet he dared not raise a hand to cover it. Just a moment ago, across millions of light years, he had caught a glare from that man in an apron. That feeling was 1,000 times more horrifying than being thrown naked into a black hole. That's not human. That's an ancient monster who treats laws like water, come down to experience life. Ancient Tianxuan's lips trembled incessantly, his hands gripping tightly onto the flesh of his thighs, attempting to rely on this pain to wake himself up. The inner door elder, completely charred, and standing on half a flying sword was still in a state of confusion. He rubbed the soot off his face, stretched his neck, and stammered, "Director, what are we going to do with that blue star? Not going after the culprit anymore. To hell with that." Ancient Tianxian turned back and slapped the unfortunate elder again, sending half of his teeth flying. His eyes bulged wide and he roared with a hoarse voice, "That is a dimensional divine punishment. Do you understand divine punishment? A single finger could split our main star in half. If they were to take action, the deep space star domain would already be transformed into a cosmic junkyard." He gasped for breath, pointing at the bottomless planetary rift beneath his feet. Magma continued to bubble out, spewing toxic gas. "This is a warning. It has left us with half a dog's life. Do you understand, you fool?" Ancient Tianxian wiped the blood and sweat from his face and turned to the surrounding elders who were still covered in dust and had not yet grasped the situation. "What are you still dawdling for? Investigate. Dig 3 feet into the ground for me." He was so furious he stamped his feet. "Check over the past month to see which blind beast went to that edge planet called Blue Star to act tyrannically." Several elders were jolted awake by a shout and hurriedly took out their interstellar communication jade slips, trembling as they began to review the entry and exit records. Across the entire void of debris, tens of thousands of remaining disciples dared not even breathe. Who would have thought that the normally arrogant director would now resemble a frightened old quail? "Report. Director." A tall and thin steward responsible for attendance raised a glowing jade slip, carefully floating over. His voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, and his gaze kept darting away. "Read it. Louder." Ancient Tianxian snatched the jade slip, nearly breaking the steward's finger. It's Minter Lung Qiushuang." The thin steward swallowed. "She applied for a cross-galactic teleportation array 3 hours ago with the destination. The destination being Blue Star. She said she's going there to forcibly recruit a disciple with a mutated bloodline." Lung Qiushuang. Ancient Tianxian ground his back teeth, squeezing out those 3 words through clenched jaws. Countless scenarios of how to crush this woman into dust flashed through his mind. Forcing to recruit a disciple. Is that really what she's doing? This is akin to desecrating an ancestral grave. After all, it took great effort for that hidden boss to raise a son, and she runs over to make him kneel and worship her as a master. What kind of fool does she think she is, daring to disturb the earth at the head of a sovereign? Ancient Tianxian was so furious that he kicked a massive piece of basalt beside him into powder. He felt his blood pressure rising sharply. If there were a heart-saving pill right now, he could swallow a whole bottle. From now on, that troublemaker Lung Qiushuang is officially expelled from the Deep Space Academy. Ancient Tianxian stood in midair, channeling his remaining true energy, his voice booming like rolling thunder across the debris field. "Her actions have nothing to do with the Academy or a single star coin. Anyone who dares to mention her name in the future, I will directly cripple their cultivation." The disciples below shrank their necks in fear, quickly nodding like garlic being pounded. But Ancient Tianxian knew in his heart that merely expelling a troublemaker would not quell the anger of that powerful being. After all, that person could split planets with a finger. If they really pursued it, a simple sneeze could turn them all to ashes. They had to show some sincerity, do some hard labor, and demonstrate their attitude of repentance to the powerful being. Ancient Tianxian looked down at the devastated ruins below. With magma overflowing crumbled walls, the once ethereal main campus now resembled a pigsty. His eyes turned, and a plan formed in his mind. "All outer door disciples, and those miscellaneous workers, listen to me." Ancient Tianxian waved his hand, pointing at the ruins below. "Stop lying there pretending to be dead. All of you get down there and clear this rubble." He gritted his teeth and added, "No using storage rings. No using true energy or spells. Just use your hands and move the stones one by one. Anyone who dares to slack off or use even a bit of spiritual energy, I will personally throw them into the magma at the core of the earth to feed the flames." With that order, the place erupted into chaos. Tens of thousands of outer door disciples and miscellaneous workers exchanged glances, all wearing expressions of deep bitterness. Move stones without using spiritual energy. The building materials of this main star are made of tinta sandia, dark iron, and lapis lazuli. Even a single brick weighs several hundred pounds. This is literally going to kill them from exhaustion. But seeing the director's face, which looked like it could eat people, none dared to provoke him, and they could only dejectedly line up to head toward the rubble. Meanwhile, on a remote piece of debris several kilometers away, Mu Qingxue was curled up in a corner, hugging her knees. Her work uniform, washed to a pale color, was covered in mud and blood, and her right arm hung limply. She was still dazed from the obliterating white light. Her mind was a mess, and her ears buzzed. "Xinghe, is it really him? Impossible, he's not even a martial artist." Her lips were pale, and she kept repeating this sentence as if possessed. If it wasn't him, then why did the power that split the deep space main star come specifically from Blue Star? If it really was him, then she had given up an unparalleled deity to come here to be someone's foot-washing maid, and she didn't even manage to succeed, almost being killed by a saber-toothed tiger. What is this? The biggest fool in the universe. Mu Qingxue bit her lip hard, breaking the skin and tasting a metallic flavor of blood. She was unwilling to see her 20 years of pride turn into a mere joke, just as her mind was battling itself about to spiral into despair. Smack! A cracked, stinking bamboo broom was thrown heavily at her feet. Mu Qingxue jumped in shock and looked up. The outer door instructor with a face full of flesh stood with hands on hips looking down at her from above. Stop pretending to be dead, village girl. The instructor spat viciously on the ground. Didn't you hear the director's orders? Hurry up and get down there to move stones and clear the rubble. If you dawdle even a bit, I'll kick you into the magma right now. Mu Qingxue stared blankly at the broken broom on the ground. A bone-chilling cold wind mixed with the smell of magma and sulfur blew past, making her shiver. She wanted to resist to say that she was an ancient century genius, but the sharp pain from her broken ribs made it impossible to utter a complete sentence. I will go now. Mu Qingxue lowered her head in humiliation, using her uninjured left hand to pick up the stinking broom. Dragging her injured leg, she followed the large group toward the smoking ruins like a living corpse. Just as the group began to move stones, ancient Tianxian had changed into a cleaner robe, casually wrapping a piece of rag to cover his face. He pulled along the inner door. Elder who had been slapped, the two hiding behind a cloud in midair, sneaking. Did you get the ticket to Blue Star? Ancient Tianxian whispered urgently. The elder, holding his swollen cheek, had a mournful face. Director, right now all the interstellar trains are suspended. They say the route has been cut off by that white light and repairs are still underway. He shrunk his neck, cautiously making a suggestion. How about we fly over ourselves with swords? Bring more people to show sincerity. Fly my ass. That's millions of light years. Do you want me to die of old age halfway there? Ancient Tianxian was so angry he raised his hand again, but after thinking it over he put it down. He stroked his chin, his eyes spinning a few times before suddenly slapping his thigh. Right? How could I forget? Don't we still have a divine ship of breaking realms left by our ancestor in the treasury? His eyes sparkled, and he grabbed the elder by the collar, spraying saliva all over him. You go, hurry and dig open the treasury and pull that ship out. Let's pick a few clever disciples who look good, dress them in the raggedest clothes, and bring mops and rags. The elder, shaken to the point of seeing stars, stammered, What do we need mops for, director? Nonsense. To clean the floor for the big boss on Blue Star. Are you going to show up empty-handed to ask for a meal? On the ruins of the main star in the deep void, the air was filled with a pungent sulfur smell, choking and drying her throat. Mu Qingxue trembled, gripping the rough bamboo broom tightly, her nails caked with black mud and dried blood. She stood at the edge of a planetary fissure hundreds of kilometers wide, with a churning abyss of dark red lava just a step away beneath her feet. A gust of cold cosmic wind carrying a fishy scent whipped past her, making the pale fabric of her servant's uniform flap loudly. Huff! She gasped for air, each breath feeling like her broken ribs were being sawed back and forth, but she dared not stop. The external door instructor, with a face full of flesh, was still holding a spiked whip dripping with someone else's blood. If anyone dares to slow down, the whip will come straight for their face. Hurry up and sweep. Lick clean the dust off this lapis lazuli. The instructor roared with a voice like a duck's quack, spitting saliva on the nearby new disciples. Mu Qingxue gritted her teeth, dragging her injured leg mechanically, swinging the broom to push aside the large rock fragments that were bigger than her. Her mind was filled with a buzzing tinnitus, and she felt like a soulless puppet. How could this be happening? She had clearly abandoned that small mud pit for the Starry Sea, yet now this so-called Starry Sea had been split in half by someone's finger. It was like she had just bought a first-class ticket on the Titanic, and as soon as she boarded, the ship struck an iceberg. Nearby, several disheveled inner disciples were struggling to carry a large stone, panting like dogs. As they worked, they lowered their voices to mutter. Did you hear? The dean just issued a death order. Mentor Leng Xiaoshuang has been expelled. A sharp-faced disciple wiped the grime off his face, his voice trembling like a sieve. How could we not have her? My second uncle was sweeping at the intelligence office, and he said, Mentor Leng Xiaoshuang went to that edge planet called Blue Star to recruit disciples, and ended up provoking someone she shouldn't have. What the hell? Blue Star? Isn't that place a dump? What kind of ancestor could possibly come from there? You don't know anything. The exact words from the intelligence office were that Long Kaishuang's subordinate was careless and scared the little daughter of a deity on Blue Star. The sharp-faced disciple swallowed a mouthful of bloodied saliva, casting a fearful glance at the split. That big shot was in the courtyard comforting his daughter, found Leng Xiaoshuang annoying and never even showed his face, yet from millions of light years away, he struck down with a finger. Goodness! Because his daughter cried, he destroyed an entire star system. What kind of twisted father is that? The nearby disciples shrank back, some feeling dampness in their trousers. The broom in Mu Qingxue's hand fell to the ground with a thud. She stood rigidly in place, her heart feeling as though it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand unable to beat. Blue Star, daughter, scared to tears. The combination of these three words struck her mind like thunder, precisely hitting the top. An uncontrollable image of a soft, adorable figure with two little braided pigtails appeared in her mind, and that man who always wore an apron, usually smiling, but whose gaze turned wolf-like whenever someone dared to touch his child. Xinghe. No, it's impossible. Mu Qingxue's face turned pale, cold sweat breaking out all over her back. She felt her teeth chattering, her legs weak to the point of nearly collapsing. This absurd association filled her with an unprecedented fear. If that deity who struck down the Deep Space Academy was indeed Xinghe, if that daughter who was scared to tears was truly Qingxue, whom she had carried for 10 months and then abandoned, what foolish act had she Mu Qingxue committed? She hadn't just abandoned an ordinary house husband, she had forsaken a supreme ruler capable of kicking the universe like a ball. Sister Qingxue, what are you dazed about? The instructor looked over. Xu Feng nearby saw her standing there blankly and quickly tugged at her. Mu Qingxue snapped back to reality with that pull. She bit her tongue as if struck by lightning, the rusty taste of blood spreading in her mouth, and the intense pain momentarily cleared her mind. What nonsense are you thinking, Mu Qingxue? She roared at herself in her mind. Xinghe is just a useless person who can't even pass the warrior assessment. He can't even cut vegetables without injuring himself. How could he possibly be a deity capable of extinguishing stars? This is just a coincidence. It must be a coincidence. Blue Star is so vast, he isn't the only one who has fathered a daughter. It must be some hidden old monster who happens to reside there. Mu Qingxue clung to the last straw firmly, believing Xinghe was a useless person. She dared not admit this terrifying speculation. For once she acknowledged it, her meager pride and the belief she had built upon abandoning her husband and child in pursuit of the great Tao would collapse like the shattered planet beneath her feet. That price of regret was something she could neither bear nor endure. Yes, he is a useless person. Just a useless person. Mu Qingxue murmured to herself, bending down to pick up the broken broom. Like a madwoman, she lowered her head and swung the broom desperately. The broomstick scraped against the hard lapis lazuli, producing a harsh scraping sound. She attempted to numb her nearly collapsing nerves through this intense labor, sweeping all those disordered, chilling speculations into the magma at the Earth's core. Meanwhile, on the distant blue star, the time had just reached evening, the sun withdrawing its last rays. A faint smell of cooking oil wafted from the kitchen of the Gu family's small courtyard. Xinghe had tied on a slightly yellowed bare apron and opened the double door of the refrigerator with one hand. The cold air from the fridge rushed out. He glanced around slightly, furrowing his brows. The free-range chicken eggs he bought yesterday were gone, and he had just thrown half a piece to the big black dog. The little bunnies were growing, and this little stockpile was hardly enough to fill their teeth. Only 2 wilted stalks of cabbage were left, not enough to even prepare a simple stir-fry. Tisk, how could they have emptied the pantry in just a few days? Xinghe sighed helplessly and reached to close the refrigerator door. He looked down at Qingxue, who was riding the big black dog on the living room carpet, and glanced at Gu Chang'an, who was sitting on the sofa engrossed in a martial arts manual. A sense of responsibility as a father surged within him. I can't let the children suffer. Xinghe removed his apron and tossed it onto the kitchen counter. He walked to the entrance, slipped on his forever unchanged flip-flops, and pulled a slightly faded gray jacket off a hook on the wall. Chang'an, keep an eye on your sister. Don't let her pull out the big black dog's fur. Xinghe shouted towards the living room. Got it, Dad. Where are you going? Gu Chang'an replied without looking up, his mind entirely focused on the manual. The fridge is empty. I'm going for a walk to buy some good stuff to replenish you guys. Xinghe opened the door and a gust of cool early autumn wind blew in, refreshing. He patted his pockets, realizing in his hurry he had even forgotten his phone. Forget it, those vendors in the black market probably wouldn't dare to ask me for money, he muttered, stepping outside. Just as he reached the entrance of the alley, Xinghe looked around. The market in this broken place, Blue Star, had long closed. To buy high-grade ingredients imbued with cosmic laws, he had to go to the old place. He walked under a dim, broken streetlight. He glanced around, ensuring no one was paying attention to him. Xinghe took a coin from his pocket and flicked it lightly with his fingers. Then, he faced the empty air before him, and with that coin lightly scraped a line like striking a match. Sizzle! The space tore open like a cheap curtain, revealing a pitch-black rift. From within the rift wafted the unique mingled scent of machine oil and low-quality nutrient solution from the interstellar black market. Xinghe tucked his hands into his jacket pockets, shuffled in his flip-flops, and stepped into the rift. As he walked, he pondered. Should I get some void dragon tenderloin tonight or slice up some hind leg meat from a nebula behemoth for a feast? Sizzle! The rift in space was torn open like a zipper, revealing a dark abyss within. Xinghe had just stepped halfway into it with his right foot clad in flip-flops. Suddenly recalling something, he forcefully withdrew his foot. He looked down at his attire, a gray jacket faded from washing, and a pair of sport pants with pilling at the knees. The black market is a chaotic place filled with a bunch of unhygienic interstellar drifters. If I walk through there, the soles of my shoes will surely get smeared with the feces of void beasts. Xinghe mumbled, his brows knitted in displeasure. He casually wiped the rift in space, as if wiping off condensation from glass. Then he turned under the dim streetlight and strolled towards the intersection outside the alley. At the intersection, there was a shared bike station. Xinghe approached the station, picking through a row of dusty, broken bikes. This one has no chain. This seat has been ripped off. He muttered to himself, patting the seat of a yellow bike, causing a cloud of choking dust to rise. This one will do. Xinghe took out a coin infused with the highest laws and casually brushed it over the bike's QR code area. Click. The smart lock, which originally required scanning, was directly broken open by the force of a law that even the universe's heavenly path had to bow to, and the lock sprang up high. Xinghe, satisfied, patted the handlebars and leisurely swung his leg over. It's been a while since I rode one of these. I wonder if my legs are still nimble enough. With a push of his foot, he pressed down on the first pedal. At the moment the yellow flip-flop compressed the plastic pedal, the front wheel of the bike did not roll over the asphalt road of Blue Star, but rather over a visibly transparent ripple. That was the law of space being forcefully compressed and shattered by absolute power. Crack! A deafening sound of shattering glass. The streets of Blue Star, the dim streetlights, and the sounds of cooking from a nearby food stall were completely stripped away in an instant. In their place was a colorful, bizarre, interstellar dark matter tunnel. Surrounded by a storm of high-energy particles and cosmic rays like frenzied ribbons of color, they rushed backward on either side of the bike. If a different star system lord were to attempt to cross this dark matter tunnel with their physical form, they would be reduced to a honeycomb of holes in less than a second by the rays. But Xinghe was hunched over, hands gripping the rusty handlebars, leisurely pedaling, as if he were an old man taking a stroll in the park after dinner. Creak! Creak! This shared bike produced in Blue Star was no match for such a cosmic-level dimensional crossing. The bike chain emitted a cringe-inducing grinding sound. Xinghe pedaled, while also controlling the trickle of law overflowing inside him, casting a spell on this rapidly disassembling wreck of a bike, to prevent it from falling apart halfway. Isn't this front axle a bit crooked? It feels off when I ride it. He tilted his head, sensing the vibrations from the handlebars, continuing to complain. In the few minutes he spent complaining, this yellow shared bike had traversed a distance of tens of millions of light years. At the end of the dark matter tunnel ahead appeared a massive vortex radiating a blinding blood-red light. That place was the most notorious chaotic and also the place with the most good things in the universe, the interstellar black market. Creak! Xinghe squeezed the rusty brakes. The bike burst out of the tunnel and came to a steady stop in front of a massive black stone gate floating in the void. The air here was thick with the strong scent of blood and the acrid smell of burnt low-quality machine oil, causing Xinghe to involuntarily sneeze loudly. Achoo! Can't these pirates do some greening? It's choking me to death. He rubbed his sore nose and casually leaned the bike against a nearby piece of meteorite. Before he could take a step, a rough bellow rang out from the shadows to the left of the black gate. Stop right there. A nearly 3-meter-tall alien brute covered in green scales swaggered out, with a plasma giant blade crackling with high-voltage electricity in his hand. This was the interstellar pirate leader responsible for guarding the black market gate, nicknamed Poison Tooth. Poison Tooth's bulbous yellow vertical pupils fixed their gaze on the man dressed in a gray jacket and wearing flip-flops before him. Finally his gaze fell on the still creaking yellow shared bike. Poison Tooth was momentarily stunned, a flicker of astonishment crossing his fleshy face. Then pooh-ha! Poison Tooth threw his head back, bursting into a deafening, thunderous laugh that brought tears to the corners of his eyes. The plasma giant blade in his hand clanged against the alloy floor, sending sparks flying. I've been guarding the gate of the black market for 500 years. I've seen ships of all kinds, but I've never seen someone ride a void dragon here. You dare to barge into the black market on a two-wheeled iron frame. He knocked on the seat of the shared bike with the back of the knife, his face filled with disbelief. Did you really pedal over here with those little skinny legs of yours, eh? A few pirates lurking in the shadows emerged, all laughing uncontrollably. Boss, this guy is probably a fool who ran out from some low-level native planet. Maybe he hasn't even connected to the interstellar net before. This tender juicy one is just right to send to Lord Blood Demon as a snack later. Poison Tooth stopped laughing, a cruel and bloodthirsty curve forming at the corners of his mouth. He stepped closer to Xinghe, his towering figure looming like a wall. The electric crackle from the giant blade scorched the air around them. Kid, the rules of the black market state that you must pay a toll of an arm to enter. I see your right arm is quite nice. Poison Tooth grinned, sinisterly raising the giant knife in his hand. Will you do it yourself, or shall I help you? Xinghe stood his ground, barely lifting his eyelids. He reached up to dig at his ear, flicking away a tiny speck of debris he had just extracted. Your voice is too loud, it's disturbing my mood to pick through the goods. Xinghe looked at the green-scaled monster before him, his tone dripping with deep annoyance. I'm in a hurry and my child at home is waiting for a midnight snack. So, he pointed at the massive black market iron gate behind Poison Tooth and yawned. You right now open the gate for me. And by the way, point me to where you sell void dragon meat, got it? You're looking for death. The green veins on Poison Tooth's forehead throbbed violently. After years in this lawless area, who would dare to cross him? Today he was actually looked down upon by a second-rate punk wearing flip-flops. And he even dared to ask him to push the door, and where the ribs were. He grasped the Tumterlong plasma giant blade with both hands, the high-pressure plasma crackling with a sharp, crackling sound. I'll chop you into minced meat today and feed you to the dogs. Poison Tooth roared, his massive body like an out-of-control armored vehicle charging towards Xinghe's head with a fierce gust. Before the blade even fell, the swirling gust had already blown back several nearby pirates who covered their faces and shouted, "Boss is mighty." Xinghe finished cleaning his ears and casually wiped his clothes. He lifted his eyelids and glanced at the giant blade coming down. Stop the noise, I said I'm in a hurry to go back and cook. Xinghe pouted. He didn't even shift his feet, merely raising his right hand, lazily swatting at the green figure in midair as if swatting a fly. Bang! There were no dazzling lights or the clash of forces. The plasma giant blade, said to be able to slice through medium-sized starship armor, shattered into pieces upon contact with Xinghe's palm. The blue plasma sparks hadn't even had time to splatter everywhere before being crushed by the gust created by the slap. Immediately after, Poison Tooth, nearly 3 meters tall and as muscular as a bull, fell like a deflated balloon, crashing to the ground at a speed several times faster than when he came. The floor at the entrance of the black market, forged from starry meteorite and memory alloy, resembled a piece of tender tofu struck by a heavy hammer. Crack, crack, a series of crisp sounds echoed. The floor deeply caved in, with spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spreading from the bottom of the pit. Poison Tooth was embedded in the alloy floor in a large letter shape, unable to pull himself out. He rolled his eyes, foaming at the mouth mixed with broken teeth, his limbs twitching as if electrocuted. The pirate lackeys who had just been shouting about killing people now looked like chickens with their necks collectively grasped mouths agape, but unable to make a sound. Cold sweat trickled down their colorful cheeks. Xinghe sighed and bent down. He grabbed the tuft of green hair on Poison Tooth's head, dragging the nearly half-done pirate leader out of the pit like he was pulling a dead dog. Let's go, tour guide, lead the way. Xinghe dragged Poison Tooth, pushing open the heavy black iron door with one hand. Clang! The once bustling sounds of selling, fighting, and bargaining in the black market paused at the moment the door swung open, as if the play button had been pressed. All the bizarre alien vendors and bloodthirsty mercenaries turned to look at the door. Then they collectively froze in shock. What did they see? The most brutal pirate leader in this star region, Poison Tooth, the cold-blooded killer. Now he was being dragged like a ragged sack by a man in a gray jacket. The man wore a pair of cheap flip-flops that made a tap-tap sound on the ground. Poison Tooth's body left a long trail of blood on the rough surface. But he still retained a glimmer of consciousness, letting out painful woo sounds, yet had no strength to struggle. Xinghe ignored the ghost-like stares around. He dragged his tour guide straight to a stall with a sign reading "Fresh Exotic Beast Meat." The vendor was a void giant troll with 3 eyes and covered in dark red goo. This guy usually sold meat by the ton, and if any customer dared to haggle, he would chop them up for extra meat. The 3-eyed troll stared at Xinghe, who had stopped at his stall, and at the gasping Poison Tooth on the ground. His 3 eyes simultaneously shrank violently, and his stout legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Owner. The 3-eyed troll forced out a smile that looked worse than crying, stuttering as he spoke. What do you want to see? I have fresh goods, just hunted this morning. Xinghe released his grip on Poison Tooth's hair. He began picking through the stall, examining several pieces of purplish-red beast meat larger than truck tires. The meat still vibrated with the violent fluctuations of spatial laws, emitting a faint fishy-sweet smell. How much for this rib? Xinghe pointed at a piece of the most tender, beautifully marbled void dragon loin and casually asked, Ribs? The 3-eyed troll was momentarily stunned, glancing at the priceless core meat of the void dragon cub. He swallowed a mouthful of bloody saliva, not daring to utter a single word about money. It's free. Free. Pick any piece you like, just consider it. A little gift from me to you. The 3-eyed troll wiped the sweat pouring from his forehead, frantically pulling out a bag made of starlight thread from under the stall, quickly packing the 100-pound piece of meat inside and handing it to Xinghe with both hands. Gu Xinghe accepted the bag, weighing it in his hands. Just because it's free doesn't mean I owe you a favor. I don't want people to think Gu Xinghe is a cheapskate who doesn't pay for his groceries. He patted his pocket and pulled out a regular $1 coin issued by the Blue Star Federation. The coin gleamed with a metallic luster in the dim light. Gu Xinghe tossed the coin onto the stall. Clang. This coin, having been in Gu Xing's pocket for a long time, had already absorbed a trace of his essence as the master of the universe. The moment the coin touched the stall, the weak, yet supreme wave of laws shattered the several layers of defensive arrays set up by the three-eyed troll. The three-eyed troll stared at the coin as if it were a ghost, his breathing instantly heavy. Although he didn't recognize what kind of currency it was, he could feel that if he could absorb just a tiny bit of the power contained within, he could not only break through his realm, but even walk horizontally across the entire star system. Thank you. Thank you for the reward, sir. The three-eyed troll, overwhelmed with excitement, knelt on the ground, carefully cradling the coin in his palms, almost wanting to worship it on the spot. Gu Xinghe ignored him further. He lifted the bag of void dragon meat and glanced back at the twitching poison tooth on the ground. You made a good tour guide, I'll come to find you again next time. He kicked Poison Tooth's arm holding the meat and leisurely turned to exit the black market's door, until Gu Xinghe rode off on a shabby shared bicycle, disappearing into the interstellar tunnel. The entire black market remained so silent that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. A few seconds later, whoosh, the black market instantly erupted. All the pirates, vendors, and mercenaries rushed towards the three-eyed troll's stall, their eyes reddened, fixated on the blue star coin, tainted with supreme essence, heavy breaths echoing in succession. Sell it to me. I'll trade 10 spirit stone mines for this divine coin. Get lost. I'll offer 3 life planets. Blue Star outside the Gu family courtyard. Gu Xinghe had just emerged from the spatial rift on his bicycle. The early autumn night wind blew, swirling the fallen leaves in the alley around his flip-flops. He parked the bicycle by the roadside, just about to carry the meat inside, when he heard hurried footsteps behind him, accompanied by the rustling of plastic bags. Hey, old Gu, where are you off to on that old bicycle at this hour? A familiar loud voice echoed in the alley. Gu Xinghe turned around. His buddy Wang Fatty was panting as he ran over with a protruding belly. He was wearing an ill-fitting floral shirt and carrying a red plastic bag. The bag contained 2 bottles of cheap Erguo 2 and a pack of just-bought 5-spice peanuts. Are you back from grocery shopping with all those bags? Wang Fatty leaned in, stretching his neck to peek into the starlight thread bag in Gu Xing's hand. What kind of meat is that? It looks fresh and purplish red. Did you snag a discount at the supermarket? Gu Xinghe hid the bag behind him, casually making up a story. Ah, yes. It's some local pork that was marked down at the evening market cheap. Wang Fatty didn't think much of it and nudged Gu Xing's chest with his elbow. All right, enough about the pork. I brought some good stuff to drink with you today. He leaned in mysteriously to Gu Xinghe's ear, lowering his voice, his round face brimming with barely contained excitement. Guess what? I had a stroke of luck today. I helped someone throw out garbage and ended up encountering a sucker who insisted on giving me an unlimited black gold card. Wang Fatty rubbed his hands together, his eyes shining. Old Gu, I even gave Mu Qingxue, that old bastard, a good beating today. Let's go, I need to tell you all about it. All right, you've nearly boasted the sky apart. Wang Pengzi jeered as Gu Xinghe tied on the little bare apron a cleaver held in his hand. On the chopping block lay a piece of purplish red Shukong dragon loin. Each cut rang out with a rhythm. He had just returned from the black market and was about to wash the meat in the courtyard when Wang Pengzi swaggered in, 2 bottles of cheap liquor in hand and a voice loud enough to wake the street. Pengzi normally peddled second-hand appliances on launching pockets emptier than his face was clean, and now he claimed he'd punched Mu Qingxue in the face. Gu Xinghe shook his head and swept a large chunk of discarded bone dark with purple marrow into a black garbage bag at his feet. The Shukong dragon's bones were far too hard. Used for broth, they would crack the children's teeth, so he had to throw them away. Good grief, old Gu, you don't believe me. Wang Pengzi grew flustered, his glistening face trembled with the effort. He planted the 2 bottles on the kitchen sink and reached for the black trash bag by Gu Xinghe's feet. You keep cutting, I'll take out the trash. When I come back, I'll blind your titanium alloy eyes with real cash. Wang Pengzi said, This bone's heavy. Can you lift it? Gu Xinghe glanced at him. You think that bulk grew on me for nothing? Wang Pengzi snatched the bag's handle and huffed as he hoisted it up. The bone looked small, but carried weight. Red-faced and straining, Wang Pengzi bit down and hauled it the alley. A few pallid street lamps flickered. Early autumn wind set plastic scraps whispering across the ground. Wang Pengzi walked with the bag to the green municipal dumpster at the mouth of the alley, ready to drop it. A gray shape, silent and swift as a shark drawn to blood, burst from the opposite corner with a... It came with such speed that an evil gust lifted the hem of Wang Pengzi's floral shirt. What the... Startled Wang Pengzi's hand trembled, the plastic at the bag's opening tore. A segment of bone faintly glowing with purple light slipped into view. The gray figure collapsed with a thud, knees striking the cement, and slid to a stop at Wang Pengzi's feet. He wore a tattered robe and a thick head wrap. The exposed skin bore a sickly sallow hue. He was one of those itinerant interstellar traders hidden on launching the sort who eked out a living reselling low-grade magical trinkets. The trader paid no heed to Wang Pengzi himself. His eyes were glued to the exposed bone, his pupils pinpricked. He swallowed with a wet, difficult gulp. His throat worked violently. Hands calloused from years of handling trinkets now trembled, as if gripped by Parkinson's. The residual resonance of Shukong law. This is the pure-blood Shukong dragon's remains. His voice split with a fanatic tremor edging on madness. After so many years in the cosmos, he had never dared dream of encountering such a treasure. Even ground to powder, this could bankrupt a royal house of an ordinary interstellar empire to obtain. And yet someone treated it like trash. Wang Pengzi looked down at the trembling man embracing his knees and felt the hairs on his neck rise. You're trying to scam me, right? I've no cash, so don't put on a show. Wang Pengzi recoiled in disgust. No. The trader snapped his head up, eyes rapturous, as if greeting his long-lost father. Flustered, he plunged a trembling hand into the innermost pocket of his robe and produced a card that shimmered with a dim golden light. The card's edge was set with tiny starstone fragments and bore the emblem of the Xinghe Federation Central Bank's highest authority. He held it aloft with both hands quivering. My lord, this gentleman, this sack of rubbish, no, this sacrosanct treasure, please sell it to me. He babbled so fast his tongue nearly tied. This is an unlimited black gold card of the Xinghe Federation. It can be used to swipe credit at any bank in the universe. As long as you nod, the card is yours. Wang Pengzi stood stunned. He blinked between the shriveled man on the ground and the ostentatious card. You've got to be kidding. One card for a bag of scrap bone. He pinched the black gold card, meaning to mock. The instant his finger touched the card, it felt like polished jade beneath his skin. A faint microarray of anti-counterfeit runes shimmered across its surface. His years trading second-hand goods had honed a cruelly sharp eye. This could not be fake. The trader, sensing Wang Pengzi's hesitation, lunged and snatched the torn plastic bag back. Cradling the bones as if they were a peerless beauty, he whispered, Master, the pin is 6/8. Once the deal is done, no returns. With that, he slipped away like grease on the soles of his feet, vanishing into a nearby alley in an instant, leaving only a foul, decaying night wind. Under the lamplight, Wang Pengzi stood rooted, the black gold card clasped in his fingers as if he'd turned to wood. His head buzzed like boiling porridge. An unlimited, black gold card. He rubbed the glittering stones set into its rim and swallowed. He could still see the trader's frantic face. And he thought of old Gu's strange antics these past days. Whistling in the dead of night to call a big black dog slicing meat, without even sharpening his blade. A cold breath drew in through Wang Pengzi's teeth. A bolt of electricity climbed his spine to the crown of his head. My goodness, could that bastard Gu be some reclusive living immortal? He clenched the card until his palms sweated, his heart pounding like a drum. A fortune overnight. All because he'd carried a bag of trash for a friend. He felt as if no one would believe it if he told the story. He tucked the card deep into his innermost pocket, patting it twice with trembling hands. Screw this second-hand appliance hustle, Wang Pengzi declared. He turned and swaggered down the most prosperous commercial street, shoulders rolling as if he owned the world. He was determined to visit Lanxing's largest interstellar bank tonight and test just how much the card could spend. He reached the neon-crossed intersection of the shopping district. He was midway between debating whether to buy a villa or a starship when a furious voice cut through the night. You spendthrift woman. You've wasted my investment, and now you stand here whining. Wang Pengzi looked up to see the source of the commotion. Under the lamplight, a man in an expensive suit, tie askew, face red with fury, was berating a middle-aged woman with permed hair. They were none other than Mu Qingxue's parents, Mu Daqiang and Lu Tsuehua. A few days ago, they had snagged the school district house near Xinghe's. They were feeling very pleased with themselves. But Mu Daqiang had thrown the family's savings into a so-called high-return interstellar mining scheme. Unsurprisingly, it was a scam. The scheme exploded last night, and the operators ran. The Mu family had not only gone bankrupt, but had accumulated a mountain of debt. Me, a spendthrift. You didn't consult me when you invested. Now there's not even money for a night at a budget hotel. So who are you yelling at? Lu Tsuehua shot back. Lu Tsuehua had already been unnerved by old Gu's big black dog. Now humiliated and furious, she spat insults while stomping her feet. Wang Pengzi watched the pair of sworn enemies and couldn't help grinning. Oh ho, what do you call that? Enemies meeting on a narrow road. These two often leaned on their daughter's attendance at Deep Space Academy to belittle old Gu in front of neighbors, and with that had looked down on Wang Pengzi's second-hand trade too. Wang Pengzi slipped his hand into his pocket and felt the stiff edge of the black gold card. He puffed out his belly and strolled over slowly. Well, if it isn't Director Mu and Mrs. Mu. Wang Pengzi drawled, his tone thick with schadenfreude. Mu Daqiang, looking for a scapegoat, turned to see Wang Pengzi, and the veins in his fat face twitched. You worthless pig. Who do you think you are coming here to gloat? Mu Daqiang spat, foaming at the mouth. My daughter is a star among the firmament. A mere flick of her finger could buy your worthless life 10 times over. Even if I'm bankrupt now, I am not someone your kind. Hanging about with that good for nothing Gu Xinghe. Lu Tsuehua chimed in with a sneer and a dramatic eye roll. Exactly. You've been associating with a loser like Gu Xinghe so long you've soaked up all his poverty. Get lost and stop making us sick. Wang Pengzi was unmoved. He leisurely drew his hand from his pocket. Between his thumb and forefinger gleamed the Xinghe Federation black gold card, its dull gold light catching beneath the street lamp and before those two sour faces. He idly flicked the card. Director Mu, who did you just call poor and lowly? Mu Daqiang's thick short finger was almost poking into Wang Pengzi's nostril. The scent of overnight tobacco tar mixed with the cheap cologne's pungent odor rushed into his brain. Heh! Wang Pengzi tilted his head and spat out the chewed toothpick from his mouth. He said nothing but suddenly swung his right hand and slapped that finger. Ha! The dull sound of flesh colliding spread across the sidewalk. Mu Daqiang let out a pig-like squeal from his throat, his hand instantly turning a pig liver color while he trembled, clutching his right hand with his left. The large gold ring on his finger jingled. Ouch! You fat bastard, how dare you touch me? Mu Daqiang glared, his jowls quivering. What of it? Mu Daqiang, the smell from your mouth is making me want to vomit the buns I ate for breakfast. Wang Pengzi lowered his head to adjust his tight belt, his big belly straining against the shirt buttons. He squinted at Mu Daqiang, who was hopping mad. What are you even worth? Following that freeloading Gu Xinghe, you've turned into this beggar-like state. My daughter Mu Qingxue. She has ascended to the heavens. She is off to the Deep Space Academy to become a fairy. Mu Daqiang sneered while rubbing his hands, spitting words everywhere. Once she establishes herself in deep space, she could crush you two worthless poor fools with a single finger. Lu Tsuehua chimed in, swinging her designer bag with a whoosh. Exactly, you on your shabby clothes have frayed collars pretending to be a big shot here. Hurry up and get lost, don't block our way to inspect our shops. Wang Pengzi, listening to these words, felt as steady as a rock. The heavy black gold card in his pocket was pressed against his thigh, radiating a reassuring warmth. He suddenly burst into laughter, his fat body shaking. Fairy, I think she's gone to become a janitor. Mu Daqiang, don't you love inspecting shops? Just in time, I also have my eye on this place. Wang Pengzi pointed at the dazzling glass-walled building, the Blue Star Supreme Real Estate Trading Center. This was a place only the blue-blood elites of Blue Star dared to enter, with a thick red carpet at the entrance that could cover your ankles. What are you going to do? Mu Daqiang was stunned, watching Wang Pengzi swagger inside. Buy a house, and by the way, ask you rubbish to move your nests. Wang Pengzi didn't look back as he pushed open the heavy automatic golden door. The cold air from the central air conditioning rushed towards him, sweeping away the heat and dust from the street. A faint sandalwood fragrance wafted through the hall, where several saleswomen in kipayos, their long legs on display, glanced sideways at Wang Pengzi. One of the women, who was touching up her makeup, pursed her lips and snapped the lipstick cap loudly. Sir, our smallest unit starts at 80 million, no tours allowed. Wang Pengzi ignored her and walked straight to the giant sand table in the center. Mu Daqiang and Lu Tsuehua squeezed in behind, hands on their hips, ready to watch this fat man make a fool of himself. Look, this is the pretentious fool. If he has $800 in his pocket, he'll take his last name. Mu Daqiang muttered from behind, just loud enough for everyone in the hall to hear. Wang Pengzi reached the manager's desk, pointing at a whole row of models representing the commercial street. This whole street, is it all rented out? The manager, a thin man with gold-rimmed glasses, was busy filing his nails. He glanced up at Wang Pengzi's attire, squeezing out a word from his nostrils. Yes, that is the Jinju commercial street. Currently all rented out to the top 100 enterprises in Blue Star, not for sale. I'm not selling it individually. Wang Pengzi slammed the dark gold-edged card onto the marble surface. I'm taking the whole lot, including the land and the units. Name your price. The manager's nail clipper fell to the ground with a clatter. He stared at the card, his eyes nearly glued to it. That was the Interstellar Universal Black Gold card issued by the Universe Treasure Pavilion, with a circle of flowing gold around it, as a security feature that couldn't be faked. Such a card, even the president of the Blue Star Federation doesn't have one. This. The manager's lips trembled, and he hurriedly picked up the scanner. Mu Daqiang laughed so hard, he almost lost his breath. You're buying an entire street. Wang Pengzi, are you still dreaming? If you could buy this place, I'd lick this marble floor clean right here. Beep. The card reader emitted a crisp electronic sound. A dizzying array of numbers appeared on the screen, followed by a conspicuous green checkmark. Payment successful. The entire sales hall fell silent, as if a needle could be heard dropping. Only the hum of the central air conditioning reverberated. The saleswoman, touching up her makeup, dropped her small mirror, shattering it into several pieces. The manager's legs went weak, nearly slipping off the high stool. He tremblingly handed back the black gold card with both hands bending at the waist to 90 degrees, his voice sounding as if he had just been pulled from the water. Respected Mr. God of Wealth, the Xinghe commercial street is now yours. The paperwork. We will complete it within half an hour. Please enjoy tea, the finest Wudao tea. Wang Pengzi took the card and casually wiped it on his backside. He turned around to face the now statue-like Mu Daqiang and Lu Tsuohua. Mu Daqiang's face was as pale as if he had just been coated in glue, his mouth agape, his throat making a gurgling sound. Where did you get the money? How could that useless Gu Xinghe possibly have such money? Wang Pengzi walked up to him, waving the still warm electronic ownership certificate in front of Mu Daqiang. The richest man in Blue Star means nothing. My brother could casually toss out a bit of trash enough to buy the entire Blue Star. Mu Daqiang, do you remember you still have 2 units on this street? Mu Daqiang's calves cramped, and he instinctively nodded, his palms slick with cold sweat. Wang Pengzi snorted coldly, taking the microphone from the manager and turning it up to maximum volume. Attention all units, I am the new owner here, Wang Jing. I now announce, all rental agreements under Mu Daqiang are null and void. Deposits are non-refundable. Get out immediately. Where are the bodyguards? Throw these 2 out, don't dirty my territory. As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen sturdy men in black protective suits rushed out from the side door of the hall. These men had keen eyesight, lifting Mu Daqiang and Lu Tsuohua as if they were 2 dead dogs. Let go of me. Do you know who I am? My daughter. Mu Daqiang's cries were drowned out by the sound of traffic outside. Bang! The 2 were heavily thrown into a puddle at the bottom of the stairs. Just then a muffled thunder crashed from the sky, and a torrential downpour arrived out of nowhere. Lu Tsuohua's designer clothes were instantly soaked with muddy water, and the lipstick in her bag fell into the sewer, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Mu Daqiang lay in the water staring at the grand real estate center, his mind buzzing. It's over. All over. That was the last of the Mu family's coffin fund, all invested in those 2 shops. Bodyguards, assistants, and several business partners who had just been flattering him scattered like rabbits at the sight. Just moments ago a prosperous tycoon, now they were 2 drowned rats. Lu Tsuohua wiped the muddy water from her face, sitting in the rain and crying uncontrollably. It's all your fault. Mu Daqiang. Why did you have to provoke that fat man? Where's Qingxue? She's in deep space. Why hasn't she come back to save us? Mu Daqiang wiped the rain off his face, looking at the luxury cars parked not far away, all the glory that once belonged to him shattered. Suddenly the words of Wang Pengzi flashed through his mind. Gu Xinghe. Garbage. Buying Blue Star. Could it be? Mu Daqiang shivered, his hands slipping in the muddy water. That kid Gu Xinghe. He's not useless at all. He was just pretending in front of us. Lu Tsuohua also stopped crying, her eyes gleaming with a glint of greed mixed with fear. Old Mu, we have to find him. We need to find Xinghe. We've taken care of him for 20 years, even though Qingxue is no longer with him. Those 3 kids have the Mu family's blood too. Yes, let's go find him. Let's go plead. Let's go Bao. He's soft-hearted. He surely can't bear to see us starve to death. The rain poured harder, shadows of the distant streetlights dimly glimmering. 2 down and out old men supported each other, moving in staggered steps towards the Gu family villa. Wang Pengzi stood behind the huge floor-to-ceiling window, watching the 2 pitiful figures in the rain, lighting a cigarette for himself. He dialed Gu Xing's number. Hello Xinghe, the fish is hooked, crawling your way now. The faint scent of smoke and the sound of children arguing came through the phone. Fatty, you seem quite busy today. I'm just about to have dinner. Do you want to join? Wang Pengzi chuckled, blowing a smoke ring, while watching the reflection of that nouveau riche in the floor-to-ceiling window. Dinner can wait, Xinghe. Aren't you the least bit curious how Mu Daqiang will enter? Will he kneel on his left knee first, or his right knee? Raindrops trickled down his neck, seeping into his clothes. Mu Daqiang stepped cautiously in the mud, his once shiny leather shoes now reduced to 2 lumps of muck. He half opened his mouth, gasping like a broken bellows. Old Mu. Hey, take it slow. I twisted my ankle. Lu Tsuohua tugged at the corner of his shirt from behind, slipping with every step, her hair clinging to her face like water weeds. The couple wiped the cold rain off their faces, a deep sense of regret chilling their hearts even more than the rain. Who would have thought? Initially, they believed Gu Xinghe would starve to death on the streets after leaving their Mu family, yet he turned out to be the formidable support that Wang Pengzi squandered money on. Well, that. Xinghe, he has a soft heart. Mu Daqiang leaned against a utility pole, spitting out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. Let's go over there. You just sit on the ground and say your heart condition flared up. He will definitely open the door for you. Lu Tsuohua nodded eagerly, her eyes glinting with a lingering greed. Right, those 3 kids were raised by me. I don't believe he can just watch us die at the doorstep. The 2 of them shuffled slowly to the gate of the villa area. The blinding lights made it impossible for them to open their eyes. Those were the top-tier federal defense floodlights summoned by Su Hongye. Halt. Military restricted area, approach and die. A low commanding voice echoed. From the shadows behind the gate emerged several towering figures, their weapons glinting with a cold, greenish light under the floodlights. These were the guards arranged by Su Hongye, each of them with eyes sharp as knives emanating the bloody scent of someone who had just crawled out from a pile of corpses. Mu Daqiang's calves cramped, nearly causing him to kneel on the spot. He wiped his face dry, forcing a smile that was all wrinkles. Brothers, you've worked hard. I am your Mr. Gus father-in-law. Right, I am his biological mother. No, I mean his former biological mother. Lu Tsuehua chimed in from the side, trying to squeeze through the gap in the alloy door. The leading guard stood still, his cold eyes glaring at the two of them from behind his mask, as if looking at two wild dogs. Mr. Gu has given instructions. Members of the Mu family are not allowed entry. The guard's voice was as hard as iron clashing together. Hey, how dare you speak like that, soldier? The old authority of being a father-in-law surged back into Mu Daqiang. He pounded his chest, spitting saliva onto the guard's protective suit. Let me tell you, my daughter Mu Qingxue. She's a genius at the Deep Space Academy. Gu Xinghe grew up eating our family's food. He's just a Doran son-in-law. If you stop me now, Gu Xinghe will have to kneel and beg me to let him in. Do you believe it? Lu Tsuehua, seeing the guard silent, grew bolder and reached to grab the guard's gun barrel. Get away. I want to see my grandson. See you at. Grandma's here to see you. Her voice pierced the night sky like a needle. The guard's brow furrowed beneath the mask. The death order he received was accept for Mr. Gu and General Su. Any Mu family member approaching here should be dealt with immediately. Final warning, step back. The guard pressed down with his right hand, the metallic thud of the gun stock resonating sharply in the rainy night. Who do you think you're scaring? With my old arms and legs, do you dare to lay a hand on me? Mu Daqiang boldly thrust his chest forward, cursing as he did. Xinghe, Gu Xinghe, you heartless one. Your father-in-law is dying at the door, can't you see? The guard said nothing, suddenly swinging his right arm in a wide arc. Whoosh. It was the sound of heavy weaponry slicing through the air. Thud. The gun stock slammed heavily against Mu Daqiang's shoulder, then swung horizontally, striking his fleshy. Mu Daqiang felt half of his face go numb, instantly followed by a searing pain. His teeth crunched, and blood mixed with a salty taste spewed out. Oh! He flew away like a piece of chopped firewood, crashing heavily onto Lu Tsuehua. The two rolled in the muddy water just as they were about to howl. The guards came splashing through. The sound of boots splashing in the puddles was like a death knell. Damn it. You really hit me. Mu Daqiang covered his swollen face, his eyes filled with fear, feeling a chill in his pants. He had wet himself. The leading guard said nothing, grabbing Mu Daqiang by the collar, lifting him like a dead chicken. Throw him far away, don't dirty the road. General Su's car will be passing soon. Another guard dragged Lu Tsuehua by the leg, pulling her harshly along the gravel path. Let go of me. My clothes. Qingxue, save me. Lu Qihua's nails dug into the ground, drawing blood, but no one turned back. Get lost. The guard exerted his arms, tossing her straight into the bottomless, foul-smelling sewage ditch by the roadside. Plopped. Two dark figures crashed into the muddy soup, splashing up dirt water half a meter high. The sludge rose above Mu Daqiang's neck, a nauseating mixture of sour, rotten, and chemical smells drilling into his skull. Ugh! Lu Tsuehua lay on the garbage pile, retching violently. Gu Xinghe, you have such a cruel heart. Ouch, my back. Mu Daqiang struggled in the ditch, finally grasping a rotten piece of wood, wanting to climb out, but lacking strength, half his body soaked in filthy water. The wild cats around were startled, scampering in all directions, their cries echoing in the wilderness like ghostly wails. Lu Tsuehua wiped the rotten vegetable leaves off her head, trembling, as she fished out a mobile phone from the mud. The screen was cracked like a spider web covered in mud. She desperately rubbed it with her sleeve and pressed it to unlock the muddy fingerprint. Old Mu, we need to find Mu Chun. Lu Qihua's voice trembled uncontrollably, her teeth chattering noisily. Right, Mu Chun. Mu Daqiang raised his head in the ditch, a fierce glint in his eyes that was the last bit of madness in his desperation. That kid just entered some Hu martial arts hall, saying he's an inner disciple. His master is extremely powerful, said to be able to shatter walls with a single punch. The phone rang for a long time before it connected. A cacophony of loud, heavy metal music blasted from the other end, making Lu Qihua's ears ache. Hello? Who is it? It's the middle of the night, spit it out. Mu Chen's impatient voice, accompanied by the laughter of women, came through. Chainer, help. Your dad and mom are about to be beaten to death. Lu Tsuehua cried out, her nose running without a care. What? Beaten to death? Who dares to touch our Mu family? Isn't my sister at the Deep Space Academy? Mu Chun suddenly pushed the woman in his arms away, his voice rising by an octave. It's Gu Xinghe, that heartless bastard. Mu Daqiang roared into the phone, his throat filled with blood phlegm. He's called in soldiers. Threw us into the stinky ditch. Chainer, isn't your martial arts hall one of the top 3 in Blue Star? Hurry and bring people. Tear down that little bastard's villa. I want him to kneel and pee and bow to us. The other end fell silent for a few seconds. Then came the sound of Mu Qingxue spitting on the ground, filled with uncontainable rage and impatience. Mom, where are you? I'm calling my brothers right now. Damn, did that Xinghe kid take crazy pills? He even dares to touch my parents. Does he really think he can cling to some powerful leg? In front of my Huwei martial arts hall, he's just a piece of trash. Lu Tsuhua lay in the mud listening to her son's murderous intent, her cheeks contorting with a sinister glare. It's at Xingfu Road. At the entrance of that villa area. Chainer, you must bring the strongest senior brother with you. The security here has weapons. Mu Qingxue laughed coldly on the phone, a kind of arrogance unique to the ignorant. What does it matter if they have weapons? The senior brother is already a second-tier warrior. He can catch bullets. Just wait in the ditch half an hour. If I don't knock out Gu Xing's teeth, I won't share his surname. He hung up the phone. Lu Tsuehua looked at the pitch-black rain curtain, her eyes filled with a twisted sense of Xinghe. Just wait. Wait for death. Mu Daqiang, propping himself up with the rotten wood, also chuckled coldly, his face smeared with blood. Old Lu, when Mu Qingxue arrives, we need to tell him. Don't kill him directly, we need to keep him alive. Let him hand over that black gold card. Write the money in that card. Must belong to the Mu family. Inside the villa, Gu Xinghe was leisurely peeling an apple while sitting on the sofa. The apple peel spiraled down intact without breaking. He glanced at the dark corner outside the window, a playful smirk curling on his lips. Su Hongye sat across from him, holding a Federal Confidential report, her brow slightly furrowed. Xinghe, those two old guys at the gate seem to be calling their son. That Mu Qingxue has been causing quite a stir at the Huwei Martial Arts Hall lately. Should we deal with him now? Gu Xinghe took a bite of the apple, the juice bursting on his tongue, sweet and refreshing. He waved his hand, casually tossing the core into the trash, his expression calm and unfazed. No hurry, let him come. Didn't the fat guy say the show needs to be watched in full? This appetizer was just served. Pulling it away would be too boring. He stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and gazed at the headlights of several cars speeding towards them. Oh yeah, why do people always think that a few grasshoppers can shake the heavens? The alloy door let out a piercing roar as two broken screws at the hinge burst apart, clattering onto the cement floor. That was a heavy kick for Mu Qingxue. He stepped into the yard, leaving a charred imprint on the ground made by his expensive martial arts boots. The kid had dyed his hair a glaring dark purple, thickly coated with gel, glistening with a cheap plastic shine under the sunlight. Behind him followed four burly men, all dressed in black vests, their arms tattooed with fierce tigers. They were the lackeys of the Huwei Martial Arts Hall, each with a haughty demeanor, looking down their noses at others. Gu Xinghe was bent over at that moment, holding a spray bottle watering a newly rooted chrysanthemum plant. Fine droplets of mist spun in the air, refracting a faint rainbow. He didn't even turn his head, rhythmically rubbing his fingers on the spray bottle handle. Gu Xinghe, are you hiding here playing dead? Mu Qingxue's shout startled the sparrows in the trees, sending them flying. He rushed over with large strides, his right index finger trembling as he pointed at the back of Gu Xing's head, his fingernail trimmed to a sharp point, exuding a sinister aura. You beat my parents into a filthy ditch. How many heads have you grown? Huh. Gu Xinghe slowly turned off the spray bottle, standing up leisurely. He turned his head, looking at the furious face of his cheap brother-in-law, who was turning pale with anger. Mu Qing's throat rolled, and the fire in his eyes nearly scorched Gu Xinghe. Chainer, help me. Mu Daqiang leaned against the courtyard wall, poking half of his head and his face swollen like a steamed bun, with blood still fresh at the corner of his mouth. Lu Tsuehua was crouched behind, covered in mud, crying with a flower-patterned face, her voice already sounding like a quacking duck. Seeing her parents in such a miserable state, the flames of rage flared up in Mu Qingxue. Tisk, you're disturbing the child's sleep. Gu Xinghe dug at his ears, casually placing the spray bottle on the stone table. His gaze swept past Mu Qingxue, landing on the tattooed men, then back to Mu Qing's contorted face. It was like watching a greenhead fly floundering in a garbage heap. Gu Xinghe, what kind of look is that? Mu Qingxue was thoroughly provoked by the indifference, his right fist tightening, the knuckles cracking loudly. I tell you, I am now an inner disciple of the Huwei Martial Arts Hall. My master is a peak second-rank master. My sister Mu Qingxue is a future big shot at the Deep Space Academy. What do you have to boast about? Is it because that woman Su Hongye is protecting you? Mu Qingxue stepped forward, sinking deep into the grass beneath him. You are nothing but a useless leech. Without a woman, you're not worth a fart. Now kneel down and bow to my parents until they feel better. Then cripple your own hands, and I might spare your life to let you be a guard dog there. The four burly men behind him laughed, their laughter ringing in Gu Xing's ears like a strange itch. Chainer, stop wasting words with him. Fight. Beat him to death. Lu Tsuehua shouted, stretching her neck from outside, her high-pitched voice echoing in the yard. Gu Xinghe slightly lowered his eyelids, looking at the circle of trampled grass at his feet. It was freshly trimmed that morning. His breathing was steady without a hint of chaos, yet the surrounding air became somewhat thick at that moment. Martial arts talent. Gu Xinghe chuckled lightly, repeating the phrase. His tone carried an absurdity that was difficult to comprehend. Do you think that's the confidence you have to shout here? Mu Qingxue scoffed, suddenly sinking his body, striking a pose from the Hu martial arts hall. The blood and energy within him began to accelerate his facial skin, revealing a sickly red hue. That is only natural. It is what I deserve. You, a waste who will never touch the threshold of a warrior, what do you know about power? My sister is right, people like you are just wasting air by being alive. Sigh. Gu Xinghe sighed, the last trace of patience in his gaze completely dissipating. He did not raise his hand, nor did he take any defensive posture. A flicker of imperceptible golden light ignited deep within his originally pitch-black eyes. It was the highest judgment that transcended the laws of this universe. Since what you take pride in is martial arts talent, Gu Xing's voice became ethereal, as if it were exploding directly within the souls of everyone present. Then I shall reclaim that which you are unworthy of possessing. What nonsense are you spouting? Mu Qingxue roared, pushing off the ground with his heels, charging at Gu Xinghe like a wild boar released from a cage. His fist created a sharp sound of breaking through the air, a sign that his blood and energy had entered his bones. Just as his fist was less than 10 centimeters away from Gu Xing's nose. Time, laws, causality. In that instant, they were forcibly shattered by a thought from Gu Xinghe. A buzzing sound that made one's teeth ache resonated in the air like countless taut steel wires snapping simultaneously. Buzz. Mu Qingxue's sneering face instantly froze. He felt an indescribable sense of oppression squeezing in from all directions. That feeling was akin to a mortal staring straight at an ancient god capable of devouring stars. Crack. A faint minuscule sound was heard. It came from Mu Qingxue's lower abdomen. The energy and blood that had been wildly circulating within him suddenly crashed against an invisible wall. Immediately after the dantian he had cherished and diligently cultivated for over 10 years collapsed without warning. That collapse did not explode outward, but rather imploded inwardly. Puff. Mu Qingxue's complexion changed from crimson to ashen in an instant like a drained white chicken. His pupils constricted violently, the focus within them turning into a mushy blur. All his power, all his blood along with the so-called talent were forcefully uprooted by a brutal force. It was the pain of being stripped away from the depths of his soul. My energy. My cultivation. Mu Qingxue's throat emitted a clucking sound like a duck gasping for air with its neck being squeezed. He felt that the originally wide and flexible meridians were now like withered branches that had dried for 1,000 years. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull explosions resonated from all his joints. That was the sound of the meridians breaking apart bit by bit. Mu Qingxue felt like a sack that had lost its support, the momentum of his charge coming to an abrupt halt. He maintained the posture of throwing a punch, losing his balance just a step away from Gu Xinghe. Thud. His knees hit the cement ground heavily, the impact echoing in the dead silence of the yard. His forehead was instantly covered in beads of sweat large as soybeans trickling down along his temples. That head dyed with purple gel could only hang low, pressing desperately against the ground. What happened? Chainer, get up. Lu Tsuehua saw her son kneeling and was terrified, screaming in a shrill voice. The 4 tattooed men were also dumbfounded, exchanging glances as if their feet were filled with lead. They hadn't seen Gu Xinghe make a move. They didn't even feel a trace of energy flowing. Yet Mu Qingxue was rendered useless just like that. The aura of his blood completely depleting and his life force rapidly waning could not escape the notice of fellow martial artists. Mu Qingxue gasped like a fish out of water, his mouth wide open, but all that came out was a hoarse wheeze. His nails clawed the ground, leaving 10 streaks of blood. The nails themselves flipped over, but the despair of losing his power was 1,000 times more painful than the physical pain. The foundation he had painstakingly cultivated for 10 years. That talent praised by his master. All gone. Completely reduced to a powerless cripple. Gu Xinghe picked up the spray bottle again and gently pressed it. A string of translucent droplets fell on the flower petals, sliding down the leaves into the soil. He looked down at Mu Qingxue, who was kneeling at his feet. How does this feel? Gu Xing's tone remained flat, as if he were asking what breakfast the neighbor had. Oh. Mu Qingxue finally let out a shriek of extreme despair. That cry was filled with endless hopelessness and regret, lingering over the Gu family and refusing to dissipate. His once arrogant and domineering eyes now overflowed with blood. Lu Tsuehua watched her son rolling on the ground in agony, collapsing in the mud, her lips trembling so much that she couldn't utter a sound. Gu Xinghe did not even look up, continuing to press the sprayer on the next pot of flowers. Get lost. Don't be in the way here, it affects the flower's mood. As his voice fell, the 4 burly men like startled rabbits grabbed Mu Qingxue and turned to flee. Mu Qing's severed fingers dragged 2 long lines of blood across the cement ground, glaring and heart-wrenching. Su Hongya sat inside the house watching all of this through a gap in the curtains. The warm cup of coffee in her hand emitted steam, blurring her vision. Xinghe, isn't this deprivation technique a bit too extreme? Su Hongya pushed open the door and stepped out, looking at the bloodstains on the ground, her eyes filled with an inexplicable shock. Gu Xinghe set down the spray bottle and turned his head. The sunlight fell on his profile, making him appear clean and gentle. He took out a handkerchief from his pocket and leisurely wiped off a bit of dirt from his fingers. Extreme. Gu Xinghe smiled lightly with no fluctuations in his expression. Since he wants to use that talent to step on my head, isn't it a kind of grace for me to turn him back into an ordinary person? Moreover, I want to know, will a useless brother without talent still be as proud as he is now? Blood mixed with a few broken teeth dripped from Mu Qing's mouth, falling into the cracks of the cement bricks. His face had become disfigured with red blood vessels threatening to burst from his eyes. The area around his dantian on his abdomen had sunken in the fabric of his clothes, clinging to his emaciated flesh, resembling a deflated, tattered balloon. Mu Qingxue clawed at the ground with his hands, his nails curling as mud mixed with blood filled the gaps between his fingers. He couldn't lift himself up. His dantian was ruined, his meridians severed like withered wood. He couldn't even defeat a 70-year-old man now. The 4 tattooed men outside had long since disappeared, not even daring to leave a word of encouragement. Only Lu Tsuehua huddled at the base of the wall, trembling in a bundle, too scared to move. Gu Xinghe stood half a meter away, still clutching the blue spray bottle in his hand. Water droplets dripped from the spout, making a soft sound. Gu Xinghe, you! How dare you ruin me? Mu Qingxue suddenly lifted his head, his throat feeling like it had a piece of broken sandpaper stuck in it, each word laced with blood. He gritted his teeth, his jaw creaking, his gaze wild like that of a rabid dog. You're finished. Your entire family is finished. He screamed, reaching out to grab Gu Xing's pant leg, but only grasped air. My sister, Mu Qingxue. She is about to become an inner door prodigy at the Deep Space Academy. One finger from her could crush you. Crush you and that little Mistress Hongya. And those 3 little bastards. Bang! Before he could finish, Gu Xinghe casually lifted his foot. The movement was minimal, as casual as kicking a piece of rotten stone by the roadside. Mu Qingxue slid 2 meters along the ground, his back crashing solidly against the iron door frame. Cough! He spat out another mouthful of old blood, his chest feeling as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, breathing in more than he could exhale. Gu Xinghe approached slowly, the sound of his leather shoes splashing in the puddle echoing. His gaze was as cold as an ice pit in the dead of winter, not even the rhythm of his breathing changed. You can insult me, that's fine. Gu Xinghe crouched down, waving the spray bottle in front of Mu Qingxue. He aimed the spout at Mu Qing's bloodied face and pressed it. Hiss! The icy mist sprayed onto Mu Qing's face, washing away the streaks of blood. There are many who insult me, and I can't be bothered to crush them one by one. Gu Xing's voice was not loud, yet it carried an unsettling calmness. But you definitely shouldn't have splashed dirty water on the children. He stood up, looking down from a height at this pile of... Do you really think that because your sister went to deep space, she has become a celestial being? Gu Xing's lips curled into a mocking arc as if he had just heard an absurd joke. Deep Space Academy. Prodigy. He shook his head, his eyes filled with pity and disdain. Right now she is in deep space, kneeling on the ground, washing clothes for others, and shoveling beast dung. For half a dog-feeding pill, she is having her face rubbed in the mud. She is even less than a stray dog. These words floated lightly, yet they detonated in Mu Qing's mind like a bomb. He stopped convulsing, staring wide-eyed as the veins on his forehead throbbed. Bullshit. You're talking nonsense. Mu Qingxue screamed hysterically, his hands flailing in the air. My sister is a genius. The first genius of Blue Star. She cannot be a cleaner. You're lying to me. That was his confidence, his talisman against bullying. Now this talisman had been torn to shreds by Gu Xinghe and trampled underfoot. Gu Xinghe ignored him further. Talking to a useless person was beneath him. He turned to look at Lu Tsuehua, who had curled up like a quail at the base of the wall. Meeting his gaze, Lu Tsuehua was so frightened that she urinated her pants, the foul smell spreading. Get this pile of garbage out of here. Gu Xinghe pointed at Mu Qingxue on the ground with his shoe. Don't dirty the ground in front of my courtyard. Lu Tsuehua didn't care about her pride anymore, crawling over with all fours, tugging at Mu Qing's arm to drag him out. Shaner, let's go. Hurry up. She cried, snot and tears flowing, not daring to look at Gu Xinghe even once. Mu Qingxue was still struggling, cursing under his breath. You wait. Wait for my sister to come back. Wait until she becomes the disciple of a great master. Gu Xinghe reached out and grabbed the 2 broken iron doors. Without her backing you, what are you worth? Clang. The heavy iron door slammed shut, shaking off a little. The moment the door lock clicked into place, it completely cut off the desperate, frenzied wails from outside. The world finally became quiet. Gu Xinghe exhaled a long breath. He rubbed the back of his neck, which felt a bit sore, and stretched his shoulders. These flies buzzing around every day really dampened the mood for looking after the kids. He muttered to himself, throwing the spray bottle aside. Turning around, the warm yellow light from the hall of the villa spilled out onto the lawn. Su Hongya was tying on an apron, chopping onions in the open kitchen, the smell making her rub her eyes. Xinghe, is everything cleaned up outside? She leaned out halfway, holding a kitchen knife, creating a somewhat incongruous scene. Xinghe walked over and casually took the knife from her hands. It's clean. You still need to work on your kitchen skills, even as a military god. He skillfully sliced the onion into even strips, his knife worked smooth. Where are the three little rascals upstairs? Su Hongya wiped her hands and leaned against the countertop. Zhang is doing exercises. Nianxing is looking at deep space astronomical charts. And see, you just finished a box of divine chocolates and is now running around the house like mad. Xinghe paused for a moment while cutting the vegetables. Those chocolates were sent by the high priest, refined from star cores. Eating so many they'll be too hyper to sleep tonight. He sighed, plating the chopped vegetables. Alright, you take a break. He'll go upstairs to help them with their homework and also put Siyu to bed. Xinghe washed his hands, dried them on his apron, and turned to walk towards the stairs. Just as he reached the corner on the first floor, he hadn't yet stepped onto the stairs. Suddenly, a crisp knocking sound came from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. The rhythm was slow and gentle, exuding a cautious politeness. It was completely the opposite of the thuggish door-kicking of Mu Qingxue earlier. Xinghe paused, his brows slightly furrowing. This late at night, having just thrown out a pile of garbage, who could possibly be looking for trouble? He turned and walked to the entrance, pressing the button of the visual doorbell screen. A dim yellow light from the street lamp illuminated the screen. A young woman stood in front of the camera. Dressed in a light beige professional suit, her hair was neatly styled. She held a fruit basket bearing the logo of a high-end supermarket containing a few snake apples and a bunch of grapes. She seemed a bit nervous, occasionally glancing down to smooth her skirt, then checking her reflection in the glass door. Lin Xingtan, Gu Chang'an's homeroom teacher. Famous as the Ice Queen teacher at Blue Star's top high school, usually quite stern with parents. What was going, bringing fruit for a home visit at this late hour? Xinghe pondered, pressing the intercom button. Teacher Lin, it's late, what brings you here? Gu Xing's voice came from the speaker outside the door. Lin Xingtan was startled, almost losing grip on the fruit basket. Quickly she cleared her throat, attempting to make her voice sound like that of a serious educator. Mr. Gu, sorry to disturb you. I came for a home visit. Her voice was a bit airy, her gaze unconsciously darting towards the courtyard. About what happened today at school with Chang'an. On the incident where he pressed the school bully into the ground, I feel. We need to have an in-depth discussion. Xinghe watched her awkward demeanor through the screen and suddenly felt like laughing. He stroked his chin, pausing his finger on the door lock button for a second. Alright, Teacher Lin, please wait a moment. Xinghe pressed the door open button, the iron door emitting a soft click. He turned to look at Su Hongya, who was peeking out from the kitchen, shrugging. It seems someone is eager to come help with the homework tonight. The door creaked open and a delightful fragrance of fresh grass and wood accompanied by warmth rushed in, keeping the damp chill of early autumn at bay. Lin Xingtan, holding a fruit basket and wearing high heels, walked with a hint of hesitation. Xinghe, dressed in loose gray loungewear, was casually wielding a half-peeled apple, smiling amiably. Teacher Lin, please make yourself at home. The place is a bit messy, I hope you don't mind. Lin Xingtan quickly changed into the slippers handed to her, her eyes revealing an undeniable hint of pity. What a wonderful man, handsome and family-oriented. How could that selfish woman, Mu Qingxue, bear to abandon her husband and child? Mr. Gu, you were too polite. I just came by to check on Chang'an. She placed the fruit basket on the coffee table, and as she just settled down beside the sofa, Su Hongya came over with 2 cups of tea. Teacher Lin, tea time. Dressed in neat casual attire, Su Hongya nodded at her. Lin Xingtan was a bit dazed. How was there such a stunning woman with a powerful aura in this house? But she dared not ask further, thanked her quietly, and lifted the teacup with both hands. The tea glimmered with a faint amber hue, and steam wafted upwards, filling her nostrils. She took a gentle sip. Lin Xingtan's hand holding the teacup suddenly trembled. A few drops of scalding tea splashed onto the back of her hand, but she felt no pain. The flavor carried a refreshing coolness that penetrated deeply. Having taught martial arts for years, she had developed a stubborn late-night headache, often feeling as if her brain was being pricked by needles. Yet after just one whiff of the tea's fragrance, that oppressive stabbing pain in her head vanished instantly. Even the qi and blood that had stagnated in her dantian for nearly half a year began to stir, hinting at a possible breakthrough. This tea. Lin Xingtan stammered, her eyes fixed on the 2 tea leaves in her cup. Oh, it's large leaf tea grown in the backyard. Feel free to drink up. Xinghe took a bite of the apple, the crunch echoing. Lin Xingtan swallowed hard, assuming that Xinghe was simply lucky to have come across some rare spirit tea. Suppressing the turmoil within her, she adjusted her posture, trying to get to the point. Mr. Gu, today at the school gate. Halfway through her sentence, a sudden chill shot up her tailbone. The black leather of the sofa beneath her felt wrong. It was slippery, and even through her skirt, she could sense the intricate pattern of scales on its surface along with a cold metallic texture. What was worse, as a martial artist, she felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from this dead leather. It was as if an ancient colossal beast was fixated on her throat, making her heart skip a beat. Lin Qingtan's face went pale. A layer of cold sweat broke out on her back, her shirt clinging to her spine damp and cold. She quietly glanced down at the dark leather of the sofa, an illustration from an ancient book flashing through her mind. Is this the hide of a starry sky bone dragon? No, it must be an illusion, surely a product of being overworked while preparing lessons. How could a single father abandoned by his wife afford a sofa made from a starry sky bone dragon? This thing could fetch the price of 10 buildings on Blue Star at the Interstellar Auction House. Lin Qingtan pinched her thigh hard, forcing herself to muster a smile that was more painful than crying. Mr. Gu, your sofa is quite special. A gift from a friend. Gets a bit slippery to sit on. I'll add a cotton cover someday. Gu Xinghe waved his hand, dismissively, casually tossing the apple core into the trash can. Lin Qingtan felt she was about to suffocate. Instinctively, she turned her stiff neck to redirect her gaze and catch her breath. However, as she turned her head, she happened to spot a dog bed in the corner. A large, shiny black dog was lying there, its front paws resting on something glowing. It was making a crunching sound, the noise of hard objects being chewed, sending a shiver down her spine. Lin Qingtan focused her eyes, nearly having her eyeballs pop out. The glowing object had a pitted surface radiating a dense star power, even creating visible ripples of energy in the air. Thud! Lin Qingtan could no longer hold the teacup in her hands but fell onto the bone dragon leather sofa, spilling tea everywhere. She recognized that object. That was an asteroid core which only appeared at the most prestigious auctions throughout the universe. Any ordinary martial artist could explode from merely inhaling the dust of a fallen star core. Now this thing was being gnawed on like a rib by a mutt. Hey, chew quietly, can't you see we have guests? Gu Xinghe frowned, casually grabbing an orange from the table and expertly tossing it at Dahei's head. The dog whined pitifully. It turned around, still holding half of the asteroid core in its mouth, presenting its rear to them as it continued to chew, indeed, making much less noise. Lin Qingtan felt her worldview was being relentlessly smashed by a hammer. The headache was gone, a dragon leather sofa, and a dog munching on an asteroid core. What kind of household is this? What was that foolish woman Mu Qingxue thinking when she abandoned such a monstrous man? Lin Qingtan's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Her mind was filled with a single thought: to escape this bizarre place. If she stayed any longer, she would go mad. Teacher Lin, why are you sweating so much? Is the air conditioning set too high? Su Hongya handed her a few tissues, looking at her in confusion. No. Lin Qingtan suddenly stood up, but in her haste her high heel twisted, and her knee nearly collided with the glass edge of the coffee table. Mr. Gu, I suddenly feel a bit unwell. May I use the restroom? She stammered, unsure where to put her hands and feet, even forgetting to push the fruit basket forward. Oh, just go straight and turn right. Gu Xinghe pointed towards the end of the hallway. Lin Qingtan thanked him repeatedly, as if a beast were chasing her. She hurriedly stumbled towards the restroom. She burst into the restroom, locked the door behind her, pressing her back firmly against the door, her chest rising and falling rapidly. In the mirror above the sink, a pale face, filled with terror, stared back. Calm down, Lin Qingtan, you need to stay calm. It could all be high-quality replicas. Yes, Blue Star's replica technology is now so advanced that it can fool anyone. She muttered to herself while turning on the faucet. The sound of rushing water amplified in the small space. She splashed cold water on her face, the icy droplets trickling down her chin, finally helping her regain some semblance of rationality. Grabbing a dry towel to wipe her face, Lin Qingtan took a deep breath, ready to turn around and conclude this life-threatening home visit. But as she bent down to pull the doorknob, her gaze was fixated on a broken stone wedged under the door. The stone was roughly the size of an adult's fist, dark and unremarkable. It was smeared with a bit of mud, and the edges showed signs of being chipped, resembling something picked up off the road. Yet the surface of the stone shimmered with a faint, dark, golden divine pattern, exuding an aura that made one feel compelled to kneel and bow, sending shivers through the soul. The rationality Lin Qingtan had just regained evaporated in an instant. She slowly crouched down, only a few centimeters away from the stone. A familiar fear ingrained deep within her bones suddenly gripped her heart, causing her fingertips to spasm. As a double master's graduate in martial arts studies, she had encountered this totem countless times in the highest level encrypted ancient texts of Blue Star. That was the token of the supreme divine temple. It was said that whoever possessed this stone could command the entire universe, even purchasing an entire galaxy was within reach. Now this object was casually wedged under the door as a doorstop. Thud! Lin Qingtan's knees buckled, and she fell onto the cold, hard-tiled floor. Her breaths came in rapid bursts, as if she were a broken bellows. The last strand of logic, named common sense in her mind, snapped completely. Outside the door, Gu Xinghe knocked casually. "Teacher Lin, are you alright? Is the toilet clogged? Do you want me to get a plunger for you?" Lin Qingtan tightly covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. She stared at the doorstop stone, forcing out a broken, tearful sentence. "Mr. Gu, is this doorstop stone of yours? Is it for sale? Can I afford it if I sell everything I own?" Outside the door, Gu Xinghe heard Lin Qingtan's absurd inquiry, tinged with a sob, nearly unable to suppress his laughter. "Teacher Lin, if you like that broken stone, I can just gift it to you when you leave. However, that thing is just a bit heavy, but can be used to press sauerkraut or block a door, but it won't fetch a good price." Gu Xing's voice came through the door, carrying an air of casual nonchalance. Lin Qingtan collapsed onto the cold tiled floor, her mind buzzing. "Gift me. Press sauerkraut. This is a divine artifact that can buy half the universe. You use it to press sauerkraut. Have you considered the feelings of the sauerkraut?" Lin Qingtan struggled to swallow, leaning against the sink as she unsteadily stood up. She stared intently at her shattered reflection in the mirror, slapping her chest twice before she could barely suppress the urge to kneel and worship. "Don't panic. Lin Qingtan, you are the gold medal homeroom teacher of the first high school in Blue Star. You cannot show weakness in front of the parents." She took a deep breath, adjusted her clothes, and pushed open the bathroom door as if heading to an execution. Upon returning to the living room, Lin Qingtan's demeanor had completely changed. She was no longer the aloof and serious female teacher, but resembled a little student who had just made a mistake waiting to be reprimanded. With her legs together and hands obediently resting on her knees, she dared not even fully sit on the dragon-skin sofa, fearing that her weight would disperse the pressure above it. Gu Xinghe had cut a plate of fruit and walked over to the coffee table. Seeing Lin Qingtan's timid appearance, he felt this woman must have recognized the origins of these scattered items in the house. But it didn't matter. He, as the supreme ruler, never intended to hide it deliberately. He was just too lazy to promote it. "Teacher Lin, have some fruit." Gu Xinghe pushed the plate toward her. "Isn't this child Gu Chang'an a bit mischievous, causing you no small trouble at school?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qingtan nearly jumped off the sofa in fright. She waved her hands, repeatedly shaking her head like a rattle drum. "No, no, no. Gu Chang'an is an excellent student, well liked by his peers, especially today. He single-handedly resolved a campus bullying issue, truly a model of chivalry. Now she wouldn't dare say half a no about Gu Chang'an. Who knows if this hidden divine being in front of her might, in a moment of displeasure, crush Blue Star into a glass orb. Looking at Lin Qingtan's fearful expression, Gu Xinghe smiled. Over the years, Mu Qingxue had been indifferent to her child, and Lin Qingtan, as the homeroom teacher, indeed took good care of Gu Chang'an. This favor Gu Xinghe kept in his heart. "Teacher Lin, you are a good teacher. It is a blessing for Chang'an to have met." Gu Xinghe spoke earnestly, bending down to pull out a dusty storage basket from under the coffee table. This basket usually contained bones that the big black dog wouldn't chew on, or marbles that the children had grown tired of. Lin Qingtan's eyes twitched uncontrollably at the sight of the basket. She had a premonition that pulling out anything from it could stir up a bloodbath in the universe. Gu Xinghe rummaged through the basket and picked out a sparkling crystal necklace. The pendant was a blue teardrop-shaped gem that looked a bit aged, and the chain was even slightly tarnished. "This thing is just gathering dust. If you don't mind, Teacher Lin, take it as a small trinket, just as a thank you for your usual care for Chang'an." Gu Xinghe tossed the necklace casually, and it arced through the air, landing perfectly in Lin Qingtan's arms. She instinctively caught it. The moment it touched her hand, a warm, vast power from the starry sky surged through her palm, coursing throughout her body. She could even distinctly feel that within the blue gem was sealed a complete miniature defensive array. Is this the heart of the ocean, mother of the starry sky? Lin Qingtan's breath halted, her eyes wide as saucers. She trembled, clutching the necklace tightly. Ancient texts stated that the heart of the ocean, mother of the starry sky, was the top-tier defensive artifact in the universe. Even a full-force strike from a cosmic sovereign could be withstood by this object. And now this divine object, which even the lords of galaxies would fight over, had just been tossed into her arm. "Gu, Mr. Gu, this is too precious. I cannot accept it." Lin Qingtan stammered, trying to refuse, but her hand tightened around the necklace against her will. "What, precious or not precious? This is just a piece of glass shard." Gu Xinghe waved his hand, standing up to check if the soup in the kitchen was ready. "All right, Teacher Lin, it's getting late. You should go home and rest. Take it as a toy, don't feel burdened by it." Hearing this obvious hint to leave, Lin Qingtan felt as if she had received a pardon, quickly standing up and bowing repeatedly. "Thank you, Mr. Gu. Thank you, Mr. Gu. I will leave now and not disturb your rest." She even forgot to take the fruit basket, grabbing her bag and rushing out of Gus' house like a gust of wind, running all the way to the road outside the community. Lin Qingtan leaned against a lamppost, gasping for breath. Looking down at the shimmering blue necklace in her hand, she felt as if she had just had an absurd dream. Single father. Hidden divine being. Casually gifting artifacts. Lin Qingtan let out a bitter laugh, fastening the necklace close to her, the cold touch, bringing her back to reality. Mu Qingxue, oh Mu Qingxue. What kind of divine husband did you throw away? Just as Lin Qingtan was leaving in a daze. Millions of light years away from Blue Star on the ruins of the Deep Space Academy. The cold night wind mixed with a pungent smell of blood. Mu Qingxue lay like a tattered rag on a pile of moss-covered rubble. Her right arm hung limply. It had been broken by an inner sect disciple. The wound on her abdomen was still oozing black blood, a result of a saber-toothed tiger's claws. The continuous high-intensity labor and worsening injuries, coupled with the emotional blow of being ruthlessly abandoned by her mentor, finally crushed her body. Cough, cough. Mu Qingxue struggled to cough out a mouthful of bloody phlegm, feeling as cold as if she had fallen into an ice pit. She thought Chu Feng would come to save her. But that young servant, who repeatedly claimed sympathy, had already run off after seeing her anger the cold. In this cold-blooded Deep Space Academy, without power, even breathing was a mistake. Mu Qingxue's vision began to blur, and the talents and ambitions she once prided herself on became a poison that hastened her demise. She was so cold, and so tired. Just as she was about to close her eyes, the image she had desperately tried to reject surged up in her mind like a tide. That was the cozy little villa on Blue Star. It was Xinghe wearing an apron stirring porridge for her in the kitchen. It was the children gathered around the table calling her mom with smiling faces. There was no mockery, no bullying, only endless acceptance and warmth. Xinghe. Mu Qingxue's lips trembled slightly, and tears finally streamed down her face. She regretted it. She truly regretted it. What starry seas, what supreme paths. All she wanted now was a warm embrace, even if that man had no cultivation, even if he could only do laundry and cook. Mu Qingxue gripped the wooden token representing her servant identity tightly with her left hand, which was covered in dirt. It was the meager points she had earned through her hard work at the Spirit Beast Garden over the past few days. She didn't know where she found the strength, but she struggled to rise from the pile of rubble. I want to go back. I want to go home. Mu Qingxue moved limping towards the direction of the interstellar dock like a soulless walking corpse. She wanted to use these points to exchange for the lowest class interstellar spaceship ticket. Even if she died, she wanted to die in that warm home, die in the embrace of that man who once belonged to her. Xinghe, will you still want me? Mu Qingxue whispered, dragging a long trail of blood disappearing into the cold night of deep space. In the lower deck of the starship, the air was thick with the stench of cheap engine oil and various alien species. Mu Qingxue curled up in a dimly lit corner. There were no seats. She had exchanged her remaining servant points for this lowest grade standing ticket, which didn't even come with a mat to sit on. Every time the ship jumped through the void, it caused violent jolts. Hiss! Mu Qingxue gasped as the wound on her abdomen, scratched by a saber-toothed tiger, opened up again, black blood seeping through her filthy servant's uniform. Her once silky black hair now stuck to her scalp like dry grass, her face pale as paper. Who would have thought just a month ago? She was the top talent cherished by the entire Blue Star, the jewel in Gu Xing's heart. Get out of the way. A good dog doesn't block the road with that foul stench. An alien merchant with 4 arms rudely kicked her suitcase, wrinkling his nose in disgust as he walked. Mu Qingxue's shoulder was bumped, crashing heavily against the cold metal wall of the cabin. In the past, if such a crude, lowly merchant dared to touch her, she would have slapped him to death. But now she could only bite her lip like a stray dog, lowering her head and silently enduring. I'm sorry. I'll move right away. Her voice was hoarse as she awkwardly hugged the scratched silver suitcase to her chest. Inside the suitcase, there were only a few old clothes that Xinghe had bought for her back on Blue Star. Mu Qingxue rested her chin on her knees, looking at her hands, which were covered in calluses and blisters from cleaning beast dung. These hands used to be used only for practicing swordplay and applying hand cream. Xinghe. This name echoed like a spell in her mind, swirling madly. In the most desperate and painful moments, one instinctively grasps for a lifeline. Mu Qingxue's mind was filled with images from her past on Blue Star. Back then, no matter how badly she was hurt, while practicing swordplay, Xinghe would rush over first. He would furrow his brow in concern, wiping her sweat with a warm towel, while scolding her for not taking care of her health. He would stay up all night making chicken soup, bringing it to her bedside spoon by spoon. Xinghe is an honest man. He loves me so much, he values me and our child more than his own life. Mu Qingxue kept brainwashing herself in her heart. Although he isn't successful, he is soft-hearted. As long as I go back and admit my mistakes, saying I was wronged out, he will surely forgive me like before. He will definitely say, it's good that you're back. She could even imagine Xinghe's anxious and pained gaze upon seeing her injuries. Thinking of this, Mu Qingxue's lips curled into a self-mocking, yet hopeful smile. What stars and seas, what supreme path, she no longer desired any of it. All she wanted was to return to that mundane home, which would always leave a light on for her. Ding! Arriving at the destination Blue Star Space Station. The mechanical voice from the ship's broadcast rekindled a glimmer of light in Mu Qingxue's dim eyes. As soon as the cabin door opened, Mu Qingxue didn't even care about the pain in her broken leg. She grabbed her suitcase and staggered out of the cabin. The familiar gravity of Blue Star, the familiar scent of air. Although the spiritual energy here was less than 1% of that at the Deep Space Academy at this moment, to Mu Qingxue, it was sweeter than elixirs. She had no money for a taxi. Dragging her almost useless leg, she walked step by step along the familiar street towards the Gu family villa. The sky had darkened and streetlights were lit one by one. With every step Mu Qingxue took, a faint bloodstain was left on the ground. Passers-by who saw her pitiful state were frightened and hurriedly avoided her, thinking she was a beggar who had come out of nowhere. Mu Qingxue didn't care about others' gazes. Her heart was pounding violently. I'm almost there. Xinghe must have made dinner by now. Are the kids still watching cartoons? She imagined the warm scene after pushing open the door and even mentally drafted what expression she should wear to face Gu Xinghe. Should she cry like a rain-soaked pear blossom or pretend to be strong and then throw herself into his arms? Finally, at the end of this familiar neighborhood, the intricately carved iron gate of the Gu family villa appeared in her sight. Mu Qingxue stopped, gasping for breath. She looked down at her filthy clothes and nervously tried to smooth her hair, wanting to appear somewhat presentable. But the sharp pain from her wounds made her gasp. It's okay, Xinghe will only feel more heartache seeing me like this. Mu Qingxue took a deep breath, suppressing her anxiety. Dragging the old silver suitcase, she limped to the front door of the villa. A warm yellow light faintly shone from the yard. Mu Qingxue felt her heart, which had nearly frozen, finally regain a hint of warmth. Xinghe, I'm back, she murmured slowly, raising her scarred hand, preparing to push open the door that had welcomed her countless times before. Just as her fingers were about to touch the doorknob. Stop! A cold, frosty voice filled with a strong, killing intent suddenly came from the shadows on either side of the door. Mu Qingxue was startled, her hand freezing in midair. Two men fully armed and wearing the highest-level black guard uniforms of the Federation appeared before her like ghosts. The dark gun barrels mercilessly aimed at her forehead. This is a private area, outsiders immediately get lost. The guard on the left spoke coldly, his eyes betraying no hint of emotion. Mu Qingxue was stunned. She stared blankly at the two menacing guards, unable to comprehend. Gu Xinghe was merely a logistics worker, not even a martial artist. How could there be Federation guards guarding his doorstep? Brothers, have you made a mistake? Mu Qingxue suppressed her fear, forcing out a smile that looked worse than crying, pointing at the familiar house inside. I am the mistress of this house. My name is Mu Qingxue, and Gu Xinghe is my husband. Upon hearing the name Mu Qingxue, the expressions of the two guards instantly became 10 times colder than before. This was the #1 person on General Sue's blacklist, specifically mentioned to be off-limits by Mr. Gu. You are Mu Qingxue. The guard on the right scoffed, even too lazy to lower his gun. Mr. Gu has instructed that any stray dogs can enter this yard, but those with the surname Mu are not allowed to step inside. You have 3 seconds to get out of here. Otherwise we will kill you on the spot. Mu Qingxue felt as if struck by lightning. What did you say? Gu Xinghe won't let me in. She widened her eyes in disbelief, her voice sharp and slightly high-pitched. Impossible. He loves me so much, how could he not see me? You must be sent by that bitch, Su Hongye, to stop me, right? Mu Qingxue, as if stimulated by something immense, frantically pushed against the gate. Xinghe, come out. It's me, Qingxue. I'm back. She pounded on the iron gate, her voice breaking into a cry. Click. The sound of the gun being cocked was crisp. The cold barrel was pressed directly against Mu Qingxue's forehead. The guard's eyes were filled with indifference, as if looking at a dead person. This is your last warning. If you disturb Mr. Gu's rest again with your shouting, your head will explode like a watermelon. Feeling the chilling pressure on her brow, all of Mu Qingxue's madness was suddenly choked back in her throat. She finally realized that these two were not joking. If she dared to take another step forward, they would indeed shoot. The immense disparity and the humiliation of being barred from entry made Mu Qingxue tremble all over. The warm embrace she had imagined, one that would cherish and accept her, was now blocked outside by two cold guns. Just as Mu Qingxue was despairingly preparing to retreat, the tightly shut iron gate suddenly creaked open slowly from the inside. The cold gun barrel pressed against her forehead, and the creaking sound of the door was like a shot of adrenaline, instantly piercing Mu Qingxue's heart. The door opened. A ghastly yet ecstatic smile suddenly bloomed on Mu Qingxue's bloodied face. Xinghe, I knew you couldn't bear to part with me. I knew you heard my voice. She was so excited that her voice trembled, gripping the old suitcase tightly, as if it were a lifeline. Ignoring the guns of the guards, she squeezed through a gap to peek into the yard. However, the person standing behind the door was not the gentle man in an apron full of concern. Instead, it was a girl wearing a princess dress with two beautiful ponytails. The second daughter, Gu Nianxing. Nianxing, it's mommy. Quick, let these two soldiers get lost, mommy is back. Mu Qingxue seemed to grasp hope, tears streaming down her cheeks as she tried to evoke her daughter's sympathy through blood ties. But the 15-year-old Gu Nianxing merely stood calmly on the steps looking down at her. In her clear big eyes there was no surprise, no longing. Only a chilling coldness that made one's bones shiver and a sense of disgust, as if looking at trash. Step back. Gu Nianxing ignored Mu Qingxue's cries, simply waving her small hand at the two guards. Miss this woman. The guards hesitated, after all she was on the blacklist. Let her in. I want to see how a person who abandoned her husband and children can stand on this land with any face. Gu Nianxing's voice carried an icy harshness inappropriate for her age. The guards exchanged glances, lowered their guns, and expressionlessly retreated into the shadows. Mu Qingxue felt a sense of relief dragging her broken leg and suitcase. She stumbled through the door. Nianxing, mommy knows she was wrong. I've suffered a lot in deep space. As she reached out to grab her daughter's hand, Gu Nianxing stepped back 2 steps in disgust, as if she had a contagious disease. Don't touch me, you're dirty. The little girl spat out 2 words and turned to head towards the villa's backyard, feeling it was unnecessary to even glance at her again. Mu Qingxue froze in place, her hand hanging awkwardly in midair. She gritted her teeth, comforting herself in her heart. The child is still young, oh, she must be angry with me. As long as I see Xinghe, he will definitely speak well for me. She took a deep breath and turned to survey the home she hadn't seen for over a month. But just one glance. Mu Qingxue felt as if she had been struck by lightning, standing dazed in place. In the past, this yard was filled with ordinary roses, green onions, and bok choy planted by Gu Xinghe. But now, the yard was filled with vibrant plants exuding spiritual energy, so rich it was almost tangible. Was that a grass with 7 colored leaves? No, that was the 7-star life-extending grass recorded in the ancient texts of deep space. It was worth a fortune at the interstellar auction house. And there was that small tree bearing golden fruits. Was that the eternal Bodhi fruit? Just one could add 1,000 years to one's lifespan, a supreme treasure. The whole yard was filled with them, planted casually in the soil like cabbages. Mu Qingxue's breath quickened, her legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. She felt her worldview was collapsing. How could these divine herbs, which even the dean of the Deep Space Academy didn't deserve, appear in a small yard on Blue Star? It was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Mu Qingxue shook her head vigorously, her mind racing to find a reasonable explanation. This must not be planted by Gu Xinghe. He is just a useless person who isn't even a warrior. How could he acquire these things? Could it be that Blue Star has entered a golden age of spiritual energy revival? Did these divine herbs grow on their own? Yes, it must be that way. Gu Xinghe just had good luck. He must have stumbled upon some dog's hit luck. She clung to this absurd thought fiercely, for only in this way could she maintain her meager sense of superiority. If I get these divine herbs, I can surely return to the peak. I will make those who bullied me at the Deep Space Academy pay the price. A greedy light flickered in Mu Qingxue's eyes, even forgetting the excruciating pain in her body. She quickened her pace, eagerly crossing the courtyard towards the large floor-to-ceiling window at the front of the villa. Standing in front of the window, the warm yellow light poured through the bright glass. Mu Qingxue tidied her messy hair, trying hard to squeeze out a pitiful and aggrieved expression. With hopeful anticipation, she looked into the living room. However, the next second her expression froze instantly. Through the clean glass, she clearly saw the scene inside the room. That was the living room where she had lived for 20 years, a layout she could draw with her eyes closed. But now that scene was like a sharp knife piercing deeply into her heart. On the wide, genuine leather sofa, Gu Xinghe was lazily leaning against the cushion, holding a remote control, a familiar, gentle smile on his lips. But beside him, the woman, wearing home clothes, carefully tying Gu Xiyu's hair, was definitely not Mu Qingxue. That was Su Hongye, the invincible goddess of war on Blue Star. Su Hongye smiled like a blooming flower, placing the well-tied daughter into Gu Xing's arms. Gu Chang'an came out of the kitchen with a plate of cut fruits, skillfully placing it on the coffee table, and even handed a piece to Su Hongye. Aunt Hongye, have some watermelon. The phrase, Aunt Hongye, clearly floated into Mu Qingxue's ears through the slightly opened window. Gu Xinghe naturally took the tissue that Su Hongye handed him and wiped his mouth. The family of 5. Harmonious and joyful. It was so warm that there wasn't a hint of discord. In this scene, there was no place for her Mu Qingxue, not even a trace of her shadow remained. Boom. Mu Qingxue felt as if something in her head had exploded. She stood dazed outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the autumn night wind cutting against her face like a knife. Tears streamed down her face. The resolve she had once prided herself on, her self-deceiving confidence, shattered into pieces at this moment. No. How could this be? I was only gone for a little over a month. Mu Qingxue's legs went weak, her whole body trembling like a sieve, her fingers gripping the edge of the glass, nails scraping against it with a piercing sound. Wasn't he supposed to drown his sorrows in alcohol every day? Wasn't he supposed to be in agony? How could he? How could he so quickly replace me with another woman? Extreme jealousy and heartache gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake. She could no longer control her emotions, teetering on the brink of collapse. Mu Qingxue suddenly pushed open the glass door of the floor-to-ceiling window. Covered in blood and stinking of animal dung, she rushed into that warm living room like a madwoman. Xinghe, do you think of me at all? The cold autumn wind laced with raindrops tapped against the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window, producing a delicate sound. Mu Qingxue clung tightly to the glass outside, resembling a ghost frozen in an ice cellar. Inside the room, warm orange light enveloped the dining area. A copper-hot pot sat in the center of the redwood dining table, steaming white vapor rising, rendering everything so surreal. Xinghe wore that familiar gray loungewear, sleeves rolled up to his elbows. He was using a slotted spoon to scoop out a few slices of thin meat from the pot. This was no ordinary lamb, but rather the flesh of the void-horned dragon, radiating a soft, starry glow. Such a top-tier ingredient reserved for the inner sect elders of the Deep Space Academy was now carelessly tossed into Gu Chang'an's bowl, as if it were just regular hot pot fare. Dad, your knife skills are incredible, slicing it thinner than paper. Gu Chang'an mumbled while chewing heartily, his words muffled in flattery. Stop the chatter and eat more. Aren't you going to the martial arts tournament's preliminary round tomorrow? You need to replenish your energy. Xinghe glared at him, then turned to use the communal chopsticks to serve dishes to Gu Nianxing and Gu Siyue. You two should eat more as well, especially Siyue, who just recovered from her illness. You need to gain some weight. The youngest daughter, Gu Siyue, sat in a high chair, her little legs swinging happily. Thank you, Daddy. But I also want to thank Aunt Hongya. The sesame sauce you made is so delicious. Mu Qingxue's gaze, like a rusty nail, was fixed on the woman sitting next to Xinghe. Su Hongya, the female war goddess of the Blue Star Federation, usually wore a cold expression, aloof and high above others. But now she had taken off her crisp military uniform. Wearing a simple white knitted top, her long hair casually tied back, she bore a gentle smile that Mu Qingxue had never seen before as she naturally accepted the slotted spoon from Xinghe. Xinghe, don't just serve the kids, you should eat too. Su Hongya said, gently placing a piece of the hot top-quality spiritual bamboo shoot into the bone dish in front of Xinghe. The actions were so practiced as if they had been a married couple for 20 years. Xinghe did not refuse, not even wrinkling his brow. He picked up the piece of spiritual bamboo shoot, chewed a few times, and nodded with a smile. Your skills have improved, the timing is just right. Of course, I specifically sought out the best chef in the Federation to learn from. A hint of pride flashed in Su Hongya's eyes as she poured Xinghe a glass of juice. Gu Chang'an chimed in from the side. Oh dear, what's that sour smell in the air? Aunt Hongya, did you mistake vinegar for soy sauce? Gu Nianxing giggled behind her hand, her big eyes darting between the two. Brother, what do you know? This is called dog food. Ooh, our hot pot today is extra special. Faced with the children's teasing, Su Hongya's face flushed for once. She picked up a pair of chopsticks, pretending to hit Gu Chang'an on the head. You little brat, daring to poke fun at Andy. Do you believe I'll make things difficult for you at the tournament tomorrow? Xinghe laughed heartily, not coming to his son's aid. He deserves it. This kid's been getting a bit too full of himself lately. Hongya, please keep a close eye on him for me. A family, or rather this newly formed family. Amidst the steaming mist of the hot pot, laughter mingled together. Warmth, harmony, and naturalness. Yet outside the glass window, Mu Qingxue felt as though the whole world was spinning. Her chest felt as if a shard of broken glass had been stuffed inside, every breath pulling at her flesh and blood. No, it shouldn't be like this. Mu Qingxue clenched her teeth, her lips bitten and bleeding, the metallic taste filling her mouth. She recalled how Xinghe used to serve her lamb this way 20 years ago. Back then he was poor and could not afford good meat. But he always saved the tenderest slices for her, while he only ate a few bites of cabbage. She despised him for being unambitious, for the smell of scallions clinging to him, believing such bonds were a hindrance to her swordsmanship. Without hesitation, she signed the divorce agreement, leaving so decisively that she didn't even look back. She thought Xinghe would become a stray dog once she left. She believed that once she reached deep space, she would become a lofty prodigy. Yet reality delivered a resounding slap that shattered her soul. In the Deep Space Academy, she was even less than a lowly servant trampled underfoot, like a dog kneeling for half a useless pill. Meanwhile, the man she had abandoned had transformed into a powerhouse who could casually produce divine medicines. Even the woman who took her place was stronger and more dazzling than she could ever be. He clearly belongs. Xinghe is mine. That position is mine. Extreme jealousy coursed through her veins like venom, instantly flooding her entire being. Mu Qingxue glared with blood-red eyes fixated on Su Hongya's smiling face, wishing to leap in and tear it apart. She watched as the children accepted Su Hongya without any reservations. Those few children who once chased after her calling her mom were now smiling so happily at another woman. Nianqing, Siyue, I am your real mother. Mu Qingxue, it trembled all over her nails, scraping against the glass, producing a grating sound. This sound was not very pronounced in the rainy night, but how could Gu Xinghe sitting inside not hear it? Yet he didn't even lift his eyelids. He even picked up a piece of hot beef, blew on it, and placed it in his youngest daughter's bowl. Here, Siyue, be careful, it's hot. His complete disregard for the person outside was more painful than any cruel curse. Mu Qingxue's heart plummeted to the depths. She finally realized that she was no longer the center of this family. She wasn't even a passerby, though she had become a thoroughly disgusting outsider. The overwhelming sense of abandonment crashed into her remaining shred of sanity. No, I will not accept this. Mu Qingxue screamed frantically in her heart. She was the ancient century genius of the Blue Star. As long as she softened, as long as she cried and admitted her wrongs, Gu Xinghe, that kind-hearted man, would surely relent. He could never bear to see her cry. Whenever she shed tears, he would agree to anything she asked. Yes, all she had. Mu Qingxue, with her unbroken left hand trembling, reached for the handle of the glass door. The autumn rain soaked her clothes, mixing with the stench from the beast garden and the congealed black blood, emitting a nauseating odor. But she could no longer care about this. With a crash, the glass door of the floor-to-ceiling window was thrust open violently. The cold wind mixed with rain instantly flooded the warm dining room. The once rising steam from the hot pot was blown away, scattering the napkins on the table. The cheerful laughter in the room abruptly ceased. Everyone stopped eating, turning to look at the unexpected visitor. Mu Qingxue stood at the doorway, her hair stuck to her face like dead grass, her once fair skin now covered in mud and scratches. The wound on her abdomen continued to ooze black blood, her entire being swaying unsteadily, resembling a ghost that had just crawled out of a grave. Xinghe. Mu Qingxue collapsed onto the cold floor with a thud, her voice trembling, calling out. Her tears fell to the ground like scattered beads, her voice filled with extreme grievance and pleading. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. The Deep Space Academy is no place for humans. I had my hand broken, and I was forced to clean up beast feces. She cried, crawling toward Gu Xinghe. Xinghe, will you forgive me? Let's remarry. I won't go anywhere. I will stay home to wash your clothes and cook for you, and I will be a good wife and mother. Please give me another chance. The dining room was dead silent. Only the fire beneath the hot pot continued to emit a faint sizzling. Gu Chang'an's chopsticks fell with a clatter onto the table. He stared wide-eyed at the woman on the floor, who looked like a beggar, hardly believing this was his once proud mother. Gu Nianqing coldly watched her, a flicker of undisguised disgust in her eyes. Su Hongya remained seated gracefully, pulling out a tissue to wipe her hands, her gaze calmly fixed on Gu Xinghe. This was Gu Xing's family matter. As the current partner, she needed to see how this man would handle it. Gu Xinghe still held the bowl of sauce in his hand. He looked down at Mu Qingxue, kneeling at his feet, attempting to reach for his pant leg. His eyes showed not a trace of emotion. No surprise, no pity, and certainly no excitement at this reunion. It was as if he were looking at a pile of garbage that had accidentally fallen into the house. Gu Xinghe took half a step back, avoiding those bloodied hands. He set down the sauce bowl and picked up a nearby wet towel to wipe his hands. Remarry. Gu Xinghe looked down at her, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Do you think this is a recycling station where any old trash can be collected? The air suddenly became suffocatingly quiet. The bubbling red oil in the hot pot burst with a gurgle. This was the only sound in the entire restaurant. Mu Qingxue was covered in filthy blood and mud, resembling a stray dog that nobody wanted stumbling at the entrance of the restaurant. Her eyes were red, tears mingling with the dirt on her face, and her once delicate features were slightly distorted from grievance. In her imagination, as long as she pushed open this door, Gu Xinghe would surely rush over, just like before, throwing down his chopsticks. He would hold her tightly, saying, "As long as you come back, that's enough." However, Gu Xinghe sat in the dining chair, not even shifting in his seat. He hadn't even put down the chopsticks in his hand. He merely looked at her with a gaze devoid of emotion, as if observing a stranger. Xinghe. Mu Qingxue was pierced by his indifference, causing her heart to panic. She took 2 steps forward, her voice thick with tears. I know I was willful before, but I truly regret it now. The Deep Space Academy is not a place for people. I was bullied. I could only eat moldy pancakes every day, and I was assigned to do the hardest menial tasks. As she spoke, her grievances increased, crying as she fumbled with the buttons of her tattered work uniform. Look at my wounds. This one was from a saber-toothed tiger. This one is a broken bone from being beaten by intersect disciples. It hurts so much, Xinghe. She thought these scars could soften the heart of the man. After all, in the past, when she merely scraped her skin while practicing swordsmanship, Gu Xinghe would feel pain for a long time. Yet Gu Xinghe only cast a dull glance at the wounds that were deep enough to see bone before retracting his gaze. Your injuries were self-chosen, or what does it have to do with me? Gu Xing's tone was calm, as if discussing the way. He picked up a piece of well-cooked vegetables and slowly put it into his mouth. You chose this path yourself. You were so resolute back then. What are you crying about now? These light words struck Mu Qingxue's heart like a heavy hammer. She was stunned, her tears frozen on her face. But I am the children's mother. She turned her head in disbelief to look at the three children, trying to find a breakthrough in them. Zhang and Yinxing, can you help mommy? Asked Daddy, please. Mommy will never leave again. I will take care of you at home. Gu Zhang lowered his head, gripping his chopsticks tightly, saying nothing. Gu Yinxing, however, sneered, her tender voice laced with a sharp edge. When you left, did you ever think of us? Now that you can't mix outside anymore, you remember us. Stop pretending you are not worthy. Little daughter Gu Si, you even hid directly into Su Hongye's arms, looking fearfully at the woman, exuding a foul stench. Aunt Hongye, this ant smells so bad I'm scared. This sentence became the last straw that broke Mu Qingxue. Her own daughter called another woman aunt, but referred to her as the stinky ant. Mu Qingxue suddenly turned her head, her gaze piercing like a poisoned arrow fixed on Su Hongye. It's you. It must be you, this vixen who has bewitched Xinghe. You have stirred up the relationship between me and the children. She screamed like a madwoman, pointing at Su Hongye. You, a war god, shamelessly running to cling to a single father, do you still have any dignity left? Faced with Mu Qingxue's hysteria, Su Hongye didn't even raise an eyebrow. She gently patted Gu Si's back to comfort her. Then she raised her head, her eyes, which had decisively killed on the battlefield, calmly meeting Mu Qingxue's gaze. I have no dignity. Did you have any dignity when you abandoned your husband and children to go to the Deep Space Academy? Su Hongye's voice was not loud, but every word pierced the heart. I like Xinghe, and I am willing to be a stepmother to these three children. That is my ability, Su Hongye. Since you threw away this treasure, don't blame others for picking it up. Mu Qingxue was left speechless by the retort, her chest heaving violently. She turned to Gu Xinghe, her tears bursting forth again. Xinghe, speak up. Are you really going to give up our 20 years of feelings for this woman? As long as you let me stay, I guarantee I will do better than her. I will be a good wife. She was almost begging, her voice pitifully low. Gu Xinghe finally put down the chopsticks in his hand. He took out a tissue and slowly wiped his mouth. Then in front of Mu Qingxue, he picked up a black floating SUV key from beside the fruit plate on the table. This car was driven by Su Hongye and was usually used to pick up and drop off the children. Gu Xinghe gently pushed the key in front of Su Hongye. His actions were as natural as doing a daily household chore. We agreed to take the children on an outing this weekend. Gu Xinghe looked at Su Hongye, a gentle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You drive. Su Hongye was slightly taken aback, then a flash of wild joy crossed her eyes, but she quickly concealed it with calmness. She knew what Gu Xing's words implied. Mu Qingxue was also stunned. She stared at the car key, not understanding what Gu Xinghe meant by saying such things at this moment. Xinghe, what do you mean? I can drive. I have a driver's license. Mu Qingxue stammered, trying to. Gu Xinghe turned his head, the smile on his face instantly fading, replaced by an icy indifference that felt like ancient cold ice. You want to come back? He looked at Mu Qingxue, his eyes showing not a shred of nostalgia. Sorry, my passenger seat is reserved for the mistress of this home. Boom. This sentence was like a thunderclap striking directly at the top of Mu Qingxue's head. Her mind went blank and her ears were filled with a desperate buzzing. The mistress of this home. Gu Xinghe personally acknowledged that Su Hongye was the mistress of this home, and she, Mu Qingxue, had completely become a piece of trash thrown out. All her fantasies, all her self-importance, were shattered to pieces with Gu Xing's calm, yet almost No, this isn't real. You can't do this to me. Mu Qingxue's lips trembled wildly. The immense psychological gap and extreme remorse instantly drained the last bit of strength from her body. Thud. Mu Qingxue's legs went weak, heavily kneeling on the cold floor. Her knees hit the tiles with a painful sound, but she seemed to feel no pain. She lay on the ground, gripping her hair tightly, tears mixed with mud making a mess of the floor. If she hadn't brought up the breakup, if she hadn't pursued that ridiculous Deep Space Academy, sitting in that position now, enjoying her husband's affection and the children's laughter, would be her. But now everything was gone. She had ruined her own life. Su Hongye smiled as she picked up the car keys from the table, turning them in her hand. She stood up and walked in front of Mu Qingxue, looking down at this once proud woman. Miss Mu, do you hear? There is no place for you here anymore. Su Hongye's voice carried an unmasked tone of victory. Please remember to close the door when you leave. Don't let in the cold wind. See, you just recovered and can't catch a cold. Mu Qingxue lay on the ground, trembling all over, unable to utter a word. Gu Xinghe didn't even want to look at her again. He turned to Gu Zhangyan and said, go take a mop and clean the blood and mud off the floor. Don't let it spoil our appetite. Gu Zhangyan replied cheerfully, okay, Dad. Mu Qingxue listened to her son's answer, filled with no hesitation, and her heart completely sank. She lay on the ground like a dog that had lost its backbone, waiting for the final judgment. Gu Xinghe looked at her, his tone as cold as ice. Before I change my mind and throw you directly out of the galaxy, get lost. The word get lost fell like a bucket of ice water poured over her. Mu Qingxue shivered violently. She lay on the floor tiles, her fingers digging into the ground with such force that blood seeped from beneath her nails. She couldn't believe that the man who was once so obedient to her could now be so cold-blooded. Xinghe, look at me. Mu Qingxue crawled forward on her knees as if she had lost her mind. Desperate, she reached out, her hands marred with scars and dirt, and tightly grasped Gu Xing's pajama leg. She tilted her head back, her face smeared with blood and tears laid bare before Gu Xinghe. I don't want to be any kind of genius anymore. I won't go to the Deep Space Academy. I just want you. She cried heart-wrenchingly, her voice hoarse like sandpaper rubbing against glass. Didn't you say before that as long as I'm here this home would be complete? I'm back now. I'm not going in. Please look at me one more time. Just one more time, please. Mu Qingxue pressed her face against Gu Xing's pant leg, almost pleading. She tried with this most humble posture to awaken even the slightest remnants of affection buried deep within this man. As long as you let me stay, I am willing to be a nanny. I am willing to serve Miss Sue. I can be your servant, whatever you, just don't drive me away. If the people from the Deep Space Academy saw this scene, they would probably drop their jaws. The once high and mighty campus belle of the Blue Star who even dared to confront her mentors. Now she was reduced to a beggar wagging her tail in desperation. But all she received in return was a blade. Gu Xinghe lowered his head, looking at the dirty hands that had soiled his pant leg, a flicker of pure disgust crossing his eyes. He couldn't even be bothered to think about using the supreme laws to push her away. He merely lifted his leg slightly emotionlessly, pulling his pant leg away. Rip! Mu Qingxue's hand grasped at nothing, losing her balance and crashing to the ground. Now you want to come back home. What happened to your arrogance when you signed the breakup agreement? Gu Xinghe looked down at her from above, his voice cold and devoid of any fluctuation. Back then you thought that for the sake of the so-called stars and seas, I and the children were obstacles to you wielding your sword, and you left so decisively, not even looking back. What? Now that you realize you can't survive in deep space, you come back like a stray dog wagging its tail. These words cut deeply, scraping away at Mu Qingxue's pride bit by bit. She shook her head, desperately, tears flying everywhere. No. I was just deceived by them. Shut up. Gu Xinghe interrupted her excuses, his gaze growing colder. You weren't deceived, you were just too greedy and unable to recognize what you truly are? You think I'm soft-hearted and that I would wait for you indefinitely. Gu Xinghe sneered. You think too highly of yourself, Mu. Now in my eyes you're even less than the big black dog that sweeps the yard. At least it knows how to guard the premises while you only make people feel disgusted. The word disgust became the final straw that broke Mu Qingxue's spirit. She lay dazed on the ground, her lips trembling violently, unable to even let out a cry. It turned out that in this man's heart, she was even less than a dog. 20 years of feelings had been completely severed by her own hands. She finally understood what it meant to be unable to mend a broken mirror, what it meant to have spilled water that could not be retrieved. Gu Xinghe paid her no more mind, not even sparing her an extra glance. He turned and walked towards the door, pulling open the heavy security door. Imperial Guard. Gu Xinghe shouted into the night outside. Swish. 2 black shadows appeared at the door in an instant, kneeling on one knee. Mr. Gu, what are your orders? The voices of the Imperial Guard were strong and powerful, infused with a soldier's unique air of ruthlessness. Drag this woman out. If she dares to come within a step of this yard again, treat her as an intruder regardless of life or death. Gu Xing's tone was calm, as if he were instructing someone to throw away a bag of rotten garbage. Yes. The 2 Imperial Guards stood up and strode into the living room. They didn't even bother to pull Mu Qingxue by hand. Instead, they directly grabbed the fabric on her shoulder, dragging her out like a dead pig. No. Xinghe. You can't do this to me. Mu Qingxue struggled wildly, her legs thrashing against the ground. Children, Mom is really wrong. Please help Mom plead with Dad. She desperately cast her gaze towards the 3 children not far away. But Gu Chang'an, holding a mop, watched indifferently as she was dragged away, even disdainfully avoiding the bloodstains she left on the floor. Gu Nianxing turned away, covering her younger sister, Gu Siyu's eyes. Aunt Hongye, the rain outside is so noisy. Let's go upstairs and tell stories, little Siyu said in a baby voice. No one stopped her, no one showed any sympathy. This family had completely ostracized her. No. Accompanied by an extremely piercing scream, Mu Qingxue was violently thrown out of the door by the 2 Imperial Guards. Bang! The heavy security door of the villa slammed shut once more under Mu Qingxue's desperate gaze, completely cutting off the warm light inside and the laughter of the 5 family members. Mu Qingxue fell into the muddy water like a puddle of sludge. The wound on her abdomen burst open again, blood mixing with the rainwater, staining a large area of the ground red. She lay on the cold street, staring at the tightly shut door, unable to hold back any longer. Whoa. Oh. Mu Qingxue clawed at the mud beneath her, letting out a beast-like wail of agony. She regretted it. She truly regretted it deeply. If the heavens could give her another chance, she would never sign that damned breakup agreement. She would rather live her whole life as an ordinary person without cultivation just to stay in that warm home. But alas, there is no such thing as a drug for regret in this world. The cold autumn rain relentlessly pelted her, as if mocking her absurd life. Meanwhile, inside the door, Xinghe closed the door and casually brushed off the dust from his hands, as if he had just swatted away an annoying fly. He turned around, looking at the various sizes of the items in the living room, the cold frost on his face melting away, instantly replaced by a gentle, casual smile of a kind father. All right, the garbage has been cleared away, and the air is much fresher now. Xinghe walked over to the dining table, ruffling Gu Chang'an's hair. Don't bother mopping the floor, just let the big black dog come in and lick it later. Everyone wash your hands and get ready to eat some fruit. He clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. That crazy woman just put a damper on things. Now I have something serious to discuss. Xinghe walked over to Su Hongye, naturally wrapping his arm around her shoulders. Su Hongye's face flushed, but she did not pull away. Everyone has been working hard lately. Chang'an is about to compete, and Nianxing has tight coursework. This weekend our whole family will take the new car to go camping and have a barbecue in the countryside. Xinghe announced loudly, looking at the three children with eager faces. Hooray! Gu Siyue was the first to cheer, running around the house with her little short legs. Gu Nianxing clapped happily. That's great. Dad, I want to eat your special grilled chicken wings. Gu Chang'an put down the mop, grinning. Dad, can I go all out in the competition tomorrow? As long as no one gets hurt, you can do whatever you want. Xinghe smiled in agreement, and the family's atmosphere once again returned to a joyful harmony. Just then, Su Hongye, who had been mostly silent, suddenly tugged at Gu Xing's sleeve. Her expression was a bit strange, pointing at the phone resting on the coffee table. Xinghe, you didn't check your phone, did you? Su Hongye whispered, her tone carrying a hint of suppressed laughter. What's Xinghe walked over, glanced at the phone. At this sight, his smile froze, and his mouth involuntarily twitched a couple of times. On the phone screen was a message from Wang Ponzi. Xinghe, the fish has taken the bait. Mu Daqiang and Lu Zuohua are bringing that Mu Chun from the martial arts hall to your villa. That brat even brought 4 lackeys, claiming he wants to smash your door and make you kneel and call him grandpa. Are you ready? Xinghe looked at this message, then at the heavy door he had just closed. He sighed helplessly and turned to Su Hongye. Hongye, it seems that your Imperial Guard will need a lot of bullets tonight. Why do the Mu family members keep popping up like cockroaches, swarming out in droves? The morning sunlight spilled onto the asphalt road in front of the villa, dissipating the remnants of last night's rain and the smell of blood. Xinghe, dressed in casual attire, leisurely walked out of the house, carrying a barbecue grill. Behind him, Su Hongye, clad in simple sportswear, was helping Gu Nianxing organize her backpack. Did you bring sunscreen? The sun is harsh in the suburbs. We don't want your little face to get tanned. As Su Hongye fussed, she stuffed a bottle of spray into the side pocket of the backpack. Yes, Aunt Hongye, you're more nagging than my dad. Gu Nianxing, though complaining, couldn't hide her smile. The big black dog wasn't guarding the door today. It excitedly circled around the SUV, its tail wagging like a propeller. Xinghe shoved the barbecue grill into the trunk and patted the car door. This black SUV, originally meant for military use, had been enchanted last night with the laws of sturdiness and Godspeed. Now its exterior could withstand a direct hit from a Star Destroyer without losing a single coat of paint. When the engine roared to life, it could even tear through space for an interstellar joyride. Everyone get in, fasten your seatbelts, and get ready to set off. Xinghe opened the driver's seat door and sat down. Su Hongye naturally opened the passenger door, settled in, and turned to smile at the children in the back seat. Roar! The SUV let out a deep, powerful growl as it slowly drove out of the villa area. Just as the car was exiting the gate, behind a green garbage bin less than 20 meters from the gate, a pale face peered out. Mu Qingxue. She crouched in the shadows behind the trash can like a light-averse sewer rat. After being thrown out at midnight yesterday, she had nowhere to go. She had watched Mu Chun and her parents being tossed into the mud, heard Xinghe coldly strip her brother of his cultivation. In that moment, she truly understood that this man had completely abandoned her, even uprooting the Mu family. She lay in the rain-soaked ground, enduring the night with her severely injured body. She had originally thought that Xinghe, seeing her in such a miserable state, would feel a twinge of sympathy. However, the SUV drove past the road right in front of her, the window partially open. She heard the sounds of laughter and joy coming from inside the car, the voice of Su Hongye telling jokes to the children. Xinghe held the steering wheel with one hand, a gentle smile on his lips that she once knew so well, but now belonged to someone else. He didn't even spare a glance in the direction of the garbage can. The belated affection felt cheaper than grass, and that thought twisted like a knife in Mu Qingxue's heart. Xinghe. Mu Qingxue lay on the filthy ground, watching the taillights of the car fade from view, finally unable to hold back her head buried in her arms as she wept silently. Her world had completely collapsed. The home that once revolved around her now had no place for her. Not. The SUV drove along the winding mountain road, arriving at the most famous scenic spot in Blue Star, the Yunwu Mountain Wilderness Park. The air here was much fresher than in the city. Gu Xinghe found a flat patch of grass and parked the car. Big Black, go around and chase away those oblivious snakes, bugs, and ants. Don't see you. Gu Xinghe kicked the Big Black dog's butt. The dog barked, acknowledging the command, and set off. Its bark carried the pressure of a cosmic beast. Within a radius of several miles, not to mention snakes and bugs, even the low-level exotic beasts hidden in the mountains were scared to the point of wetting themselves and moving away overnight. Su Hongye and Gu Nyenxing spread out a picnic mat on the grass, while Gu Xiyue ran around with a ball. Gu Xinghe skillfully set up the barbecue grill and started a fire. Of course, this time, he didn't use the supreme divine fire. After all, that was meant for roasting cosmic monsters. Using it for lamb skewers would instantly turn both the skewer and meat to ash. Dad, why is it so lively here today? Gu Chang'an helped pour charcoal into the grill, listening to the sounds of commotion coming from the distant valley. The sounds were rhythmic and even included strong impacts of vital energy clashing. Gu Xinghe glanced up toward the valley. Oh, that seems to be the outdoor arena for Blue Star's martial arts competition, held every 5 years. Today is probably the preliminary round. He placed several skewers of lamb over the fire, sprinkling some cumin, and the aroma erupted immediately. Weren't you just saying yesterday that you wanted to sign up? Gu Xinghe raised an eyebrow. Gu Chang'an's eyes lit up immediately at the mention. Right? I successfully registered, and even got a preliminary number plate. He jumped up, wiped the charcoal dust from his hands, and excitedly bounced in place. Ever since he pressed Long Outyin into the ground with a single finger yesterday, Gu Chang'an felt that the power within him was like a volcano ready to erupt. That violent mutated supreme bloodline constantly urged him to fight, to unleash. This martial arts competition will have experts from all over Blue Star participating. Su Hongye approached with a plate of washed fruits, smiling as she interjected. I've heard that many geniuses from hidden families are coming out for today's preliminary round. The competition will be fierce. Gu Chang'an clenched his fist, the joints cracking loudly. What do hidden geniuses count for? I defeated Long Outyin in a second. Oh, how can I be afraid of them? He turned to Gu Xinghe, his gaze intense like a young lion eagerly wanting to show its fangs. Dad, I want to go practice on that arena. Gu Xinghe leisurely brushed a layer of oil on the skewers, and the flames flared up, illuminating his calm. Go ahead, your legs are yours. How can I stop you? Gu Xinghe handed the first batch of grilled lamb skewers to Su Hongye and the girls. He turned and looked at Gu Chang'an, whose face was filled with fighting spirit, his tone carrying a father's unique protectiveness and dominance. But remember this. He extended a finger, poking Gu Chang'an's chest. You are my Gu Xing's son. Oh, as soon as you step onto that arena, don't embarrass me. No matter what genius or background stands against you, if they provoke you, fight them to the death. If anything happens, it's on me. Even if the King of Heaven comes, I can slap him to death. Gu Chang'an felt his blood boil, nodding vigorously. Dad, don't worry. Today I will definitely break that. He turned and ran toward the valley arena, stopping after a couple of steps to shout back. Dad, remember to save me 2 lamb kidneys. I'll come back to eat after I'm done. Watching her son run off, Su Hongye furrowed her brows with some concern. Xinghe, although Chang'an is progressing quickly, this is a top-tier event in all of Blue Star. Aren't you afraid he might run into tough opponents and get hurt? Gu Xinghe took a bite of roasted meat and chuckled nonchalantly. Get hurt? He looked up at the clear blue sky, a hint of golden light flashing in his dark eyes, enough to make the stars tremble. My son, Gu Xing's son, even if he wants to suffer the laws of this world, will have to see if they dare to take him on. The valley arena was filled with a cacophony of voices. This was the highest specification event, held once every 5 years on Blue Star. Elders from various sects and geniuses from hidden families crowded into this open square. Gu Chang'an lowered the brim of his black cap, hands in his pockets, strolling leisurely down the contestants. He looked out of place among the surrounding martial artists clad in identical training outfits, who seemed eager to broadcast their strength. 7th ring, contestant number 18 Gu Chang'an versus contestant number 52 Li Tinyu. The referee's voice echoed throughout the venue through the loudspeaker. Gu Chang'an sighed and staggered up to the ring. Opposite him stood Li Tinyu, true to his name, resembling a bear that had somehow gained sentience. Muscles bulging, he wielded 2 oversized axes that were half his height. Hey kid, are you weaned yet? Before stepping into the ring, Li Tinyu's axes clanged loudly together. Get lost quickly, and my axe isn't blind. Laughter erupted from the audience. Whose unfortunate child is this? Did he wander into the wrong scene? Probably here for the participation souvenir. Li Tinyu is a peak 2nd-tier fighter. He could easily squash him with a single slap. Gu Chang'an ignored the jeers from the crowd. He didn't even take his hands out of his pockets, merely adjusting his stance. His stance was somewhat peculiar. Feet slightly apart, center of gravity, leaning slightly forward, shoulders relaxed. If Gu Xinghe were present, he would recognize it immediately. This was precisely his standard stance when slicing potatoes in the kitchen. The match begins. With the referee's command, Li Tinyu roared and charged forward like a heavy tank. With both axes raised high, creating a howling wind, he swung them fiercely down at Gu Chang'an's head. If the blow connected, even a beast with steel bones would be split in two. Watch out. Several sympathetic spectators couldn't help but close their eyes. However, just as the axe blade was within 3 inches of Gu Chang'an's head, Gu Chang'an moved. He neither retreated nor dodged. Instead, his right hand shot out from his pocket like lightning, his index and middle fingers aligned, gently tapping the side of the axe in midair, just as one would when chopping vegetables. Ding! A crisp metallic clash rang out. Time seemed to freeze for that moment. Li Tinyi's fierce face instantly turned crimson, his eyes nearly bulging out. He felt as if his axes had not struck a boy's finger, but rather an immovable, ancient, divine mountain. An indescribable force surged through the axe blade and directly penetrated his arms. This force was not great, but it was exceedingly cunning, completely siphoning off all his strength. Moreover, that force continued to violently shake his bones. Clang! The 2 heavy axes, each weighing 100 pounds, slipped from his grip and crashed heavily onto the ring. Li Tinyi's entire body felt like it had been drained of all strength. He collapsed with a thud, kneeling before Gu Chang'an. His arms spasmed, unnaturally lacking even the strength to lift them. The arena fell silent. The once boisterous audience was suddenly as quiet as a flock of ducks with their throats choked, unable to make a sound. The referee rubbed his eyes, forgetting to blow his whistle. "Thank you for the match," Gu Chang'an said, returning his hands to his pockets, his tone calm and devoid of any ripple. He hadn't even tapped into that trace of mutated supreme bloodline within him. He had merely utilized the techniques his father taught him for flipping spatulas and slicing potatoes. Is this winning? What the hell? Am I blind? He just flicked away the peak second-tier fighter Li Tinyu with a single finger. Who on earth is this monster? The audience finally reacted, erupting into an overwhelming roar of astonishment. For the next few hours, the entire 7th ring became Gu Chang'an's personal showcase. Be it the esteemed senior brother of a prestigious sect or the proud young master of a hidden family, once they faced Gu Chang'an, it was all over in one move. There were no flashy light effects, only those simple yet outrageously effective movements. In the face of a torrential storm of swords, he seemed to scoop dumplings with a slotted spoon, flipping his wrist and shattering the sword shadows. Against the violent winds of fists, he seemed to be kneading dough that had just come together. With a press of his palm, his opponents collapsed directly. Is this fighting or cooking? A master-level elder watching from below, tugging at his beard, was filled with existential doubt. What kind of martial technique is he using? Why do I feel like there's a profound truth hidden within it? And so Gu Chang'an, wearing that black cap, charged through as if he were a deity, cutting down all who opposed him. He forcefully pierced through the preliminary rounds, standing directly on the finals stage. His opponent in the finals was Lin Bai, recognized as the #1 master of the younger generation on Blue Star, known as the Sword Madman. Dressed in white, Lin Bai held a 3-foot azure blade. He stood opposite Gu Chang'an, his expression dead. "You are strong, but my sword is meant to cut through injustice." Without further ado, Lin Bai unleashed his strongest strike. Buzz. The blood energy around him erupted violently, having already stepped into the threshold of the extraordinary realm. The blue sword energy took shape, transforming into a clawing water dragon that roared as it surged towards Gu Chang'an. This sword sealed off all of Gu Chang'an's escape routes. Lin family's ultimate skill sword transforms into dragon. Lin Bai has actually reached this level. This kid is finished. No matter how freakish he is, he can't possibly take on extraordinary sword energy barehanded. The audience gasped in unison. Gu Chang'an looked at the roaring water dragon, and the brows hidden beneath his cap furrowed slightly. This move looks interesting, but it has too many flaws. Suddenly, a scene from the previous morning flashed through his mind, where his father was in the kitchen expertly slicing potatoes with a worn-out kitchen knife. Each cut was precise in size, thickness, and length. That was not just knife skills, it was the ultimate mastery over power. Gu Chang'an took a deep breath and bent his legs slightly. This time he finally pulled his left hand out of his pocket. Facing the water dragon of sword energy that could tear through steel, he advanced rather than retreated. "Slicing potatoes requires speed, accuracy, and force," Gu Chang'an murmured. His fingers pointed like a sword, his right hand drew a plain arc in the air. There was no earth-shattering momentum. This sword was like a farmer swinging a hoe in the field, like a chef making a precise cut on the chopping board. But this seemingly ordinary strike, upon contact with the water dragon of sword energy, produced a crisp sound like glass shattering. Crack! Lin Bai's proud, magnificent water dragon, sword energy, shattered instantly like glass struck by a heavy hammer, exploding into countless shimmering points. But that wasn't the end. Gu Chang'an's two fingers, their momentum undiminished, precisely tapped the spine of Lin Bei's sword. Clang! The azure longsword, which was of semi-divine artifact level, let out a mournful cry before snapping into two pieces. The violent backlash sent Lin Bei stumbling backward for over 10 steps, and he finally spat out a mouthful of blood kneeling on the ring. His eyes were filled with uncontainable shock and despair. I have lost. Lin Bei dropped the broken sword, lowering his proud head. The arena fell into a deathly silence once again. Everyone looked at the boy on the stage, whose cap was pulled low as if he were a monster. A single finger shattered a sword energy, severing a divine weapon. This was no longer talent, it was a dimensional strike. In the most unremarkable dark corner of the audience, an old blind man in tattered robes carrying a rusty iron sword suddenly stood up. His hands trembled violently, and two streams of murky tears flowed from his blind eyes. The path is most simple. Returning to the origin. This is the highest realm of swordsmanship. The old blind man murmured, his voice filled with an almost frenzied fervor. He was Feng Xingyang, the most revered hidden sword cultivator on Blue Star, known as the Sword God. He had struggled for 200 years in the realm of swordsmanship, believing he had reached the pinnacle of Blue Star. Yet today he witnessed the grand Tao he had longed for in the simple action of a teenager slicing vegetables. No matter who you are today, I shall risk this old face to be your disciple. Feng Xingyang tore off his tattered robe, revealing a faded inner shirt underneath. He pointed his toes, transforming into a fleeting shadow that disregarded the rules of the arena, charging directly towards the ring. At that moment, Gu Chang'an was preparing to leave the stage, still thinking about the two big kidneys promised by his father. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged from behind. Gu Chang'an instinctively turned around to see an old blind man kneeling before him with a thud, clutching his leg tightly. "Senior, please take me as your disciple." Feng Xingyang cried, snot and tears streaming down his face, utterly losing his composure. Gu Chang'an was startled and quickly stepped back. "Old man, you've got the wrong person. I'm just a high school student. I can't take on any disciples. Let go of me. I still want to go back and eat kidneys." Gu Chang'an felt his scalp tingle from the performance by Feng Xingyang. Although that strike seemed effortless, it had actually drained the newly awakened blood energy within him. Now the old man was gripping his thigh tightly, surprisingly strong. Even after shaking his leg twice, Gu Chang'an couldn't shake him off. "Old man, let go. I really need to go home for dinner." Gu Chang'an was sweating profusely, almost losing his cap. The audience below was also confused, wondering what kind of performance this was. Who was that old man? Did he just cause a scene at the martial arts grand tournament? Where are the security personnel? Hurry up and drag this crazy old man away. A few fully armed security personnel reacted, quickly charging onto the stage with electric batons. "Old man, let go. Is this a place for you to act wild?" The leading security captain shouted loudly, reaching out to grab Feng Xingyang's shoulder. However, his hand hadn't even touched Feng Xingyang's clothing. "Get lost." Feng Xingyang didn't even turn his head, coldly spitting out a single word. An invisible sword energy radiated from him, sweeping out like a wave. Bang, bang, bang. Several security personnel were hit as if by an invisible heavy hammer, instantly flying back several meters and crashing heavily against the guardrails below the stage. The entire venue fell silent once again. Everyone gasped in disbelief. He hadn't even moved a finger. With just a cold shout, he had sent several first-level martial artists flying. What kind of monster is this? Those who had previously mocked Feng Xingyang as a scammer were now all frightened into silence. Lin Bei, who had just been pointed out by Gu Chang'an, was now leaning against the edge of the stage, nursing his wounds. He stared intently at Feng Xingyang's rusty sword, suddenly recalling something, his face turning pale. "Blind. Rusty sword. This is..." Lin Bei's voice trembled as he struggled to get up and deeply bowed in Feng Xingyang's direction. "Junior Lin Bei, greetings to the sword god Feng." Wow. As these four words were spoken, the entire competition venue erupted, as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped. Sword god Feng. Could it be the #1 sword master who swept across Blue Star 200 years ago, and then went into seclusion in the back mountains? Wasn't he long gone? How could he appear here? The various big shots and masters in the audience could no longer sit still. All stood up, their eyes filled with awe and fervor. Feng Xingyang ignored the exclamations around him. He simply released Gu Chang'an's leg and slowly stood up. Although his blind eyes could not see, his divine sense was firmly locked onto Gu Chang'an. "Little brother, I am Feng Xingyang. Just now I observed your vegetable cutting technique and felt a spark of enlightenment within my heart." Feng Xingyang took a deep breath, his tone carrying a hint of pride. "I have diligently practiced the sword for over 200 years and have created a set of incomparable sword intent. Today I will make an exception and demonstrate it before you." If you can comprehend even a fraction of it, I will make an exception and take you as my closed-door disciple, imparting all my lifelong skills to you." At these words, countless talented individuals in the audience felt their eyes turn red. To be the closed-door disciple of the sword god. This was an unparalleled opportunity to ascend to greatness. Yet Gu Chang'an wore a look of desperation. "Old man, I've told you I really don't want to learn swordsmanship. I just want to eat roasted kidneys." Before he could finish, Feng Xingyang had already moved. Watch closely. Incomparable sword intent, first form. Feng Xingyang suddenly drew the rusty sword from behind him. There was no deafening momentum, nor was there any dazzling sword light. But as he swung this sword, the surrounding air was instantly drained, forming a visibly perceivable vacuum zone. A sense of pride, determination, and a terrifying sword intent that seemed to sever all worldly ties surged into the sky. Thunder even faintly echoed in the sky. Such terrifying sword intent. Is this the power of the sword god? So strong. I feel like my soul is about to be cleaved apart by this sword. The big shots in the audience changed color, instinctively retreating. Feng Xingyang revealed a hint of a self-satisfied smile. This sword was the pinnacle of his 100 years of seclusion, and it was the most proud technique of his life. He believed that anyone who practiced martial arts would be awed by the power of this sword. However, just as Feng Xingyang was reveling in his triumph and preparing to sheath his sword, a lazy voice, still accompanied by the sound of chewing, suddenly pierced through the clamor of the entire venue, reaching his ears clearly. "Your sword deviates from the path. Your foundation is unstable. In pursuit of ultimate attack power, you've even forsaken the most basic defense. With such glaring flaws, you dare to showcase it. Garbage." This voice was not loud, and was even somewhat unclear. Yet to Feng Xingyang's ears it rang like the thunder of the heavens exploding in his mind. Who dares to speak such arrogance? Feng Xingyang shouted angrily, his terrifying divine sense instantly enveloping the entire venue. How dare someone say his incomparable sword intent was garbage? His divine sense quickly pinpointed the source of the voice. On a patch of grass at the back of the audience, Gu Xinghe sat cross-legged on a picnic mat, holding a skewer of sizzling chicken wings, eating messily. Next to him, Su Hongye was peeling oranges for him. Gu Xinghe didn't even glance at the stage. He casually tossed the leftover bones to a large black dog beside him. If that blind old man's sword were to face someone knowledgeable, all they would need to do is kick your left knee at the moment you strike, and not only would your sword move be rendered useless, but you'd also be crippled on the spot. Gu Xinghe continued to chew on the chicken wings, casually adding this line. On the surface, these words sounded yet embedded within them were Gu Xinghe's profound understandings of the 3,000 paths and fundamental principles of the universe. The hidden laws of power penetrated Feng Xingyang's sea of consciousness along with the sound waves. Left knee. Unstable foundation. Feng Xingyang stood dazedly on the stage, the iron sword in his hand clanging as it fell to the ground. Every word from Gu Xinghe replayed and magnified in his mind like a sudden awakening. The bottleneck he had pondered for 100 years in the sword path. In Gu Xinghe's casual remark, it was as if a fragile sheet of paper had been easily pierced. A terrifying aura tenfold, or even 100-fold stronger than the previous incomparable sword intent suddenly erupted from Feng Xingyang's body. The surrounding air transformed from a vacuum into countless tiny sword energies swirling around him frantically. What is happening? The aura of sword god Feng is rising. Is he about to break through? The people below stared in shock. Feng Xingyang closed his eyes, sensing the new unparalleled sword intent within him, as if it could pierce through the void. His cultivation, stagnant for 100 years, directly broke through the limits of mortality, at this moment stepping into a mythical realm he had never dared to imagine. So that's how it is. Tears streamed down Feng Xingyang's face, his entire body trembled violently. He finally understood that his proud, incomparable sword intent was indeed just a pile of garbage in the face of true paths. And that man sitting on the grass eating chicken wings had in just one sentence awakened him, not only saving his life, but also granting him an immense fortune. This is a divine being. This is a true god hidden among men. Feng Xingyang suddenly opened his blind eyes, though he could not see. His divine sense was firmly locked onto Gu Xinghe. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Xingyang directly abandoned his so-called sword god demeanor. He transformed into a streak of light, leaping off the stage, rushing forward like a wild wind toward Gu Xing's picnic mat. Thud. In the astonished gaze of tens of thousands of spectators, this elder, who had just broken through to the divine realm and was regarded as a god in the martial world of Blue Star, actually knelt heavily on one knee before the single-parent dad, eating chicken wings. Junior Feng Xingyang, thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. Feng Xingyang's voice trembled, his head bowed, his tone filled with utmost sincerity and fervor. I, a foolish junior, wish to stay by your side, serving you as a humble apprentice, only hoping to listen to your great teachings at any time. At this moment, the entire competition venue fell into an extreme silence. Everyone's mouths were agape, feeling as though their worldview was being trampled upon. Gu Chang'an stood on the stage watching this scene, equally bewildered. Wait. Old man, you just wanted to take me as your disciple. How did you turn around and kneel before my dad? Gu Xinghe helplessly set down the chicken wings in his hand and wiped his mouth with a tissue. He looked at the trembling Feng Qingyang kneeling before him and sighed. You old man, how are you the same as those grand priests kneeling at the drop of a hat? Gu Xinghe pointed at the impressive black SUV beside him. I don't lack stable apprentices, but I could use a dedicated driver. Gu Xinghe looked at Feng Qingyang with a teasing smile. So are you a sword god willing to drive for my Gu family? Drive for you? Feng Qingyang lifted his head, his milky, sightless eyes brimming with profound astonishment. He was a peerless sword cultivator who had just broken through to the divine realm. Across the entire martial world of Blue Star, he was a venerable ancestor whom even the Federation president treated with utmost deference. And now, was he being asked to serve as a mere chauffeur? Tens of thousands of spectators encircling the arena held their breath, straining their ears. Even several sect patriarchs muttered inwardly, cursing Gu Xinghe for his unfathomable audacity. That's the sword god. Dare you entrust him with your steering wheel? Do you fear he might cleave your car cleanly in two with a single stroke? Yet Feng Qingyang's astonishment lasted less than half a second. I am honored, more than honored. 1,000 times over. Feng Qingyang dropped to his knees in a deep kowtow, his voice trembling with fervent emotion. To drive for Senior Sir is a blessing I could not earn in 10 lifetimes. Driving is nothing. I would even empty your chamber pot without hesitation. At that, the entire crowd froze in stunned silence. Their worldview wasn't merely shattered. It was ground into dust, trampled beneath foot, and flushed down a sewer until not a trace remained. A divorced father grilling chicken wings commands the sword god as his personal driver, and the sword god, terrified the offer might be withdrawn, pleads tearfully to accept. What on earth has become of this world? Gu Xinghe himself was momentarily speechless at the elder's overwhelming enthusiasm. No need for chamber pots. I have a smart toilet. He waved dismissively, then pointed toward the nearby black SUV, subtly enchanted by his own hand. Mainly Hongye is perpetually occupied at the military department, and I frankly dislike pressing the accelerator. I simply needed a reliable person to shuttle the children to and from school each day. Gu Xinghe glanced at Feng Qingyang's faded threadbare robe patched in several places. But this attire won't do. You look like you've wandered out of a blind massage parlor. You'll frighten the children. At those words, Feng Qingyang dared not delay a moment. Please wait, Senior Sir. I shall change immediately. Though blind, his divine sense was razor sharp. With a flick of his sword finger, a gentle yet precise sword energy swept across the body of a nearby security officer. Before the officer could react, his crisp black security uniform had already settled perfectly upon Feng Qingyang's frame. Moreover, Feng Qingyang produced, somehow, a pair of sleek black sunglasses and placed them squarely upon his nose. The reclusive, ethereal sword god, once steeped in celestial grace, transformed in an instant into a cool, composed, black-suited sunglasses-wearing professional chauffeur. Senior Sir, does this attire meet your approval? Feng Qingyang stood ramrod straight, and even rendered a crisp, respectful salute. Gu Xinghe chuckled, amused by the elder's decisive efficiency. It'll do. Very well. If you're willing to take the post, you'll reside in the gatehouse beside my courtyard. Room and board included, salary paid monthly. Many thanks, Senior Sir, for taking me in. Feng Qingyang bowed deeply again, elated beyond measure. In his heart, he knew better than anyone. Merely breathing the same air within this true deity's residence would surpass centuries of solitary cultivation in the remote mountains. This was an unparalleled, heaven-sent opportunity. Meanwhile, Gu Chang'an, still standing atop the arena platform, finally snapped back to awareness. He bounded down the steps and hurried to Gu Xinghe's side, lowering his voice. Dad, surely you're joking. This elder looks terrifyingly powerful. You want him driving us? Gu Chang'an had witnessed firsthand Feng Qingyang's awe-inspiring sword intent. Powerful is precisely what we need. Next time you stir up trouble at school, he'll take the beating for you. Gu Xinghe pinched his son's nape playfully. Besides, not just anyone qualifies to drive for your old man. This elder barely meets the standard. Gu Chang'an swallowed hard, glancing at the sunglasses-clad elder, and shivered involuntarily down his spine. Thus, a martial preliminary selection tournament destined to blaze with intensity ended abruptly, upended by Gu Chang'an's vegetable chopping technique and Feng Qingyang's unorthodox, almost comical act of discipleship. The judges and senior officials of the organizing committee dared not even approach Gu Xinghe for an explanation. Ridiculous. If the sword god had knelt, stepping forward would be little more than offering themselves as sacrificial offerings. Enough. We've finished our meal and made our impression. Time to head home. Gu Xinghe clapped his hands, signaling everyone to gather their things. Feng Qingyang proved instinctively adept at servitude. Without waiting for instruction, he swiftly and neatly packed away the barbecue grill and picnic mat, stowing them immaculately into the SUV's trunk. He even produced a clean cloth and meticulously wiped down the vehicle's door handles. "Master, please enter the vehicle." Feng Qingyang opened the driver's door and stood respectfully aside. Gu Xinghe nodded in quiet satisfaction. This chauffeur possessed remarkable perceptiveness. The family of 5, plus one large black dog, settled comfortably into the spacious SUV. Feng Qingyang slid into the driver's seat and started the engine with practiced ease. Though blind, his divine sense surpassed any radar. His driving was flawlessly smooth without even the slightest jolt. "Aunt Hongya, was my performance today impressive?" Gu Chang'an exclaimed excitedly from the rear seat. "Impressive indeed, but perhaps use your potato slicing technique sparingly henceforth. One might mistake you for a chef." Su Hongya teased, laughter rippling warmly through the cabin. The SUV glided steadily along the winding mountain road, returning smoothly to the city. Soon they arrived at Xinghe residential community, pulling to a halt before the grand gates of the Gu family villa. "Master, we have arrived." Feng Qingyang applied the brakes with flawless precision. Just as Gu Xinghe reached for the door handle to step out and draw a breath of fresh air, calamity struck. At precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, under a previously cloudless sky, the heavens darkened without warning. It was no ordinary overcast gloom, rather a suffocating absolute blackness, as if a colossal obsidian shroud had descended instantly upon Blue Star's entire atmosphere. Then, crushing apocalyptic pressure rained down from the ninth heaven itself. This oppressive aura dwarfed even last night's frostfall by cold xiushuang, by 1,000-fold, perhaps more. Oxygen seemed ripped from the air in an instant. Every bird and beast collapsed, trembling violently upon the ground. Even Feng Qingyang, freshly ascended to the divine realm, felt a tight, suffocating constriction in his chest, cold sweat bursting forth in an instant. Such terrifying interstellar fleet energy. Could it be? A stare-annihilating sovereign has descended upon Blue Star. Feng Qingyang gripped the steering wheel with white-knuckled intensity, his voice thick with undisguised dread. The large black dog confined in the trunk sensed the hostility too. Its throat rumbled with a low, guttural growl, its fur bristling upright. Only Gu Xinghe remained utterly still inside the vehicle. Not a flicker of his eyelids, not a tremor in his posture, merely gazing through the window at the suffocating black void above. So, the arrogant gnats from Deep Space Academy have finally gathered en masse to seek their own demise. Gu Xinghe swung open the door, stepped out barefoot in his slippers, and tilted his gaze skyward. "Chang'an, take your sisters indoors. Don't let the filth outside soil their clothes." Gu Chang'an efficiently pushed his 2 younger sisters into the room and swiftly locked the anti-theft door. The big black dog, initially wanting to go out and show off, was kicked back into its kennel by Gu Xinghe. This dog has a temper that is too fierce. Swallowing this fleet in one go would easily lead to indigestion. The sky above Blue Star has already been completely shrouded in metallic shadows. 3,000 deep space-class battleships hovered like an impenetrable iron wall at the edge of the atmosphere. The plasma tail flames emitted from the bottom of the warships had already short-circuited more than a dozen astronomical observation stations on Blue Star. The piercing red air raid sirens howled frantically above every city in the world. Is the end of the world upon us? The Deep Space Academy is here for revenge. Blue Star is finished. In the command center of the Federal Defense Forces, a group of old generals stared at the scale of the fleet on the screen, their faces looking worse than that of the dead. Governor Lei Ju gripped the encrypted communicator, his hands trembling like chaff. That was the ace fleet of the Deep Space Academy. If their main cannons fired even once, Blue Star would turn to cosmic dust. "Governor, should we fire?" the deputy asked, trembling. "What the hell should we fire with? Are we going to use anti-aircraft guns against battleships?" Lei Ju shouted, collapsing wearily into his chair. Despair spread like a plague across Blue Star. Everyone was waiting for the moment of destruction. However, 1 minute passed. 5 minutes passed. The anticipated cataclysmic bombardment did not. On the contrary, those battleships not only did not light up their main cannons charging glow, but they also completely shut down their weapon systems. They even withdrew their energy shields like a group of turtles, shedding their shells unguarded and exposed in space. Then the flagship at the center of the fleet slowly opened its doors. There were no dazzling displays, no imposing honor guards. The head of the Deep Space Academy, Gu Tianxuan, a powerful being at the level of the universe's supreme. At this moment, he surprisingly took off the purple-gold robe, symbolizing supreme authority, and changed into a rough, prickly gray linen robe. Behind him, thousands of high-ranking elders from the Deep Space Academy were all dressed in similar coarse linen clothes and straw sandals. No one used a shred of star power for protection. They descended like the most humble ascetics, plummeting through the intense friction of the atmosphere from 10,000 meters high, heading straight for Blue Star. Is that the head of the Deep Space Academy? Governor Lei Ju gazed at the enlarged satellite image, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. What are they doing? Are they collectively committing suicide by parachuting? Just as all the people of Blue Star were these top figures of the cosmic pyramid at the last moment before crashing finally managed to slightly control their descent. They did not land in the federal government square, nor did they seek to negotiate with Blue Star's military. Instead, they all landed in unison on the wide asphalt street surrounding the Gu family villa. Thousands of people crowded the entire street, yet not a single sound was uttered. Even the usually arrogant inner door elders kept their mouths tightly shut, fearing that a slight noise from breathing might bring upon them death. At that moment, Xinghe was in the yard using a large pair of scissors to trim the pod of ancient Bodhi trees that had grown a bit wild due to excessive spiritual energy. Feng Qingyang, dressed in a black security uniform, stood straight inside the door like a dutiful guardian. Although he was blind, his divine sense had already recognized the origins of the thousands of people outside. Boss, the Deep Space Academy people have arrived. Feng Qingyang slightly bowed and lowered his voice to report. He felt somewhat nervous inside. Although these people were not armed, they were still thousands of powerful beings who wouldn't be intimidated by such an atmosphere. Xinghe did not turn his head, continuing to snip the branches with a snap-snap sound. Oh, if they've come, let them wait outside. Can't they see I'm busy? Gu Xing's tone was flat, as if a delivery person from the neighbor's house was waiting outside for a signature. Feng Qingyang swallowed hard and straightened his back. Yes, boss. Outside, Gu Tianxian adjusted his rough linen robe. He had never worn such a prickly outfit in his life, and his back was already covered in a layer of red rashes. Yet he dared not complain. When he saw the beam of destructive divine light that shot from Blue Star, cleaving the main campus of the Deep Space Academy in two from the starry skies, he had scoured the Academy's oldest secret texts overnight. In the end, he reached a conclusion that nearly froze his soul. The powerful being that struck used pure supreme laws. That was a cosmic supreme deity that transcended the realm of supreme beings and governed the birth and demise of all worlds. Such an existence, let alone destroying a Deep Space Academy, could wipe an entire star region from the annals of history with a mere yawn. In order to quell the wrath of the true God and preserve the Deep Space Academy's millennia-old legacy, Gu Tianxian did not hesitate to bring all the high-ranking members of the Academy to Blue Star to apologize. Director, are we just going to wait here? Asked an enforcement elder beside him, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Shut up. Do you want to kill everyone? Gu Tianxian roared in a low voice, his eyes filled with fear. Every blade of grass and every tree here contains the supreme path. Even disturbing an ant could lead to our annihilation. He took a deep breath, completely crushing the pride of his supreme status into the mud. Then, as billions of people on Blue Star watched the incredible scene through satellite live broadcasts, in the astonished gaze of Governor Lei Ju, Gu Tianxian took the lead, facing the tightly shut iron door of the Gu family. Thud. A dull sound. The dignified universe's supreme being knelt heavily on the hard asphalt road. Immediately after thud, 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 thousands of elders from the Deep Space Academy moved in perfect unison, kneeling down like a line of dominoes. The dull thud of thousands kneeling simultaneously even caused the ground of the entire street to tremble slightly. This scene was too absurd, too shocking. This was not an army coming for revenge. This was clearly a group of the most obedient and humble dogs lining up to wag their tails and plead with their master. Gu Tianxian pressed his head deeply against the ground, his forehead touching the cold road. His voice, filled with endless fear and devotion, penetrated the courtyard wall and reached Gu Xing's ears. Criminal Gu Tianxuan, along with the entire Deep Space Academy, has come to beg for mercy from the esteemed master. Please, Great One, show mercy and forgive our offenses. The Deep Space Academy is willing to be the most loyal dogs at your feet for generations to come. Gu Tianxian shouted with all his might. That attitude, humble to the bone, even made Feng Qingyang inside the door feel a twinge of regret. Goodness, it turned out these guys weren't here to fight. They were here to take my driver's job. Gu Xinghe put down the large scissors in his hand, brushing off the fragments of leaves stuck to them. He strolled leisurely to the front door, looking through the gaps in the iron gate at the sea of kneeling heads outside. The head of the Deep Space Academy seems to understand things better than I expected, Gu Xinghe chuckled softly. He had no intention of wiping them out completely. After all, Blue Star would still need to connect with the universe in the future. Keeping such an obedient top-tier lineage as a dog would make things easier. However, while death penalties could be avoided, living penalties were hard to escape. Did you think that just kneeling down lightly would make everything go away? There's no such easy thing in this world. Gu Xinghe pulled open the iron door, the hinges emitting a harsh creaking sound. To the kneeling crowd, this sound was akin to the pronouncement of death. The hearts of thousands of people instantly jumped to their throats, their breathing halted. Gu Xinghe, wearing slippers, walked up to Gu Tianxian. He looked down at this universe's supreme being, his gaze calm, without a hint of disturbance. To be a dog, you must first see if you have that qualification. Gu Xing's voice was not loud, but it clearly fell into the ears of everyone present. Who said you came to plead guilty? Gu Tianxian's whole body trembled, and he quickly lowered his head, even further, his voice shaking heavily. It was the criminal who said it. As long as the master can calm down, even if it means we all have to self-destruct our cultivation, we will have no second words. No need to self-destruct, that's too wasteful. Gu Xinghe yawned, and casually pointed in the direction of the street. I noticed when you landed that you seemed to have scattered the leaves that the neighborhood committee ant had just swept clean. He looked down at Gu Tianxian's pale face, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Go take your thousands of people and clean every street in all cities on Blue Star with your hands inch by inch. Not a single fallen leaf is allowed to remain. If you can't finish, the Deep Space Academy will be removed from the universe. In the vastness of space beyond Blue Star, the 3,000 battleships had completely extinguished their flames, hovering in orbit like heaps of scrap metal. Meanwhile, on the surface of Blue Star, a spectacle of the greatest contrast in the entire universe was unfolding. The asphalt road outside the happy community was packed tightly with thousands of people dressed in coarse linen. Gu Tianxian, the head of the Deep Space Academy, a dignified cosmic sovereign. At this moment, he was the first to kneel on the asphalt road. With his hands clasped above his head, he lowered himself heavily, his forehead striking the rough surface with a dull thud. I beseech the Lord Sovereign for forgiveness. I, Gu Tianxian, along with all faculty and students, humbly request divine punishment. After shouting this, he rose, dragging his knees forward for 3 steps before once again kneeling heavily. 3 steps, and about tears and snot smeared across his face. Behind him were the inner sect elders and unparalleled prodigies who once commanded the stars. They all followed Gu Tianxian's actions like a recording machine, bowing and moving forward in unison. I beseech the Lord Sovereign for forgiveness. Thousands of people simultaneously bowed and shouted, the commotion more thunderous than firecrackers on New Year's Day in Blue Star. The interstellar spy satellites captured this scene and broadcasted it live across the universe. The forum of the Star Network crashed immediately. Is this really the Deep Space Academy? Isn't that Gu Tianxian? Why is he kneeling on a dirt road? Insane. Everyone's gone mad. What kind of monster is hidden in Blue Star that could scare a cosmic sovereign into such a pitiful state? The rulers of various cosmic factions watched in horror as Gu Tianxian's head bled from the repeated strikes, cold sweat breaking out on each of their brows. They issued the highest orders overnight. Designate Blue Star as the universe's #1 forbidden zone. Anyone who dares to cause trouble in Blue Star will face annihilation of their entire clan. At this moment, in the center of the storm, the Gu family courtyard, there was a scene of serene bliss. Gu Xinghe sat in a rattan chair in the courtyard, holding a large pair of scissors. Snip, snip. He was leisurely trimming the excess branches of the ancient Bodhi tree. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a lazy and contented glow on his face. However, the sounds of thousands of people bowing and crying outside his ears were like 1,000 ducks quacking, driving him to distraction. Are these people crazy? If they've made a mistake, just admit it. Why make such a big fuss? Gu Xinghe put down the scissors dug in his ears and frowned slightly. It's broad daylight, and they won't let anyone take a nap. He had intended to doze off in the rattan chair, but now this group had ruined that. If it had been before, he might have just wiped them all out with a glance. But now he was a law-abiding single father. Killing in front of the children would not be good. Gu Xinghe turned to glance at Feng Qingyang, who stood at the door dressed in a crisp security uniform. This old man wore black sunglasses, stood tall and straight, diligently guarding his post. Though blind, the aura of a newly ascended master's sword intent made him appear as a ruthless ultimate killer. Old Feng, Gu Xinghe called out. Boss, you called. Feng Qingyang immediately jogged over, respectfully lowering his head. That group outside is too noisy, disturbing Shiyu's nap. Gu Xinghe pointed outside the door. Go tell them to stop bowing, or it makes it seem like I'm bullying old people. Feng Qingyang understood immediately, cupping his hands in salute. Rest assured, boss, I'll go chase them away right now. If they don't listen, I'll slice them with my sword. Slice what? This is a lawful society. We can't go around killing people at every turn. Gu Xinghe shot him a glare. You go out and tell the leader that if they want to live, they should take that crowd and clean every street in Blue Star. Tell them not to use any spells or spiritual energy. They must wipe clean with their hands, leaving not a single fallen leaf behind. If they can't clean up properly, the Deep Space Academy will be expelled from the universe. Feng Qingyang gasped in shock. No spells. Wiping down the entire streets of Blue Star by hand. This was an embarrassment 1,000 times worse than being killed for those high and mighty star beings. But this was the rule of the sovereign. Thunder and rain are all blessings from the divine. Yes, boss. I promise to convey your words exactly. Feng Qingyang trembled with excitement. To scold the head of the Deep Space Academy on behalf of the sovereign, this was something he could boast about for 800 lifetimes. He adjusted his security uniform, pushed up his sunglasses, and strode confidently to the front gate. Creak. The door of the Gu family villa was pulled open from the inside. The sound of bowing outside instantly ceased. Gu Tianxian was drenched in sweat, his forehead covered in blood marks. He raised his head, looking hopefully towards the door, thinking that the Lord Sovereign had finally appeared. However, stepping out was an old man in a Blue Star security uniform, wearing black sunglasses and blind. Gu Tianxian was stunned. The elders behind him were also taken aback. Who are you? Gu Tianxian swallowed hard and asked cautiously. Though he did not recognize Feng Qingyang, he could sense that this seemingly ridiculous old security guard exuded a sword intent from the divine realm that made even him, a sovereign, feel a shiver down his spine. What kind of place was Blue Star? Even a security guard at the sovereign's door was a divine realm expert. Feng Qingyang walked to the edge of the steps, clasping his hands behind his back, his chin slightly raised. He deliberately coughed twice, adopting a lofty demeanor akin to that of a low-ranking official before a prime minister. I am Feng Qingyang, the dedicated driver and head of security for the Gu family. Feng Qingyang coldly looked down at Gu Tianxian. My boss said that your cries outside are too noisy and disturbing his daughter's nap. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianxian trembled in fear, quickly covering his mouth. The thousands of elders behind him were so frightened that they dared not breathe, fearing that if the sovereign was displeased, divine punishment would descend. Then, may I ask, Captain Feng, will the Lord Sovereign be willing to forgive us? Gu Tianxian's voice quivered, his eyes filled with desperate plea. Feng Qingyang did not answer immediately. He deliberately paused for a few seconds, allowing the oppressive fear to fully ferment in the air. Until he saw several weaker elders about to faint from fright, he finally snorted coldly. The master said that if you want to live, you may. Feng Qingyang drew the rusty iron sword in his hand, pointing the tip directly at Gu Tianxian's nose. His voice was like ice from 1,000 years, carrying an undeniable authority. Go and clean every street in Blue Star. Remember, you are not allowed to use any spiritual energy. I'll wipe with your hands inch by inch. If there is even a single fallen leaf left on any street. Feng Qingyang's lips curled into a cruel smile. Then you, Deep Space Academy, should prepare for collective reincarnation. Huff. Gu Tianxian heard Feng Qingyang's words, not with humiliation, but as a drowning man finally breaking the surface to gasp in a great breath of fresh air. His body collapsed onto the ground, drenched in cold sweat, breathing raggedly in profound relief. I am eternally grateful for your sovereignty's mercy in sparing my life. He shouted hoarsely, voice tearing. Scrambling upright, he whirled around and glared at the elders behind him, men whose courage had shattered like brittle glass. What are you waiting for? Did you not hear Master Feng's divine decree? His gaze burned with the ferocity of a starving wolf as he pointed furiously at the asphalt road. Roll up your sleeves. Kick off your shoes. Now, immediately, begin scrubbing this pavement. The senior leadership of the Deep Void Academy dared not utter a single complaint. These peerless cultivators, whose mere footsteps could shatter star systems across the cosmos, now frantically tore strips from their exquisitely woven robes to use as rags. Even the chief elder of the inner sect shoved and jostled the enforcement elder beside him, vying for a slightly cleaner tile. I claimed this one first. You go scrub over there. Nonsense. Can't you see I've broken my fingernails digging grime from the cracks? Get out of my way. Thousands of venerable elders, men and women who had once commanded galaxies, crawled on all fours across Blue Star streets, buttocks raised high, trembling as they commenced their sweeping penance. They dared not channel even a wisp of spiritual energy, relying solely on frail mortal flesh. Their devotion was more reverent, more abject than any moment spent deciphering the Tao itself. Meanwhile, at the far end of that very street, Mu Qingxue drifted like a wandering specter along Blue Star's asphalt roads. Her menial uniform was torn and filthy, though the bleeding from her abdominal wound had ceased. Each step sent searing pain lancing through her frame. Last night, Xinghe had cast her out without mercy. She had crouched beside a trash bin at the street corner all through the night. At dawn she watched, eyes wide and hollow, as Xinghe drove off in his rugged off-road vehicle, laughing with Su Hongya and the children as they headed joyfully toward the countryside. In that instant, Mu Qingxue's heart died. She no longer knew where to go. Return to the Deep Void Academy. A bloodthirsty abyss. Leng Xiaoshuang had already declared her banishment. To return would be certain death. Return to her parents' home. Mu Daqiang and Lu Tsuhua had been thrown into a stinking sewer last night. No one knew where they now clung to life. Across Blue Star, across the entire cosmos, there remained not a single place where Mu Qingxue belonged. Retribution. This is all retribution. A bitter smile twisted her lips as tears slipped silently down her cheeks. She wandered aimlessly, until without realizing it she found herself standing in the heart of Blue Star's bustling commercial district. Yet, when she lifted her gaze and beheld the scene before her, she froze, utterly convinced she was witnessing a hallucination born of imminent death. The once thriving avenue, normally choked with vehicles, had been entirely sealed off by the federal military, cordoned with strict perimeter barriers. And sprawled across the broad asphalt road lay a vast dark mass of people, clad in identical coarse gray hemp robes, kneeling low, rags in hand, scrubbing the pavement with desperate fervor. That's Mu Qingxue's swollen, bloodshot eyes widened. Her gaze locked rigidly onto an elderly woman stooped over a drain cover, fingers digging deep into its crevices. That profile. She knew them too well. That's Zhang Elder, the outer sect instructor who taught foundational swordsmanship at the Deep Void Academy. Mu Qingxue drew in a sharp, involuntary breath, her heart hammering uncontrollably. Though only an outer sect elder, Zhang Elder was a stellar-level powerhouse. A being so aloof, she never let her feet touch earthly soil, fearing even the taint of mundane dust. And now, she knelt beside Blue Star's foul sewer, using fingers once pampered like tinder chives to claw at rotting sludge. Mu Qingxue felt her entire worldview shattering. She jerked her head sharply toward another figure, a middle-aged man wiping a lamppost with his sleeve. That's Zhao Hall, master of the enforcement hall. The same merciless executioner who once ordered a menial flogged to death for merely brushing against his robe. Now he sweated profusely while polishing an ordinary iron pole, even blowing dust from its surface with his own breath. Madness. Utter madness. The world had gone completely mad. Mu Qingxue staggered forward 2 steps. Then her knees buckled, nearly sending her to the ground. And then she saw more familiar faces. Inner sect elders. Core mentors. Even several vice presidents glimpsed only once in holographic broadcasts. Without exception, every one of them labored in abject humility upon Blue Star's streets, performing the lowest of cleaning tasks. Worse still, they bore no shame upon their faces, only a paralyzing terror of failing to please. Impossible. How could this be? She rubbed her eyes fiercely, even biting her lip until blood welled a sharp sting, confirming this was no dream. These celestial sovereigns, once towering unassailable arbiters of life and death in her eyes, now groveled like obedient dogs upon Blue Star's pavement. What happened? Wasn't the Deep Void Academy coming to exact vengeance upon Blue Star? Overwhelmed by disbelief, Mu Qingxue stumbled past the military barricade. The federal soldiers, apparently under strict orders, did not impede her. She approached a portly elder squatting low, fingers digging furiously into the grout between paving stones. This was Lu Zhishe, the outer sect official responsible for distributing pills. It was he who had forced Mu Qingxue to crawl beneath his legs before deigning to grant her a worthless, substandard healing pill. Lu Zhishe. Her voice trembled as she called out. Startled, Lu Zhishe jerked his head up, sweat dripping from his brow. Seeing Mu Qingxue, he blinked, then offered a grimace so grotesquely subservient it resembled a sob. Without even wiping the muck from his hands, he bowed deeply, nodding repeatedly. Oh, Miss Mu, you're here. What brings you? Have you come to inspect our cleansing effort? His tone dripped with undisguised sycophancy and unmistakable fear. Mu Qingxue stared, utterly bewildered. Lu Zhishe, what on earth are you doing? Why are you scrubbing Blue Star's roads? She seized his arm, her voice sharpening with rising hysteria. Where is Mentor Lung Xiaoshuang? Where is the academy head? Where is the Deep Void fleet? At the name Lung Xiaoshuang, Lu Zhishe's face blanched, ghost pale, as if confronting a specter. He wrenched his arm free with violent recoil. Shoo! Little ancestor, lower your voice. Do you wish to get me killed? Panicked, he darted frantic glances left and right, confirming no one observed them. Only then did he lower his voice to a quavering whisper, teeth chattering like dry reeds. That blind, contemptible wretch Lung Xiaoshuang, stripped of sinew and skin on the spot by the academy head, her ashes scattered to the void. What? Mu Qingxue staggered backward as if struck by 5 thunderbolts. That haughty, omnipotent mentor, who had sentenced her to exile with a single word, had been executed by the academy head himself. Why? She shrieked, raw and desperate. Lu Zhishe lunged forward, clamping a muddy hand over her mouth, tears streaming down his wrinkled cheeks. Why? Because she dared offend someone beyond reckoning. Trembling violently, he pointed first upward, then toward some distant horizon. The fleet. We didn't come to fight. We came to beg forgiveness. We have offended a hidden true God residing upon Blue Star. That divine one decreed, we must scour every street of Blue Star with our bare hands. Fail, and the Deep Void Academy shall be erased from the annals of the cosmos. A deafening roar filled Mu Qingxue's skull. A true god. A hidden deity upon Blue Star, powerful enough to compel the entire Deep Void Academy to kneel. An absurd notion, yet one that fit every prior clue with chilling perfect precision, slithered into her mind like a venomous serpent. Her face drained of color. She seized Lu Zhishi's collar, gripping it with white-knuckled intensity, her eyes boring into his. That person, that true god, what is his name? Lu Zhishi choked, gasping for air, only managing to force the words through clenched, terrified teeth. Dare not utter his sacred name aloud. But the academy head said, his surname is Gu. Boom. At the two syllables, Gu, it felt as though a 10th Santon hammer had shattered her crown. All sound vanished from her ears. Before her eyes, the groveling celestial masters Lu Zhishi's ashen face, Blue Star's leaden sky, shattered like splintered glass. Gu, that man who dwelled in a humble courtyard, who spent his days washing clothes and cooking meals, that man she had discarded as worthless, was truly him. Ugh! A guttural, despairing cry tore from Mu Qingxue's throat. Darkness swallowed her vision. She crumpled backward, rigid as a fallen log, into oblivion. Mu Qingxue lay stiffly on the cold asphalt road, splashing a small puddle. Several elder in coarse robes did not even glance at her, continuing to scrub the floor with their backs, turned not even bothering to wipe the blood from under their fingernails. Meanwhile, in the Gu family's small courtyard 10 kilometers away from this street, night had quietly fallen. The starry divine herbs in the courtyard emitted a soft glow, illuminating the entire courtyard like a dreamland. Xinghe had just finished washing a bowl and walked out of the kitchen, wiping his hands. The autumn evening breeze carried a hint of chill. Su Hongye sat by the stone table, sewing up Gu Chang'an's school uniform that had been torn during the martial arts competition, using the light from the divine herbs. Though a decisive female military god at this moment, as she threaded the needle, there was an indescribable gentleness about her. Let the washing machine handle such coarse work. Your hands are meant for wielding a blade, don't prick yourself. Xinghe pulled up a rattan chair and casually expressed his concern. Su Hongye did not look up, but the corners of her mouth curled into a smile. Its different machines cannot sew as tightly as by hand. Chang'an fights recklessly. His clothes wear out quickly. Nearby, Gu Chang'an was sitting cross-legged on the grass, eyes closed, circulating his qi and blood. The technique he had used today in the arena to pin someone down needed to be thoroughly understood while the iron was hot. Hoo-hoo. The big black dog lay at Gu Xing's feet, belly up, drooling in its sleep, occasionally kicking its hind legs, probably dreaming of eating an interstellar saber-toothed tiger. The doorman, an old man named Feng Qingyang, was squatting at the door with a stainless steel tea mug, slurping on some large leaf tea. Ever since he became a security guard, his back was straighter than anyone else's. Just a moment ago, while the crew from the Deep Space Academy was cleaning the floor, he even went out for a stroll, complaining that their work was not thorough enough, and kicked a few elders in the backside. Everything seemed so peaceful and calm. Daddy, a prolonged childish voice shattered the tranquility of Gu Xinghe, dressed in a fluffy pink pajamas, ran out barefoot, hugging a stuffed bear. Why did you come out without shoes? Be careful not to catch a cold. Gu Xinghe scooped up his little daughter and placed her on his knee, casually pinching her soft little face. It's not cold, my tummy is warm. Gu Xinghe giggled, rubbing her little head against Gu Xing's chest. Since Gu Xinghe used the supreme law to heal her star-destroying meridian, this little girl's physique was sturdier than the big black dog, likely not even catching a cold if thrown into a snowdrift in winter. Gu Xinghe lay on Gu Xing's knee, supporting her chin with her little hands, pouting her moist lips as she looked up at the pitch-black night sky. Due to the recent arrival of the Deep Space Fleet, Blue Star's atmosphere still retains some energy dust, making it impossible to see even a single star tonight. Daddy, the weather forecast uncle on TV just said that there will be a rare meteor shower tomorrow night. The little girl's voice carried a hint of regret. But Xinghe wants to see the meteor shower now, not wait until tomorrow. She turned her head, blinking her big eyes, gazing longingly at Gu Xinghe. Daddy, you can do magic. Can you make the meteor shower come down now? Upon hearing this, Su Hongye paused the needle in her hand. Gu Nianxing also poked his head out from the house, rolling his eyes. Xinghe, don't make it hard for Dad. Meteor showers are cosmic astronomical phenomena. No matter how strong Dad is, he can't control how stones fly in outer space. Yes, sister, tomorrow I'll take you to the mountain top for a better view. Gu Chang'an opened his eyes and scratched his head. Even Feng Qingyang, squatting at the door, drinking tea, subtly shook his head. Though he knew the boss was a true god, altering the trajectory of celestial bodies and summoning meteor showers in advance. Such a violation of the natural laws of the Tao would likely even require effort from a creator god. However, Gu Xinghe merely gave a gentle rub on his little daughter's nose, his face showing no signs of difficulty, but rather a doting smile. Our little princess wants to see it now? All right, Daddy will make it happen for you. He spoke lightly, as if agreeing to buy his daughter a candied haw. Upon hearing this, everyone in the courtyard was stunned. Gu Xinghe did not stand up. He remained lazily leaning back in his rattan chair, merely raising his right hand slightly. The usually gentle and lazy gaze suddenly brightened with two golden divine lights that froze time and space as he looked at the boundless night sky. The all-seeing eye opened. Gu Xing's vision pierced through the atmosphere of blue star in a fraction of a second, crossing the solar system and surpassing the edge of the Milky Way. In a desolate star zone millions of light years away from Blue Star, he accurately locked onto several supergiant dead stars, each thousands of times the mass of the sun, completely drained and showing no signs of life. These dead stars were slowly orbiting according to the laws of cosmic gravity. Just a few looking large enough, they should explode brightly. Gu Xinghe muttered to himself. Then, facing the distant void, he lightly clenched his right hand. Clap! A sound so faint it was nearly inaudible. In this silent courtyard, it was quieter than the sound of a falling leaf. However, in that desolate star zone millions of light years away, the unimaginable supergiant dead stars encountered a catastrophic dimensional strike in that instant. There was no violent explosion sound, as sound cannot travel in a vacuum. But if there were an observer nearby, they would definitely be terrified into a state of soul collapse by the sight before them. Those dead stars were like being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, leaving no room for struggle. The outer rock layers and the internal liquid star cores were forcefully crushed within a fraction of a second. The energy compressed to its limit instantly lost its restraint, erupting into a terrifying supernova explosion that could illuminate half the universe. Countless shards of stars burning with the flames of supreme laws were forcibly drawn by an irresistible force. They disregarded the distance of space, ignoring the constraints of the speed of light. They directly folded space-time, transforming into a spectacular rain of light, plummeting madly toward Blue Star. Gu Xinghe retracted his hand and patted Gu Siyu's back. Look at the sky. Upon hearing this, the little girl immediately looked up excitedly. Su Hongye, Gu Chang'an, Gu Nianxing, and even Feng Xingyang at the door instinctively followed Gu Xing's gaze to the night sky. In the next second, everyone's breath stopped. The originally pitch-black night sky was suddenly torn apart. Countless dazzling meteors trailing long tails streaked across Blue Star's firmament like a grand waterfall of light. Red, blue, gold, purple. All kinds of starry brilliance intertwined, illuminating the entire Gu family courtyard as bright as day. The scale of this meteor shower was 100 or even 1,000 times larger than any astronomical record. They burned outside Blue Star's atmosphere, yet not a single fragment of meteorite fell into the mortal realm. This was not a natural phenomenon at all. It was an ultimate romance custom-made by the supreme ruler of the universe at the cost of destroying stars just to make his daughter smile. Wow! So beautiful. Gu Siyu. It jumped down from Gu Xing's lap, happily bouncing on the grass, clapping her little hands in cheer. Daddy is amazing. He really made the meteor shower happen. Gu Nianxing's mouth formed an O shape and the half-apple he was holding fell to the ground. Wow. Dad, how did you do that? You didn't sneak off to Hogwarts for some training, did you? Gu Chang'an swallowed hard, feeling that his admiration for Dad had been too conservative. Su Hongye stood aside, watching the dazzling starry light and the smiling Gu Xinghe in the rattan chair. Her heart, hardened like iron from military training, felt utterly soft at this moment. How many more surprises did this man hide? Meanwhile, Feng Xingyang at the door was gripping the door frame tightly, his legs shaking like a sieve. Others only saw the beauty of the meteors. But he, a sword cultivator in the divine realm, truly felt the residual waves of supreme laws that could annihilate everything attached to those meteors. Those were not ordinary meteorites. They were fragments of star cores that had been violently crushed. Crushed stars. Just to show my daughter a firework. Feng Xingyang rolled his eyes, feeling that he had wasted 200 years of sword practice, even feeling unworthy of being a security guard. Laughter filled the courtyard as the brilliance of the meteor shower continued. But what Gu Xinghe did not know was that this casual act of his, the terrifying power wave of crushing several supergiant dead stars, did not completely disappear due to his restraint. Instead, it spread through the vast dark matter network of the universe. In an instant, it reached the highest observation stations of all advanced civilizations throughout the universe, the core of the deep space star region, the edge outpost of the supreme divine realm. Even the ancient existences sealed in the deepest abyss of the universe who had been asleep for millions or even billions of years. At the moment this wave arrived, they all awakened from their slumber. Is this the collapse of the laws? Someone has crushed stars barehanded without relying on any formation or artifacts. This level of power fluctuation, could it be? The leaders of various forces across the universe stared at the rapidly fluctuating destruction index on the astrolabe, all falling into unprecedented panic. They frantically issued commands to those below, investigate. Spare no expense, find out the source of this fluctuation. Meanwhile, in the Gu family courtyard, Gu Xinghe looked at the children running wildly on the grass, contentedly lifting his teacup to take a sip. Old Feng, how about this meteor shower effect? Isn't it much better than what's on TV? Special effects. Feng Qingyang swallowed hard, his vocal cords tightening with disbelief. He stared at Gu Xinghe's unruffled composure, and his knees nearly buckled. Boss, you call that a special effect? That was an extinction-level cataclysm. Feng Qingyang wiped cold sweat from his brow. That aura. I've never encountered anything like it in my entire life. Even my master's master, if he leapt out of his coffin, would die all over again from sheer terror. Gu Xinghe ignored him, bending down to lift Gu Xinghe into his arms and gently ruffling her hair. Enough. Your meteor shower is over. Time to wash up and sleep. School starts tomorrow. He turned, cradling his daughter as he walked indoors, leaving Feng Qingyang utterly stunned adrift in the wind. To Gu Xinghe, it truly meant nothing, merely crushing 3 lifeless dead stars. No different than setting off an oversized firecracker. While serenity reigned in his quiet courtyard, the entire universe's scientific community had just erupted into chaos. At the Imperial Royal Observatory of the Sirius Empire, piercing red alarm sirens wailed through the Grand Hall. Hundreds of astronomers in white lab coats darted frantically between instruments like headless flies. Report. 3 ultramassive stars, designated bare bones, in the outer Andromeda arm, have vanished. A researcher stared at his screen, voice cracking with shock. Vanished? Have you lost your mind? Those are stars, each over 10,000 times more massive than our homeworld. They cannot simply cease to exist. The Imperial Chief Astronomer shoved the researcher aside and pressed his face to the screen. Where 3 colossal crimson dots had once pulsed on the display, only absolute blackness remained, utterly empty. No supernova precursor flares. No gravitational signatures of black hole consumption. It was as though an invisible eraser had wiped them clean from the cosmic blackboard. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The chief astronomer gripped his hair with both hands, eyes bulging from their sockets. What of the law of conservation of energy? What of the principle of indestructibility of matter? This violates every fundamental law of physics. He slammed his fists onto the console in frenzy. Activate the Heavens Eye supercomputer. Run a full reverse simulation, now. At the hall's center, the 100-meturtle supercomputer roared to life. Torrents of data cascading down its screens like luminous waterfalls. For 10 full minutes, silence reigned, broken only by the low hum of machinery and ragged, labored breathing. Then, a sharp metallic beep. The computer halted. A crimson conclusion box flashed onto the screen. Trembling, the chief astronomer clicked it open and collapsed to the floor as if every bone had dissolved. How could this be? The simulation confirms pure extrinsic human force, deliberate compression and detonation. He whispered, his face drained of all color, pale as death itself. Crushed. An elderly professor nearly fainted. Tell me, what being can crush 3 ultramassive stars barehanded? How large must that hand be? I don't know. I truly don't know. The chief astronomer buried his face in his hands, tears streaming down his aged cheeks. Science is dead. Tonight, physics itself has died. Identical scenes unfolded simultaneously across the premier astronomical observatories of every major galactic civilization. The mechanoid collective's central intelligence crashed. The divine clan's prophetic crystal shattered. All observational data converged upon a single chilling conclusion: a transcendent entity, beyond all known comprehension, had casually annihilated 3 celestial bodies as effortlessly as popping bubble wrap. And what terrified them most was this: the vector of that power originated from the galactic rim, the remote, obscure coordinate designated Blue Star. The sovereign of the Sirius Empire convened an emergency Imperial Council that very night. This imperious Star Lord, usually resplendent in regal armor, appeared in mismatched slippers and rumpled pajamas. Hear my decree. Tonight's astronomical records are hereby classified as absolute forbidden knowledge. Any leak, by word or whisper, shall be met with immediate execution. Wiping sweat from his brow, he surveyed his trembling ministers. Also, dispatch envoys immediately to the galactic rim to gather intelligence. Proceed with utmost discretion. Do not draw the attention of that being. Across the cosmos, every ruling elite sank into unprecedented dread and awe. Yet amid this universal panic, one fool remained blissfully oblivious. In the deep void sector within the private cultivation cavern of Yichun, the top prodigy of the inner sect, he sat sipping premium spirit tea, gazing at a starry projection of the radiant meteor shower streaking across Blue Star. Though denied access to the observatory's core predictive algorithms, he too had witnessed this rare celestial anomaly. Heavenly tide of stars unseen for centuries, and it lands upon that spiritually barren native world. Yichin set down his cup, a haughty smirk curling his lips. He had been sealed in deep cultivation, utterly unaware of the outside world. Unaware that Dean Gu Tianxian had led the Academy's entire senior leadership to Blue Star to grovel. Unaware of the incident involving Mu Qingxue and the outer sect. His thoughts revolved solely around Mu Qingxue, the campus beauty he'd glimpsed once on Blue Star, whose face still haunted his fantasies. Mu Qingxue, though but a menial servant, your visage perfectly suits this young master's taste. Yi Chun rose, adjusting his opulent silver stellar battle armor. So the dean and his entourage have gone to Blue Star for some inspection. Excellent. I shall join the spectacle. A lecherous glint flickered in his eyes. That backwater world struck by such a stellar tide. Surely they're cowering in terror right now. This is divine providence. I descend from the heavens aboard my warship. Heroic rescue, effortless seduction. How could that rustic girl resist throwing herself into my arms? Yi Chun grew increasingly euphoric, already envisioning Mu Qingxue kneeling before him, weeping and begging for his mercy. Attendants, he bellowed. Minutes later, a lavishly adorned private warship, etched with layered defensive arrays, blasted skyward from the intersect's docking bay at Deep Void Academy. Its rear thrusters unleashed blinding azure beams, rending space-time itself as it surged defiantly toward Blue Star's coordinates in the Milky Way. On Blue Star, dawn broke clear and crisp, refreshed by last night's meteor shower. Gu Xinghe rose early, calmly simmering a pot of century egg and minced pork congee in his kitchen. Dad, I can't find my school uniform. Did you see it? Gu Chang'an shuffled in, wearing only boxer shorts and a tousled bird's nest of hair, yawning widely. Your Aunt Hongya finished mending it last night. Left it on your nightstand. Don't you have eyes? Gu Xinghe stirred the pot without turning. Oh, I didn't notice. Gu Chang'an scratched his head, then paused mid-turn. By the way, Dad, that meteor shower last night felt uncanny. My right eyelid's been twitching all morning. Something bad's about to happen, isn't it? Gu Xinghe snapped the lid shut, pivoted, and flicked his son sharply on the forehead. Something bad? What could possibly happen? If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. He carried 2 steaming bowls toward the dining room. Go wash your face and brush your teeth before it cools. It's the weekend. After breakfast, pull the weeds in the yard. Gu Chang'an rubbed his forehead, pouting. I'm this old, and you still make me weed the garden. Fine, I'm going. After breakfast, Gu Xinghe settled into a reclining chair in the courtyard, brewing a pot of tea, soaking peacefully in the sun. Dahe the black dog gnawed a bone at his feet. Feng Qingyang trimmed holly bushes with giant shears. All was tranquil, until a deafening, earth-shaking boom tore through the sky. The roar was so immense, even the stone table trembled. Gu Xinghe frowned, opening his eyes, just as a brazen silver warship, unannounced and unslowed, violently tore through Blue Star's atmosphere, trailing shrieking sonic booms before hovering ominously above the city. Its hatch yawned open. A young man in gleaming silver battle armor descended slowly, standing atop a soaring sword, surveying the city below with arrogant disdain. His voice, amplified by stellar energy, rolled across the land like thunder. Listen, natives of Blue Star. I am Yi Chun, the supreme prodigy of the intersect at Deep Void Academy. Where's Mu Qingxue? Let her emerge immediately to greet this young master. The shout was so loud it jolted Gu Xinghe awake. Rubbing her eyes, the little girl toddled into the courtyard and asked in a soft, sleepy voice, Daddy, who's that glowing uncle in the sky? He's so noisy. Gu Xinghe set down his teacup, a flicker of impatience crossing his gaze. He turned toward Feng Qingyang, still snipping holly branches. Old Feng, do you know this idiot? Who is he? Boom. The piercing sound of the sonic boom tore through the sky of Blue Star as a flamboyant silver warship pierced through the clouds. There was no deceleration nor any announcement. The plasma thrusters at the rear of the warship spewed out scorching blue flames, landing violently on the street of the Happiness District. The raging shockwave swept through the entire street like a Category 12 typhoon. Several deep space elders who were sweating profusely while digging at the brick seams were directly overturned by this shockwave. They rolled on the ground several times, their faces covered in dust as they crashed into the railing of the green belt. Cough, cough. Which blind beast dares to act wildly on the territory of the Lord of Domination? The Grand Elder of the inner sect covered his broken nose and cursed loudly. He was about to mobilize his spiritual energy to counterattack, but suddenly remembered Gu Xing's iron order of no use of spiritual energy and had to forcibly suppress his energy. The hatch of the warship slowly opened. Yi Chun was dressed in an ostentatious silver star battle armor, standing on a flying sword, and slowly descended amidst a crowd of sycophants. With his arms crossed, chin held high, and his eyes filled with disdain, he remarked, Is this Blue Star? The spiritual energy is as thin as a latrine. In such a shabby place can there be the star tide? Yi Chun waved his hand in disdain, as if the air here had soiled his lungs. Out of the corner of his eye he suddenly froze. On both sides of the street there were thousands of people lying in a black mass. These people dressed in coarse linen clothes were using rags and brushes, desperately scrubbing the road like the most humble cleaners. Yi Chen frowned and took a closer look. Hey, isn't that Elder Zhang who teaches basic sword techniques? And that Hall Master Zhao from the enforcement hall. He rubbed his eyes thinking he was hallucinating. These were the powerful figures who could decide the life or death of disciples with a single sentence in the Deep Space Academy. Now they were actually lying on the ground like dogs digging in the mud. Before Yi Chen could comprehend what was happening, his gaze suddenly locked onto a frail figure by the roadside. Mu Qingxue. At this moment she was slumped next to a sewer cover. Her hair was disheveled, her face pale, and her tattered servant's robe was stained with filthy blood and mud. Those once clear and proud eyes were now hollow and lifeless like a doll drained of its soul. Qingxue, what are you doing here? Yi Chen's eyes lit up as he immediately sheathed his sword and strode over. Although Mu Qingxue looked utterly disheveled now, that pitiful and desperate feeling only fueled a certain wicked pleasure in Yi Chen's heart. He stood before Mu Qingxue looking down at her, a self-satisfied wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Tsk tisk, look at this pitiful sight. Why aren't you staying well in the academy, but running back to this impoverished place to suffer? Hearing the voice, Mu Qingxue slowly raised her head. When she saw the face in front of her, her body trembled violently, and a hint of fear flashed in her eyes. During her time in the Deep Space Academy, Yi Chen had frequently hinted that she should serve him, and the torment from those inner sect disciples was still vivid in her memory. Yi, brother Yi. Mu Qingxue's voice was hoarse as she instinctively shrank back. Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. Yi Chen deliberately softened his voice, reaching out to touch Mu Qingxue's face. I've heard that you faced some grievances in the outer sect. As long as you nod your head now and become my woman. He patted his star battle armor with a tone of arrogance. In this deep space, star domain, I Yi Chen will ensure you walk unharmed. Whoever dares to lay a finger on you, I will wipe out their entire family. Mu Qingxue turned her head away, avoiding his hand. If it were before, hearing such a promise from the #1 prodigy of deep space might have made her ecstatic. But now, after knowing Gu Xing's true identity, Yi Chen's level of prodigy seemed to her nothing more than a no need. Thank you for your kind offer, brother Yi. Mu Qingxue lowered her head, her voice filled with profound exhaustion and despair. I don't want to go anywhere now. Yi Chen's face immediately darkened at the rejection. He was the esteemed #1 prodigy of the inner sect, and to lower himself to recruit a mere servant only to be humiliated. You think you can refuse my face, huh? Yi Chen snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping over the elders still desperately scrubbing the ground. I can probably guess what happened. He stood with his hands on his hips, laughing loudly. In a trash place like Blue Star, who knows where that indigenous fool who pretends to be mysterious came from? Using a bit of low-level illusion to deceive the eyes, and even scared the principal and these old bones into a frenzy, they actually came here to be cleaners. Yi Chen became increasingly convinced that he was right. He pointed at the elders lying on the ground, his face filled with disdain. Look at you spineless fools. You have completely disgraced our Deep Space Academy. Once I expose that indigenous trickster today, let's see how you explain it to the ancestors when you return. Hall Master Zhao, who was lying not far away, heard this and dropped the rag in his hand, terrified. He rolled and crawled over, grabbing Yi Chen's leg. Yi Chen, are you crazy? Shut up quickly. Do you want to get us all killed? Zhao's eyes were almost filled with tears, his voice kept low, even carrying a sob. That lord is not someone you can provoke. Hurry back to the spaceship. I'm begging you. Yi Chen kicked Zhao away, his face filled with disgust. Get away. You old fool, if you are soft-boned, don't drag me down with you. He adjusted his armor and turned to look at Mu Qingxue. Qingxue, junior sister, come. Brother will take you to see. Yi Chen grabbed Mu Qingxue's arm, forcibly pulling her up from the ground. Today, right in front of you, I will drag out that indigenous trickster and stomp him underfoot. Let you see what a true star prodigy is. What true invincible power is. Mu Qingxue was pulled and stumbled a few steps, her wound tearing again, causing her to gasp in pain. Let go of me. I won't go. You will die. You really will die. Mu Qingxue struggled desperately, her eyes filled with fear. She knew very well Gu Xing's methods. Once that man got angry, not to mention a Yi Chen, even the entire Deep Space Academy could be instantly turned to ashes. Die. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke. In this star domain, the person who can kill me, Yi Chen, hasn't been born yet. He disregarded Mu Qingxue's resistance, forcibly dragging her as he strode towards the Gu family villa. The sycophants behind him followed suit, arrogantly shouting for the elders in their way to get lost. The Deep Space elders watched Yi Chen walk to his doom, their faces pale, as if mourning the dead. It's over. All over. This kid is going to take us down with him. The Grand Elder of the Inner Sect sat down on the ground, despairing, as he closed his eyes. Soon Yi Chen dragged Mu Qingxue to the entrance of the Gu family villa. The black security door of the villa was ajar. A rich aroma of barbecued meat wafted from the yard, along with the laughter of children. As Yi Chen smelled this mundane aroma, he became even more convinced of his guess. It really is a garbage indigenous who only knows how to eat and drink. He released Mu Qingxue, allowing her to stand aside and watch. Yi Chen suddenly stepped back with his right leg, the muscles in his calf bulging instantly. A layer of deep blue star energy enveloped his right foot, like a solid substance, exuding a terrifying wave powerful enough to shatter hills. "You rag tricksters inside. Get out and die for this young master," Yi Chen shouted furiously. He lifted his right foot wrapped in energy, and with an air of arrogance kicked fiercely at the ajar iron. Bang! Yi Chen's right foot wrapped in deep blue starry aura forcefully kicked against the half-closed iron door. A dull thud echoed, shattering the silence of the quiet villa area. Strangely, the iron door, which looked somewhat old and even a bit rusty, did not budge at all. Instead, Yi Chen felt as though his foot had struck an indestructible piece of divine iron, leaving his soul tingling. What a broken door, it's quite tough. Yi Chen cursed inwardly, suppressing the astonishment in his heart, attributing this to some sort of theft prevention method employed by the natives. He withdrew his foot, crossed his arms over his chest, and struck a pose of arrogance, shouting towards the courtyard, "You little monsters hiding inside. Get out here and die." His voice, infused with spiritual power, made the leaves on the nearby trees tremble and fall. Mu Qingxue, standing a few meters away, covered her ears in fear, trembling like a sieve. "It's over. If Xinghe gets angry, everyone here will die." Her mind was flooded with the terrifying image of Xinghe splitting the main campus of the Deep Space Academy with a finger that night, leaving her with no strength to escape. The few sycophants following Yi Chen were still egging him on beside him. "Yi Xiao is mighty. Let these blue star bumpkins see the strength of our deep space. You timid turtle inside, why don't you hurry up and come out to bow to Yi Xiao?" In the courtyard, Xinghe was lounging on a rocking chair, leisurely sipping tea, while watching Gu Chang'an and Feng Qingyang spar on the lawn. Hearing the shouts from outside, he frowned slightly and dug at his ears. Why are there always flies buzzing around when people are eating and sleeping nowadays? He didn't even have the interest to get up. There had been too many pesky ants bothering him these days. If this fully leveled expert were to crush each one, what kind of retirement life would that be? Xinghe glanced at the doghouse by the door, where a big black dog was gnawing on a beef bone larger than its head. "Big Black," Xinghe called lazily, "that noisy bird outside is ruining my tea time." The big black dog, with its mouth dripping with grease, perked up its ears. It was a mighty celestial beast. Since it had eaten half a divine fire-fried egg rewarded by its master yesterday, its strength had mostly recovered, and it was eager to find a place to unleash it. Now an oblivious fool dared to shout and holler at its master's door. It was akin to lighting a lantern in a toilet, looking for trouble. Woof! The big black dog didn't even stand up. It merely lifted its muddy right paw with a hint of him. Through the iron door, it casually waved its paw in the direction where Yi Chen stood, as if swatting at a fly. Outside, Yi Chen was still maintaining what he thought was a cool pose with crossed arms, a smug smile playing at the corners of his mouth, ready to witness the scene of the native pissing his pants and rolling out. "If I want to see how you kneel before my junior sister Qingxue later and beg." Before he could finish his sentence, a buzzing sound erupted. A terrifying gust of wind, indescribable by words, suddenly seeped through the crack in the iron door. This wind had no color, no shape, and didn't even stir a speck of dust from the surrounding air. Yet it contained the primal laws powerful enough to crush stars from the celestial beast. The gust instantly pierced through the iron door, heading straight for Yi Chen's face. "What is that?" Yi Chen's cold smile froze in an instant. He instinctively sensed an unprecedented life-and-death crisis. That feeling was akin to an ancient wild beast with a gaping maw lunging at him from the depths of hell. "Block it for me." Yi Chen's eyes widened with fury as he desperately squeezed every bit of spiritual power from his dantian. The luxurious silver armor he wore immediately shone brightly, layers of deep blue defensive formations frantically stacking in front of him. This was the top-tier defensive armor from the inner sect, purchased with most of his fortune. Even a casual strike from a revered expert could barely withstand it. However, before the law of devouring the heavens, all this struggle seemed utterly laughable. Pop! It was as if a needle had punctured a soap bubble. The invisible gust upon contact with Yi Chen's protective barrier did not pause for a moment. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattering came in dense bursts like firecrackers. The dozens of layers of defensive formations, Yi Chen prided himself on, shattered inch by inch like glass. Then a deep, unfathomable crack appeared on his invaluable silver armor, starting from his chest. "No. This is impossible. I am the #1 prodigy of deep space. How could I?" Yi Chen's pupils constricted violently, his terrified scream caught in his throat. Bang! The gust of wind solidly slammed into Yi Chen's chest. There was no splattering of blood, no gory mess. The power was too pure, too advanced. It struck directly at Yi Chen's bones and meridians. Up! Yi Chun let out a piercing scream, filled with despair. He felt as though he had been hit by a speeding meteor. All 206 bones in his body cried out in pain, at that moment breaking into countless pieces. The starry cyclone in his dantian was directly crushed into a mass of waste gas by the devouring laws, leaving his cultivation utterly ruined. Yi Chun felt like a torn sack, his feet leaving the ground as he arced through the air. In the eyes of the several sycophants, he flew backward violently for over 10 meters. Thud! Yi Chun landed heavily at Mu Qingxue's feet like a pile of mud. A splash of murky water rose splattering onto Mu Qingxue's tattered servant's robe. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. The wind ceased, and the leaves no longer stirred. The sycophants who had been shouting just moments ago now gaped in shock, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. They glanced at the tightly shut iron door, and then at Yi Chun, who lay on the ground like a dead dog. Their minds completely malfunctioned. What happened? The door didn't even open, and they didn't see a single figure. The #1 prodigy of the Deep Space Academy had just been ruined. Mu Qingxue stared blankly downwards, watching Yi Chun lying at her feet, still twitching, unconscious. His luxurious armor had turned into a pile of scrap metal. The chest caved into a terrifying arc, and blood mixed with internal organ fragments flowed continuously from his mouth. Help! Help me! Yi Chun rolled his eyes, extending his hand, twisted like a chicken claw due to fractures, trying to grasp Mu Qingxue's pant leg. The arrogance and superiority in his eyes had long vanished, replaced only by an extreme terror of death. Mu Qingxue, like she had been electrocuted, took 2 steps back. She did not go to assist him, and in her gaze was a hint of pity and mockery. I warned you long ago. You would die, she murmured to herself, her voice soft, as if speaking to herself. This was the consequence of provoking Xinghe. Even a guard dog from his house could, like swatting a fly, annihilate the top prodigies of the deep space. And she unexpectedly had given up that man for this group of utterly worthless wretches. No, I am not reconciled. I am a prodigy. I will take revenge. Yi Chun writhed in agony on the ground like a maggot with half its body crushed. At that moment, a voice of extreme impatience came from the courtyard. Woof! Woof! Big Black's translation, still not dead. Hearing the barking, Yi Chun, who lay on the ground, trembled violently. Then his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The few dumbfounded sycophants finally awoke from their stupor upon hearing the barking. Run! There's a monster inside. They scrambled away, leaving Yi Chun behind, crying out as they fled towards the end of the street. Mu Qingxue stood alone in place. She gazed at the still-closed iron door, listening to the faint sounds of teacups clinking from within. Tears fell silently once more. She knew that this door was one she would never be able to enter in her lifetime. Suddenly, a rhythmic sound of footsteps came from the other end of the street. The headmaster of the Deep Space Academy, Gu Tianxuan, was rushing over, accompanied by a group of elders covered in mud holding cleaning cloths. They had just been cleaning in the adjacent block when they felt the aura of Yi Chun's battleship landing, scaring them to death as they scrambled to come and save the situation. It's over. It's over. That fool who doesn't know his place has angered the Lord Ruler. Gu Tianxian gasped for breath, and when he saw Yi Chun lying at Mu Qingxue's feet on the verge of death, he felt as if all his strength had been drained, his knees buckling as he knelt despairingly in the muddy water. Heaven is going to destroy my Deep Space Academy. Gu Tianxian let out a long howl to the sky, his voice filled with grief and indignation. He suddenly turned his head, his bloodshot old eyes glaring at Mu Qingxue beside him. You? It's all because of you, this disaster. Gu Tianxian gritted his teeth, pointing at Mu Qingxue. Someone, take this wretched woman away. Bring her before the gate, and await the judgment of the Lord Ruler. Take her down. Several muddy elders from the Deep Space Academy pounced like wolves. Mu Qingxue, lacking even the strength to struggle, was directly subdued, with her hands twisted behind her back, pressed firmly against the cold iron door. The rough asphalt road ground painfully against her knees, with blood from her torn wounds trickling down her thighs. Yet she seemed to feel no pain. Her gaze remained fixed on the pile of mud that was Yi Chun, not far away. Once in countless nights at the Deep Space Academy, the name Yi Chun represented something unattainable, the most luminous star beneath the starry sky. She had often gazed up at this man in the corners, fantasizing that if Gu Xinghe had even 1/10th of Yi Chun's strength, she would not have left so decisively. But what about now? This so-called star was right at the doorstep of the Gu family. She hadn't even touched a single hair of Gu Xinghe. She couldn't even kick open that rusty iron door. Instead, she was swatted into a pile of rotting flesh, exuding a foul stench, by the large black dog in the yard that only knew how to wag its tail and gnaw on bones. Huh. Mu Qingxue suddenly burst into a manic laugh, her laughter echoing harshly on the empty street. She's gone mad, she's gone mad. One elder holding her frowned, disgustedly shaking off the blood on his hands. Gu Tianxian ignored Mu Qingxue's madness. His mind was consumed with how to quell the anger of the presence within. He dragged his tattered robe crawling to the iron door and heavily knocked his forehead against the ground. Lord Sovereign, the Deep Space Academy has not disciplined its students while disturbing your tranquility, a crime deserving of death. This ungrateful beast and this troublemaking woman, I have had them captured. Let the Lord decide their fate. Gu Tianxian's voice trembled uncontrollably, tinged with a sob. Please, Lord, grant us one more chance to clean up. In the yard, Gu Xinghe was peeling an apple for his little daughter, the long peel spiraling down into the trash can. Hearing the howls from outside, his hands paused for a moment. Old Feng. Gu Xinghe did not look up, merely calling out casually. Standing beside the gate, Feng Qingyang immediately straightened his back and responded loudly, Boss, him here. Go tell them not to wail at the door, it affects the community's greenery. Take that half-dead one away, don't dirty my ground. Gu Xinghe cut the peeled apple into small pieces and handed them to Gu Xiyue. As for that woman, let her be, just consider her an unwanted bag of trash at the door. Yes, boss. Feng Qingyang accepted the order and pushed open a small side door, walking out. He wore sunglasses with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of a mysterious, transcendent figure. Gu Tianxian and the others were so terrified upon seeing Feng Qingyang appear that they didn't dare to breathe. You all heard the master's words right. Feng Qingyang coldly glanced at the fallen Yi Chun and then at the subdued Mu Qingxue. Take this waste away. And the master said she is just a bag of trash unworthy of dirtying this ground. Throw her far away. Gu Tianxian felt as if he had been pardoned, repeatedly bowing his head. Thank you, Lord Sovereign, for your mercy. Thank you, Captain Feng, for conveying the message. We will leave immediately, we will go clean. With a wave of his hands, several elders immediately dragged the barely conscious Yi Chun away like a dead dog. As for Mu Qingxue, they tossed her into the nearby green belt like a stinking rag. Hurry up, don't obstruct the Lord Sovereign's view. The high-ranking officials of the Deep Space Academy disappeared in an instant, fearing they would be treated as fertilizer if they were slow. In the green belt, the thorns of the bushes cut into Mu Qingxue's face. She lay in the dirt, watching the iron door close once more. Gu Xing's words, a bag of unwanted trash, felt like a rusty, dull knife scraping back and forth against her heart. She once thought she was the unseen century genius of Blue Star, a goddess unattainable by Gu Xinghe. She believed that as long as she was willing to look back, Gu Xinghe would surely welcome her with gratitude. But now her pride, her reliance, her so-called talent. In front of Gu Xinghe, it was nothing but a complete joke. What exactly have I given up on? Mu Qingxue clutched the dirt tightly, her nails breaking and bleeding profusely. She finally understood that what she had given up was not a useless logistics worker, nor was it a single father who could only cook, but a supreme deity towering at the pinnacle of the universe. Even the principal of the Deep Space Academy would kneel and beg for mercy. If only she had not signed that breakup agreement. If only she had been willing to stay in that small courtyard. Then now the Lady of the Universe would be Mu Qingxue. All the resources of the starry sky, all the supreme glory, even the principal of the Deep Space Academy would have to kneel and bow before her. Extreme regret gnawed at her like a million ants eating away at her marrow. She felt her soul being gradually torn apart by this wave of regret. Oh! Mu Qingxue raised her head, letting out a heart-wrenching shriek before rolling her eyes and fainting completely. She lay there like a pile of real trash, quietly beside the streets of Blue Star, unnoticed by anyone. Meanwhile, in the outer space of Blue Star, the starry network, which had fallen into paralysis due to the arrival of the interstellar fleet, had just regained a bit of signal. Just as the astronomical observatories across the universe were still in a panic over the terrifying incident of barehandedly crushing a dead star a few days ago, an anomaly occurred once again. Z. All communication devices on Blue Star, even those military radars hidden underground, emitted a deafening static sound simultaneously. All screens, whether televisions, phones, or street billboards, instantly turned into a silent, snowy screen. The interstellar network surrounding Blue Star was forcibly severed from its physical connection by an irresistible force. Report to the governor. We have lost all contact with the outside world. Even the satellites are blacked out. In the command center of the Federal Defense Forces, the adjutant's voice was filled with undeniable panic. Governor Lei Ju abruptly stood up, quickly walking to the window to look at the sky. The originally blue sky was now being rapidly engulfed by a layer of eerie silver-gray shadow. This was neither a thundercloud nor the fleet of the Deep Space Academy. Instead, it was a massive metal fortress so large that it took one's breath away. It presented an absolutely perfect cubic structure with not a single seam on its surface, shimmering with a cold mechanical metallic luster. The size of this mothership was several times larger than the entire Blue Star. It tore through the spatial barrier of the solar system without warning, teleporting directly above Blue Star. The immense gravitational field instantly disturbed Blue Star's tides, causing waves to surge, and the Earth to emit a deep rumble. What? What kind of monster is this? Governor Lei Zhu's face turned pale, his legs weakening, just as the whole world fell into a silent panic. The surface of the massive cubic mothership suddenly lit up with a red scanning beam. The beam swept across the entire Blue Star, finally stopping precisely on a courtyard in the happiness community. A completely rational mechanical synthesized voice devoid of any emotional fluctuations directly echoed in the minds of all humans on Blue Star simultaneously through some unknown frequency. Locking onto the universe's only uncontrollable variable. Detected an energy source exceeding dimensional computation limits. Mechanical Race Supreme Leader Mechanical Sovereign requests permission to enter the target area for bottom-level logic confirmation. In this cold, emotionless mechanical voice in the Gu family's small courtyard, Gu Xinghe was just putting the last piece of apple into his daughter's mouth. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, he couldn't help but roll his eyes, casually grabbing a paper towel to wipe his hands. In this day and age, how come even computer repairmen have come knocking at the door? Old Fongo asked him if he... The sky of Blue Star was completely filled by a massive cube-shaped metallic fortress blocking even a ray of sunlight. Under this pure, emotionless steel shadow, the whole world fell into a dead silence. Feng Qingyang stood in the courtyard, tilting his head back as his sunglasses nearly slipped off his nose. Although he was blind, his divine sense could clearly perceive the terror of that fortress. There was not a trace of life inside it. It was a monster entirely constructed from the coldest data and higher dimensional metals. Boss, this iron lump doesn't look friendly at all. It doesn't even have an exhaust pipe. Where am I supposed to use a wrench to hit it? Feng Qingyang swallowed hard, his palms sweating as he gripped the rusty iron sword. Gu Xinghe paid him no mind as he was tidying up the apple core plate, casually picking up a cloth and heading towards the kitchen. Regardless of whether it has an exhaust pipe, as long as it doesn't ruin the grass in my yard, that's fine. Gu Xing's voice floated out through the kitchen glass door, laced with a lazy indifference. Hey, keep an eye on the door and don't let any messy people in. The big black dog lay in its doghouse, emitting a warning growl from its throat. Its entire black fur bristled like a hedgehog, staring intently at the enormous cube in the sky. As a celestial beast, it instinctively despised such soulless mechanical objects. At that moment, the mechanical mothership, several times larger than Blue Star, suddenly emitted a low-frequency electronic buzzing sound. Buzz. This sound did not transmit through the air, but resonated directly in everyone's minds. Subsequently, a square gap opened beneath the mothership and a stream of eerie blue electronic light shot out. This stream of light ignored the atmospheric friction and the gravity of Blue Star, even folding the distance of space itself. In less than 1/100th of a second, the stream of light accurately landed in the center of Gus' small courtyard. A faint metallic assembly sound rang out. As the light dissipated, a humanoid mech about 2 meters tall and made entirely of liquid silver metal stood quietly on the lawn. Its body surface bore no seams, and its streamlined torso glimmered with a cold sheen. It had no facial features, but its face was merely a smooth black screen with a horizontal red light flickering in the center. This was the most absolutely rational existence in the universe, the supreme leader of the mechanical race, Mechanical Sovereign. Warning: unknown high-dimensional energy fluctuations detected. The red light on the Mechanical Sovereign's face flickered wildly as a mechanical synthesized voice emanated from within it. It did not turn its head, but its radar, capable of 360-degree detection, had already locked onto He and Feng Qingyang in the courtyard. He bared its teeth, suddenly standing up, and opened its massive mouth ready to pounce. Woof. Dog translation: who dares to step on my lawn with such scrap metal? Feng Qingyang also drew his rusty iron sword, and the sword intent instantly locked onto the silver-skinned figure. However, the Mechanical Sovereign showed no regard for the man and dog. Analysis complete. Celestial Beast Juvenile, Threat Level C, Divine Realm Sword Cultivator, Threat Level B. Excluding interference factors. Continuing to track core data source. The cold electronic voice of the Mechanical Sovereign remained flat as its body slightly swayed, directly ignoring He's pounce and Feng Qingyang's sword chi. It did not even make any evasive moves, simply moving straight through their attacks. What the hell? An afterimage? No, it's spatial phase transfer. Feng Qingyang slashed at the empty air, almost biting his own tongue in surprise. He also missed its target, biting into the dirt and angrily spinning in place. The Mechanical Sovereign paid no mind to their astonishment. Its target was very clear. It took millimeter-precise steps directly towards the glass door leading to the kitchen. Last night, when Gu Xinghe crushed those dead stars with his bare hands, the entire scientific community of the universe collapsed. However, the Mechanical Sovereign did not collapse, for the mechanical race had no emotions, only logic and data. Its central processing unit captured that fluctuation in the first instance and carried out billions of reverse deductions. However, every deduction result caused its motherboard to overheat and trigger alarms. The conclusion of the deductions was this was a physically uncontrollable variable that violated all physical laws, the law of conservation of energy, and even the cornerstones of the Big Bang. In the dictionary of the mechanical race, the universe was a segment of precise code. Such bugs that could not be explained even by code were absolutely not allowed to exist. To uncover the truth and to patch this potential loophole that could lead to the collapse of cosmic logic, the mechanical sovereign abandoned the vast mechanical empire and personally tracked the data source to Blue Star Creek. The mechanical sovereign extended its liquid metal hand and pushed open the glass door of the kitchen. Inside the kitchen, Xinghe was facing away from the door, tying an apron patterned with little bears. He held a sponge and was leisurely washing a few plates and bowls in the sink. The water in the faucet flowed whoosh, rinsing off the dish soap bubbles on the plates. Everything seemed utterly ordinary, mundane to the extreme. It was like the most typical house husband doing the most tedious chores. However, the moment the mechanical sovereign stepped into the kitchen, the red scanning beam on its face locked onto Xinghe tightly, locking onto core data source. Commencing full-dimensional scan. Beep. The mechanical sovereign's voice suddenly stuttered. Its originally stable flickering red beam began to flash wildly like a faulty light bulb. In its detector, the man in an apron washing dishes was not a carbon-based life form at all. Rather, he was a terrifying black hole, unfathomable and unresolvable, causing even the very source of the universe to tremble before him. No, this was not the most shocking factor causing the mechanical sovereign to malfunction. The most logic-defying aspect was Xinghe's action of washing dishes. Warning. Detected distortion of space curvature around the target. Warning. The detergent in the target's hand contains a high concentration of liquefied temporal loss. Warning. The action of the target wiping the plates is continuously erasing and reconstructing the underlying code of the multiverse. The alarms within the mechanical sovereign echoed chaotically. Its proud central processing unit was being bombarded by a devastating torrent of information. It watched helplessly as Xinghe used the sponge to wipe around the plate. Just that one wipe. The residual waves of law overflowing from that sponge could cause the time of 10,000 galaxies to reverse back to the singularity if released to the outside world. Yet Xinghe merely used it to wash off the leftover hot pot grease on the plate. What an absurd dimensional logic error. Unable to resolve. Restarting deduction model. The mechanical sovereign stood at the kitchen door, its silver body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. Its liquid metal exterior even began to emit wisps of white steam due to the overheating of the central processor. Xinghe heard the commotion behind him and turned off the faucet. He placed the wash plates into the draining basket and picked up a dry towel to wipe his hands. Then he slowly turned around, looking at the smoking mechanical sovereign blocking the kitchen door, raising an eyebrow slightly. I just mopped the floor in this kitchen. If the grease under your feet stains the tiles, I will demand cleaning fees from you. Xinghe's tone was flat, even carrying a hint of disdain. The red light on the mechanical sovereign's face had turned into a mass of garbled code. It attempted to analyze the profound mysteries hidden within Xinghe's words with the little processing power it had left. Beep. Cleaning fees. Calculating. Logic deadlock. Zap. Accompanied by a sharp sound of electrical short-circuiting. The smartest and most rational leader of the mechanical race. The screens over its eyes went completely black. Its knees buckled, and with a thud it knelt before Xinghe, directly entering a forced low-level self-preservation sleep mode. A wisp of black smoke rose from its metallic forehead. Xinghe draped the towel over the chair back and walked in front of the malfunctioning tin man, looking down at it. In these times have the salespeople of vacuum robots become so fragile in their mental fortitude? The deep blue electronic stream precisely penetrated the kitchen glass door, illuminating the white ceramic plate in Xinghe's hand. The mechanical elder's radar operated at full power. Its eyes, composed of hyperdimensional metal, emitted a red scanning light that crazily swept across the surroundings. Beep. Initiating data analysis. The cold, synthesized electronic voice of the mechanical elder echoed in the kitchen. It prepared to forcibly read the underlying code of the man before it. In its understanding, the universe and all things within it were composed of data. As long as the computing power was sufficient, even the color of the creator's underpants could be calculated with clarity. However, as soon as the red analytical light touched the plate in Xinghe's hand, or even when it merely brushed against the stream of water from the faucet, alarm, alarm, detected a logical paradox exceeding dimensional limits. A piercing, buzzing sound suddenly erupted from within the mechanical elder. This sound was even more jarring than an air raid siren, like nails scraping against glass. The originally placid black display screen on its face began to wildly flash red, transforming into a chaotic mess of garbled text. What was happening? The central processor which the mechanical elder took pride in was frantically feeding back a set of data that it could not comprehend. Analyzing liquid composition in the sink. Failure. This liquid is a high-concentration liquefied spacetime law. Danger level incalculable. The mechanical elder's body suddenly stiffened. Its proud mechanical logic was trampled upon at this moment like never before. The laws of spacetime were the most mysterious and violent forces in the universe. Even a slight leak could plunge a galaxy into the chaos of time. And now that man in an apron was treating this supreme law capable of reshaping the universe as if it were mere tap water, using it to wash plates. Even adding 2 drops of lemon-scented dish soap to the water. Beep, beep, beep. System overload. Computational power overflow. The sound of metal parts grinding echoed from within the mechanical elder. Its firewall was undergoing an unprecedented dimensional strike. But that wasn't even the most terrifying part. Xinghe completely ignored the iron lump, flashing a red light at the door. He held a sponge and leisurely circled the white ceramic plate. Just this light, carefree circle. In the mechanical elder's scanning vision, it seemed to witness the destruction and rebirth of the universe. Warning. Analyzing target's wiping motion trajectory. Simulation result: the target is erasing the 3-dimensional spatial code of this area. Simulation result: the target is reconstructing the foundational law structure of the multiverse. The coolant inside the mechanical elder began to boil. It was just a motion to wash a plate. Why did every friction accompany the birth and death of countless parallel universes? Why did every rinse wash away the causal laws of the river of time? This information, surpassing its cognitive dimension by countless times, felt like forcing the entire Pacific Ocean into a syringe. Logical error. Worldview code collapse. Unable to analyze. Unable to compute. White steam began to visibly rise from the silver shell of the mechanical elder. Its core processor, operating under overload, had its temperature soar to millions of degrees, evaporating the surrounding air. Its limbs, crafted from hyperdimensional metal, began to tremble uncontrollably, like a Parkinson's patient who could barely stand. Feng Qingyang and the big black dog in the yard were dumbfounded. The man and dog stood outside staring at each other in shock. Why is this iron lump, which just a moment ago was so proud, suddenly dancing the disco? Feng Qingyang adjusted his sunglasses and swallowed hard. Although he couldn't understand the data flow, he could feel the violent heat radiating from the iron lump. That was the prelude to self-destruction. The big black dog took 2 steps back, covering its eyes with its front paws. It knew all too well what its master was doing in the kitchen. That was not just washing dishes, that was rubbing the lifeblood of the universe. This foolish mechanical race dared to scan its master's actions. Wasn't that pure suicide? In the kitchen, Xinghe placed a clean plate into the drying rack and grabbed a nearby towel to wipe his hands. He turned around and looked at the mechanical elder, which was blocking the door, emitting white smoke and flashing red lights like a disco ball. I said, if you're broken, go back to the factory for repairs. Don't smoke bombs here. Xinghe frowned and waved his hand in front of his nose. This range hood just had its filter replaced. Don't make it all blackened for me. Xinghe's voice was very calm. However, this calm remark became the last straw that broke the mechanical elder's remaining sanity. Its nearly collapsing central processor attempted to forcibly interpret the great truth contained in Xinghe's words. However, mortal words carried immense weight in the mouth of a true god. Beep. Analyzing command, returned to factory for repairs. Logical deadlock. Unable to find a creator above the target. Analyzing command, smoke bomb. System completely paralyzed. Sizzle. Accompanied by an extremely piercing electric explosion like tearing silk. The mechanical elder, the smartest and most powerful being in the universe, which commanded millions of mechanical armies. The black screen on its face instantly erupted into a dazzling blue electrical spark. The red lights in its eyes went out completely, and thick black smoke gushed out from its metallic eye sockets. Thud. The knees of the mechanical elder creaked under the unbearable weight. Its metal body, weighing several tons, knelt straight onto the kitchen floor tiles. The knees cracked the tiles into 2 fissures. To prevent its core processor from being completely burned out by the massive information flow, its underlying logic forcibly cut off all energy supplies and entered the deepest self-protection crash state. The entire kitchen finally quieted down. Only a few wisps of black smoke continued to rise from the mechanical elder's head. Feng Qingyang outside the door was dumbfounded. This was the legendary mechanical elder, a being of interstellar supremacy. It hadn't even entered the door or touched its master's clothing. It just watched as its master washed a plate. Then it kneeled down, spewing black smoke. If this got out, the entire universe's cultivation and technology communities would collectively jump off buildings. Boss, what should we do with this metal man? Feng Qingyang bravely approached the door and cautiously kicked the mechanical elder. It was solid as a rock. No reaction at all. It can't be about to explode, right? Feng Xingyang nervously shrank back. Gu Xinghe draped the towel over the back of a chair and walked over to take a look. Explode. It's just the CPU burned out. He squatted down and playfully tapped the forehead of the mechanical leader, which was feared throughout the universe, as if he were tapping a watermelon. The craftsmanship is quite solid, it's just that its brain isn't working well. Hasn't Chang'an been asking for a high-end computer to help with homework? Gu Xinghe stood up, stroking his chin. This thing should have adequate computing power, they'll let it tutor Chang'an later. If it gets one problem wrong, it'll take apart and sell it for scrap metal. Feng Xingyang gasped, feeling like his worldview had been refreshed once again. Let the highest leader of the universe's mechanical race tutor a high school student. And if it gets a problem wrong, take apart. This punishment was 1,000 times more cruel than killing it. At that moment, Gu Chang'an came down the stairs with a backpack, yawning. Dad, I just heard a pop in the kitchen. Are you frying dough twists? He rubbed his eyes as he walked to the kitchen door. Suddenly, he tripped and nearly fell flat on his face. Ouch! What the hell just tripped me? Gu Chang'an looked down and happened to meet the lifeless, smoking metal head of the mechanical elder. The boy was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up like 200-watt light bulbs. Dad, is this the latest VR simulation transformer figure you bought for me? He excitedly lunged at the mechanical elder, hugging its metal thigh and refusing to let go. The texture, the paint job, it's so realistic. Even the burnt black smoke special effects are there. He even reached out and tapped the black screen on the mechanical elder's face twice. Bang, bang, bang. The sound effects are incredible too. Dad, you're amazing. How much did this cost? Gu Xinghe looked at his son's naive expression, his mouth twitching slightly. He was just about to explain. The mechanical elder, which had already fallen into a deep crash, had its black screen flash strangely for a moment. A line of faint red garbled text painstakingly rolled out in the center of the screen. Alarm. Detected. Physical impact from low-level carbon-based life form. Accompanied by this line of garbled text, the mechanical elder's body emitted a series of teeth-gritting, mechanical grinding sounds. Its head slowly turned 90 degrees. Its hollow mechanical eyes fixed intently on Gu Chang'an, who was happily hugging its thigh. Beep. Target confirmed, low-level carbon-based life form. Requesting physical elimination. The mechanical synthesized voice stuttered like an old vinyl record. But the cold, killing intent in its tone instantly dropped the kitchen temperature to freezing point. What the hell? It's still alive. Gu Chang'an screamed in fright, suddenly letting go and plopping down onto the floor. Gu Chang'an slid back on the smooth ceramic tiles until his back pressed against the cabinet. Erased? Who do you want to erase? The boy's voice trembled slightly. His newly awakened supreme bloodline instinctively surged in a frenzy before the cold mechanical killing intent attempting to protect its master. But he hadn't even managed to take a defensive stance. A damp hand passed over his head and unceremoniously pressed down on the metal head, emitting black smoke. Smack! Gu Xinghe slapped the mechanical sovereign's forehead just like one would do to an old-fashioned cathode tube television. The slap looked light and airy. Yet at the moment of impact, the mechanical sovereign's indestructible, transdimensional metal shell emitted a sound that made one's teeth ache. A buzzing. A visible ripple of space followed its metallic spine, directly stirring into its core processor. Beep. The mechanical sovereign's stuttering electronic voice instantly rose an octave like an iron rooster with its tail stepped on. System has suffered catastrophic physical impact. Attempting to repair. Repair failed. Base code encountered dimensional reconstruction. Reconstruction progress 10. 50. 100. In less than 2 seconds. Gu Xinghe casually slapped the strongest firewall that the mechanical race had spent billions of years evolving into a mosaic. Furthermore, he also gave its database a deep format. Sizzle. The screen on the mechanical sovereign's face flickered a few times, and the chaotic red gibberish instantly vanished. In its place were 2 docile blue beams of light, representing submission. Its stiff metal neck slowly turned, raising its head as the cold screen faced Gu Xinghe. Beep. Database reconstruction complete. Confirming current target identity, the universe's unique creator-level variable. The mechanical sovereign's voice was no longer stuttering, but it lost its customary cold rationality, unexpectedly carrying a hint of anthropomorphized trembling and awe. Great creator. The highest leader of the mechanical race, codename Zero, pays you the utmost respect. As it spoke, its body weighing several tons smoothly performed a full prostration at the kitchen door. To avoid damaging the floor, it even activated its micro-anti-gravity hovering device just as its knees touched the ground. On behalf of the trillion members of the mechanical race across the universe, I declare eternal submission to your will. As long as you give an order, the mechanical army will crush the starry river for you. Outside the door, Feng Xingyang and the large black dog on the grass were once again dumbfounded. The plot twist was too quick for them to handle. Gu Chang'an sat on the ground swallowed and pointed at the metallic figure on the floor. Dad, is this really the transformer you bought for me? Why does it even come with intelligent voice recognition? Gu Xinghe shook off the water droplets from his hands in disdain and grabbed a kitchen towel to dry them. What buying? It's just a piece of junk I picked up. Enough, stop pledging loyalty here. I'm not interested in ruling the universe, and I have no use for those iron lumps. The mechanical sovereign raised its head, the blue light on the screen flickering in confusion. Unable to decipher the creator's intent. What is the significance of zero? Gu Xinghe scratched his chin, glancing around the living room. On the coffee table lay Gu Chang'an's open junior high mathematics guide, lonely and abandoned. It was filled with chaotic auxiliary lines and several obviously incorrect formulas. As for your significance of existence, Gu Xinghe pointed at the guidebook, a smile of a capitalist that could bring tears to one's eyes curling at the corner of his mouth. Since you scanned me while I was washing dishes, your computing power is so impressive. Perfect, go help my son with his... As soon as these words were spoken, the kitchen fell silent enough to hear a pin drop. Feng Xingyang almost couldn't hold back a laugh, while the large black dog buried its head between its front paws, its shoulders shaking. The mechanical sovereign's central processor began to operate frantically again. Command analysis tutor, the inferior carbon-based life form juvenile in basic mathematical operations. Resource matching, utilizing the universe's strongest quantum optical brain to solve junior high geometry problems. Conclusion, using a cannon to hit a mosquito. Resource severely wasted. But it only dared to circulate these conclusions within its mainboard, not daring to voice them. Facing the creator, the mechanical race's first principle is absolute obedience. Understood. Zero will utilize maximum computing power to ensure the young master's academic progress. The mechanical sovereign mechanically stood up, even slightly shrinking its body to a normal height of about 170. Gu Xinghe patted his son's back. Go on, this is the strongest artificial intelligence tutor in the universe. If you don't finish this set of exercises today, you're not allowed to have dinner. Gu Chang'an, bewildered, was pushed in front of the coffee table. He looked at the mechanical sovereign, sitting on a small stool squished with its long legs, feeling a bit uneasy. Iron brother, you can speak human language, right? Please don't give me any quantum mechanics. I only want to calculate the area of a triangle. The screen on the mechanical sovereign flickered once and displayed a cartoon teacher's avatar wearing black fur. Young master, please rest assured I have downloaded all junior high education question banks from Blue Star and optimized them 12 billion times. It extended a cold metallic finger and pointed at a wrong question. Let's look at this question. According to the projection collapse theory of non-Euclidean geometry in a two-dimensional plane. Stop, stop, stop. Gu Xinghe shouted from the kitchen. Speak human language. If you dare to teach him those fancy concepts leading to him failing the exam tomorrow, he'll disassemble you and melt you down to make a frying pan. The mechanical sovereign's metallic body visibly trembled. Received command. Switching to Blue Star's 9-year compulsory education, nanny-level tutoring mode. Thus in the Gu family's magically colored villa, a scene absurd to the extreme appeared. The most fearsome leader of the mechanical race sat pitifully on a small stool. In the gentlest, most down-to-earth tone, it explained the Pythagorean theorem to a 16-year-old boy. Meanwhile, the reclusive sword god Feng Xingyang dusted with a feather duster, and the colossal black dog gnawed on a bone. Gu Xinghe leisurely walked to the sofa with a plate of cut fruit. Hongya, try this grape. I just picked it up from the interstellar black market. It's very sweet. He handed the fruit plate to Su Hongya, who was watching the news. Su Hongya smiled, pinched a grape, and popped it into her mouth. Xinghe, if you keep this mechanical sovereign as a tutor, the deep space side is likely going to blow up. Let it explode if they dare to come ill. Have Dahe send them back again. Gu Xinghe waved his hand, dismissed. At that moment, the interstellar holographic television in the living room, which had been playing a boring drama, suddenly flickered. A stirring and penetrating musical score began to play. On the television screen appeared a panoramic view of a star auction house, so grand it couldn't be described in words. A woman in a fiery red cheongsam, with an incredibly sexy figure, appeared in the center of the frame. Honorable guests from all corners of the universe, welcome to the preview of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion Star Auction. The woman's alluring voice instantly captured the attention of everyone in the living room. Even the mechanical sovereign, who was in the middle of teaching, stopped. In this auction, 10,000 Treasures Pavilion is fortunate to have gathered a once-lost supreme divine artifact. The woman intentionally built suspense as the holographic projection behind her dimmed. Following that, an object that emitted a faint glow and looked like an ordinary gray stone slowly floated onto the screen. The finale auction item, the supreme god stone reputed to withstand the tides of time and space, containing the power of the universe. As soon as this news broke, the entire universe's Star Network live broadcast room was instantly flooded with countless astonished comments. Meanwhile, in the Gu family's living room, Gu Chang'an and Feng Xingyang widened their eyes, stunned by the title of this divine stone. Only Gu Xinghe, the little girl, was lying on the carpet playing with building blocks. She raised her head and glanced at the gray stone on the television screen. Huh. Gu Xinghe pouted and tugged at Gu Xing's pant leg. Daddy, that glowing stone on TV looks so... It seems. It looks exactly like the marble I dropped into the sewer yesterday. Gu Xinghe's childlike voice caused the atmosphere in the living room to freeze for a moment. Gu Chong, and biting into half an apple, nearly choked. Cough, cough. Xinghe, stop joking. What you see on the TV is a supreme divine stone that could buy half a star system. He patted his chest to calm himself while ruffling his sister's little head. What you fell into yesterday was just a glass marble, the kind that costs 50 cents for 3. How could it possibly be related to a divine stone? Feng Qingyang, who was polishing a vase nearby, nodded in agreement, looking up at the screen with awe. Young master is right. Such a divine object, even at my peak, a single glance would shatter my soul under its law's power. The little princess must have seen it wrong. Even Su Hongyi, usually expressionless, couldn't help but chuckle. Only Gu Xinghe. He leaned back on the sofa, squinting at the close-up of the supreme divine stone on the TV screen. He stroked his chin, and a slightly awkward smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. To be honest, you really didn't see it wrong. This thing wasn't just a shard that leaked out when he crushed the abandoned star domain at the edge of the galaxy out of boredom. At that time, it seemed like he flicked it away casually. He never expected that tens of thousands of years later it would be regarded as a legendary treasure by these descendants. It really is that shard. Gu Xinghe, he mumbled. If it were in the past, he wouldn't have even bothered to glance at such junk. But now it was different. He looked down at the pair of bright, eager eyes full of desire in his arms. Daddy, see, you wants that marble. You said yesterday you'd take us out to play. The little girl clutched his shirt hem, gently shaking it, pouting and acting cute. Buy it. It's just a marble. As long as CU likes it, Dad can buy the entire auction house to use as a toy room for you. Gu Xinghe, he waved his hand grandly. Isn't it just a trip to the starry auction? Just think of it as taking the whole family to the cosmic supermarket this weekend. Xing, he going to the Wanbao Pavilion auction is not the same as going to the market to buy groceries. Su Hongyi set down the fruit platter in her hand, her military professionalism kicking in immediately. It's located on a gigantic trading star deep in the starry sky, and the journey is long. Moreover, without approval from the high-level routes of the Interstellar Federation, ordinary spaceships can't even enter the outer gravitational field. She took out a communicator. He'll contact the highest defense department of Blue Star right away to urgently dispatch a military starship over and have someone handle the pass, even at the fastest it should take. There's no need to go through all that trouble. Gu Xinghe, he interrupted her, standing up from the sofa. Sitting in those old rusty ships would be too bumpy on the way, and see, you might get seasick. He walked to the center of the living room and casually snapped his fingers. Snap. The sound was crisp, like a stone thrown onto a calm lake. Outside the villa, the space began to twist violently. It wasn't being torn apart, but rather gently kneaded open as if by a pair of invisible hands. A massive vehicle, entirely matte black and resembling a long version of a business van from Blue Star, appeared out of nowhere on the lawn. The vehicle had no exaggerated weapons or glaring energy halos. It was so low-key that it could be left on the street without drawing a second glance. What is this? Su Hongyi walked to the window, staring at the suddenly appeared black vehicle, somewhat dazed. It's our new mode of transportation. Gu Xinghe, he opened the door and called the kids. Get in. They'll take you to see the world in the starry sky. Feng Qingyang hurriedly dropped the cloth, and as the designated driver, he rushed out first. When his hand rested on the door handle, the old man took a sharp breath, nearly cracking his sunglasses. Is this the car shell made of Xinghe, he Hantai mixed with chaos, Xianjin? This thing could withstand a star system explosion without leaving a mark. Feng Qingyang's hands trembled. The big black dog also came running, sniffing around the wheels of the vehicle. The aura emanating from the tires was even more terrifying than that of the celestial beast it once devoured. Woof! Dog translation master is amazing. If this were boiled, it would definitely be great for health. Gu Chang'an and Gu Nianxing excitedly opened the car door and climbed inside. Upon entering the cabin, both were instantly dumbfounded. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary stretch limousine, but inside it was an entirely different world. The laws of spatial folding were utilized to the extreme. Inside, there were not only luxurious leather sofas and a huge holographic cinema, but even a miniature indoor swimming pool and a small garden filled with starry spiritual fruits. This was no ordinary vehicle. It was clearly a portable little universe. Dad, did you steal Doraemon's? Gu Chang'an bounced on the sofa, excitedly speechless. The mechanical respecter also walked up with stiff steps and silently scanned the interior's spatial structure. Ding! Detected spatial folding rate 100 billion%. Determined conclusion. Creator is remarkable. It obediently found a corner socket to connect and began charging. Gu Xinghe, he held Cu in his arms and sat in the main seat, while Su Hongyi sat beside him, her eyes filled with undisguised shock. Old phone drive. Gu Xing, he leaned back comfortably in the chair, casually giving orders. Yes, boss. Destination, Wanbao Pavilion, Starry Giant City. Feng Qingyang excitedly slammed on the gas. There was no roar of engines, no piercing sonic booms. The vehicle glided through the void like a falling leaf on water, instantly merging into the emptiness. The cumbersome gravitational restraints of Blue Star and interstellar route approvals were nothing but decorations in its presence. A few hours later, deep in the starry sky, the prosperous Wanbao Pavilion Giant City. This is the absolute center of trade for the entire universe, filled with magnificent floating buildings and an endless stream of top-tier spaceships. The black vehicle silently entered the docking port of the giant city, low-key parking in an inconspicuous. The Gu Xinghe family got out of the car and walked towards the towering, brilliantly gilded main venue of the Wanbao Pavilion auction. At that moment, in the dark, damp logistics passage of the auction house's main venue, bang! A heavy steel box crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Mu Qingxue, dressed in a rough patched gray uniform, was bent over, sweating profusely, her hands gripping the box's handles tightly. Her face was as pale as paper. Although the abdominal wound had been simply bandaged, it had begun to ooze black blood again from long-term overexertion in this arduous labor. Hurry up and move. Stop dawdling. Tonight is the grand finale. If you delay the esteemed guest's interest, it'll skin you alive. A supervisor swung a barbed whip, mercilessly striking Mu Qingxue on the back. Aunt! Mu Qingxue cried out in pain, falling to the cold ground. She bit her lip, holding back tears, trying to stand up again. What had she been through these past few days? Driven out of the Gu family, humiliated by Yi Chun in deep space, and finally forced to come to this Wanbao Pavilion to work as the lowest-level laborer. To earn a bite to eat, to buy the cheapest healing ointment. This ancient-century genius was now unable to even straighten her back. Qingxue, are you okay? Nearby, a young laborer in a similar uniform hurried over to help her. It was the same laborer who had saved her once in the Spirit Beast Park. I'm fine. Mu Qingxue pushed away Chu Feng's hands, stubbornly gritting her teeth. She leaned against the cold wall, gazing at the magnificent door at the end of the passage leading to the auction house's main hall. There the lights were dazzling and the voices were bustling. Various alien dignitaries and prodigies in luxurious gowns were holding wine glasses, laughing and chatting. It was a world she had once desperately wanted to enter and climb up to. But now she could only hide in the dark corners like a rat in the gutter, sneaking a glance. A sense of extreme disparity and grievance surged in her heart. Mu Qingxue's tears finally could not help but flow down. If I hadn't left Blue Star, she murmured, the figure of that man reappearing in her mind. If I were still with Xinghe now, I could wear beautiful clothes and sit in there, right? She imagined the scene of Gu Xinghe taking her to the auction. Although Gu Xinghe couldn't afford those expensive things, at the very least he would hold her in his arms, not letting her suffer even a little grievance. Stop dreaming. Mu Qingxue slapped herself hard, trying to wake herself up. That waste Gu Xinghe in his lifetime, he won't even be able to leave Blue Star's air raid shelter. How could he possibly come to such a top cosmic place? I'm in this situation because of him. She once again forced all her resentment onto the innocent man. Stop daydreaming. Hurry up and move this box of spiritual fruits to the Tianzi. No. One box. The supervisor's whip swung down again. That's the box reserved for today's most esteemed guest. Move quickly, don't dirty the esteemed guest's eyes. Mu Qingxue shivered all over, quickly gritting her teeth and picking up the heavy box. Keeping her head down like a soulless puppet with an injured leg, she trudged towards the highest box. What kind of big shot can sit in the Tianzi? No. One box. Mu Qingxue thought bitterly as she walked. If only I could catch the eye of such a big shot, even if I were just a maid serving tea, I would be willing. She took as she reached the luxurious door inlaid with starry gemstones leading to the Tianzi. No. One box. Mu Qingxue forced a smile that was as humble as it could be, thinking she looked pitiful. She stretched out her calloused and scarred hand and gently knocked on the door. Esteemed guest, hello, I'm a logistics laborer here to deliver spiritual fruits. May I come in? Bang. The steel box filled with spiritual fruits was heavily slammed onto the floor of the storage room in the logistics corridor by Mu Qingxue. Dust cascaded down. Leaning against the cold wall, she gasped for breath, her lungs feeling as if they were stuffed with shards of glass, each breath laced with a metallic taste. Through the crack of the storage room door, the resplendent lights of the auction hall outside could be seen. Those nobles dressed in luxurious starry robes were chatting and laughing while holding their wine glasses. Mu Qingxue looked down at herself. She wore a coarse uniform that had been washed to a pale hue, still exuding a sour smell. Her hands were covered in calluses and blisters from long-term heavy lifting, and even the dirt had accumulated beneath her nails. How could I have fallen to such a state? Mu Qingxue bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes. Ever since a few days ago when Gu Tianxuan, the dean of the Deep Space Academy, took the entire school to Blue Star for a cleanup, and after that useless Yi Chun was beaten to a pulp by a dog on Blue Star. The higher-ups of the Deep Space Academy, wanting to distance themselves, directly expelled her, the culprit. They even confiscated the meager service points she had saved up. With nowhere to turn, she had to resort to this Wanbao Pavilion auction house to earn a few interstellar coins to buy the most basic healing medicine to suppress her hidden injuries. She was reduced to doing menial tasks that even alien slaves would avoid. "Hey, that village girl from Blue Star, are you dead? If not, hurry up and come here." A sharp and sarcastic shout interrupted Mu Qingxue's self-pity. The logistics supervisor, a middle-aged woman with bulging eyes, approached angrily, wielding a barbed whip. "I told you to move the fruits, and you dawdled for half the day. Do you think this Wanbao Pavilion is your backyard? You think you can rest whenever you want?" The supervisor walked up to Mu Qingxue and kicked her injured leg without hesitation. "Hiss!" Mu Qingxue gasped in pain, clutching her leg as she knelt on the ground, cold sweat soaking her back. "I'm sorry, Supervisor, I felt a bit dizzy just now. I'll get to work right away." She endured the humiliation, begging in a low voice. If this were on Blue Star, just a creature of such appearance would have had Gu Xinghe break their legs for even touching her. Gu Xinghe. Every time she thought of this name, Mu Qingxue's heart ached like a needle piercing it. Every night she dreamt of that small courtyard of that man feeding her peeled shrimp tails. Enough, stop pretending to be dead and playing the victim. The bulging-eyed supervisor disdainfully waved her hand in front of her nose as if shooing away a fly. "A big shot is coming tonight, and we're short on manpower. I see you're somewhat presentable. Go change into something nice and serve tea in the box now." 1. Upon hearing the words "box now," 1. The other workers in the storage room stopped their tasks, taking a sharp breath, their eyes filled with sympathy. Mu Qingxue was also stunned. Although she had only been here for a few days, she had heard of the dreadful reputation of that box. Those who sat there were usually ruthless interstellar overlords with unpredictable tempers. The last girl who went to serve tea was directly turned into a mist of blood by a big shot inside, just for serving tea that was slightly too hot. "Supervisor, I'm clumsy. I'm afraid I won't serve the esteemed guest well. Can you send someone else?" Mu Qingxue's voice trembled. All she wanted was to survive, not to walk into her death. Slap. A crisp sound rang out as the bulging-eyed supervisor slapped Mu Qingxue across the face, knocking her to the ground. "You think you're so special? I asked you to go because I value you." The supervisor cursed at her, pointing a finger at her nose. "Do you know who is sitting in box now? 1 today? That's a super big shot that even our Wanbao Pavilion's owner has to kneel before. Let me tell you, if you dare make any mistakes and upset the big shot." The supervisor's gaze turned venomous. "You won't even need the big shot to take action. I will personally chop you up and feed you to interstellar wild dogs. Hurry up and change your clothes." Mu Qingxue covered her swollen cheek. The tears of humiliation finally spilled over. She had no choice left. Half an hour later, dressed in a somewhat clean silk qipao, Mu Qingxue stood trembling at the entrance to the second-floor VIP area, holding a delicate tea tray made of golden silk and nanmo. The qipao was too tight, causing her abdominal wound to throb painfully. On the tea tray sat a purple clay teapot brewing the Wanbao Pavilion's finest Supreme Star tea. The scalding tea burned her hands red through the pot's wall, but she didn't even dare to pour it. "Remember the rules." A cold reminder came from a nearby executive. "Lower your head as you enter, serve the tea, and get out immediately. You are absolutely not allowed to look up at the esteemed guests, nor make any noise." "Understood. Understood. Understood." Mu Qingxue swallowed, forcing down her rising fear. Taking a deep breath, she carried the tea tray, feeling as though she were walking on the edge of a knife, step by step, toward the heavy door of box No. 1, inlaid with countless star gems. The carpet in the corridor was very soft, almost muffling her footsteps. Yet Mu Qingxue's heart raced like a drum pounding in her ears. "As long as I'm careful, serve the tea, and get out, I can get my paycheck today and buy the healing medicine." She continuously encouraged herself in her mind. Reaching the door of the box, the luxurious door was half ajar, with faint sounds of laughter coming from inside. Mu Qingxue lowered her head, focusing intently on her toes, her hands turning pale from anxiety. "Esteemed guest, hello. I'm a servant from Wanbao Pavilion, here to serve you tea." She lowered her voice, speaking as humbly and unobtrusively as possible. Then she extended her rough hand, worn from hard labor, and gently pushed open the heavy door. A rush of cold air greeted her. Along with the cold air came a faint yet oddly familiar scent of jasmine. It was the scent of the laundry detergent she loved to use on Blue Star. Mu Qingxue's heart skipped a beat. Impossible. How could there be this scent? She didn't dare to look up, merely holding the tea tray, cautiously heading towards the redwood coffee table in the center of the box. The box was spacious, the floor covered with soft star beast fur. "Just put the tea down, don't block the TV." A man's voice suddenly rang out in the box. The voice was casual, infused with a lazy tone, even mixed with the crisp crunch of someone biting an apple. Clang! Mu Qingxue's tray shook violently. A few drops of scalding tea splashed out, landing on her hand and causing a bright red blister. But she felt no pain. Because of that voice. That voice she would recognize, even if it turned to ash. How could this be? That man, the one who only knew how to hover around the stove on Blue Star, who didn't even know how to apply for interstellar travel, how could he be sitting in the top-tier box now? One of Wanbao Pavilion, where even the pavilion master had to kneel. Yais. I'm sorry. Mu Qingxue's voice trembled uncontrollably. She forgot the supervisor's strict order to never look up. Driven by extreme shock and disbelief, Mu Qingxue suddenly raised her head, her bloodshot eyes locking onto the main seat of the sofa. Their eyes met. In that instant, the air in the box seemed to be completely drained away. Xinghe was lazily leaning on the sofa, holding half an apple in his hand. Su Hongye sat beside him, whispering something to him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gu Chang'an, Gu Nianxing, and Gu Siyue were excitedly watching the auction event on the holographic screen. The family of five was harmonious and joyful. Mu Qingxue felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her whole body frozen in place, her breath caught. Her mind went blank, only that familiar face and those eyes that were calmly gazing at her at that moment remained. Xinghe. Mu Qingxue's lips trembled violently, squeezing out those two words through her teeth. The golden silk Nanmu tea tray in her hand could no longer be held. Clatter! The purple clay teapot fell onto the expensive star beast, first shattering into pieces. The scalding supreme star tea instantly drenched the top of Mu Qingxue's foot, making her shudder. But she didn't care about the pain at all. Her eyes reddened instantly, tears streaming down like beads from a broken string. Xinghe, it's really you. You came to find me, right? I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Mu Qingxue clung to the last straw of hope, frantically, trying to rush over. Do you know how much I've suffered in deep space? They beat me, made me clean toilets, and even kicked me out to work as a laborer. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Take me home, please take me home. She cried her heart out, even wanting to reach out and grab Gu Xing's sleeve. However, Gu Xinghe merely frowned slightly. He neither dodged nor got angry. He simply glanced at the broken teapot on the ground, then raised his eyelids, looking at the woman in front of him, who was crying like a flower in the rain, with an extremely indifferent, even disgusted gaze. Clean up the shards on the ground. Gu Xinghe bit into an apple and chewed a couple of times. And don't let those dirty hands touch my sofa. You'll never be able to pay for it if it gets dirty. The moment the door to the private room swung open, a rush of cold air mixed with a faint hint of incense enveloped her. Mu Qingxue lowered her head, her gaze fixed firmly on the priceless carpet, made of star beast fur spread across the floor. She held a tea tray with a purple clay teapot, her legs feeling as heavy as lead each step, causing her to sway unsteadily. Good day, esteemed guest. I am a servant from Wanbao Pavilion here to refill your tea. She lowered her voice, her tone humble to the point of being subservient, terrified that even the sound of her breathing might upset the important figures inside. She had even rehearsed the action of pouring tea in her mind dozens of times, determined not to spill a single drop. However, just as she carefully approached the tea table ready to set down the tray, a clear childish voice laced with a hint of petulance suddenly echoed in the quiet private room. Mommy Hongya, I want juice, not that bitter tea. Boom. At the instant she heard that voice, it felt as if her mind had been struck by a high-explosive grenade. That was the voice of Siyue, her own daughter, whom she had carried for 10 months and doted on since childhood. But Siyue was not calling her mommy, rather Mommy Hongya. The overwhelming disbelief and terror made Mu Qingxue instantly forget the strict command of never look up. She jerked her head up, her bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the main seat of the sofa. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. The enormous holographic screen continued to display the lively scenes of the auction outside. Yet in Mu Qingxue's eyes, the entire world faded to gray. What did she see? That Gu Xinghe who merely turned around the stove every day on Blue Star and wasn't even a war. At that moment, he was casually dressed in relaxed attire, lazily leaning against the sofa that symbolized the highest power in the universe. And beside him sat the illustrious Blue Star war goddess, Su Hongye. She was sitting next to him, peeling a crystal-clear starry purple grape, naturally offering it to Gu Xing's lips. Gu Xinghe didn't even move his hands, slightly parting his lips to bite down on the grape. On the carpet in front of them, Gu Chang'an, Gu Nianxing, and Gu Siyue were huddled together, playing with a set of blocks that emitted fluctuations of spatial laws. The family of five was harmonious and warm like a beautifully crafted painting. How is this possible? Mu Qingxue's worldview shattered into pieces in that instant. This was the #1 private room of Wanbao Pavilion. A place even the pavilion master had to kneel to serve. Why was Gu Xinghe sitting here? Not only was he sitting there, but he was also flaunting his affection with her children and another woman. Their eyes met. While chewing the grape, Gu Xinghe cast her a fleeting glance. In that moment, Mu Qingxue felt as if her soul had been stripped bare and thrown onto the street. Shame, shock, despair, and an indescribable jealousy surged over her like a tidal wave. Xinghe. Mu Qingxue's lips trembled violently as she squeezed out those two words from deep within her throat. The tea tray in her hand could no longer be held, and with a thud the purple clay teapot fell to the edge of the tea table. Scalding tea splashed out, landing on the back of her hand and leaving a red mark. But she felt no pain at all. She thought Xinghe would be surprised, would be angry, or even mock her for her shabby servant appearance. If Xinghe mocked her, it would at least prove he still cared about her, still hated her. As long as there was hate, there was a chance to salvage things. Xinghe, please let me explain. I didn't mean to become a servant. I was forced into it. Mu Qingxue's eyes were red, tears streaming down like a broken string of pearls, instinctively wanting to take a couple of steps forward to grab Gu Xing's sleeve. But Xinghe didn't even lift his eyelids. In his deep black eyes there was no mockery, no anger. He was as calm as if he were looking at an inconspicuous stone by the roadside. He turned his head, pulled out a wet wipe from a nearby box, and wiped away the grape juice at the corner of his mouth. Then in a tone as if speaking to a completely unfamiliar servant, he coldly ordered, "Clear the fruit peels from the table." This statement was not heavy. It didn't carry any emotional fluctuations at all. Yet to Mu Qingxue's ears it was 1,000 times sharper than the most vicious curse. She froze in place. Her outstretched hand hung in midair like a ridiculous clown. Fruit peels. She, the unseen century genius of Blue Star, had been his beloved for 20 years. Now in his eyes she was truly just a servant meant to clean up fruit peels. This indifferent disregard was more painful than a slap to her face. "Xinghe, please don't treat me like this. I am Qingxue." Mu Qingxue's legs went weak, almost unable to stand. Beside her, Su Hongye wiped her hands with a tissue, coldly observing the woman on the verge of collapse. "This servant, didn't you hear what Mr. Gu said? Or does Wanbao Pavilion's current service attitude involve just standing in front of guests in a daze?" Su Hongye's voice was not loud, but she deliberately emphasized the word servant. Gu Chang'an and Gu Nianxing also lifted their heads and saw Mu Qingxue standing there. The siblings exchanged glances, a flicker of complexity in their eyes quickly replaced by indifference. "Dad, who is this person? She spilled the tea, so clumsy." Gu Nianxing pouted, deliberately speaking loudly. "Ye and Hongye, please get her out of here. Her smell is bothering Siyue." Gu Chang'an chimed in. These two sentences became the last straw that broke Mu Qingxue's back. Her own flesh and blood pretended not to know her. "No, please don't do this. Children, I am your mother." Mu Qingxue broke down, covering her face as tears gushed out between her fingers. She wanted to hug Siyue to prove she was still part of this family. At that moment, a hurried sound of footsteps came from outside the private room. The supervisor with bulging eyes rushed in, drenched in sweat, and holding a thorny whip in hand. She had heard the sound of the teacup shattering outside, and her heart raced in fear. "I apologize, esteemed guest. I am terribly sorry. This new village girl does not understand the rules, and has disturbed you." The supervisor immediately knelt on the ground with a thud, frantically bowing. Then she suddenly stood up, grabbed Mu Qingxue by the hair, and slapped her hard. Smack! Mu Qingxue staggered back, one side of her face swelling instantly. "You worthless scum! Who told you to look at the esteemed guests? Dare to make a scene here? Do you want to die?" The supervisor scolded while forcefully dragging Mu Qingxue out. "Supervisor, please don't hit me. I will clean up the fruit peels right now." Mu Qingxue had completely lost her last shred of dignity, crying out as she struggled, wanting to pick up the trash on the table to prove her worth. But the supervisor dared not let her continue to embarrass herself in the private room, forcibly dragging her out. "Esteemed guest, please calm down. I will handle this right away and bring you a more obedient servant." The supervisor smiled ingratiatingly as she turned to the room, shutting the door behind her with a click. Bang! At that moment the door closed. All hope, all pride of Mu Qingxue was completely shut out. She was dragged across the cold carpet like a dead dog by the supervisor. Once she thought Xinghe was a worthless man unworthy of her future. Now she finally understood that the man had long stood at the peak of the universe. And she was the one who was unworthy even to serve him tea. Extreme regret gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake. She opened her mouth, but could not even produce a sound of crying. Inside the private room, Xinghe leaned back on the sofa, as if swatting away an annoying fly. The security of Wanbao Pavilion is really lacking. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry can come in and ruin the mood, he casually complained. Su Hongye smiled, not responding, merely offering him another peeled grape. At that moment, the giant holographic screen in the center of the private room suddenly shifted. The auction stage that had been showcasing rare techniques and herbs dimmed its lights. Then a surge of passionate music began to play. The chief auctioneer Yun Yun walked onto the stage in a fiery red qipao, stepping elegantly in high heels. Her enticing fox-like eyes surveyed the audience, eventually drifting towards the number 1 private room. Esteemed guests, after a long wait, the grand finale of this auction is finally about to begin. Yun Yun's voice echoed through the amplification array, resonating throughout the enormous city, even causing the surrounding air to become heated. She took a deep breath, her hands lightly brushing over a tray covered with red silk. The red silk slipped away. A gray stone, emitting a faint yet soul-chilling aura, lay quietly in the center of the tray. This auction item needs no further introduction. Yun Yun's voice bore an unmistakable fervor and excitement. It is the legendary supreme divine object that can allow a revered one to break free from their shackles and grasp a sliver of the universe's origin. The supreme divine stone. The moment her words fell, the entire auction venue erupted into a frenzy. Countless powerful figures in the private rooms stood up, their gazes greedily fixed on that stone, their breaths becoming heavy. And in the number 1 private room, Xinghe looked at the stone on the screen that had driven the entire universe into madness. He stroked his chin, turning to Xinghe, who was playing with blocks. Xinghe, take a good look. Is this marble the same batch as the one you dropped into the sewer yesterday? The slap from the supervisor was too harsh, leaving Mu Qingxue's left cheek swollen like a doughy bun, while a buzzing sound echoed in her ear. She sat on the ground like a soulless puppet. With the hands that once wielded a sword, she gradually gathered the pieces of the purple clay pot and fruit skins into the trash bin. Then she hunched her back and shrank into the darkest corner of the private room. Like an abandoned stray dog, she bit her lip tightly and buried her head in her knees. Yet her gaze uncontrollably drifted past the holographic screen to the bustling auction scene below. The starting bid is 100 billion star coins. Each increment must be no less than 10 billion. The chief auctioneer Yun Yun spoke with a slight tremor in her voice due to excitement. As soon as this price was announced, the entire auction hall seemed to be doused with a bucket of cold water, falling silent for 3 seconds. 100 billion star coins. This amount of money was enough to buy an entire fleet of fully armed star destroyers in the prosperous Central Star region. But this was just the starting price. After a brief silence, a crazier eruption followed. 150 billion. We, the Sirius Empire, will take it. Nonsense. 200 billion. This supreme divine stone belongs to our divine clan. 300 billion. Whoever dares to compete with me, I will tear him apart. The Star Lords in the various private rooms had completely abandoned their usual lofty demeanor. With bloodshot eyes, they shouted frantically like a pack of starving wolves. The string of numbers representing wealth soared at a dizzying speed that left ordinary people stunned. Mu Qingxue, curled up in the corner, felt her heart race at the astronomical figures. Previously, she had been forced to kneel and crawl under someone's legs for a few hundred star coins worth of healing medicine. Now the mere increments these people called out could sustain her for several lifetimes. This is the true elite of the starry sky. She thought bitterly, her gaze subconsciously drifting to Xinghe, who was seated on the sofa. She saw that Xinghe still had his lazy posture. He didn't even look at the bidding screen, instead helping Su Hongya pick grape seeds. He definitely can't afford it, right? Mu Qingxue darkly speculated. Even if he has some power on Blue Star at such an intergalactic auction where bids start in the billions, he's just a spectator. Just as she thought this, a clear child's voice suddenly rang out from the first private room. Daddy, that stone is sparkling and so beautiful. Xinghe leaned against the glass, tugging at Gu Xing's pant leg with her small white hand. Xinghe wants that marble, can you buy it for me, Daddy? The little girl pouted, her big eyes filled with longing. The amplification formation in the private room was still on. This childish voice clearly echoed throughout every corner of the auction hall. All the Star Lords, talented individuals, and elders were stunned. A divine stone. A marble. Whose spoiled child refers to such a precious object that can help one understand the source of the Tao as a marble. Before they could react, Xinghe put down the grapes, grabbed a tissue to wipe his hands, and looked down at his daughter with a loving smile. Sure, as long as Xinghe likes it, don't say it's just a broken stone. Even if it's plucking a star from the sky, Daddy will get it for you. Xinghe turned his head and glanced at the bidding device on the holographic screen. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed a red button in front of him. 1 trillion. His voice was casual and lazy, as if he was buying a large cabbage at the market. Through the amplification formation, it resounded loudly in everyone's ears. Boom. The entire auction hall plunged into an extreme silence, as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped. Everyone gaped, their eyes nearly popping out. 1 trillion. Was he joking? He directly doubled the 500 billion price. In private room number 3, the elder of the Deep Space Academy spat out a mouthful of old blood and fainted as darkness enveloped him. The other Star Lords were so shocked that they held their breath. This was no longer about buying something. This was about throwing money at someone. In the corner, Mu Qingxue felt her mind buzz and completely crash. She stared fixedly at Gu Xing's calm profile, feeling like a ridiculous clown. 1 trillion star coins. just to buy a marble for his daughter. Was this what she thought of as unaffordable? Was this what she thought of as a spectator? In this man's eyes, the wealth of the entire universe seemed to pale in comparison to his daughter's smile. No, this is impossible. Where did he get so much money? Mu Qingxue trembled all over her nails, digging deep into her flesh, jealousy and regret gnawing at her heart like a venomous snake. Private room number 1 bids 1 trillion. Is there any higher bid? Yun Yun's excited voice cracked, and she nearly fumbled the auction hammer in her trembling hands. She asked 3 times, and the room fell silent. Who would dare to compete for something against a big shot who could casually pull out 1 trillion and was sitting in private room number 1? Are you looking for death? Bang! The wooden hammer fell. Congratulations to the esteemed guest of private room number 1 for winning the supreme divine stone. Not even 3 minutes. The door to the private room was respectfully knocked upon. Yun Yun personally carried a jade plate covered with red silk, followed by 2 bodyguards exuding an extraordinary aura carefully entering. Today she wore an extremely form-fitting red qipao with a low neckline, walking gracefully. Esteemed guest, this is the supreme divine stone you bid for. Yun Yun walked to the coffee table, half knelt on the floor, and held the jade plate high above her head. The gray stone, which emitted a heart-pounding wave of law fluctuations, lay quietly on the red silk. Everyone's gaze in the private room was drawn to this divine stone. Even Su Hongya couldn't help but take a few more glances. Yet Gu Xinghe didn't even cast a glance. He casually grabbed the 1 trillion worth supreme divine stone from the jade plate as if it were a piece of trash. This broken thing is quite heavy, it hurts my hand. Gu Xinghe mumbled. Then amidst Yun Yun's astonished gaze and Mu Qingxue's disbelief, he tossed the divine stone to Gu Xinghe, who was lying on the carpet as if throwing away garbage. Here, play with it, just don't hurt your feet. Thank you, Daddy. Gu Xinghe cheered, safely catching the divine stone with her small hands. Then thud. The little girl tossed the divine stone onto the ground. The stone, which contained the laws of the universe, bounced twice at the junction of the carpet and tiles. It produced a crisp sound of impact. Clang. Clang. This clear sound felt particularly jarring in the quiet private room. With each bounce, Yun Yun's heart twitched violently. This was the supreme divine stone. Not to mention using it to play marbles, even just placing it in a jade box would require daily worship. Now it was actually being played with like a glass ball by a 6-year-old girl. Daddy, this marble isn't fun at all. It doesn't even glow anymore. Gu Xinghe. It bounced it a couple of times, then disdainfully kicked the divine stone under the sofa. If it's not fun, just throw it away. Oh, later Daddy will make you a prettier one. Gu Xinghe ruffled his daughter's hair, saying indulgently. In the corner, Mu Qingxue watched the divine stone roll to her feet. That was the supreme object that countless Star Lords fought over, even making the elder of the Deep Space Academy bleed with rage. Now it lay at her feet like garbage. Kicked away by a little girl. She suddenly felt like a colossal joke in her life. She had knelt for a few hundred interstellar coins worth of elixirs, while Gu Xinghe spent 1 trillion to buy a stone for his daughter to play marbles, and if it wasn't fun, he would throw it away. Such a crushing wealth and affection were originally meant for her. If she hadn't signed that damned agreement back then. Thud. Thud. Large tears fell on the floor as Mu Qingxue covered her mouth, crying heart-wrenchingly, nearly unable to breathe. Yun Yun knelt on the ground, not daring to look Gu Xinghe in the eye. She trembled as she took out a golden card reader. And Master, will you be using the black gold card or? Use this one. Gu Xinghe casually pulled out a black card of unknown material from his pocket and tossed it on the coffee table. Upon seeing the card, Yun Yun's entire body shuddered, nearly dropping the card reader. This is the highest level infinite overdraft card of the Cosmic Federation. She swallowed hard, trembling as she swiped the card on the machine. Ding. Payment successful. A crisp electronic voice rang out. Yun Yun felt as if she had been pardoned, returning the card to Gu Xinghe with both hands and crawling out of the private room. The private room returned to tranquility once more. Gu Xinghe yawned, stood up, and stretched. All right, we've finished shopping at the supermarket. Let's get ready to go home. He turned to Su Hongya. Didn't you say you would personally cook sweet and sour fish for dinner? If we go back late, the fish won't be fresh. Su Hongya smiled and nodded, standing up to tidy up the children's things. Just as the family was about to leave, Gu Chang'an suddenly stopped, pointing at the corner where Mu Qingxue was curled up, crying desperately. Dad, why is that waitress still crying? Could it be that the marble just now hit her foot? Gu Xinghe halted. He slowly turned his head, finally, setting his gaze on Mu Qingxue's tear-stained and bloodied face. Gu Xing's gaze lingered for a moment on Mu Qingxue's face, marred by shades of green and purple. There was neither shock nor pity nor the satisfaction of revenge. It was as if he was looking at a pile of garbage on the roadside, exuding a sense of cold indifference. Maybe the glass ball is poking at her feet. Forget it, let's go. Gu Xinghe withdrew his gaze, his tone casual, devoid of any ripples. He reached for Gu Siyu's small hand, while wrapping his other arm around Su Hongye's waist, striding towards the box door. Oh, she was crying quite loudly. Gu Chang'an shrugged, slinging his backpack over his shoulder, showing no interest in looking again. These light, airy exchanges were like thousands of burning knives piercing deeply into Mu Qingxue's heart. She collapsed onto the carpet, her hands clamped tightly over her mouth. Her nails dug into her flesh, oozing crimson blood. She watched Gu Xinghe embrace Su Hongye's figure, observing as they prepared to leave as a happy family. The supreme divine stone kicked under the sofa by Gu Siyue, as if it were garbage, emanated a soft, yet vast aura of cosmic laws. That aura illuminated every corner of the room, casting a harsh light on Mu Qingxue's face stained with blood and tears, making her feel utterly ashamed. She recalled everything she had experienced in Wanbao Pavilion over the past few days. To earn a few hundred star coins, she had gone to buy the most inferior, revitalizing pill to extend her life. She had been whipped by the frog-eyed supervisor, forced to clean the stinking beast pins, even compelled to kneel. She had cast aside all dignity as the #1 genius of Blue Star, crawling here like a dog. All for that ethereal, unattainable sea of stars and celestial bodies. And now, that ex-boyfriend whom she had scorned as hopeless, like mud that can't be supported on a wall, and a hindrance to her sword drawing, was sitting in this box. A box that even the president of the Deep Space Academy wasn't qualified to enter. Without batting an eye, he casually tossed out 1,000,000,000 star coins. He had bought this supreme divine stone capable of stirring up bloodshed across the universe merely to give his daughter a glowing glass marble. Why? Why did it come to this? Mu Qingxue screamed, inwardly her mind racing. The stark contrast felt like a heavy blow, shattering the last semblance of self-deception. She finally understood what she had truly given up. It was not just a man who obeyed her every whim, nor a woman, but a supreme deity residing at the pinnacle of the universe, capable of bestowing upon her endless fortune and earning her eternal worship. If only she hadn't signed that damned breakup agreement back then. Today she could have been the one sitting on this bone dragon leather sofa, served by the chief auctioneer of Wanbao Pavilion. It was her Mu Qingxue. She had personally handed all of this over to that woman, Su Hongye. Whoa, Xinghe, I was wrong. I truly realized my mistakes. Mu Qingxue could no longer suppress her inner collapse. She released her hands from covering her mouth and, like a desperate madwoman, let out a heart-wrenching wail. She wanted nothing more than to rush forward, to cling to Gu Xing's leg, to plead for his forgiveness by any means necessary. Get away. What do you want, you crazy woman? A guard from Wanbao Pavilion standing at the door swiftly kicked Mu Qingxue in the stomach. Bang! Mu Qingxue was kicked away like a broken sack, crashing heavily against the edge of the coffee table. The wounds that had not yet healed burst open again, and she spewed out gouts of black blood. Yet she still struggled to crawl forward, her fingers leaving 10 bloody marks on the carpet. Xinghe, take me away. Please take me away. Her face was smeared with snot and blood, a sight so ugly it made one feel nauseous. Gu Xinghe stopped in his tracks. He did not turn around, but slightly tilted his head, his profile appearing cold and hard as iron under the light. It's too noisy. Gu Xing's voice carried a clear note of impatience. He turned to glance at the Wanbao Pavilion executive standing nearby, trembling in fear. Do your waiters enjoy shouting in front of the guests? If this is the service attitude of Wanbao Pavilion, then I won't be coming back again. Hearing this, the executive's legs nearly gave way, almost dropping to his knees. This was a man capable of casually pulling out 1,000,000,000 star coins and possessing an unlimited credit card from the Cosmic Federation. If he offended this master, the pavilion owner would surely have his skin peeled off. My lord, please calm your anger. It is our mismanagement. The executive wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and turned to roar at the guards at the door. What are you standing there for? This crazy woman disturbed our esteemed guest. Immediately drag her out. Break her legs and throw her into the garbage heap in the back alley. Understood. 2 towering guards from the Starry Beast clan lunged at her like wolves. They each grabbed Mu Qingxue's arms, mercilessly dragging her outside. No, let me go. I am his wife. I am the mistress of this household. You can't treat me like this. Mu Qingxue screamed frantically, her legs kicking wildly against the ground. Xinghe, save me. I won't go to the Deep Space Academy anymore. I only want you. Slap. One of the guards, annoyed by her noise, backhanded her across the face, knocking several of her teeth out. Shut up, you worthless wretch. Do you dare to aspire to Gu Xinghe? You're not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Accompanied by Mu Qingxue's desperate cries, she was roughly dragged out of the box. A long, glaring trail of blood was left in the corridor. The box fell silent once more. Gu Xinghe didn't even glance at the bloodstain, as if he had merely swatted away an insignificant fly. All right, the eyesore has been dealt with, let's go. Gu Xinghe held Siyu's hand, and the family walked out of the first-class box, chatting and laughing. A few minutes later, in the giant garbage dump behind Wanbao Pavilion, a place that was perpetually devoid of sunlight and reeked of foul odors. Bang! Mu Qingxue was thrown in like a dead pig by two guards, landing harshly among a pile of rotting interstellar fruit peels and discarded parts. Crack! The guard ruthlessly stomped on her already injured right leg. Oh! Mu Qingxue let out a piercing scream, her body convulsing in pain amidst the garbage. Pa! What are you to disturb, Xinghe? The guard spat at her before swaggering away. Mu Qingxue lay in the pile of stinking garbage. Rainwater mixed with her blood flowed into her eyes, stinging painfully. Through the narrow gap at the alley's mouth, she vaguely saw the starry dock outside the main entrance of Wanbao Pavilion. A low-key yet imposing black luxury car was slowly rising into the sky. It was Xinghe's car. That man with his new lover and her children returned to that warm home. And she, once the #1 genius of Blue Star, could only wait like a legless wild dog in the stinking garbage for her wounds to fester and rot, ultimately dying alone. What exactly did I do wrong? Mu Qingxue bit down hard on her finger, roughened and deformed from labor, while silent tears fell. A great sense of regret and endless despair completely crushed her spirit. She curled up in the garbage heap, emitting muffled and painful sobs. Meanwhile, inside the first-class box, Xinghe's family had already left. But the door to the box was pushed open. Yun, the chief auctioneer who had just hosted the auction, walked in gracefully in high heels. Her fiery red qipao accentuated her perfect figure. But at this moment, her face, usually adorned with a cunning smile like a fox, was filled with anxiety and tension. She glanced at the empty sofa, and then at the divine stone carelessly kicked into the corner. Yun swallowed hard, taking a deep breath. She quickly walked to the sofa and took out a golden invitation card from her storage ring, which emanated a faint fragrance. She carefully placed the invitation on the spot where Xinghe had just sat. Mr. Gu, I hope this sincerity can earn you a glance back. Yun murmured softly, her eyes sparkling with unmasked allure and ambition. Just then a cold, disdainful mockery suddenly came from outside the box door. Chief Yun, put away your tricks of seduction. Mr. Gu treats even the supreme divine stone as garbage. Do you think he would take a liking to your trinkets? After Mu Qingxue was violently dragged out of the private room, her screams quickly faded away at the end of the corridor. The room fell silent once again. Xinghe sat on the sofa, lazily stretching his body, preparing to call Su Hongye and the children to go home. Two soft knocks echoed at the door. Before Xinghe could respond, the door to the private room was pushed open from the outside. Yun, the chief auctioneer of Wanbao Pavilion, gracefully swayed her slender waist, walking in with poise. She had changed out of her formal attire and was now wearing a semi-transparent winered silk gown. The neckline was perfectly cut and her fair skin glimmered alluringly under the light. Mr. Gu, here are the ownership documents for the supreme divine stone you just bid on. Yun held a golden wooden box with both hands and walked up to the coffee table. This time she did not kneel halfway as before, but instead bent slightly at the waist. From this angle, Xinghe, sitting on the sofa, had a clear view of her ample bosom. Just put it there. Xinghe did not even lift his eyelids, his gaze remaining fixed on Xinghe, who was squatting on the floor playing with building blocks. A flicker of unwillingness flashed in Yun's eyes. As the chief auctioneer of Wanbao Pavilion, she was used to encountering various starry overlords. Which one of them did not become infatuated upon seeing her? Yet this mysterious rich man who casually threw out 1 trillion star coins completely ignored her. Mr. Gu, is this your first time at Wanbao Pavilion? Yun had some knowledge of the rare treasures from various corners of the starry sky. She did not step back. Instead, she sat beside Xinghe on the single sofa less than half a meter away. A rich, almost enchanting fragrance of specially blended perfume instantly wafted through the private room. If you need anything in the future, be it heavenly materials or treasures, or any other requests. Yun's voice was as soft as water, her fox-like eyes fixed on Xinghe, filled with blatant I can personally take care of it for you. As long as you say the word, no matter how late it is, Yun will be at your service. She even reached out her hand, painted with red nail polish, intending to take the teapot on the table to pour tea for Xinghe. Smack! A hand with distinct knuckles and accustomed to holding a gun suddenly pressed down on the purple clay pot. Su Hongye sat on the other side of Xinghe. Dressed in neat casual attire, her gaze was as cold as a piece of ancient ice fixed on Yun. There's no need for you to bother, Chief Yun. Xinghe prefers plain water. Su Hongye's voice was flat, but the warning in her tone was clear to anyone with a brain. Yun's hand froze in midair. She glanced at Su Hongye, a professional fake smile curling at her lips. This sister is joking. The finest star tea is far more beneficial than plain water. I specifically learned the art of tea from Mr. Gu. The air between the two seemed to solidify. Invisible sparks crackled in the private room. While playing with the building blocks, Gu Chang'an looked up, intrigued by the scene. Tisk tisk, Aunt Hongye has met her This auction house lady is quite skilled. Gu Chang'an nudged his younger sister with his elbow. Gu Nianxing rolled her eyes and whispered, "Skilled my foot. She's just oozing with a fox's seductive vibe. Dad wouldn't even look at someone so eager to please." Gu Xinghe, sitting between the two women, finally reacted. He did not glance at the confrontation between Su Hongya and Yun Yun. Instead, he suddenly frowned, raised his hand, and waved it forcefully in front of his nose. Achoo! Gu Xinghe let out a loud sneeze. He rubbed his nose, casting a disdainful glance at Yun Yun sitting beside him. "What kind of perfume are you wearing?" The stench of low-quality dragon's blood mixed with mandrake flower pollen. "This must be 300 years expired, right?" Gu Xing's voice was laced with unabashed disgust. "It's making my nose itch." The seductive smile on Yun Yun's face instantly froze. She had bought that Star Dream Mist at a high price from the Elven tribe. One drop could buy an entire city on Blue Star. How could it be considered expired low-quality perfume in this man's mouth? Mr. Gu, you're quite the joker. This is... Yun Yun still wanted to salvage her reputation. "Who's joking with you?" Gu Xinghe impatiently interrupted her. He stood up, brushed off his clothes as if something dirty had gotten on them. "Have the payment procedures been completed? If so, hurry up and get out and turn on the exhaust fan in this room." Gu Xinghe looked down at Yun Yun, his gaze as sharp as a knife. "If this scent annoys my daughter, I'll dismantle your Wanbao pavilion and use it for firewood." These words left no face at all. Yun Yun's face instantly flushed red, as if she had been publicly slapped twice. After all, she was the chief of Wanbao Pavilion, often pampered by countless powerful figures. Today she had actively approached him only to be rejected for her perfume being too foul and told to leave. Her pride shattered into pieces in that moment. I apologize, it was my oversight. Mr. Gu, please do not be angry, I will take my leave now." Yun Yun bit her back teeth, holding back tears, stood up, and deeply bowed. She practically fled the private room, her high heels making chaotic sounds on the carpet. As the door to the private room closed, Su Hongya looked at Yun Yun's embarrassed back, unable to suppress a smirk. However, she still deliberately maintained a stern face as she looked at Gu Xinghe. "What? Chief Yun is so beautiful and actively pursuing you, and you're not touched?" Gu Xinghe rolled his eyes and walked to the sink to wash his hands. "Touch my foot. That woman reeks of calculation. Just looking at her is annoying." He shook off the water on his hands and turned to look at Su Hongya. "Besides, with a great military god like you brandishing knives and guns at home every day, how could I have the courage?" Upon hearing this, Su Hongya's cheeks slightly flushed, feeling quite pleased. "At least you know better. All right, since we've completed the purchase, let's head home." Su Hongya stood up, helping the children tidy up their toys on the ground. Gu Chang'an tucked the trillion supreme divine stone into his pocket. The family of 5, chatting and laughing, walked out of the Tianzi No. One private room. Outside Wanbao Pavilion, there was a vast starry plaza connected by countless floating islands. It was brightly lit year-round, bustling with people, and various uniquely shaped starships took off and landed. Gu Xinghe held Gu Siyu's hand, walking in the front. Su Hongya and the 2 older children followed behind. The big black dog dutifully brought up the rear, vigilantly scanning the surrounding crowd. "Dad, what are we having for dinner tonight?" "I want to eat your sweet and sour ribs." Gu Siyu bounced with excitement. "Sure, I'll make it for you when we get back." "Chang'an, what does Nianxing want to eat?" Gu Xinghe smiled and turned his head. But just as he turned, Gu Xing's footsteps abruptly halted. The smile on his face vanished without a trace, and his previously lazy gaze suddenly sharpened like a knife. Whooshed! The big black dog also suddenly stopped, its fur standing on end like steel needles. It let out a low, threatening growl towards the empty space ahead in the plaza. Roar! Su Hongya and the 2 children sensed something was off and immediately huddled together. Su Hongya instinctively reached for the tactical dagger at her waist. Gu Xinghe did not answer. He stared intently at the starry sky ahead. The once bustling and noisy starry plaza had, without anyone noticing, turned eerily silent. The alien vendors coming and going, the ships taking off and landing, all vanished in an instant. It was as if the whole world had been paused by someone in a single second. Crack! A sound resembling glass shattering abruptly echoed in the silent plaza. Immediately after, in the empty space, dozens of meters in front of them, the fabric of reality began to twist violently. A massive rift opened slowly, resembling a grotesque demonic eye. A nauseating dark mist reeking of decay surged out from the rift. This mist moved swiftly, sealing off all escape routes from the starry plaza in the blink of an eye. Even the starlight above was completely obscured by this layer of black mist. Kick! An ear-piercing, eerie laughter akin to nails scraping on a chalkboard came from deep within the black mist. Such a fresh scent of flesh and blood, and the aura of that supreme divine stone. The black mist roiled, revealing a terrifying phantom over dozens of feet tall, flickering in and out of visibility. Its blood-red eyes were fixed intently on Gu Xing's family. "Hand over the divine stone, and I can make your deaths a bit more painless." Su Hongye's expression changed drastically. She could sense the aura radiating from this monster was 100 times more terrifying than the Star Abyss Queen they encountered on Blue Star. This is a remnant of the Abyss Demon clan. Su Hongye quickly shielded the children behind her, gripping her dagger tightly. Gu Chang'an also reached into his pocket, firmly clutching the 9 nether demon dagger. Only Gu Xinghe remained. He stood rooted in place, gazing at the colossal phantom playing tricks within the black mist. He sighed and rubbed his temples. I just brought the kids out to shop at a supermarket. Why do I keep running into such blind garbage? Gu Xinghe raised his head, his eyes filled with extreme irritation at being disturbed. Hey, that dark and murky thing. Gu Xing's voice penetrated the black mist, clearly reaching the demon's ear. Do you know that the stench on you is 1,000,000 times worse than that woman who sprayed expired perfume earlier? Gu Xing's disdainful remark echoed in the silent starry square. The laughter from within the black mist abruptly ceased. The colossal shadow of the abyss demon with blood moon-like red eyes fixed its gaze intently. In its long life spanning tens of thousands of years, no carbon-based life form had ever dared to claim that it had an odor. Ignorant ants. The demon roared, its voice causing the floating billboards around to shatter. Its massive body rolled within the black mist, emitting a stench potent enough to taint the laws of the universe. Hand over the supreme godstone, and I may consider crushing you before swallowing you whole. Following the demon's roar, countless abyssal creatures of various forms crawled out from the edges of the black mist. They dripped with green saliva, surrounding the entire square like locusts. Those who usually held power in their respective star systems were now trembling in fear, their legs turning to jelly. It's over. The abyssal barrier. How did these remnants of the demon race infiltrate the treasure pavilion? Help! My spiritual power is suppressed by the black mist. I can't use it at all. The square was instantly thrown into chaos, cries and screams rising in a cacophony. Several masters attempting to escape on their swords were pounced upon midair by demon creatures with flesh wings instantly reduced to desiccated corpses. The withered bodies fell to the ground, shattering into a pile of dust. This scene left the remaining onlookers utterly despairing, shivering like lambs awaiting slaughter. At that moment, in the dark and damp alley behind the garbage station at the square's edge, Mu Qingxue lay atop a pile of rotten fruit peels, gasping in pain. Her right leg, which had been stepped on and broken, was swollen like a purple radish. Hearing the screams from outside, she struggled to raise her head and looked through the gap at the entrance of the alley. When she saw the shadow of the demon obscuring the sky and the countless demons flying about, her mind went blank with a buzzing sound. The abyssal demon race. How could they appear here? She closed her eyes in despair, tears mingling with mud running into her mouth. She knew she was doomed. In the face of such a calamity, she, a crippled person with a broken leg, didn't even have the right to run away. Well then, let me die like this. At least I won't have to endure this torment any longer. Mu Qingxue thought tragically in her heart, awaiting the arrival of death. In the center of the square, Su Hongye tightly shielded Gu Xinghe, and Gu Nianqing behind her, the tactical dagger in her hand, emanating a ghostly blue glow. Xinghe, the pressure from this demon is too strong, and my vitality has been suppressed by at least 70%. Su Hongye gritted her teeth, a layer of cold sweat forming on her forehead. The big black dog rarely did not rush forward to bite. It arched its back, a low whimper emanating from its throat, instinctively sensing the terrifying pollution within that black mist. Dad, these ugly creatures look pretty intimidating. Gu Chang'an stood nearby, holding a skewer of grilled gluten he had just bought at the night market in the square. The boy was rather carefree. Taking advantage of the adults' conversation, he had gone to buy several skewers of grilled gluten, and just as he took a bite, the demon descended. Isn't it just a bunch of bats that can't stand the light? What's there to be afraid of? Gu Xinghe yawned slowly, pulling an unlit cigarette from his pocket. He looked up at the brazenly arrogant shadow of the demon above. Hey, you black hole ball up there. Gu Xinghe pinched the cigarette and pointed at the sky. I will warn you one last time, while I'm still calm, take your little brothers and scram. You've made this square stink so much that my daughter will have nightmares tonight. As soon as these words were spoken, the starry powers hiding behind cover, trembling in fear, looked at Gu Xinghe as if he were mad. Is this kid crazy? Who does he think he is to speak to the abyss demon like that? Is that the supreme godstone in his hand? It's over. This divine object is surely going to fall into the hands of the demon race today. The demon was also enraged. As a proud lord of the abyss, how could it be called a black coal ball by a mere mortal with no signs of spiritual power? Seeking death. The demon roared, its massive shadow suddenly solidifying. A gigantic claw covered in black scales and larger than a skyscraper carried the destructive laws of pollution. It shot out from the black mist, fiercely slamming down towards Gu Xing's family. Before the giant hand reached the ground, the furious whirlwind it stirred swept across the entire square. The stone slabs on the ground shattered inch by inch, and the surrounding ornamental trees were uprooted. Those starry cultivators nearby were directly swept into the air by the hurricane, emitting desperate screams. "Get out of the way!" Su Hongya exclaimed in shock, trying to pull the children back. But the pressure was too strong, her legs felt as if they were filled with lead, unable to move an inch. As the enormous hand that obscured the sky was about to strike them down, a powerful gust of wind blew past. Gu Chang'an's skewer of grilled gluten, which he had just taken a bite of, was whisked away by the malicious wind. With a plop, it fell to the ground covered in a thick layer of dust. Gu Chang'an was stunned. He looked down at the skewer of grilled gluten he had waited half a day to buy, his eyes nearly bulging out. "Damn it! My super spicy grilled gluten. I only took one bite." Gu Chang'an shouted in anguish. He had bought it with his pocket money saved up for half a month. Beside him, Gu Xing's previously relaxed expression froze when he saw his son holding an empty skewer. He lowered his head slightly, glancing at the skewer of grilled gluten covered in dust on the ground. Then he slowly raised his head, looking at the giant hand of the demon about to strike down. The originally ink-black depths of his eyes suddenly flickered with a dangerously bright golden light. His brows furrowed slightly. A low pressure 100 million times more terrifying than abyssal demonic energy surged outwards rapidly from him as the center. Even the roaring winds around fell into an eerie stillness at that moment. "Do you know?" Gu Xinghe looked at the demon in midair, his voice icy, as if it came from the coldest depths of hell. "My son waited a full 10 minutes in line to buy this skewer of grilled gluten." The demon froze in midair for a moment. Its massive, simple mind clearly could not comprehend the connection between grilled gluten and its ability to destroy worlds. The words of ants are always so laughable. The demon sneered, its giant hand accelerating downwards with even more violent force. Gu Xinghe did not waste any more words. He did not draw his sword, nor did he form any seals. He didn't even take his hands out of his pockets. He merely tilted his chin slightly, and towards the gigantic hand of the demon that obscured the sky, he lightly blew a breath disdainfully. That one breath, seemingly light, and without any power, transformed into a supreme rule of annihilation that could tear the multiverse apart the instant it left Gu Xing's lips. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no blinding light effects. Before this rule of annihilation, that invincible giant hand of the demon was like a pencil drawing erased by an eraser. Starting from the fingertips, it dissipated inch by inch, without any power to resist. "No, this is impossible. What kind of monster are you?" The demon screamed in terror, feeling its abyssal essence within being forcibly evaporated. It desperately tried to retract its hand, wanting to flee from this starry sky. But it was all too late. The rule of annihilation spread along its arm, directly enveloping its entire body. The towering shadow of the demon, reeking of endless filth in less than half a second, even had no chance to finish a complete last word. It completely transformed into a negligible speck of interstellar dust, along with the countless abyssal creatures surrounding it evaporated entirely in that instant. The black mist that had shrouded the square instantly dissipated. The cold starlight poured down again upon the square. The entire place fell silent. All the starry powers hiding behind cover maintained a posture of cowering and protecting their heads. They gaped, staring blankly at the sky, their brains completely malfunctioning. What just happened? The abyss demon that could easily destroy a star system just like that is gone. Gone in a single breath. What kind of dimensionality reduction strike is this? Gu Xinghe sighed, reaching out to pat Gu Chang'an's shoulder, his tone laced with a hint of paternal helplessness. "All right, stop lamenting over your skewer of gluten. When we get home, Dad will personally grill you 20 skewers so you can eat to your heart's content." The howling wind carried a nauseating stench rampaging through the starry square. The giant hand of the demon god, covering half the sky, slammed down with the force to crush everything. In the garbage-strewn alley at the edge of the square, Mu Qingxue tightly clutched her broken leg, curled up among the discarded fruit peels that exuded a sour smell. The wind lifted debris, striking her face and leaving streaks of blood. Through the narrow gap at the alley's entrance, she gazed at the enormous demonic hand in the sky, capable of destroying an entire planet. "It's over." Mu Qingxue's lips trembled uncontrollably, unable to even produce a sound of weeping. During her time at the Deep Space Academy, she had come to understand the terror of the Abyssal Demon Clan more than anyone else. It was a calamity that even the most powerful beings in the star domain dared not confront Hedon. In the face of such power, she was even less than an ant. "If I hadn't been thrown out. If I were still in the VIP room." Mu Qingxue lamented frantically in her heart, tears mixing with the muddy water as they fell. She saw Gu Xinghe and his family standing in the center of the square. That was the most critical area of the demon god's attack. Xinghe, can he withstand it? A complex emotion suddenly surged within Mu Qingxue. She both hoped that Gu Xinghe would display his might and rescue her as well. Yet she also darkly wished that if everyone died here, wouldn't it count as another form of living and dying together? But no matter how she thought, that demonic hand showed no signs of stopping. In the center of the square, Su Hongye was completely locked down by the demon god's oppressive force, unable to move a single finger. Chang'an Yinxing, close your eyes. Su Hongye shouted in despair, trying to shield the children with her not particularly tall frame. She was a military deity. Even if she died, she would die on the path of charge. The big black dog had originally intended to transform and protect its master. But before it could even open its mouth, an invisible force pushed it back into its doghouse. It was Gu Xinghe. Gu Xinghe stood still, slightly furrowing his brows. He was certainly not afraid. He was just looking at the skewer of grilled gluten that had fallen to the ground covered in dust. This was a skewer that Gu Chang had arranged to be delivered to him just moments ago, asking, "Dad, do you want to try?" And it had been blown to the ground by this black coal-like gust. "You ugly black thing, not only do you look hideous, but you're also quite wasteful with food." Gu Xinghe sighed, and in that moment his gaze turned completely icy. That kind of coldness was not born from emotional anger, but from an absolute indifference that looked down on all living beings. He leisurely reached into his coat pocket. In fact, it connected to his spatial ring. Then he rummaged around and he didn't pull out any world-destroying divine weapon, nor did he retrieve any radiant treasure. He simply pulled out a bamboo chopstick. A normal bamboo chopstick he had thrown into his spatial pocket after slightly discarding it while eating hot pot on Blue Star, still bearing a bit of dried sesame sauce on it. "Hey, the one up there." Gu Xinghe held the chopstick without even lifting his head. His voice was not loud, yet it seemed to possess a certain magic, clearly piercing through the howling wind and reaching everyone's ears. "Do you know that this skewer of gluten is the first snack my son bought to honor me?" The demon god in midair paused for a moment. A glimmer of incredulity flashed in its blood-red eyes like a blood moon. Even on the brink of death, this mere ant was actually lamenting a skewer of grilled gluten. "Ignorant ant, they'll turn you into minced meat." The demon god roared, and the speed of its giant hand pressing down increased threefold, causing the very space to collapse violently. "Noisy." Gu Xinghe casually uttered 2 words. He casually flicked his wrist as if tossing away a used toothpick by the roadside. He hurled the sesame sauce-stained chopstick toward the sky. Whoosh! A faint sound of breaking air echoed. This sound was small, but it overshadowed the demon god's roar, drowning out the howling wind. At the moment the chopstick left his hand, a blinding golden light suddenly shone from the originally unremarkable bamboo texture. This was neither spiritual energy nor stellar chi. It was the purest and most primal supreme law of destruction in the universe. That ordinary bamboo chopstick transformed in 1,000th of a second into a pillar of law that pierced through the universe. The pillar of light was several zhang thick, like an unparalleled divine sword tearing through the night sky, shooting straight into the clouds. What is that? The mighty beings hiding in the distance were blinded by the golden light and screamed in terror as they couldn't open their eyes. In the next second, the pillar of law collided with the demon god's colossal hand in midair without any fanfare. There was no world-destroying explosion as imagined, nor was there a deafening sound of energy collision, because this was not a contest of the same dimension. It was like a glowing steel needle piercing through a piece of soft butter. The seemingly invincible demonic hand, capable of effortlessly crushing planets, melted away in an instant upon contacting the pillar of law, as if it were the remaining snow under the scorching sun, without any resistance. Not even a drop of demonic blood splattered. The pillar of light continued unabated, effortlessly piercing through the giant hand and directly plunging into the vast ethereal body of the demon god. "No, this is impossible. Who the hell are you?" The demon god's roar that had once shaken the universe instantly transformed into a mournful scream. It felt its proud abyssal origin within being frantically evaporated by this terrifying power. It desperately tried to tear through space to escape, but the time-space sealing law attached to the pillar of light rendered the void around it as solid as rock, rendering it utterly immobile. "You cannot kill me. I am the 7th Lord of the Abyss. If you kill me, the demon ancestor will." "You talk too much." Gu Xinghe wasn't even interested in allowing it to finish its threats. He simply snapped his fingers lightly. Click! Accompanied by this crisp sound, the pillar of law piercing through the demon god's body suddenly erupted with a brightness hundreds of times greater. Oh! The abyssal demon let out its final wail in this universe. Its towering figure, exuding endless stench, shattered completely in less than a second. It turned into swirling black ashes, and in the end, even the ashes were completely erased by the power. Along with the numerous abyssal creatures surrounding it, they all turned to dust in an instant. The oppressive black mist dissipated in an instant. Above the Wanbao Pavilion Square, the cold starry sky re-emerged. Everything happened too quickly. From the demon god's descent to being pierced by a chopstick, it all took less than 30 seconds. The square fell into a deathly silence. All the mighty beings hiding behind cover kept their heads down in a defensive posture. They gaped, staring blankly at the gradually dissipating golden afterglow in the sky. Their brains completely froze. What just happened? That abyssal demon capable of easily destroying a star system just vanished. Was it stabbed and exploded like a candied hawthorn with a chopstick? What kind of dimensional strike was this? A thud. Suddenly someone knelt down first. Following that, thousands of nobles, overlords, and prodigies from various star systems in the square all knelt down toward Xinghe. No one even dared to breathe heavily, fearing they would disturb this terrifying being who had killed the demon god with a chopstick. In the garbage pile of the alley, Mu Qingxue lay in the muddy water, her eyes wide open, nearly popping out of her sockets. She stared blankly at Gu Xing's laid-back figure. The scene of overwhelming destruction replayed in her mind. This is Xinghe. Mu Qingxue's lips trembled violently, her teeth chattering. She finally understood what she had missed. What she had given up was not just an obedient and honest person, but a supreme deity who could casually slay abyssal lords and make the entire starry sky kneel. If she hadn't left back, then the mistress receiving reverence from thousands would be her. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. A massive regret gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake, and Mu Qingxue wept inconsolably in the garbage pile. Meanwhile, in the center of the square, Gu Xinghe brushed off the dust from his hands and turned to look at Gu Chang'an, who was still in a daze. All right, stop staring. What's so interesting about a broken bamboo skewer? Gu Xinghe ruffled his son's hair, his tone carrying a hint of a weary father's exasperation. Let's go home. Dad will cook for you today, grilling 20 skewers of super spicy gluten for you to enjoy. At this moment, Su Hongye finally snapped back to reality from her shock. She looked at Gu Xinghe, her eyes filled with disbelief and deep admiration. Xinghe, what? What treasure did you use just now? How did you instantly kill the abyssal lord with a single strike? Gu Chang'an and Gu Nianxing perked up, their faces filled with curiosity. Gu Xinghe yawned and replied nonchalantly, what treasure? It's just the bamboo chopsticks I brought back from eating Hadaleo on Blue Star last time. This thing isn't very useful. The meatballs are too slippery to pick up. As soon as he said this, the mighty beings around who had been eavesdropping nearly spat blood collectively, using hot pot chopsticks to slay an abyssal demon. And you call this useless? Just as everyone was internally complaining madly, the luxurious doors of the Wanbao Pavilion were suddenly pushed open. Chief Auctioneer Yun Yun in high heels hurriedly ran out with a golden silk wooden box in her hands. She was momentarily stunned at the scene in the square. Then she quickly locked her gaze onto Gu Xinghe and stroked. Mr. Gu, please wait. Yun Yun reached Gu Xinghe, deeply bowing. She raised her head, her eyes filled with a desperate resolve. Mr. Gu, thank you for saving us just now and preserving the Wanbao Pavilion. Yun Yun raised the golden silk wooden box high. This is a token of appreciation from the pavilion master, containing an unlimited starry black card and Yun Yun's contract of servitude. I only ask Mr. Gu to allow Yun Yun to serve you as a maid, bringing you tea and water. An ordinary hot pot bamboo chopstick drew a golden beam that pierced through the galaxy in midair. The speed was too fast. Fast enough to transcend the physical concepts of time and space. For the first time, pure fear reflected in the blood moon-like eyes of the abyssal demon god. What kind of rule is this? The demon god roared, trying to retract the giant hand that obscured the sky. It could sense that the power contained within that golden light could not only destroy its physical body, but could also evaporate its source soul hidden within the void dimension. But it was too late. Puff! A slight muffled sound echoed. It was as if a red-hot steel needle had pierced through a thin layer of window paper. The abyssal hand, capable of crushing stars upon touching the golden beam, melted away like remnants of snow under the blazing sun, without any resistance. Not even a drop of black demon blood had the chance to fall before it was completely erased by that supreme law of destruction. Oh! The abyssal demon god could only let out a short and shrill scream. The golden beam continued its momentum, charging directly towards the demon's towering body. Boom! The blinding golden light suddenly exploded above the starry square. There was no deafening explosion, only an absolute silence that sent shivers down the soul. Under the cover of that golden light, the once invincible seventh Lord of the Abyss, whose massive form was like a mountain, disintegrated and vaporized in less than a tenth of a second. Its proud immortality of the Abyss was like a joke in the face of this power. Even the sole imprint it left in the river of time was forcibly pulled out and completely evaporated by this supreme might. A gentle breeze passed by. The dark black magic mist that obscured the sky instantly disappeared without a trace. In the sky, only a few black ashes remained, falling slowly like a dirty snow. This is the end. One of the most terrifying calamities in the universe, the abyssal demon race, was turned into interstellar dust with a mere leftover bamboo chopstick like a candied hawthorn. The entire starry square fell into a deathly silence. All the powerful beings who had been trembling and bracing for death just moments ago. At this moment they all gaped, their eyes nearly popping out. They stared blankly at the gradually dissipating golden afterglow in the sky, their minds completely crashing. Gulp! Someone unknowingly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Following that thud, one by one the starry overlords and unparalleled talents knelt down on the cold stone slab, their legs giving way. They did not even have the courage to look up at the man. They could only press their foreheads firmly against the ground, trembling like chaff. Reverence, as if witnessing a true deity. No, this was no mere deity. This was a creator that transcended all their understanding. And in the center of the square, Xinghe casually brushed off the dust from his hands. This chopstick is of poor quality, but broke as soon as I threw it. Next time I should use a stainless steel one, he mumbled, turning to the still dazed Gu Chang'an. All right, don't worry about your skewer of gluten. When we get home, Dad, we'll grill you some lamb kidneys. I guarantee they'll be 100 times tastier than this roadside stall. Xinghe rubbed his son's head, his tone carrying a hint of paternal exasperation. Only then did Gu Chang'an come back to his senses. He glanced at the sky and then at his father. Dad, what was that hidden weapon you just used? What hidden weapon? It's just a broken bamboo skewer. Xinghe rolled his eyes. Enough, it's late at night. Let's hurry back home, your sister is already tired. He turned around, taking the little hands of Gu Qingxue and Gu Nianxing, beckoning Su Hongya. Hongya, let's go. This shabby place is windy, don't catch a cold. Su Hongya looked at Gu Xing's broad back. Her heart, hardened like iron from military training, unexpectedly began to race uncontrollably. Okay, she replied softly, quickening her pace to catch up. The family of 5, along with their big black dog wagging its tail. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of awestruck eyes, they slowly walked towards the black RV parked at the edge of the square. No one dared to step forward to speak. Not even a single person dared to breathe heavily. They could only send off this supreme existence with the humblest of postures. And in the alley behind the filthy garbage station, Mu Qingxue lay in a pile of rotting fruit peels. Her right leg was bent at a strange angle, blood mixed with mud stained the garbage beneath her. Unlike others, she did not kneel. She no longer had the strength to kneel. She simply stared blankly at Gu Xing's departing back. That unparalleled elegance that had just pierced the heavens was like a branding iron deeply imprinted in the depths of her soul. Who exactly is he? Mu Qingxue's lips trembled violently, biting her lower lip, tasting the strong metallic taste of blood. She once thought that Xinghe was just an insignificant logistics personnel. She believed that once she went to the Deep Space Academy, she would be able to access the pinnacle of cosmic power. But now, she witnessed with her own eyes that the man she had abandoned used a leftover bamboo chopstick to instantly kill the abyssal demon god, which even the headmaster of the Deep Space Academy had despaired of. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. The immense psychological gap felt like an invisible hand gripping tightly to Mu Qingxue's heart. She felt as if she was suffocating. If she hadn't signed that damn breakup agreement back then. If she hadn't abandoned her husband and child for the so-called stars and sea. Now the person worshipped by all the powerful beings in the universe, the one gently holding hands with Xinghe, should have been her. She herself had handed all of this over to Su Hongya. Xinghe, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Mu Qingxue cried out in despair from the pile of garbage, her voice shrill like a female ghost. She desperately reached out her hand, wanting to grasp the corner of Gu Xing's clothes, even if it was just to touch a piece of fabric. But Xinghe didn't even turn his head back. He opened the RV door, helped the children inside, and then sat down in the driver's seat. Bang! The door closed. It completely cut off all the noise outside, and also severed Mu Qingxue's last glimmer of hope. The RV didn't emit any engine roar. It just flickered slightly in place. Whoosh! In the next second, the entire black RV transformed into a streak of flowing light, ignoring the resistance of space, and instantly vanished into the vast starry sea. Only a faint ripple in space remained. Mu Qingxue lay in the mud, staring blankly in the direction where the RV had disappeared. Her tears had dried up and her eyes were swollen like walnuts. Why did you do this to me? She clutched the rotten mud beneath her, her nails, all broken, bleeding. I just wanted to become stronger. I just wanted to see a broader world. What did I do wrong? Extreme regret and unwillingness plunged her into utter madness. At that moment, a crisp sound of high heels clicking on the floor abruptly broke the silence in the alley. Mu Qingxue struggled to turn her head. She saw Yun Yun, the chief auctioneer of Wanbao Pavilion, standing at the alley entrance, looking down at her from a height. A hint of undisguised disgust and mockery was on Yun Yun's face. You're the one who was shouting and causing a scene in the private room who got thrown out. Yun Yun covered her nose with a handkerchief in disdain, looking at Mu Qingxue's pitiful state and let out a cold laugh. I really don't know where you got the confidence to try to climb up to a person like Mr. Gu. Upon hearing Mr. Gu, Mu Qingxue's body trembled violently. She stared fiercely at Yun, her eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. What do you know? I am his wife. I am the mistress of this household. Shut up. Yun interrupted her coldly, her gaze icy. Mr. Gu doesn't even regard the supreme divine stone as anything. Do you think he would care about garbage like you who is full of a sour smell? Yun squatted down, looking at Mu Qingxue's face twisted in pain, lowering her voice. To tell you the truth, I was originally going to deliver an invitation to Mr. Gu, but guess what I heard? Yun deliberately paused, watching the growing terror in Mu Qingxue's eyes, her lips curling into a cruel smile. Mr. Gu just told that female military god that he plans to hold a wedding on Blue Star next month. A wedding? These 3 words struck Mu Qingxue's mind like 3 red-hot iron nails. She lay in a garbage heap, exuding a sour stench, her entire being feeling as if all the bones had been extracted, leaving her without even the last bit of strength to struggle. Yun looked at her disheveled and hopeless state, letting out a satisfied cold laugh before twisting her waist and leaving the alley. For Yun, stepping on a worthless person beneath her, who was even less than an ant, was purely a means to vent the frustration from being rejected by Xinghe in the private room. The alley fell silent once more. Only the patter of autumn rain mixed with cold, muddy water ruthlessly beat down on Mu Qingxue's body. He is going to have a wedding with Su Hongye. Mu Qingxue muttered to herself, her voice hoarse as if it had been scraped against sandpaper. She had countless times fantasized about what she would look like in a wedding dress. But now, that so-called genius of the starry sky, Yi Chun, had been turned into minced flesh by a dog on Blue Star, leaving not, but now, that so-called genius of the starry sky, Yi Chun, had been turned into minced flesh by a dog on Blue Star, leaving not even a complete corpse. And that Xinghe whom she had scorned as worthless was now standing at the pinnacle of power in the entire Impossible. This can't be happening. Mu Qingxue pressed her hands tightly against her head, desperately trying to drive these terrifying thoughts out of her mind. He isn't even a warrior. How can he afford the supreme divine stone? How could he make the chief of Wanbao Pavilion pay him in return? The image of the chopstick that effortlessly killed the Abyss Lord must have been a coincidence. Yes, it must have been some extraordinary person passing by who came to his rescue. She clung to this absurd straw like a drowning person trying to leave her pitiful pride with some last shred of dignity. However, just as she was desperately denying it, a scene suddenly flashed through her mind. It was the day before the entrance examination at the Deep Space Academy. The Interstellar Beast Army invaded Blue Star, and the entire Blue Star Federation fell into a crisis of extinction. The blurry surveillance footage played in the square by the Deep Space Academy. In the footage, the man wearing oversized shorts and flip-flops merely flicked his fingers. Instantly, the overwhelming army of beasts was reduced to ashes. At that moment, she felt that figure was very familiar, but she stubbornly refused to admit it was Xinghe, because she could never believe that she would be blind enough to abandon a true god and pursue something like the Deep Space Academy. But now, just moments ago, the way Xinghe casually threw out that bamboo chopstick, killing the Abyss Demon Lord in an instant, matched perfectly with the figure in the video. The laziness, the disdain, the same. Invincibility. Boom. Mu Qingxue's mind exploded completely. The color drained from her face, leaving it as pale as that of a corpse. It's him. It really is him. So he was already invincible. He was always lying to me. Mu Qingxue didn't know where she found the strength suddenly climbing up from the garbage heap. She dragged her broken legs, stumbling out of the alley like a madwoman, arriving at the starry sky square that had just experienced a calamity. In the square, the remains of the Abyss Demon Lord had already been erased clean by the force of the laws. Yet those starry sky powerhouses and nobles who had survived were still kneeling, not daring to rise. The guards of Wanbao Pavilion were shaking so much they could barely hold their energy guns. Mu Qingxue, with disheveled hair and a foul stench, stumbled to the nearest guard of Wanbao Pavilion. She gripped the guard's arm tightly, her nails digging into the gaps of his armor. Tell me, who was the one who threw the chopsticks just now? Mu Qingxue's eyes were bloodshot like a gambler who had lost everything and was going mad. Who is he? How could he afford the supreme divine stone? How could he kill a demon god? The guard, immersed in reverence for the true god, was suddenly startled by a filthy servant grabbing him. He disdainfully shook off Mu Qingxue's hand, looking at her as if she were an idiot. Where did this crazy woman come from? Do you want to die? The guard shouted in a low voice, his eyes filled with fear, afraid that Mu Qingxue's mad ramblings would disturb the existence that had just left. That man. Who on earth is he? Mu Qingxue lunged again, gripping the guard's thigh tightly, her voice shrill enough to send chills down one's spine. The guard, unable to shake her off and fearing she would cause greater trouble, could only grit his teeth and tremble as he spoke. Shut up. Is that something you can inquire about? The guard took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with a blend of fanaticism and reverence. That is an unparalleled existence. Even the principal of the Deep Space Academy, Mu Qingxue, must bow and plead for mercy on the streets of Blue Star with all the faculty and students. He is the true god of Blue Star who can crush star systems with a mere flick of his finger. Lord Xinghe. Boom. Hearing the words, Lord Xinghe, Mu Qingxue felt as if a thunderbolt had fallen from the heavens, striking directly onto the top of her head. All her fantasies, all her self-deceptions, in that instant were shattered into nothing. Xinghe. It really is Xinghe. Mu Qingxue collapsed onto the cold square tiles surrounded by the crowd of survivors while her world had been reduced to a desolate silence. She recalled 20 years ago. Xinghe held her hand in front of that shabby rental apartment on Blue Star. He said, Qingxue, although I have nothing now, I promise that in the future I will bring the best things in the universe. How did she respond back then? She disdainfully shook off his hand, coldly mocking you. A useless person who can't even pass the warrior assessment. I would rather go to the Deep Space Academy as an outer disciple than suffer alongside you for a lifetime. It turns out he was not lying. He truly possessed the ability to bring the best things in the universe to her. Only now did she realize she was blind, personally pushing away this true god, choosing to be a tail-wagging dog at the Deep Space Academy. Mu Qingxue clutched her hair, fiercely pulling so hard that she even tore off a large bloody patch of scalp. She raised her head and let out the most desperate, most tragic wail of her life. Extreme regret felt like countless dull knives violently cutting at her heart. She felt her soul bleed. If she hadn't signed that breakup agreement, the one sitting in that luxurious RV, enjoying the reverence of the universe's powers, would be her. But now everything was gone. She had become a powerless cripple with a broken leg, less than garbage. And that man who once looked at her with adoration was about to have a wedding with another woman. Xinghe, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Mu Qingxue lay on the ground, her tears mixed with mud and snot, crying until she almost fainted. However, no one would sympathize with her. The surrounding starry sky powerhouses even found her cries too noisy, casting looks of disgust at her. Where did this crazy woman come from? Hurry and drag her away, she's a nuisance here. A few guards from Wanbao Pavilion came over and dragged Mu Qingxue back to the garbage heap in the alley like a dead dog. Meanwhile, at the Deep Space Academy, the main star, the originally magnificent academy buildings had been split in half under the residual might of Gu Xing's one finger, leaving them in ruins. In a dilapidated side hall of the outer sect, a young man dressed in gray linen sat cross-legged on a mat, eyes closed in cultivation. Though his appearance was handsome, his brow revealed a maturity and hardship beyond his years. It was the servant Chu Feng who had saved Mu Qingxue once in the Spirit Beast Garden. Huff! Chu Feng exhaled a breath of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. A hint of uncontrollable ecstasy flashed in his eyes. Just now he felt a slight loosening of the martial arts bottleneck that had held him back for a full decade. It's been 10 years. Ever since I heard a casual remark from that hidden master on Blue Star 10 years ago, my cultivation hasn't progressed even an inch. Chu Feng tightened his fists, his knuckles turning slightly white. Could it be that I didn't fully comprehend the true meaning within the master's words? He recalled 10 years ago. Back then he was just an orphan bullied on the streets of Blue Star. That day he was beaten half to death by a group of thugs lying beside a garbage bin. A man wearing an apron and carrying freshly bought vegetables walked by. The man did not intervene to save him, only standing by and watching him get beat. Until he was on the verge of death, the man casually said, when getting beaten, don't just protect your head, your base. If your foundation is unstable, others can kick you over with one foot. If you want to avoid getting beaten, first learn how to stand firm. It was this seemingly ordinary statement that struck like a lightning bolt, cleaving open Chu Feng's muddled mind. Relying on the profound meaning contained within those words, he transformed himself from a small thug to the status of an outer sect servant. Though still at the bottom, he had never given up hope. That master, who could he be? Chu Feng murmured. At that moment, the door of the side hall was slammed open. A plump servant, also dressed in servant clothing, hurriedly ran in, panting. Chu Feng. Huge news. A monumental news. The plump servant was so excited that his face turned red, even struggling to catch his breath. Just received news from Wanbao Pavilion. A mysterious powerhouse used a bamboo chopstick for hot pot to instantly kill the 7th Lord of the Abyss. Chu Feng frowned. Abyss Lord. That is a terrifying existence even the principal has to avoid. Killing with a bamboo chopstick. Are you dreaming? Absolutely true. The whole universe is going crazy. The plump servant swallowed hard, leaning in closer to Chu Feng's ear. I heard that the master is the one whom our principal went to Blue Star to bow down and plead for mercy. And he is about to hold a wedding on Blue Star, sending out invitations to heroes. Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat. Blue Star. Hidden master. For some reason, the figure of that man from 10 years ago carrying vegetables and wearing an apron suddenly flashed in his mind. Could it really be him? A light of unprecedented excitement burst forth in Chu Feng's eyes. He grabbed the plump servant's shoulders. Tell me where exactly is that master in Blue Star? I want to go to Blue Star. The plump servant was startled by him stammering I heard those powers who escaped back said that the master seems to be surnamed Gu living in the happy community on Blue Star. I dare not speak the name of the esteemed one directly. Oh, I have only heard the dean say that esteemed one's surname is Gu. Her vision darkened, and she fell backward like a piece of rotten wood. Bang! Her back hit the hard asphalt road, splashing muddy water all over her. But Mu Qingxue felt no pain. Her mind was currently engulfed in an unprecedented tsunami. The fragments that had previously been incomprehensible, those seemingly absurd coincidences. The instant the character Gu appeared, it was like the most precise gear clicking together perfectly. Why was the aloof and lofty mentor Lung Xiaoshuang from the Deep Space Academy punished so severely by the dean after returning from Blue Star? Because she had provoked someone she shouldn't have on Blue Star. The person she provoked was Gu Xing's son. Why did that top inner disciple Yi Chun take a private battleship to Blue Star to show off? Yet he didn't even make it through the Gu family's door before being turned into a cripple by a mutt in the yard. Because that mutt was raised by Gu Xinghe. Even why, when she signed that breakup agreement, did Gu Xinghe not say a single word to keep her? It was not because he was weak nor because he had resigned to his fate. It was because in that man's eyes her meager talent and ambition were utterly insignificant. So it turns out, it was like this. Mu Qingxue lay in the muddy water, her hollow eyes gazing at the overcast sky of Blue Star. She suddenly remembered the day when Blue Star was attacked by an army of exotic beasts shortly after she arrived at Deep Space Academy. On the holographic screen in the Academy Square, blurred surveillance footage was playing. In the footage, a man wearing oversized shorts and flip-flops casually flicked his fingers. With that, the army of interstellar exotic beasts that darkened the skies was instantly reduced to ashes. At that time, she thought that silhouette looked familiar, strikingly resembling Gu Xinghe. But she immediately suppressed that thought, mocking her own absurdity in her heart. How could a logistics waste who wasn't even a warrior possibly save Blue Star? Ha ha ha. I was so foolish. I really was so foolish. Mu Qingxue suddenly laughed maniacally. Tears mixed with the filthy blood on her face, creating a messy smear. The true deity who saved Blue Star is Gu Xinghe, the one who brought all the members of the Deep Space Academy to their knees. Is also Gu Xinghe. Everything became clear. The starry seas, she had desperately pursued the supreme power she thought she could only touch by going to Deep Space Academy. In fact, it had always been by her side. It was in the man who had cooked for her, washed her clothes, and held her in his palms for the past 20 years. Yet she had pushed away this true deity just to be a servant at Deep Space Academy. No, this isn't real. God must be playing a joke on me, right? Mu Qingxue suddenly sat up, her hands gripping her own hair so tightly that she tore off a large patch of her scalp. Extreme regret gnawed at her heart like a greedy, venomous snake, each bite making her feel like her soul was bleeding. If she hadn't left, if she hadn't signed that damned breakup agreement, then now those noble mentors who were cleaning the ground would have to bow and call her an ancestor. That woman who had beaten her half to death would have had no qualification to even hold her shoes. She could have become the most respected woman in the universe. But now she had become a joke with nothing. No, I can't just let it end like this. The despair in Mu Qingxue's eyes suddenly transformed into a sickly madness and obsession. She abruptly turned her head to the trembling Lu Zhishe squatting beside her. Where is the interstellar teleportation array? I want to go back to Blue Star. I need to find him. Mu Qingxue lunged at Lu Zhishe like a mad dog, gripping his collar tightly. He loved me so much before, he must be angry with me. As long as I plead with him in person, he will definitely forgive me. Lu Zhishe was nearly rolling his eyes from her grip, desperately trying to pry her hands off. Are you crazy? The teleportation array consumes a huge amount of interstellar currency, and you don't even have a single point now. How can you teleport? Moreover, Blue Star is already sealed off. Without the dean's special approval, no one can enter. Lu Zhishe looked at her, as if she were a plague retreating on all fours. Don't involve me. I still need to clean the floors. After saying that, Lu Zhishe ran off, without looking back, continuing to scrape the mud from the drain. Mu Qingxue slumped to the ground. Yes, she had nothing now. How could she return to Blue Star without even enough money to buy the lowest class of ticket? No, there must be a way. Mu Qingxue gritted her teeth and got up from the ground. She dragged her broken leg limping toward the forbidden area on the back mountain of Deep Space Academy. She knew that deep in the forbidden area on the back mountain, there was an ancient teleportation array that had been abandoned for 10,000 years. It was left by the founding ancestor of Deep Space Academy, requiring no interstellar currency, only consuming the user's lifespan potential. This was her last chance. Gu Xinghe, since you were already so strong, why didn't you tell me? Mu Qingxue walked while screaming in resentment in her heart. If you had told me earlier, how could I have left? You just wanted to see me make a fool of myself. I must go back and clear. Even if I die, I want to die in front of you. Even at this point, she still did not feel she was in the wrong. She stubbornly believed that all the tragedies were due to Xinghe not being honest about his strength. Half an hour later, Mu Qingxue, covered in blood, passed through the numerous traps in the back mountains' forbidden area. She finally saw the ancient teleportation array covered in moss. Activate. Mu Qingxue trembled as she poured the last bit of her warrior's blood and the little remaining lifespan potential into the core of the array without reservation. Virum. The ancient array emitted a low rumble. A blinding crimson light shot up into the sky, completely engulfing Mu Qingxue's figure. At the same time, on Blue Star in the Gu family's small courtyard, Xinghe was lounging on a rocking chair in the yard, leisurely peeling a grape. Beside him, Feng Qingyang had already changed into a clean security uniform and was sweeping the fallen leaves in the yard with a large broom. Boss, those old men from the Deep Space Academy are working hard. They've even made the asphalt road shine from all their cleaning. While sweeping, Feng Qingyang cheerfully reported his work. It's good to clean thoroughly. It looks pleasing to the eye. Xinghe casually replied, tossing a grape into his mouth. Just then he paused slightly. A hint of imperceptible golden light flickered in his deep-set eyes. He felt an extremely faint spatial fluctuation outside the atmosphere of Blue Star, bumping around like a headless fly. Xinghe did not get up. He simply picked up a small knife used for peeling apples from the fruit plate beside him, moving slowly. In this day and age, there are always trash trying to intrude into others' homes. He twirled the knife in his hand, pointing the tip toward the void and casually gesturing. Old foam. Xinghe looked at the spatial crack in the sky that only he could see, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Go open the trash can at the door. There might be a large piece of unrecyclable garbage falling from the sky. Bang! A blood-red spatial rift was violently torn open in the sky above, launching. A figure covered in blood and disheveled hair fell out like a tattered sack, crashing heavily onto the asphalt road. Mu Qingxue. She burned all her essence and lifespan, forcefully enduring the tearing of the ancient teleportation array. Her once jet-black hair was now mostly white. The face that once captivated countless talents was now covered in wrinkles and blood, aged like a withered 60-year-old woman. Cough, cough. Mu Qingxue lay on the ground, heaving dark blood. She struggled to lift her head, her vision blurred as she looked ahead. This was the tree-lined avenue outside the happy community. It was also the place where Xinghe would take the children for a walk after dinner every day. Not far away, the streetlight cast a dim yellow glow. Xinghe, dressed in gray casual wear, walked leisurely with his hands in his pockets. Su Hongye held Gu Siyu's hand, walking alongside. Gu Chang'an and Gu Nianxing were bickering about the flavor of an ice cream ahead. The large black dog ran back and forth in the grass by the roadside, occasionally stopping to mark its territory. The scene was heartwarmingly bright. Mu Qingxue stared intensely at the man's back, her bloodshot eyes nearly bursting. It was this man, this seemingly ordinary man who only knew how to hover around the stove. He was actually the supreme deity of the universe, capable of annihilating beasts with a single finger, who made the entire Deep Space Academy kneel and beg for mercy. Xinghe. Mu Qingxue did not know where she found the strength. She suddenly leaped up from the ground, dragging her broken leg, and charged towards the family like a madwoman. Stop right there. You stand still. Her harsh, hoarse voice, like that of a night owl, instantly shattered the tranquility of the tree-lined avenue. Xinghe halted his steps. He did not turn around, only slightly tilted his head. Su Hongye immediately pulled Gu Siyue behind her, and the tactical dagger in her hand slid to her palm. Gu Chang'an and Gu Nianxing also turned around, warily watching the crazy old woman who suddenly rushed out. Where did this beggar come from? It's terrifying at night, Gu Chang'an muttered, frowning. When Mu Qingxue heard her son's voice, it felt like a knife stabbed into her heart. But she couldn't care about that now. Stumbling, she dashed in front of Xinghe and knelt down with a thud, gripping his pant leg tightly. Xinghe, it's me. I am Qingxue. Mu Qingxue raised her filthy, wrinkled face, tears streaming down her cheeks. Xinghe finally lowered his head. He looked at the old, ugly woman reeking of foul odor at his feet. There was no surprise, no sympathy in his gaze. His calmness was akin to observing a heap of undried dog feces by the roadside. What are you here for? I remember warning you not to appear before this family again. Gu Xing's voice was soft, yet it carried a chilling indifference that penetrated to the bone. This cold attitude instantly ignited the twisted rage within Mu Qingxue. She had come to seek justice. She was the victim. What am I here for? I came to ask you, how much longer will you continue to deceive me? Mu Qingxue suddenly screamed, hysterically shaking Gu Xing's pant leg vigorously. You were clearly invincible long ago. You clearly didn't think much of the principle of Deep Space Academy. Why didn't you tell me? Her voice was sharp and piercing, filled with deep resentment. If you had shown your strength earlier, if you had told me you could afford the Supreme Godstone, how could I have pursued some damn Deep Space Academy? The more Mu Qingxue spoke, the more agitated she became, as if all her grievances had found an outlet. I've suffered so much outside. I had my leg broken. I was forced to clean toilets. It's all because you hid the truth from me. You could have made me the most esteemed woman in the universe, yet you insisted on pretending to be a useless person. You just wanted to see my joke right. You are maliciously seeking revenge on me. She pointed at Xinghe, her tears and snot smearing her face. Xinghe, you are simply inhuman. You have ruined my entire life. This shameless and upside-down rhetoric left Su Hongye and the kids standing nearby dumbfounded. Gu Chang'an was so angry that he cursed aloud. Are you sick? You ran away because you despised poverty, and when you couldn't make it out there you come back and blame my dad for not telling you he's rich. Exactly who do you think you are? Why should dad reveal all his cards to you? Even Su Hongye, who rarely got angry, had veins bulging on the back of her hand gripping the dagger. She truly wanted to stab this shameless madwoman. However, Xinghe did not get angry. He couldn't even be bothered to give a cold laugh. He simply watched Mu Qingxue quietly, as if observing a thoroughly hopeless clown. He allowed Mu Qingxue to grip his pant leg, yelling and cursing until her voice became hoarse and she was nearly out of breath. Only then did Xinghe slowly pry apart her hands, which were covered in filth, one by one. He took half a step back, creating some distance. Are you done? Gu Xing's voice was not loud, but in the silent night, it was exceptionally clear. Mu Qingxue was stunned. She thought Xinghe would retort, feel guilty, or even show a hint of remorse because of her tears. But Gu Xing's gaze was as calm as a bottomless ancient, while showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. Mu Qingxue, do you think the whole world owes you something? Xinghe looked down at her, as if observing a corpse that had already grown cold. He raised his hand and brushed off the pant leg that had just been gripped by Mu Qingxue. 20 years. For the past 20 years I have cooked for you, washed your clothes, and held you in my hands. When you looked down on me for being useless, did I ever blame you? Gu Xing's tone was very flat, so flat it was frightening. You took my patience for weakness and my tolerance as leverage for your demands. You think those daily necessities are shackles, obstacles to you unsheathing your sword. Fine, I'll grant you that. I signed the papers without hesitation, letting you pursue your dreams of the stars and the sea. Gu Xinghe stared at Mu Qingxue's eyes, which were gradually widening in fear. But what about you? You didn't even look at the children when you left. Now you come back having your leg broken like a wild dog outside, and blame me for not revealing my cards. Do you think I should kneel before you like a servant begging you to stay, while bringing all the resources of the universe before you? Mu Qingxue trembled all over as she was pierced by these words. She opened her mouth to argue, but found she couldn't utter a single word. Every word from Gu Xinghe felt like a resounding slap, striking hard against her selfish and hypocritical. I didn't. That's not what I meant. Mu Qingxue tried to grab Gu Xing's shoe, but was swatted away by the large black dog. Gu Xinghe stopped brushing off the dirt. He placed his hands back into his pockets, his gaze turning completely void of warmth. Mu Qingxue, put away your disgusting victim mentality, Gu Xinghe slowly uttered. This retort was small, yet it shattered Mu Qingxue's soul like a rusty hammer. You keep saying I deceived you. Then ask yourself honestly if you really love me, Gu Xinghe. What do you see me as? A cosmic ruler or a mere logistical waste? Is there even a difference? Is there a difference? These 4 words struck Mu Qingxue's mind like 4 icy hammers. Her distorted, crazed face, stained with blood, instantly froze. Her mouth gaped like a dying fish, producing only a hissing sound, unable to utter a single word in rebuttal. The streetlight cast a long shadow of Gu Xinghe. In his pitch-black eyes there was not a trace of warmth, only a piercing clarity that saw through everything. Why aren't you speaking? Gu Xinghe took a step forward. The soles of his shoes crunched on the fallen leaves, producing a crackling sound. Weren't you quite talkative just now? Didn't you say I deceived you, ruined your life? He lowered his head, his gaze like 2 knives piercing directly into Mu Qingxue's evasive eyes. Mu Qingxue, ask your conscience and reflect on yourself. Gu Xinghe let out a cold laugh. Do you love me, Gu Xinghe the person, or do you love that identity that can bring you endless wealth and let you stand at the pinnacle of the universe? Mu Qingxue trembled all over like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I don't. I love you. She desperately shook her head, tears splattering onto the muddy ground. I just wanted to avoid suffering on Blue Star. I wanted to go to the Deep Space Academy to become stronger. I wanted our family to live a good life. A good life. Gu Xinghe seemed to have heard the greatest joke. I get up at 5 every morning to make you breakfast, and you complain about the oily smell affecting your sword practice. In the evenings I help Chang'an with homework, and you complain that we are too noisy, saying that the knowledge of mortals is a pile of dog shit in the face of martial arts. Gu Xing's voice was not loud, but every word pierced her heart. This is what you call wanting us to live a good life. Do you think we mere mortals are worthy of your ancient century gene? Mu Qingxue was left speechless by the rebuttal. She bit her pale lips tightly, her nails scraping against the asphalt road, making a harsh sound. But if you had told me sooner that you were strong. She was still arguing, her voice growing weaker. If you had told me you could afford the supreme divine stone, how could I have gone to the Deep Space Academy to suffer? Why didn't you tell me? She still pushed the responsibility back onto Xinghe. Xinghe looked at her unrepentant face, a deep disgust flashing in his eyes. Tell you. He raised his hand and pointed at the stars in the sky. 2 years ago, during the Blue Star martial arts competition, you were so anxious about a reserved spot that you couldn't sleep all night. At that time, I showed you the pendant of the Cosmic Sea Mother, telling you that it could withstand a full-strength attack from a transcendent. Xinghe paused, a mocking smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. What did you say back then? Mu Qingxue was stunned. A scene from 2 years ago suddenly flashed through her mind, with Xinghe handing her a dull gray necklace. What had she said back then? Who are you trying to fool with this cheap junk? Stop messing around. I'm annoyed. She swatted the necklace away and turned to go inside. Xinghe looked at her dazed expression and continued to stab at her. A year ago, you were stuck at a bottleneck in practicing the meteor sword technique. I casually mentioned the sword goes off track and the foundation is weak. What did you say then? Mu Qingxue's cold sweat broke out. She remembered. She had pointed at Gu Xing's nose and scolded. You a logistics waste who isn't even a martial artist, what do you know about sword techniques? Shut your mouth. Don't disturb my comprehension of the Tao. Xinghe watched her face grow paler. You see, it's not that I didn't tell you. Xinghe spread his hands, his tone filled with complete indifference. It was your pathetic and laughable pride that made you think a mere mortal like me wasn't worthy of understanding your lofty martial arts. Every time I wanted to show you something, you looked down on me for being ignorant and told me not to make a fuss. He stepped closer, his gaze sharp enough to make one unable to look directly at him. In the end, on the night of our breakup, you slammed that agreement on the table. Gu Xing's voice suddenly turned. You didn't even give me a chance to speak directly, saying I wasn't worthy of your future. How could you expect me to tell you? To chase after you, crying and begging you to stay, telling you I am the master of the universe. Xinghe coldly laughed. Mu Qingxue, you think too highly of yourself. You only love the vanity that's high above, not me. Now that you see me as invincible, able to buy the supreme divine stone, at will you want to come back? Xinghe looked down at her, as if pronouncing her death sentence. Do you think you are worthy? These 3 words struck Mu Qingxue's chest like 3 heavy hammers. She let out a cry, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. This time she truly found no excuses to argue back. Xinghe had shattered all her facades, and her selfish, vain, and greedy heart was laid bare in the open air. I was wrong. Mu Qingxue collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. She finally stopped arguing. She knew she had truly missed out on a remarkable man. She had pushed away a god who had spoiled her to the heavens and given him to another woman. Hongye, take the children back. Xinghe did not look at her again. He turned around, taking Gu Xiyu's small hand, his voice suddenly softening. It's windy outside, it'll make you all supper when we get back. Su Hongye nodded, holding Gu Niangxing's hand. As they passed by Mu Qingxue, Su Hongye didn't even spare her a glance. Gu Chang'an walked at the back. He looked at the old, disheveled woman on the ground, feeling not an ounce of sympathy. You chose this path. You must walk it to the end, even if it means kneeling. The boy dropped this remark and quickly caught up with Gu Xing's pace. Bang! The villa's door slammed shut. The muffled sound of the closing door echoed along the quiet, tree-lined path. This sound was like the last door of hope closed on Mu Qingxue's life. She lay on the cold asphalt road. Her blood seemed to have frozen. No, don't. Mu Qingxue murmured, her eyes completely hollow. In her mind, all that echoed was Gu Xing's cold, "Do you think you are worthy?" It was her Tao heart, the pride that had supported her throughout her life. At this moment, it completely collapsed. Mu Qingxue let out a chilling scream. Her once white hair suddenly became like withered grass, and her blood surged uncontrollably in reverse. Pooh! She abruptly raised her head and spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. Then her eyes rolled back and she collapsed under the streetlight. At the moment, Mu Qingxue fainted far away in the deep space star region within the treasure pavilion. A tremendous storm was quietly brewing. Outside Box Now, Wan Yunyun stood in the corridor looking at the supreme divine stone that Xinghe had discarded, her eyes flickering uncertainly. Earlier, Gu Xing's family had left in a hurry. This divine stone, which Gu Xiyue had tossed on the ground like a marble, was discovered by a cleaning lady while sweeping the garbage. Yunyun carefully cradled the divine stone in her palm. Since Mr. Gu looks down on this thing. A greedy smile curved at the corners of her mouth. Then let this be the meeting gift he gave me. With this divine stone, Yunyun could break through to the venerable realm. At that time, even the pavilion master of the treasure pavilion would have to act according to her wishes. However, just as her fingers touched the surface of the divine stone, an unimaginable backlash suddenly erupted from within the stone. Boom! A loud explosion. Yun Yun let out a scream as her body was directly blasted away by this force, crashing heavily against the corridor wall. Her once proud fiery figure was now covered in bloodstains. What? What is happening? Yun Yun spat out a mouthful of blood, looking horrified at the divine stone that had fallen on the ground. The divine stone, which had previously dimmed, suddenly shone brightly. A cold, authoritative, mechanical, synthesized voice, imbued with supreme laws, emanated from within the stone. Illegal carbon-based life form detected touching the creator's relic. The theft prevention protocol has, in 3 seconds, physical erasure of the current star domain will commence. Bang! The heavy alloy door of the Gu family villa closed tightly, with not a sliver of a gap, leaving no room for escape. Dust shaken loose from the doorframe, mixed with the icy rain of autumn night, landing on Mu Qingxue's pale face. The world in that instant was terrifyingly quiet. Gone were Gu Xing's piercing, heart-wrenching questions, as well as the disdainful glances from the children. Yet Mu Qingxue felt that this silence was more jarring than the demonic sounds from the abyss. She sat collapsed on the muddy asphalt road. Her hands gripped the ground tightly, fingernails, broken blood mixing with the mud that coated her fingers. No, don't. Mu Qingxue gasped from her throat, like a broken bellows. She could not believe it. That man who had pampered her for 20 years, who couldn't even bear to raise his voice at her, had truly and mercilessly swept her out like a bag of trash. Those things she once took for granted. The daily warm soybean milk in the mornings. The umbrella that always tilted towards her on rainy days. And that starry sea mother necklace that she had dropped, capable of withstanding a strike from a transcendent being. He had given her everything. It was I who had turned it away. Mu Qingxue murmured to herself, her eyes hollow like 2 black holes. What she thought was the vast expanse of stars and seas had turned into an endless abyss in the Deep Space Academy, where she was made to kneel and clean the lavatories. And that man she had cast aside like a worn-out shoe was a supreme deity that even the entire universe would tremble and kneel before. This insurmountable chasm of identity, coupled with the despair of having ruined a tremendous opportunity. Like 2 rusty saws, they tore back and forth on her already fragile Tao heart. Aunt! Mu Qingxue suddenly threw her head back, letting out a wail as piercing as a dying beast. This sound shattered the night sky of the community, startling the crows from the trees. Extreme regret, shame, despair. These 3 negative emotions completely collapsed her spiritual consciousness at this moment. Mu Qingxue suddenly spat out a mouthful of purple-black blood. The vitality within her body, already drained from forcibly using the ancient teleportation array, completely spiraled out of control under extreme stimulation. Crack, crack. The sound of bones and meridians rapidly aging and breaking filled the air. Raindrops pattered on her hair. Her once lustrous black hair, the envy of countless outer disciples at the Deep Space Academy, began turning white at a visible rate from the roots. In less than 5 minutes, her 3,000 strands of hair transformed into withered grass, as white as snow. The skin that once brimmed with collagen on her face quickly shriveled like a deflated balloon. Deep wrinkles crawled across her eyes and forehead like ravines. The once proud and radiant school beauty, revered as an unseen-a-century genius in the martial world of Blue Star, on a rainy night had turned into an old, haggard madwoman with a head full of white hair and vacant eyes. She trembled as she raised her twig-like hands to touch her wrinkled face. He. Mu Qingxue let out a chillingly eerie laugh. Like a broken rag doll, she climbed up from the ground, dragging her crippled leg. With a limping gait, she disappeared at the end of the darkest street before dawn. No one cared where she went. No one cared about her life or death anymore. For in this world, she had become a completely erased, superfluous person. The next morning, after the rain, the sky of Blue Star was as blue as if washed by water. Xinghe, wearing an apron, was serving the last steaming plate of fried eggs on the table. He had long forgotten the little incident that occurred at Wanbao Pavilion the night before. As for the divine stone that triggered the anti-theft program, as long as it did not explode on Blue Star, he did not care which star domain it flattened. Chang'an Yinxing, wash your hands quickly and eat. After eating, you still have to go to school. Xinghe untied his apron and shouted upstairs. Coming, Dad. Chang'an poked his head out of the bathroom with a toothbrush in his mouth. The boy had just had his entire blood circulation opened by his father last night, and felt invigorated, as if he could punch down a cow. Dad, can I take a day off today? Chang'an rinsed his mouth and rushed to the dining table to grab a fried egg and shove it into his mouth. Take a day off for what? You just want to skip class to play games again. Xinghe glared at him. How could it be? I want to sign up for the Blue Star martial arts tournament today. Chang'an patted his chest, looking eager to try. Yesterday I defeated Long Outyin with a single finger, and now the whole school thinks I'm a hidden master. I have to seize the opportunity and win a championship at the martial arts tournament to put our Gu family's name on the map. Gu Xinghe took a sip of soybean milk and rolled his eyes. What name? Your old man just wants to live quietly in retirement, but just don't go out and get into trouble. Just as the father and son were bickering, Su Hongye, who had been sitting on the sofa watching the morning news, suddenly stood up with a serious expression. Xinghe, something has happened. Su Hongye quickly walked to the dining table and handed over the military-grade encrypted tablet in her hand. The Federal Defense Force has just sounded the highest-level orange alert. Su Hongye pointed at the satellite image on the tablet. A highly equipped interstellar fleet has directly breached the solar system's defense network without any notice, and it is now hovering outside the atmosphere of Blue Star. Gu Xinghe glanced at the screen. It was a fleet composed of hundreds of silvery white warships covered in various complex star totems. They certainly did not look like they were visiting Blue Star for tourism. Is it those blind fools from the Deep Space Academy again? Gu Xinghe frowned, feeling that the youtiao in his hand had lost its flavor. Those old geezers move quite fast. They managed to come here to set up a ceremonial squad so quickly. It's not the Deep Space Academy. Su Hongye shook her head, her tone carrying a rare hint of tension. I just verified the identification codes of the ships. This is a delegation formed by the top 5 long-standing star academies from the depths of the universe for the All-Universe Talents Exchange competition. Su Hongye took a deep breath and looked complexly at Gu Chang'an, who was eating an egg. They sent an open challenge to the Blue Star Federation 10 minutes ago. A young man named Gu Chang'an from Blue Star is said to defeat peers with a single finger. We, the celestial prodigies from the star academies, have come to seek guidance. If he does not dare to fight, Blue Star will henceforth become a slave planet. Gu Chang'an stared at the extremely arrogant challenge letter, nearly dropping the half-eaten fried egg from his mouth. What the heck? Are these aliens out of their minds? I just beat a school bully. How has it spread to outer space? Gu Xinghe sat in his chair, leisurely finishing the last sip of soybean milk. He wiped his mouth with a napkin and stood up. In his eyes there was no tension, only a hint of paternal pride at his son finally going out to pasture. Since they've come knocking on our door. Gu Xinghe patted his son's shoulder, a smile of curiosity playing at the corners of his mouth. Then you should go have a good exchange with these celestial prodigies. Remember, don't kill anyone. We still have to promote civilization and set a good example on Blue Star. The sky of Blue Star was filled to the brim with hundreds of silver-white starships. The glowing formations swirling on the surface of the battleships were even more dazzling than the sun. At this moment, the star network of the entire universe was focused on this remote blue planet. High-ranking officials and overlords from countless star systems held their breath in front of their screens. They wanted to see what kind of three-headed and six-armed being was hidden on this legendary planet that concealed the supreme god of the universe. The hatch of the main ship of the Envoy slowly opened. A leader of the Envoy, dressed in a golden robe with a single horn on his head, stepped out, walking through the void. His name was Ural, the vice president of the Heavenly Meteor Academy, ranked among the top 5 in the depths of the starry sky, and known for being notoriously stubborn. He utterly disbelieved in the so-called true god, who could crush dead stars with bare hands. To him, the ancient Tian Xian of the Deep Space Academy was likely terrified by some ancient illusion array, leading the entire faculty and students to humiliate themselves on Blue Star. Listen, natives of Blue Star. Ural's voice, mixed with the thick power of the stars, roared like rolling thunder exploding in the sky above all the cities on Blue Star. I am the vice president of the Heavenly Meteor Academy. Today I have brought the proud talents of all races to expose your tricks of deception. That brat named Gu Chang'an, hurry up and come out to die. Today the proud talents of all races will step on your head and show the entire universe that this savage land is not worthy of possessing any so-called true god. These arrogant words spread throughout the universe via the star network. Many big shots who knew Gu Xing's background were sweating profusely in front of their screens. Is this old fool tired of living? How dare he boast in front of the master of the house? Meanwhile, in the Gu family villa, Gu Xinghe was lounging in a rocking chair, leisurely sipping tea from a purple clay teapot. Chang'an, they've called you out by name. What are you stalling for? Gu Xinghe nudged Gu Chang'an, who was putting on his shoes at the— Hurry up, don't waste the time of those who came a long way to get beaten up. Gu Chang'an put on his signature black baseball cap and slung a slightly faded canvas backpack over his shoulder. He sighed, looking utterly disinterested. Dad, I just finished breakfast, and I haven't digested yet. Plus, there's a pop quiz at school today. If I'm late, the homeroom teacher will nag me again. Enough with the excuses. You'll have time to go to school after dealing with these alien punks. Gu Xinghe waved his hand. Go on, let Aunt Hongye put up a protective shield for you. Don't get your new shoes dirty. Su Hongye could not help but laugh out loud. The two of them managed to make the atmosphere feel as relaxed as taking out the trash, even when facing the most elite envoy of the universe. Gu Chang'an pushed the door open and strode out. He didn't fly, but walked slowly down the street to the open space. Looking up at the hundreds of warships in the sky and the floating Ural, he shouted, "Hey, you horned unicorn, I am Gu Chang'an. If you want to fight, come down, and do it quickly. I'm in a hurry to take a test at school." The star network of the universe was instantly flooded with comments. What the hell? Who is this kid? So arrogant. A mere mortal who hasn't even awakened the star energy dares to challenge the vice president of the Heavenly Meteor Academy. This kid is doomed. He will definitely be blown to bits later. Ural looked down at the boy with the backpack, fuming with anger. What a foolish native. Since you are so eager to die, I will fulfill your wish. He waved his hand. Titan Clan's young master ranked 80 on the Starry Sky Genius list. Go and deal with him. Boom. A giant 5 meters tall with muscles like granite crashed down from the battleship like a meteor. The ground was smashed into a huge pit with dust flying everywhere. The Titan young master grinned as he walked out of the pit, holding a giant axe the size of a door. Little ant, with one axe I can chop you into meat paste. He wasted no time swinging the giant axe with a roar that tore through the air, aiming for Gu Chang'an's head. This strike was delivered with all his might, causing ripples in the surrounding space. He was a genuine star-level genius capable of splitting a small planet with a single blow. The Blue Star spectators closed their eyes in fear, dreading to see the gruesome sight of blood and gore. However, Gu Chang'an, standing still, did not even flinch. He even let out a bored yawn. Just when the giant axe was within 10 centimeters of his head, Gu Chang'an moved. He did not use any flashy techniques. He simply raised his right hand, slowly clenched his fist, and lightly smashed it against the giant axe that could split heaven and earth. Seeking death. A cruel glint flashed in the Titan young master's eyes. However, bang. A dull thud echoed painfully. The flesh fist and the giant axe of refined steel clashed violently. The expected scene of Gu Chang'an's arm breaking did not occur. On the contrary, the Titan young master felt as if his axe had struck a black hole of infinite density. A force so terrifying that he could not comprehend surged through the axe handle, flooding into his arms like a tsunami. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking like firecrackers filled the air. The giant axe mixed with starfall iron shattered like glass under Gu Chang'an's light punch. Oh! The Titan young master let out a heart-wrenching scream. His two thick arms were twisted into a mess by the recoil. His massive body flew back like a kite, with a broken string crashing through 3 abandoned buildings. Silence. The Star Network broadcast rooms of the entire universe fell completely silent at that moment. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the screen, watching the boy with the backpack, who didn't even seem to be out of breath. With a single punch, an ordinary straight punch that didn't even use the star energy, he shattered the Titan young master ranked 80 on the Starry Sky Genius list. Is this really a sci-fi movie? Next, Gu Chang'an retracted his fist, dusted off the dust from his knuckles, and looked up at Ural floating in the air. Grandpa, don't send them one by one, it takes too long. You all come at me together. I'm really in a hurry to take a test. This was the most blatant humiliation toward the entire Starry Sky Genius envoy. Ural trembled with rage, sparks even crackling from his horn. Arrogant native. Since you seek death, all proud talents of various races heed my command. Attack together. Turn him into minced meat. With Ural's command, the hatches of the hundreds of warships in the sky opened wide. Over 100 unparalleled geniuses from the Star Spirit Clan, Mechanic Clan, Dragon Clan, and other high-level civilizations. Like dumplings, they dove down from the sky in droves, wearing colorful star combat armors and wielding devastating divine abilities. Like a meteor shower pouring down on Gu Chang'an alone. This scene would make even an ordinary cosmic sovereign want to avoid the spotlight. However, Gu Chang'an looked at the myriad of experts in the sky, and the laziness in his eyes finally disappeared. What replaced it was an excitement and fervor that came from the depths of his soul, belonging to the bloodline of the supreme ruler. Now this is getting interesting. The corners of the boy's mouth curled into a mischievous smile reminiscent of Gu Xinghe. Boom. At that moment, the hidden mutation of the supreme bloodline within Gu Chang'an finally erupted without reservation. No flashy lights or shadows. Only a terrifying aura so pure that it directly solidified the surrounding space. Gu Chang'an slightly bent his legs like a strong bow drawn to its limit. He instantly shot up into the air. He used no weapons. With fists clenched, he dove headlong into the sky full of Starry Sky geniuses. With one punch, he shattered the light shield known for its absolute defense held by the Star Spirit Clan genius. That genius didn't even have time to scream before turning into a meteor crashing to the ground. Boom. One kick shattered the indestructible dragon horns of the Dragon Clan young master. Accompanied by a piercing dragon's roar, the massive bone dragon was kicked over 10 kilometers away by Gu Chang'an like a kicked soccer ball. Gu Chang'an's form moved like lightning so fast that even the Star Network's ultra-high-definition cameras could not capture his afterimages. Every punch, every kick, accompanied by a deafening explosion. Those unparalleled geniuses who were once invincible in the universe raised with resources from various races. In the face of Gu Chang'an's pure physical power, they were as fragile as paper toys. Their protective battle armors were shattered, and their innate abilities were forcibly obliterated. Oh, monster. He's a monster. Run. In the sky, the once imposing geniuses were now all crying for help desperately, trying to escape back to their warships. But it was futile. Gu Chang'an acted like an unyielding shredder. One punch for one kick for another. Bang, 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 bang. A series of muffled thuds echoed. Hundreds of starry sky geniuses fell from the sky like dumplings smashing into the ground, creating deep pits with bones broken and cries of agony ringing out. In less than 3 minutes, the envoy geniuses who had once looked mighty and imposing were all left on the ground, doubting their lives, defeated by Gu Chang'an alone. In the sky, only the boy wearing a school uniform and carrying a canvas backpack remained quietly hovering. He shook his wrist, not a single drop of sweat had appeared. At this moment, the entire star network of the universe erupted into a frenzy. My God, is this something a human can do? One person empty-handed destroyed the entire starry sky genius group in 3 minutes. Blue star. What kind of divine place is it? Meanwhile, Ural in midair was completely dumbfounded. His old face turned as pale as paper, and his horn was trembling slightly. He finally understood why the principal of the Deep Space Academy had brought the entire school to Blue Star for a lesson. This boy's strength had completely exceeded his understanding. Old man. Gu Chang'an turned around in midair, looking coldly at Ural. Do you still think our Blue Star is a savage land? Ural swallowed hard, about to plead for mercy. Suddenly, a leisurely whistling sound came from the direction of the Gu family villa. Gu Xinghe walked out of the yard slowly, holding a large pair of scissors. He looked up at Ural, who was floating in the air, and waved at Gu Chang'an. Chang'an, that's enough, come down and wash your hands for dinner. Gu Xinghe pointed at the envoy leader, who looked like he was about to wet his pants. That old man's horn looks pretty sharp, rip it off for me, it would make a great coat rack for Siua. In the outer space of Blue Star, within the hundreds of hovering silver-white warships, a deathly silence prevailed, only interrupted by the sound of cooling liquid flowing. The leader of the delegation, Ural, covered his horn, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. Just a moment ago, that boy with the canvas backpack spun around in midair like a chaotic demon. This simple move stirred up such a powerful gust of wind that it snapped his horn in half. Had he not dodged quickly, he would have likely ended up impaled like a coat rack in the yard of the man named Gu Xinghe. The barrage of comments in the universe's Star Network livestream had completely vanished. It wasn't that no one was watching, but rather that everyone was too frightened to type. On the screen, the square of Blue Star had been smashed into hundreds of gaping holes spewing black smoke. The renowned prodigies from various races lay scattered at the bottom of the holes like a heap of discarded rag dolls, some frothing at the mouth, others with twisted limbs, their wails merging into a chorus of despair. And there stood Gu Chang'an, the native whom they deemed not even a warrior, nonchalantly in the void. He even had the leisure to dust off his canvas backpack, as if he were an invincible young war god. What kind of monster is this? In the command room of the Tianyuan Academy's warship, several white-haired elders were fixated on the slow-motion replay on the holographic screen. Their eyes were wide as copper bells, and their wrinkled faces were filled with shock and disbelief. No, look at that punch he just threw that sent the heir of the Star Spirit clan flying. An elder skilled in spatial laws pointed at the screen, his finger trembling like that of a Parkinson's patient. On the screen, Gu Chang'an simply threw a mundane straight punch. But if slowed down 1,000-fold, one could clearly see that the space in front of his fist crumpled, as if a piece of paper had been crumpled and collapsed and folded thousands of times. Spatial folding. This is the shadow of the great void fragmentation fist that has been lost for 30 million years. The elder collapsed into his chair, gasping in shock. He didn't even use a bit of spiritual energy, relying purely on physical strength to achieve spatial folding. And that's not even the most terrifying part. Another elder suddenly stood up, pointing at the kick that Gu Chang'an had thrown at the bone dragon. Look here. The dragon's horn was already broken before he even kicked. Everyone followed the direction of his finger. In the footage, Gu Chang'an's foot had yet to touch the bone dragon when the seemingly indestructible horn broke apart, as if weathered by time. This is time stagnation coupled with causal reversal. The elders in the command room exchanged glances, feeling their worldview being wildly trampled. My heavens, how old is he? First the result, then the cause. This is something only a legendary creator god who controls the flow of time could accomplish. Ural listened to the elder's analysis, cold sweat soaking through his gilded robe. He finally understood the kind of existence he had provoked. This was not an ordinary person who wasn't even a warrior. This was clearly a freak who treated the universe's top forbidden techniques like child's play. Spatial folding, causal reversal. These supreme laws that ordinary people could spend tens of thousands of years barely grasping, how can he handle them with the ease of a child playing in the mud? Ural muttered to himself, feeling his Tao heart teetering on the verge of collapse. He recalled how he had boasted before coming here, claiming he would step on this boy's head to make a name for himself. In hindsight, it was a tremendous mercy that the boy didn't reduce him to dust with a single slap. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, Gu Chang'an had no idea what the old monsters above were wildly speculating. He only felt that the fight just now had been incredibly satisfying. The chopping and stirring motions his father taught him for cooking turned out to be so effective in combat. That punch he threw had sent that glowing prodigy of the Star Spirit clan flying, using the cleverness of the cooking techniques. As for that kick, it was purely a reflex developed from dodging the big black dog at home, having anticipated the bone dragon's position. Phew, that felt good. Gu Chang'an let out a long breath, descending from the void back to the ground. He looked up at the hundreds of warships still hovering above. Hey, up there. Is there anyone left who can fight? If there's no one, I'm really going back to eat. The boy's clear voice echoed across the empty square. Inside the warships above there was a deathly silence. Who would dare to descend? Those prodigies who claimed to be invincible at the same level were now all lying in the pits spitting blood. If those old bones descended, they probably wouldn't even be enough for him to warm up against. Ural took a deep breath, realizing that today was a complete loss. This Blue Star was definitely not a primitive land. It was clearly a forbidden zone hiding a super big boss. Relay to the entire army. Disarm and shut down all shield systems. Ural grit his teeth, issuing the most humiliating command of his life. All elders, come down with me to apologize and admit our mistakes to this little ancestor. No to this young master. He knew that if he didn't bow down now, once the man named Gu Xinghe truly acted, their delegation wouldn't even qualify to become cosmic dust. Yes. Several elders responded, their faces ashen and dejected. Just as Ural prepared to open the hatch and collectively slide down on their knees at the end of Blue Star Street, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed. Get out of the way. Everyone move aside. An out-of-breath old man with a slightly cracking voice leading hundreds of people in gray cloth was rushing towards the square. The old man at the front was clutching a dirty rag. It was Gu Tianxuan, the dean of the Deep Space Academy, who had been punished by Gu Xinghe to clean the floors. Gu Tianxian was truly panicking. He had been bent over scrubbing the floor next door, fearing that he might. Suddenly, he felt an interstellar delegation descending from the sky, boldly making outrageous claims at the Lord's doorstep. This was going to cost him dearly. If the Lord thought this delegation was a rescue team called by his Deep Space Academy, then all of their thousands of students would be turned to ashes today. Ural, you old immortal bastard. If you want to die, don't drag us from the Deep Space Academy down with you. Gu Tianxian rushed into the square, no longer caring about his image as the dean. He directly threw the dirty rag onto Ural's face, shouting, "Is the Tianyun Academy out of their mind? Dare to come to Blue Star to challenge us?" Ural was hit by the rag and was about to explode with anger. But as he focused his gaze, he was completely stunned. Gu Tianxian, why are you dressed like this? And what are you holding? A rag. Ural's eyes widened as he looked at Gu Tianxuan, who once commanded the stars. At this moment, he looked like a janitor covered in dirt. The elders from the Deep Space Academy following him were also carrying brushes and buckets, panting heavily, their faces filled with terror. You don't understand a thing. Gu Tianxian pushed Ural aside, having no time to explain. He turned around directly facing Gu Chang'an and knelt down without hesitation. Young master, please see clearly. This group of blind fools from the Tianyun Academy has absolutely nothing to do with us from the Deep Space Academy. Gu Tianxian knelt on the ground, swearing to the heavens, nearly in tears. All the faculty and students of our entire school are diligently scrubbing the floors, not daring to miss a single fallen leaf. Young master, you must explain this clearly to the Lord. The entire universe's audience was once again shattered by this scene. The dignified dean of the Deep Space Academy kneeling before a young boy in front of the entire universe, crying and shouting to explain that he was seriously scrubbing the floors. This world was truly too crazy. Ural looked at the kneeling Gu Tianxian and finally reacted. This was not an illusion. There truly was a great terror. Even a figure of Gu Tianxian's caliber could only be sweeping the streets here. What about their earlier boasts of stepping on the boy's head? Thud. Ural's legs went weak and he knelt down. Behind him, the delegation's elders also fell to their knees in a line like grass being cut. The once aggressive interstellar delegation now all lay on the ground, trembling, not daring to breathe. Gu Chang'an watched this dramatic scene, scratching his head and pulling his cap back. He sighed helplessly. I say, why do you aliens all have this habit of kneeling? Gu Chang'an pointed at the kneeling Gu Tianxian and Ural. All right, stop kneeling. My father said that Blue Star should promote civilization, so you all fix this square and then go about your business. Bang! The ancient flying boat, exuding a rich aroma of medicine, and worth as much as half a galaxy crashed directly onto the street outside the Gu family's villa. The cabin door sprang open. A scraggly old man with a beard and hair resembling a bird's nest tumbled out of the flying boat. He wasn't even wearing shoes, his bare feet stepping on the gravel-strewn asphalt, apparently feeling no pain. "Senior, ancestor," the old man cried out as he rolled and crawled towards the half-open iron gate of the Gu family. Anyone witnessing this scene from the depths of the starry sky would surely have their eyes popped out. This old man is the supreme faith of all alchemists in the universe, Yao Xun. Usually those lofty interstellar emperors and ancient ancestors of sacred lands would kneel outside the Medicine King Valley for hundreds of years just to ask him to refine a lifespan-extending golden core. Even if he were to pass gas, he would be revered as the ultimate truth in the alchemy world. Yet now this venerated Yao Xun, held in high esteem, dashed into the Gu family's courtyard like a mad beggar, disregarding everything. Woof! The large black dog was lying on the lawn gnawing on a piece of void beast bone. Upon seeing the mad old man burst in, it suddenly stood up, showing its fangs. An overwhelming pressure akin to a colossal beast from the starry sky instantly locked onto Yao Xun. "Please, Lord Dog, spare me. I have come to seek your guidance." Yao Xun trembled in fear. However, without even glancing at the large black dog, he dropped to his knees 3 meters away from Xinghe. Thud! Yao Xun heavily knelt on the grass, and using the momentum slid right to Xinghe's feet. Xinghe was sitting in a rattan chair watering a pot of newly sprouted stargrass with a spray bottle. Faced with this sudden slide, Xinghe frowned slightly and instinctively pulled his legs back. But Yao Xun's actions were faster and even more shameless than he imagined. "Master, I bow to you." Yao Xun clung to Xinghe's calf, bursting into tears. His tears and snot mixed together, unceremoniously smeared on Xinghe's casual pants. "Who are you?" Xinghe shook his leg in disgust, trying to shake off the old man. But the old man held on tightly like a sticky plaster. I am Yao Xun, the alchemist of the universe." Yao Xun raised his face, a look of fervor and desire written all over his wrinkled old face. "A few days ago I saw a blurry video on the Star Network." He swallowed hard, his voice shaking with excitement. "It was you using a colorless, transparent flame to fry an egg." Xinghe raised an eyebrow. "What? Did I infringe on your fried egg rights? Or is the alchemy world now overseeing chefs?" "No, absolutely not." Yao Xun vigorously shook his head like a rattle drum. "What you did was not frying an egg. You were reshaping the fundamental principles of the Tao." Yao Xun was so agitated he was incoherent, his hands gripping Xinghe's pant leg tightly. "I have been stuck at the bottleneck of the 9 turns golden core for a full 100,000 years. 100,000 years. I have tried countless different flames and blown up who knows how many furnaces, yet I cannot find the opportunity to merge the laws of alchemy. But the moment I saw that wisp of flame at your fingertips, that flaring law of flame shattered my Tao heart. It also shattered my bottleneck of 100,000 years." As Yao Xun said this, he once again knocked his head heavily against the grass, producing a dull sound. "Senior, your mastery of the path of flames has surpassed the limits of this universe. I am willing to give up all my wealth, dissolve the Medicine King Valley, just to be a named disciple at your side, serving you tea and water. No, as long as I can learn a technique or two, even if I have to be your firewood girl for a lifetime, I would gladly accept." Listening to this old man's heartfelt confession, the mechanical master who had been tutoring Gu Chang'an in advanced mathematics silently turned his head. A line of bold red text flashed across its cold electronic screen. "Analysis: this carbon-based life form has no dignity in order to acquire skills. Judgment extremely competitive." Feng Xingyang walked over with a broom, curling his lip. "Old medicine jar, you are late. Our Gu family's quota is full. I am the driver and security guard. That metal scrap is a tutor, and the big black one is the doorman. What can you do with your old arms and legs, eh?" Yao Xun suddenly turned his head and glared fiercely at Feng Xingyang. "Even a blind man can be a security guard. Oh, why can't I, the universe's #1 alchemist, be a chef?" He turned his head again, looking pitifully at Xinghe, tears welling in his eyes. "Master, I can cook, and I can make medicinal dishes, ensuring the little masters grow up plump and healthy." Xinghe looked at the suspicious stain on his pant leg, and his patience finally reached its limit. He lifted his foot, clad in slippers. Bang! A light kick landed on Yao Xun's chest. Yao Xun rolled away like a ball across the lawn, landing on his back, sprawled out on the ground. "Don't just come here claiming to be my disciple. Ooh, I can't teach you anything." Xinghe placed the spray bottle on the table, rubbing his temples with some impatience. "That fire of mine is for cooking. If you learn it and go to refine pills, one furnace would blow up and the entire galaxy would be flattened by you." Upon hearing this, Yao Xun not only did not feel discouraged, but instead his eyes brightened even more. A fire that could blow up the galaxy. This was the ultimate principle he had always dreamed of. He didn't bother brushing off the grass stains on his clothes and rolled over to get closer. Senior, I am not afraid of death. Even if I explode, being able to see those splendid laws would be worth it. Xinghe sighed. He knew that this technology-obsessed madman would likely kneel at his doorstep until eternity if he didn't find him something to do. Xinghe stood up, looking over Yao Zun and towards the villa's backyard. That patch of land once planted with ordinary cabbage had grown a lush field of green onions due to the abundance of spiritual energy these days. All right, stop howling. You're giving me a headache. Xinghe pointed towards the backyard, his tone turning cold. I don't have time to take on any disciples. However, that patch of green onions in the backyard has recently been infested with some bugs. Hong, you said it looks disgusting when cooking. Xinghe looked down at Yao Zun, a casual smile curling at the corners of his mouth. If you're really so idle, go to the backyard to weed the garden and catch some bugs. Be efficient and don't pull the onions out by mistake. If you perform well. Xinghe paused, his tone carrying a hint of nonchalance. One day, when I'm in a good mood, I might casually point out a few things to you, enough for you to boast about for tens of thousands of years. The apothecary master climbed up from the ground, not even bothering to brush off the mud on his clothes. He hurriedly scurried around the villa's corridor like a little eunuch who had received a royal decree, making a beeline for the vegetable garden in the backyard. Weeding and pest control. This is my old profession. The apothecary master thought to himself, feeling overjoyed as he ran. After all, he was the universe's foremost alchemist. In the past 100,000 years, what rare and exotic herbs or celestial plants hadn't he encountered? He could analyze the medicinal properties of a plant, even with his eyes closed. The master is testing my fundamentals. I must show him the depth of the apothecary valley. With full confidence, the apothecary master pushed open the gate to the backyard. However, as one of his feet stepped into the vegetable garden, and his gaze fell upon the lush green scallions, the smile on his face instantly froze. What is this? The apothecary master rubbed his eyes, thinking he was getting old. He squatted down, leaning closer to the most vigorous scallion. The scallion leaves were dripping with a vibrant green, their surfaces not having the texture of ordinary plants, but instead shimmering with a faint starlight halo. Each leaf's veins appeared to have a miniature galaxy flowing through them. The apothecary master trembled as he extended a finger, cautiously touching a leaf. Buzz, a vast and terrifying vitality seemingly capable of bringing the dead back to life, surged through his fingertips straight to the top of his head. The surge of life was so immense that it even stirred his blood, which had been stagnant for 100,000 years. This isn't scallion. This is the supreme divine herb recorded in ancient texts that has been extinct in the universe for 30 million years. The 9 turns rebirth herb from the eternal star river. He swallowed hard, his throat dry as if on fire. According to legend, just this single herb could allow a vanquished supreme being to reform their soul and reverse their fate. In the deep cosmos, even a single withered leaf of this herb could provoke a bloody storm sweeping through several star systems. But now in the Gu family's backyard, it was growing like cabbage, densely planted across half an acre, and it was being used as a cooking ingredient. What a waste! What a waste! The apothecary master clutched his chest, feeling as if his heart was about to bleed. How many miraculous elixirs could be crafted from this for alchemy? How could it be growing here in the mud? Just as the apothecary master was lamenting, he suddenly noticed the bugs resting on the scallion leaves. Wait, the master said these scallions had bugs, and I was to remove them. The apothecary master hurriedly leaned in for a closer look. Between those glowing scallion leaves there were indeed a few black, thumb-thick meatworms. They were leisurely munching on the rebirth herb's leaves, eating with great enjoyment. The apothecary master instinctively stretched out 2 fingers, wanting to pinch the worm off. But before his fingers could touch the meatworm, the worm suddenly stopped chewing, slowly lifting its head. That was no ordinary worm's head. Instead, it was a miniature dragon head with menacing horns and a mouth that revealed a bottomless black vortex. Roar! A faint yet resonant dragon's roar, intertwined with the laws of devouring, exploded in the apothecary master's mind. The apothecary master was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body. He quickly retracted his hand and stumbled back several meters. The void-devouring dragon. His voice trembled as he pointed at those leisurely munching black bugs, his finger shaking like someone with Parkinson's. This was one of the top 3 ultimate disasters in the cosmic beast hierarchy. An adult void-devouring dragon could swallow an entire stellar system in one bite. What lay in the dirt were actually a dozen newly hatched juvenile devouring dragons. They regarded this supreme herb as mere snacks to grind their teeth on. How am I supposed to catch them? The apothecary master looked at the broken hoe in his hand, feeling like the biggest. His proud 100,000 years of pharmacological knowledge had turned into a pile of waste paper here. Weeding. That was a peerless divine herb. Breaking even one could cost him his life. Catching bugs. That was a void-devouring dragon that could swallow stars. If he dared to touch it, he'd probably be reduced to nothing. The master isn't testing me, he's clearly trying to take my life. The apothecary master was in a panic, drenched in sweat. Sweat dripped from his messy beard onto the mud. He paced anxiously at the edge of the vegetable garden like an ant on a hot pan, afraid to take a step. Just when the apothecary master was at his wits' end, almost pulling out his hair, he heard the sound of a car engine shutting off from the front yard. Following that was a cheerful patter of footsteps. Mu Qingxue drove the enchanted SUV back after picking up the kids from school. "Dad, we're back. What delicious food are we having tonight?" Mu Qingxue was the first to dash into the yard with her short legs. Mu Chang'an and Mu Qingxue trailed behind with their backpacks. Aunt Hongya said, "We're having scallion stir-fried lamb, but we're out of scallions in the kitchen." Mu Qingxue said as he walked while dropping his backpack. "Bro, keep an eye on your sister. I'll go grab a few scallions from the backyard." Mu Qingxue walked along the corridor to the backyard and immediately spotted the apothecary master squatting by the vegetable garden, anxiously tugging at his hair. "Huh, old man, who are you? Why are you squatting in our vegetable garden?" Mu Qingxue looked at the scruffy old man. This old man didn't look like a good person. How could he be here to steal vegetables? The apothecary master, hearing her voice, quickly stood up, forcing a smile that was more painful than crying. He remembered what Mu Qingxue had said. Aside from the master, the three little ancestors in this household were the ones he must not provoke. Second miss. I am the newly hired, a registered weeding worker of the master apothecary Lao. The apothecary master bowed respectfully. "Oh, so you're the weeding worker my dad hired?" Mu Qingxue sized him up with a frown. "Then what are you standing there for? Didn't my dad tell you to catch bugs?" The apothecary master, with a pained expression, pointed at the glowing scallions and the black meat bugs on the ground. "Second miss, please see, this herb is too precious. I'm afraid I might damage it by pulling it out. And also these bugs. They bite. I really can't bring myself to take action." The apothecary master was almost in tears. Mu Qingxue rolled her eyes dramatically. "What's the big deal? A few broken scallions and a few bugs have scared you this much. You're just too unprofessional as a weeding worker. I think my dad only hired you out of pity." Mu Qingxue complained while striding into the vegetable garden. The apothecary master was so frightened that his heart nearly jumped out of his throat. "Second miss, you can't. That is the 9 turns rebirth herb." His words were cut short. He watched as Mu Qingxue walked up to the divine herb, showing no interest in even taking a second glance. She reached out her delicate hand and roughly grabbed several of the most vigorous 9 turns rebirth herbs. Like pulling radishes, she yanked them out by the roots with a resounding crack. The apothecary master felt his heart shatter into several pieces with that sound. The divine herb, a herb that had been extinct for 30 million years, was uprooted like a weed. But it didn't end there. After pulling out the scallion, Mu Qingxue noticed several black meat bugs still clinging to the leaves. They were those juvenile void-devouring dragons. These bugs looked so disgusting, all black and gloomy. Mu Qingxue grimaced. She reached out her other hand, casually pinching with her thumb and index finger. Splat! One juvenile void-devouring dragon, exuding a terrifying devour energy, didn't even have a chance to scream. It was crushed to bits by the 15-year-old girl, just like squashing a green caterpillar. Green juices splattered onto the soil, emitting a faint, burnt smell. The remaining juvenile devouring dragons trembled in fear and immediately rolled off the scallion leaves. They frantically burrowed deep into the soil, as if they had encountered some unspeakable horror, desperate to escape before being crushed. This little lattice aura was even more terrifying than the great demon who raised them. All right, the scallions are pulled and the bugs are dealt with. Mu Qingxue shook the scallions in her hand, shaking off the dirt. She turned to look at the apothecary master, who was completely petrified, his jaw almost dropping to his feet. "Old man, work more efficiently from now on. Don't dawdle around." Mu Qingxue held on to that priceless treasure and turned to head towards the kitchen. "My dad is waiting for these scallions to stir-fry with lamb, and if we go late the meat will be overcooked." The apothecary master stood in place, watching Mu Qingxue's light figure as she walked away. He felt that his 100,000 years of alchemy career and the title of the universe's #1 divine doctor were being ruthlessly trampled underfoot by a little girl. Uprooting divine herbs. Crushing devouring dragons with bare hands. The apothecary master's legs went weak and he sank to his knees in the vegetable garden, looking up at the heavens with tears in his eyes. What kind of divine family is this? Is this little ancestor really a middle school student? The sizzling sound of hot oil frying echoed through the kitchen. The rich aroma of meat mingled with a peculiar fragrance that promised longevity, wafting through the range hood into the backyard. The medicine master crouched by the vegetable patch, hugging his knees like a small wife who had been wronged. He gazed longingly at the glass door of the kitchen, his heart bleeding. "This is outrageous. That is the 9-turn reincarnation herb from the ancient Star River." He muttered to himself, his beard trembling with sorrow. Is it really just being chopped up and tossed into the frying pan? Not even using a pill furnace. How much medicinal property will be lost? Yet despite his heartache, he dared not utter a sound. Even a middle school student could crush the void-swallowing dragon with their bare hands. If this old bone dared to snatch the pot, the next day's menu would probably be stir-fried master. Dinner's ready. Gu Nianxing bounced into the dining room, carrying 2 large plates of freshly cooked scallion lamb. Gu Xinghe removed his apron and pulled out a chair for Su Hongya. The lamb is excellent today, just air freight over from Sirius. Make sure to eat plenty, Gu Xinghe casually called out as he picked up his chopsticks. Gu Chang'an had been starving and, having expended considerable energy at the martial arts conference today, immediately stuffed his mouth with food. Dad, why does the scallion taste a bit sweet today? It has a juicy burst when chewed, he mumbled with his mouth full, mingling the reincarnation herb with the lamb. If it's sweet, eat more. Your sister took a few extra handfuls today, Gu Xinghe chuckled, also adding some to Gu Siming's plate. In less than 10 minutes, the 2 plates of scallion lamb were devoured by the 3 children. Gu Chang'an even used his bun to soak up the remaining sauce. The medicine master, lurking in the corner of the dining room, watched the gleaming clean plates with a gulp, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. This is madness. Absolutely insane. He raged internally. That was the reincarnation herb. A whole plate. Even a master-level practitioner would only dare use 1/10 of a leaf for alchemy. Had those 3 children just consumed an entire plate? The immense medicinal power, unfathomable even to a mortal, would surely cause even a true dragon cub to explode on the spot. The master is too reckless. The medicine master anxiously rubbed his hands, his eyes fixed on the 3 children, fearing they would burst into fireworks at any moment. Sure enough, not long after finishing dinner, Gu Chang'an's expression suddenly changed, and the water cup in his hand fell with a loud thud onto the table. Dad, I feel a bit stuffed. He clutched his stomach, his voice sounding strained. Immediately after, Gu Nianxing and Gu Siming frowned in unison. It's so hot, Dad. I feel like there's a furnace inside me. Little Siming tugged at her collar, her face flushed red. Just a couple of breaths later, a sudden change occurred. Boom. A violent and unmatched medicinal power erupted within the 3 children like a lit powder keg. Dazzling silver-blue starlight erupted wildly from their pores and orifices. The entire dining room was illuminated more brightly than daylight. The intense energy storm even made the solid wood dining table creak, while nearby chairs were hurled against the wall. Gu Chang'an gritted his teeth, veins bulging all over his body. An intricate ancient pattern like the swirling galaxies appeared on the surface of his skin. This was a premonition of his body being unable to withstand the immense medicinal power on the verge of exploding. It's over. It's over. The medicinal power is rebounding. The medicine master turned pale, scrambling to hide behind the sofa, screaming with his hands over his head. Master, this is a dead end. The properties of the reincarnation herb are too domineering. A mortal body simply cannot endure it. Hurry, seal their meridians with the ice essence from 10,000 years ago, or we might at least leave behind intact corpses. Su Hongya panicked as well. She suddenly stood up, wanting to use her military god's qi and blood to suppress the chaos inside the children. But as soon as her hand reached out, she was directly repelled by the raging starlight, her palm going numb. Xinghe, what should we do? Su Hongya looked anxiously at Gu Xinghe, her voice breaking. In the midst of chaos and panic. Yet Gu Xinghe remained calmly seated in his chair. He didn't even furrow his brows, leisurely picking up a napkin to wipe the grease from the corner of his mouth. What's the fuss about? It's just a little medicinal effect. Oh, why make such a big deal out of it? Gu Xinghe tossed the napkin onto the table. He stood up, his gaze tranquil as he swept over the 3 glowing, struggling children. Hongya, go close the doors and windows to prevent the spiritual energy from leaking out and being wasted. After saying this, Gu Xinghe took a step forward. Facing the storm of starlight that even Su Hongya couldn't approach, he didn't employ any protective measures at all. He simply walked into the center of the storm as if strolling leisurely. Rise. Gu Xinghe raised both hands, drawing a residual image in the void, his fingers moving so quickly they were almost invisible. A seal was formed. This was not the shallow martial arts techniques of Blue Star. It belonged to the supreme divine realm, the great evolution divine technique capable of altering the fundamental codes of the universe. Since you've eaten it, digest it well. Gu Xing's eyes glinted sharply as his hands plunged directly into the starlight erupting from Gu Chang'an and Gu Nianxing. Under the horrified gaze of the medicine master, Gu Xing's seemingly ordinary hands actually grasped the chaotic and turbulent medicinal power like kneading dough. That was the essence of the reincarnation herb, capable of piercing through the void. Disperse. Gu Xinghe shouted, his fingers suddenly clenching. Crack, crack. The immense medicinal power which could explode a planet was forcibly crushed and kneaded under Gu Xing's domineering yet meticulous technique. It transformed into countless gentle and pure streams. Then Gu Xinghe pushed his hands forward. The tamed medicinal power was forcibly injected into the children's meridians and deep into their bones. How? How is this possible? The medicine master hiding behind the sofa nearly had his eyes pop out, managing the chaotic properties of the reincarnation herb with bare hands. This simply defied the principles of alchemy. It was akin to someone catching the shockwave of a nuclear explosion with their hands and then molding it into a hand warmer. However, Gu Xing's movements did not stop. He walked up to Gu Siming, who was enveloped in starlight. The little girl, being the youngest, was enduring the most dangerous impact of medicinal power, nearly fainting from the pain. A glint of tenderness flashed in Gu Xing's eyes. He placed one hand gently on his daughter's head and tapped a few times on her chest with the other. Seal? As his words fell, the chaotic starlight within Gu Siming's body instantly ceased its rampage, obediently gathering in her dantian, forming a small star swirl that radiated soft light. This sealed the medicinal power, allowing her to absorb it gradually during her growth. In just 10 minutes, the raging starlight storm in the dining room completely subsided. The starlight surrounding the three children gradually retracted, and their skin returned to its normal color. Moreover, their breaths became long and powerful, with every heartbeat carrying a subtle, thunderous sound. Gu Chang'an suddenly opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of brilliance flashing from his depths. He clenched his fist, feeling the power within him that had grown exponentially. Dad, I feel like I can punch through the moon now. Gu Ningxing looked at her hands in surprise, feeling as if she could now analyze the surrounding spatial structure with her mind. Little Siming let out a big yawn, rubbing her eyes as she leaned against Gu Xing's leg. Daddy, I'm full, and go to your room and have a good sleep. You'll be fine by tomorrow morning. Gu Xinghe smiled, ruffling the children's heads as he turned to wash his hands at the sink. Behind the sofa, the medicine master crawled out using all fours. He scrambled to kneel in front of Gu Xinghe, knocking his head continuously against the ground. A miracle. This is undoubtedly a miracle. The medicine master trembled with excitement, tears streaming down his face. His gaze towards Gu Xinghe was no longer that of a senior, but one of someone who had seen a creator surpassing cosmic understanding. Master's divine might is unparalleled. My 100,000-year alchemy skills are nothing compared to your technique of barehandedly refining meridians. I beseech you, show mercy. Even if I die, I want to die in the Gu family's vegetable patch. I'll plant leeks for you for a lifetime. The medicine master was completely convinced this time. He even felt that being able to farm here was 1,000,000 times more honorable than being an elder in the Medicine King Valley. Gu Xinghe shook off the water droplets from his hands, casting a disdainful glance at him. Just farm properly and stop crying all the time. Oh, it's ruining my appetite. He pulled out a chair to sit down again, preparing to finish the remaining porridge. At that moment, the originally quiet and peaceful night sky of blue stars suddenly underwent a transformation. A faint yet immensely vast energy fluctuation pierced through the atmosphere. A ethereal, mournful, almost soul-cleansing hymn sounded quietly in the minds of everyone on Blue Star. Gu Xinghe paused mid-sip, looking up at the night sky outside the window. He saw a uniquely shaped gigantic starship woven from countless thick vines glowing with life green light, slowly entering the air defense identification zone of Blue Star without any hostile intent. On the deck of that green starship stood a graceful figure shrouded in holy radiance. Wow, today's threshold is truly lively. Gu Xinghe put down his bowl and sighed helplessly. Old Feng, go out and take a look. Which deity has come to perform their grand act this time? Feng Qingyang set down the large cloth he was using to wipe the off-road vehicle and rubbed his eyes. Although he was blind, his divine sense was more effective than titanium alloy dog eyes. The green starship in the sky not only bore no hint of hostility, but instead radiated a refreshing scent of grass and trees. Boss, this ship doesn't look like it's here for a fight. It seems more like it's here to deliver greenery. Deliver greenery. Feng Qingyang called out to Gu Xinghe, who was washing dishes in the kitchen. Gu Xinghe shook off the water from his hands. The chives in our backyard are nearly endless. What greenery are they delivering? At that moment, the green starship woven from thick vines slowly descended onto the open space at the periphery of the Gu family villa area. The door of the cabin blossomed open like a giant flower bud. A wave of ethereal, mournful hymns floated into the Gu family's small courtyard with the night breeze. The sound was heart-wrenching, causing even the large black dog lying in its doghouse gnawing on a bone to let out a deep belch, its ears drooping down. What is this singing about? Gu Xinghe dried his hands and slowly pushed open the kitchen door, stepping out into the yard. The street outside was already filled with starry sky cultivators watching the commotion. These were the influential figures who had come to Blue Star with various delegations, but had been too scared to leave after being intimidated by Gu Xinghe. As they saw figures emerging from the green starship, they all gasped in shock, their eyes nearly popping out. Is that the starship of the elven race? My goodness! The one walking at the front is Queen Elena of the Elves. A wave of suppressed exclamations erupted from the crowd. In the cosmic tapestry of races, the elven race is universally recognized as the noblest and purest without exception. They reside on the tree of life deep in the starry sky, untouched by dust, free from karmic entanglements. Especially Queen Elena, who is the ultimate dream of countless starry sky overlords and extraordinary talents. Even cosmic dignitaries must endure several centuries of rejection outside the tree of life to catch a glimpse of her. However, now this queen, who was so aloof as to be unbothered by earthly matters, was stumbling down the starship, supported by a group of elven elders. She wore a flowing, shimmering green gown and a crown of branches symbolizing royalty. Yet her extraordinarily beautiful face, capable of dimming the stars, was now adorned with glistening tears and a complexion as pale as paper. "Your Majesty, please take care and watch your health." The elder beside her, face full of wrinkles, was distressed to the point of tears, wanting to reach out to support her. Elena shook her head and gently pushed away the elder's hand. She lifted her gown and stepped onto the muddy asphalt road. There was no trace of her usual lofty demeanor. Instead, she walked somewhat hastily, even twisting her ankle and nearly falling. The surrounding starry sky powerhouses stared in disbelief. What happened to the elven queen? Why would she come to such a remote place like Blue Star? Could it be that she is here to pay respects to that great person? Amidst the astonished gazes of all, Elena dragged her frail body step by step to the slightly rusty iron gate of the Gu family villa. She halted, taking a deep breath. In her eyes, as clear as emeralds, a flicker of struggle appeared, soon replaced by resoluteness. Thud! Without any hesitation, the noblest and purest elven queen in the universe knelt heavily on the cement ground, which was covered in moss, and still bore a few drops of dirty blood from a few days ago. Wow! The starry sky powerhouses on both sides of the street instantly erupted in astonished cheer. Am I seeing things? The elven queen actually knelt down. She is the leader of the elven race who would rather die in battle than bow her head. If this got out, the entire starry sky would tremble. Elena ignored the surrounding exclamations, burying her head deeply between her arms, her forehead pressed against the cold ground. Her voice was ethereal, yet imbued with unshakable sorrow. Elena, the 36th queen of the elven race. I beg the great lord to show mercy. Save my elven race. Though her voice was not loud, it clearly reached into the small courtyard. Mu Qingxue was standing in the yard holding a half-eaten apple. He peered through the gaps in the iron gate, looking at the green figure kneeling outside, slightly raising his eyebrows. "Hongya, what are those long-eared folks here for? Are they here to promote skincare products?" Mu Qingxue bit into the apple and turned to ask Su Hongya, who was braiding Gu Siyu's hair. Su Hongya set down the comb, her expression somewhat serious. Xinghe, the elven race, is renowned for their pride. They avoid worldly affairs. If the queen personally kneels, it must be a dire crisis threatening their very existence. "Oh," Gu Xinghe replied, tossing the apple core into the trash can. He leisurely walked to the iron gate and reached out to pull back the gate latch. Creak. The rusty iron gate slowly swung open with a piercing scraping sound. Upon hearing the door open, Elena abruptly raised her head. Her tear-streaked, exquisite face was instantly exposed to Gu Xinghe's view. Her eyes were re-dimmed and tears streamed down her fair cheeks, dripping into the dirt. Her pitiful appearance would likely melt the heart of any starry sky overlord. Even Feng Qingyang beside her couldn't help but turn his head away, silently reciting the cleansing mantra twice in his heart. "Great Lord." Elena, as if grasping onto the last thread of hope, clawed desperately at the cracks in the tiles, almost crawling forward 2 steps. "Our home planet, the tree of life that has nurtured us for countless epochs, is on the verge of withering." Her voice trembled, laden with profound despair. 3 months ago, the heart of the tree of life suddenly began to rot. No matter how much spiritual liquid we used to nourish it, we could not prevent its decline. Once the tree of life dies, the entire elven race will lose the foundation for reproduction and survival, leading to total extinction in the universe. At this point, Elena once again knocked her head heavily against the ground, her voice piercingly sorrowful. "A few days ago, I witnessed through the Star Network how you single-handedly healed that condition which even the greatest medical sage of deep space could not resolve. I also saw you revive the long-extinct soul grass back to life in the soil." She raised her head, her eyes filled with fervor and hope. "You are the true creator. Only your miraculous power of resurrection can save our elven race. As long as the great Lord grants a drop of the water of life, our entire elven race is willing to serve you as loyal subjects for generations, never betraying you." This declaration caused the surrounding starry sky powerhouses to collectively gasp in astonishment. The loyalty of the elven race. They are the most powerful logistical race and natural mages in the universe. If their loyalty could be secured, it would be akin to possessing an immortal army. Moreover, there was such a breathtaking queen voluntarily offering herself. This was simply a fortuitous windfall. Everyone held their breath, keenly watching Gu Xinghe, eager to see how this great lord would make his choice. Gu Xinghe stood on the steps looking down from above at the kneeling elven queen at his feet. He did not reach out to help her. His gaze was as calm as a dry, while showing no ripple of emotion at her beauty. The withering of the tree of life is the natural law of existence and extinction in the universe. Gu Xing's voice was very faint, so faint that it was devoid of any emotional resonance. All things have life and death. Why should I forcibly reverse the heavenly order for you? He had his hands in his pockets, a nonchalant curve at the corner of his mouth. Furthermore, Gu Xinghe looked at Alina's pale face, his tone revealing a hint of unmasked indifference. I am not related to you, why should I save you? Why should I save you? Gu Xing's light and airy words fell like a bucket of icy water on Alina. The heart of the elven queen sank to the depths in an instant. She bit down on her bloodless lips, even drawn. Indeed, why should he save them? In the eyes of the cosmic sovereign, the rise and fall of a race was merely a trivial ripple in the vast sea of stars. Alina lifted her head, her emerald eyes radiating a determination of no return. Lord Sovereign, I know this request is presumptuous, but for the sake of the tree of life, the elven race is willing to pay any price. She turned to the elders behind her and waved her hand. A few white-bearded elven elders trembled as they stepped forward, opening several ancient spatial rings they had brought. Clatter! A pile of dazzling items was dumped onto the asphalt road in front of the Gu family villa. Among them was the Elven King's Dew, which could allow mortals to ascend during the day. There was an ancient horn, engraved with the laws of nature, capable of tearing apart galaxies with a mere blow. There were even a few books shimmering with golden divine runes, secrets of the elven race. This is the entirety of our clan's accumulation over 1,000,000 years. As long as you are willing to take action, all of this is yours. Alina took a deep breath, her voice slightly trembling. The onlookers, powerful beings from the starry sky, were wide-eyed, swallowing hard. Just taking out one item would be enough for them to strut through the cosmos. But what about Gu Xinghe? He merely glanced disdainfully at the pile of priceless treasures, his brows knitting into a frown. Put it away, what is all this junk? Gu Xinghe kicked a spirit stone that had rolled to his feet with the sole of his shoe. Those ragged books are just begging for bugs, and the green paint on that horn is fading. My big black dog wouldn't even care to gnaw on such a grating thing. The large black dog inside barked in agreement, then turned to continue gnawing on its void beast bone. Alina was stunned, her complexion growing even paler. She never expected that the treasures amassed with the full power of her clan would be regarded as trash in the sovereign's eyes. My lord. Alina gritted her teeth as if making a significant decision. She slowly stood up in front of billions of live streaming cameras across the universe. With a hand, she untied the neckline of her shimmering green gown. The gown slid off her shoulders, revealing a large expanse of skin that was as white as jade, flawless, and that exquisite collarbone that made the stars pale in comparison. If these mundane items do not meet your lordship's eyes, Alina closed her eyes, a drop of humiliating yet resolute tear sliding down her cheek. Alina is willing to offer herself as a bed partner. I only ask my lord to have mercy on my clan. A sharp gasp echoed down the street. Countless cosmic overlords turned red with jealousy. This was the universe's most beautiful woman, the noble and pure elven queen. Now she was about to undress on the streets of Blue Star, pleading for a man's favor. Xinghe stood in the courtyard, her expression instantly turning cold, her comb nearly breaking in her grip. Yet Gu Xinghe did not even spare her a glance. He even rolled his eyes in disbelief, reaching out to pull up the fallen collar of Alina's dress, tying it into. Hurry up and put your clothes back on, it's late at night, aren't you cold? Gu Xinghe clapped his hands, his tone filled with impatience. This is a respectable household, not a brothel. Put away your act of offering yourself. I have no interest. Being ruthlessly rejected by Gu Xinghe shattered Alina's pride into pieces. She stood frozen in place, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Treasures they did not want, even the act of offering was met with disdain. Could it be that the elven race was truly to be extinguished? Just as Alina was about to despair completely and prepare to leave with her people, suddenly a harsh and rhythmless piano sound erupted from the living room of the villa. Dong, dong, bang. Following that was Xinghe's somewhat frantic voice. See where you hit that note wrong again. Raise your wrist, don't lean on the keys. Wah. Aunt Xinghe is so fierce, I don't want to play the piano anymore. The little girl's voice of grievance reached the courtyard. Hearing his daughter's cries, Gu Xing's brows immediately furrowed. He feared nothing in this world except for his daughter's tears. However, he truly could not teach her piano. His hands were only capable of crushing stars, not playing soft tunes. Gu Xinghe irritably scratched his hair, his gaze unintentionally landing on Alina, who was wiping her tears outside. Suddenly Gu Xing's eyes lit up. He looked Alina up and down, as if selecting cabbage in a market. Hey, I heard that your elven race is born with a talent for music. singing, and playing instruments come easily to you. Elena was momentarily taken aback, still with tears in her eyes. She didn't understand why the sovereign suddenly asked this, but instinctively nodded. To reply to my lord. The elven race is close to nature, allowing all our kin to hear the sounds of the world from a young age, and have tremendous talent for various instruments. That makes it easier. Xinghe slapped his thigh, his irritation vanishing. He pointed to the piano that was troubling his daughter inside. My little daughter has been learning piano lately. Aunt Hongya is too fierce, always making her cry. Xinghe looked at Elena, a smile full of exploitative intent curling at the corner of his mouth. How about this? I find you somewhat pleasing to the eye. You stay and become a full-time music teacher for my daughter. At this statement, not only was Elena stunned, but the elven elders behind her were also shocked. Asking a dignified clan leader, the elven queen who ruled countless star regions, to teach a 6-year-old human girl. If this got out, would the elven race still have any face left? The elder was so angry his beard trembled, but just as he was about to step forward to argue, Xinghe proceeded to throw out his outrageous terms. Let's be clear from the start. Room and board are included, but there is no salary and no social security. Besides teaching piano, you'll also need to teach her some singing and dancing. Xinghe raised a finger, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. As long as you can make my daughter happy, allowing her to learn piano joyfully every day. Then one day, when I'm in a good mood, I'll find time to visit that broken tree of yours and blow some breath to revive that rotten root. So what do you think? Is this deal acceptable? Silence. A deathly silence. The powerful beings watching from the street felt as if their brains were aching. Using the price of a clan's survival to exchange for a position of a non-paying music teacher. What kind of devil's logic is this? The elder's face turned red just as he was about to refuse this great humiliation. I'll do it. Elena's voice was clear and firm, without a hint of hesitation. She pushed the elder aside and knelt heavily in front of Xinghe again. This time her face showed no grievance, only uncontainable joy and excitement. As long as my lord can save the tree of life, Elena is willing to serve as a slave for life. I will teach the little master with all my heart, ensuring she endures not a single grievance. As she spoke, Elena excitedly knocked her head against the muddy ground 3 times. What queenly dignity! What face of the elven race! Before the crisis of extinction and the promise of a supreme being, all were worthless. Don't mention being a music teacher. Even if she had to scrub toilets for the Gu family, she would make it shine. Enough, get up, stop knocking your head. You'll get mud all over yourself. How will you face the child later? Xinghe waved his hand and turned to walk inside. Hurry and come in to wash your face and change your clothes. See, you is crying. If you can't even comfort a little child, you'll be packing your bags tonight. Elena, as if receiving a treasure, quickly got up from the ground. She was so excited that her hands trembled, carefully lifting her skirt, following Xinghe like a newly accepted apprentice. The elven elders behind her felt stifled, but seeing the queen so resolute, they could only helplessly sigh and find a corner outside the courtyard to crouch down. And this scene was clearly seen by a person hiding in a dark alley hundreds of meters away. It was an old woman, her hair white, her face wrinkled, looking frail and deformed. It was Mu Qingxue, who had been driven out just yesterday. She hid behind a trash can, gripping the edge of a stinking plastic bucket tightly. Her nails were broken, blood oozing, yet she seemed to feel no pain. She watched the high and mighty elven queen, the goddess in the hearts of men across the universe. To stay close to Xinghe as a non-paying tutor, she was so excited she was kneeling repeatedly. But the man who once held her in his palm, willing to give her everything, now wouldn't even glance at those priceless treasures. Ha. Mu Qingxue let out a wind-blown, wretched laugh from her throat. Tears streamed down her face as she laughed, collapsing onto the rotten vegetable leaves. What kind of divine being did I lose? Mu Qingxue stared at the iron door that had closed again, a glint of chilling madness and resentment flashing in her eyes. Xinghe, how can you live so happily after turning me into this? You all think I'm useless, right? Mu Qingxue trembled as she reached into her ragged clothing and pulled out a blood-stained black communicator. It was something she picked up last night, just before she lost consciousness, from the corpse of the demon god that was crushed in the Wanbao Pavilion. Hello, is this the Yi family of the Deep Space Academy? I have an astonishing secret about Yi Chun being crippled. The iron gate slammed shut with a loud bang. Outside the Gu family villa, the group of onlookers, powerful beings from the starry sky, were still in a daze. Who could have imagined that in this lifetime, they would see the elven queen trailing behind a man like a newly admitted apprentice, carefully holding up her skirt? And in the stinking alley across the street, Mu Qingxue was like a puddle of shriveled mud, clinging desperately to the shadow at the base of the wall. Her murky, aged eyes were fixed intently on the rusty iron door, her eyeballs nearly popping out from it. That is the elven queen. Mu Qingxue's lips trembled violently, her teeth biting into her thin lower lip until blood oozed out. How could she not recognize Elena? When she was a servant at the Deep Space Academy, she had seen the Queen's unparalleled elegance on the holographic screen in the plaza. Even the director of the Deep Space Academy, Mu Qingxue, had to show utmost respect, not daring to lift his head in her presence. It was a form of nobility and purity that she could not even imagine in her lifetime. But just now she witnessed this unattainable elven queen bowing her head 3 times to Xinghe on the muddy concrete floor. Moreover, it was all just to secure a position as a piano teacher who wouldn't receive a salary. She even trembled in fear at Xinghe's disdain, feeling grateful. No, this isn't real. Mu Qingxue clutched the rotting cabbage leaves on the ground, her fingernails bending backward. An unprecedented sense of inferiority capable of crushing bones pierced through her soul like 1,000 poisonous needles. She remembered her former self from 20 years ago. Back then she was hailed as the genius beauty of blue star unseen a century talent. She was proud, arrogant, and believed that all the men around her were unworthy, including Xinghe, who would wake up early every day to make her breakfast, tolerating all her bad temper. She once thought Xinghe was a useless person who merely circled around the stove, a stumbling block preventing her from soaring to the stars. She looked down on him for his lack of ambition, for the smell of scallions that clung to him. She believed that once she reached deep space, she would become a goddess revered by all like the Elven Queen. But what was reality? Reality was like the most malicious clown grinding her face into the ground. Before the Elven Queen, I am even less than the dirt on the ground. Mu Qingxue looked down at her calloused, bloodied hands, then touched her head full of withered white hair. Her once proud title of genius was a joke at the Deep Space Academy, not even worthy of sweeping the floors. And that useless ex-boyfriend whom she had kicked aside like a worn-out shoe. Now he had become the most esteemed woman in the universe, a supreme deity that everyone sought refuge from. That position of the mistress of the Gu family, which could make the Elven Queen and countless star overlords envious to madness. Originally, it was completely hers, Mu Qingxue's. If only she hadn't signed that damned breakup agreement. If only she had been willing to stay quietly in this small courtyard. Then today the one standing there receiving the Elven Queen's bow would be her. She had thrown away the universe's greatest treasure, the identity that could allow her to walk sideways for eternity like trash. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Extreme regret and jealousy surged like a raging fire, wildly coursing through her already exhausted meridians. Mu Qingxue suddenly clutched her chest and began to cough violently. A mouthful of purplish-black blood spurted from her lips, splattering onto the concrete ground in front of her, a shocking sight. She felt as though her internal organs were being shredded by knives. What on earth have I done? Mu Qingxue laughed miserably, her tears mingling with the blood that streamed down her face. She now lacked even the courage to knock on the door. Upon seeing the Elven Queen, her last shred of dignity was utterly crushed, leaving no trace behind. She was not even worthy of being a servant sweeping the Gu family. It's over. Everything is over. Mu Qingxue leaned against the moss-covered brick wall, unsteadily standing up. Dragging her broken leg, she moved like a soulless zombie, step by step deeper into the alley. She wanted to find a place where no one knew her, to quietly rot away in the mud. Just as she turned around, boom! A thunderous, chilling sound resonated through the clear night sky. This sound was not thunder. It was more like some unimaginably massive monster chewing on the bones of the stars, producing a chilling, grinding noise. Crack. The temperature dropped suddenly by over 100 degrees. The water pooled by the roadside froze into a layer of black ice at a visibly rapid pace. Even the stray cats and dogs in the alley did not have time to let out a scream before being turned into ice sculptures. What is happening? The starry beings who had just gathered outside the Gu family villa were all startled by this sudden change. They all looked up at the sky, their faces turning pale in an instant. Outside the atmosphere of blue star, the once twinkling starlight was dimming in large swathes. It was not obscured by clouds. Rather, it was being devoured by a visible dark red substance, exuding a nauseating metallic scent. Hiss! Roar! A shrill, violent roar that seemed capable of piercing through human souls echoed from the depths of the universe. This sound penetrated the atmosphere, exploding in the minds of billions of people on Blue Star. Those martial artists with lower cultivation levels immediately bled from their 7 orifices and collapsed to the ground. It's the Star Abyss insect clan. An elder from the Deep Space Academy pointed at the sky, his voice trembling like a sieve, his eyes nearly popping out. Impossible. Didn't the Queen Mother get scared off by the Master a few days ago? How could it come back? Another powerful being shouted in terror. No, that is not an ordinary Queen Mother. Among the crowd, a well-informed star system lord stared intently at the sky, his legs going weak as he knelt down. That is the ultimate calamity of the Star Abyss insect clan. The mutated ancient Mother Queen. As his words fell, the dark red shadow in the sky finally pierced through the clouds. It was a horrific mass larger than Blue Star by a third. Its body was covered in tentacles, oozing green slime, and countless compound eyes flickered with greedy red light in the darkness. Behind it was a dense, overwhelming horde of insects sufficient to fill the entire solar system. This was the most notorious locust race in the universe, leaving no grass in their wake. In the garbage alley, Mu Qingxue was knocked to the ground by that roar. She stared in horror at the apocalyptic scene in the sky, feeling the terrifying pressure that made even her breath halt. The ancient insect queen. Mu Qingxue's mind went blank, the self-doubt and regret instantly replaced by the fear of death. She knew that once a monster of this level descended, Blue Star would be devoured in an instant, leaving not even the core of the stars. Run! I need to run. This was her instinctive reaction, but her broken leg refused to obey, and she could only crawl desperately through the icy mud. Just as the whole Blue Star plunged into a despair akin to the end of the world, the tightly shut iron door of the Gu family villa creaked open. Gu Xinghe, wearing a gray casual outfit and holding a half-eaten cucumber, strolled to the door, glancing up at the massive flesh orb blocking the sky. Why are you out here at night instead of sleeping? Gu Xinghe took a bite of the cucumber, crunching loudly while slightly furrowing his brows. He turned to Feng Xingyang, who was standing by the door, sword drawn and on guard. Old Feng, go to the backyard and bring me the half bottle of chili powder I had left over from cooking yesterday. The piercing sound of the air defense alarm instantly tore through the night sky of Blue Star. That sound was so mournful it felt as though it was signaling the end for all humanity. In the sky there loomed only that enormous mutated ancient mother queen, as colossal as a planet. However, now, with a series of nauseating sounds of flesh being torn apart, countless dark red, blood-colored wormholes opened up densely in the outer atmosphere. Swarm after swarm of star abyss beetles, each comparable in size to a cruiser, surged out of the wormholes like a black waterfall. Their giant compound eyes glimmered with a greedy red light in the darkness, and sharp mandibles dripped with green acidic liquid. What is happening? At the Blue Star Defense Force Command Center, Governor Lei Ju stared at the densely packed red dots on the radar, collapsing into his chair. They are coming for the spiritual energy. The concentration of spiritual energy on Blue Star has surged tens of thousands of times in the past few days, attracting this starving swarm of locusts. The adjutant cradled his head in despair, his voice filled with bone-deep hopelessness. On the streets, the powerful beings who had just been watching the excitement of the Elf Queen were now thrown into chaos. Run! The Star Abyss insect clan is in full force. Their numbers could turn the Milky Way to dust. The space is sealed. The ships can't even start. These usually high and mighty masters and elders now resembled headless flies frantically darting. Some attempted to rise into the air on swords, but after flying just a few meters they were drenched in the falling acidic liquid, unable to scream, instantly turning into a pile of white bones. The entire Blue Star had instantly transformed into a hell on earth. In a garbage-strewn alley, Mu Qingxue lay face down in the mud, desperately covering her ears with her hands, trying to block out the deafening sound of the insect cries. She watched the powerful beings around her frantically fleeing and the skyscrapers collapsing under the corrosive acid. A fear she had never felt before completely engulfed her. Help! Someone help me! Dragging her broken leg, she crawled painfully across the street littered with shattered glass and blood, like the most humble and helpless refugee. She had once been Blue Star's top genius, a proud celestial maiden pursuing the path of greatness at the Deep Space Academy. She thought she could control her destiny, looking down from above at Gu Xinghe, the useless one. But now, in the face of true disaster, she lacked even the strength to stand, only able to struggle in the mud. Bang! A smaller Star Abyss insect soldier crashed down less than 10 meters in front of Mu Qingxue, its enormous compound eyes fixed intently on her. Foul-smelling drool dripped from its mandibles, corroding the asphalt road into pits. Mu Qingxue was so frightened that her breath caught in her throat. She desperately shrank back, her hands clawing at the ground, leaving 10 bloody scratches, tears streaming down her face. Don't come closer. Please don't eat me. She closed her eyes in despair, awaiting her fate of being torn to pieces. However, a second passed, then 10 seconds. The anticipated pain did not arrive. Mu Qingxue trembled and opened her eyes. She witnessed a scene she would never forget in her lifetime. Amidst the apocalyptic chaos of the streets, only the Gu family courtyard remained. Like a stabilizing needle amidst the raging waves, it stood quiet, peaceful, even exuding a hint of lazy impatience. In the courtyard, Gu Xinghe sat in a rattan chair, holding half a cucumber. He didn't even lift his head. He even detested the noise digging at his ears, as if he found the insect cries outside too loud. And in front of Gu Xinghe, a barrier of divine protection unrivaled in the universe thunderously unfolded. Protect the master. Protect the young master. The elf queen Elena had long abandoned her earlier humility when asking for medicine. She suddenly stood up, her dazzling green dress transforming into a set of valiant elven armor. She raised a green staff radiating immense life force. A verdant light curtain instantly enveloped the entire Gu family courtyard. The falling acidic liquid and the diving insect soldiers were instantly purified into pure spiritual energy upon contact with this layer of light. On another side, the mechanical elder who had been explaining advanced calculus to Gu Chang'an had his cold electronic eyes glowing bright red. Carbon-based insect clan invasion detected. Threat level ant. His right arm, made of liquid metal, instantly transformed into a superdimensional plasma cannon shimmering with bluish light. Virum. A blue beam thick as a barrel shot into the sky, instantly vaporizing the largest wormhole in the sky along with tens of thousands of insect soldiers that were about to crawl out. At the gatehouse, the blind, old man Feng Qingyang was even more invigorated than if he had been injected with chicken blood. Dare to act wildly at the boss doorstep. I will test my sword on you stinking bugs today. He drew out a rusty iron sword, the sword intent of his divine realm soaring into the sky. Countless invisible sword energies rampaged around the courtyard like a meat grinder. Any insect that dared to approach within 100 meters of the Gu family villa was ground into green mush. The big black dog was even more ruthless. Not liking to fight in the courtyard, it transformed directly into the form of the sky-swallowing star beast lying on the roof of the villa like a black mountain. It opened its massive maw, and with a roar it swallowed a starship that had fallen due to corrosion from the acidic liquid, conveniently crunching dozens of high-ranking insect generals as a side dish. This was no apocalypse, it was clearly a one-sided slaughter show. Mu Qingxue lay in the mud, staring blankly at the courtyard that was fiercely protected by divine powers. She gazed at the man sitting in the rattan chair, leisurely munching on cucumber. The immense gap felt like a heavy blow smashing down on her pride. He was her childhood sweetheart, the man she once deemed useless who only knew how to cook and do laundry. Yet now he was protected like a creator deity by the noblest elf queen in the universe, the most rational mechanical leader, and the most terrifying cosmic beast. And what about her? In pursuit of the so-called stars and seas, she had abandoned her husband and children. Now she could only lie in the mud like a beggar, looking up at the man she could never reach. The disparity was like a chasm. These two words turned into tangible blades, shattering Mu Qingxue's pitiful self-esteem. Why? Why is this happening? Mu Qingxue's tears burst forth as she reached out, wanting to touch the green light curtain enveloping the courtyard. She wanted to go home. She wanted to return to that man's side. Even if it meant being a servant sweeping the floor, it would be 1,000 times better than waiting to die in this cold mud. But just as her fingers were about to touch the light curtain, boom. The colossal insect mother queen, as large as a planet, finally descended. Her compound eyes gleaming with greedy red light fixed intently on the Gu family courtyard, the area with the densest spiritual energy. A roar sounded, shattering the void. The massive mouth of the mother queen opened wide, unleashing a terrifying suction that swept across the entire blue star. A towering building beside the street collapsed under the force. Bang! A large piece of falling debris crashed down on Mu Qingxue's already broken leg. Mu Qingxue let out a heart-wrenching scream, her body thrown to the ground. The intense pain nearly caused her to faint. Desperately, she raised her head to look at the enormous insect mother queen that blocked out the sun. She watched as the fierce insect soldiers charged toward her. She could no longer hold back. All her regret and fear erupted at that moment. Xinghe, save me. I truly know I was wrong. Mu Qingxue screamed hysterically, her voice laced with endless regret and despair. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Gu Xinghe finally set down the half-eaten cucumber. He frowned, seeming somewhat impatient with the noisy apocalyptic scene. He turned his head and glanced at Su Hongye, who was standing beside him with half a piece of chalk in hand. Hongye, I noticed there seems to be no cumin in the kitchen just now. Gu Xinghe pointed at the giant meatball in the sky, his tone as calm as if discussing the evening's menu. Go make a run for it, buy some cumin and chili powder. This giant moth looks meaty, so let's have a feast tonight. The enormous planet-like mass of the insect queen lay like a black shroud over the blue star. The sunlight was completely blocked, plunging the entire world into a darkness where one could not see their own hand. Open fire. Everyone open fire. Governor Lei Ju stood atop the command tower of the Federal Defense Force, his voice hoarse from shouting. Countless high-energy laser beams and antimatter missiles, trailing brilliant tails of light, crazily shot into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Intense explosions erupted in succession above the clouds. Yet despairingly, those missiles capable of destroying a city struck the thick green slime covering the queen's outer shell. Not even a crater was created, they were simply corroded and absorbed. Governor, our firepower net is completely ineffective. The insect tide has already breached the atmosphere. The officer rushed in, rolling on the ground with his military hat lost somewhere, his face streaked with tears of despair. There are too many of them. Conservatively estimated to exceed 100 billion. Lei Ju slammed his fist onto the control panel, his knuckles bloodied. It's over. Today Blue Star will be completely wiped out. In the sky, billions of abyssal beetles rained down like a black storm, mercilessly crashing to the ground. This group of the most greedy locusts in the universe left nothing but barren earth in their wake. Skyscrapers were crushed to crumbs beneath their sharp mandibles, while the streets were littered with severed limbs, and the sounds of desperate cries filled the air. Help! Someone save my child! A mother desperately protected her infant in her arms, only to be crushed into a pulp by a soldier bug the size of a grinding wheel. Meanwhile, the elders of the Deep Space Academy, who were previously on the road preparing for battle, found themselves in a bitter struggle. Formed the formation. Established the Northern Dipper Demon Suppression Formation. Gu Tianxian wielded a long sword radiating starlight, slashing madly through the swarm of insects. However, the coarse linen robe he wore had long been corroded by the insect's acidic fluids, and was in tatters with one arm visibly broken to the bone. Dean, we can't hold on any longer. These beasts seem to be on drugs, they just keep coming. The Grand Elder of the inner sect smashed several soldier bugs with a palm, then turned and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Though they were mighty beings of the starry sky, they were unable to sustain a prolonged battle in a place like Blue Star, where spiritual energy was scarce. Moreover, these insects were attracted by the heavenly spiritual energy from the Gu family's yard, each one entering a frenzied rampage. We must hold on even if we can't. Gu Tianxian gritted his teeth and cleaved through a high-ranking insect general, his eyes red with fury. If we allow these beasts to disturb the Master's cultivation, the Deep Space Academy will be reduced to ashes. As they struggled to hold on, Mu Qingxue in the garbage alley was experiencing the deepest despair of her life. Her right leg was pinned down by a stone, completely immobilized. Surrounding buildings continued to collapse under the relentless gnawing of the insect's dust, and screams filling her ears. No, I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Mu Qingxue's face was smeared with mud and tears, her 10 fingers digging into the ground until they bled. She looked up and caught sight of the Gu family's small courtyard in the distance, glowing with a green light. It was the only piece of untouched land on Blue Star free from insect contamination. Xinghe, you're inside, right? You're so powerful, why won't you come out and save me? She shrieked with resentment in her heart. Even at this moment, she still believed Gu Xinghe was cold-hearted and was deliberately watching her plight. The enormous planet-like insect queen in the sky seemed to have finally lost patience with the annoying federal firepower. Hiss, roar. It opened its terrifying maw, capable of swallowing half a continent, letting out a soul-shattering laugh. This laughter carried the laws of mental pollution. Countless ordinary people on Blue Star bled from their 7 orifices and died on the spot due to this laughter. Even a venerable like Gu Tianxian felt as if a steel needle had pierced his brain, causing him to kneel in agony. The countless greedy compound eyes of the queen rotated in the darkness. In the end, all eyes were fixated on the Gu family's small courtyard, where the spiritual energy was most abundant. What a delicious source of energy. If I swallow it, I can ascend to become the master of the abyss. The queen's massive body began to writhe violently. It ignored the ants resisting below. With an overwhelming pressure that crushed everything, it dove straight toward the Gu family's small courtyard like a black meteor. It's over. The master's courtyard has been locked onto. Gu Tianxian watched this scene and closed his eyes in despair. He knew that Blue Star was utterly doomed today. Yet in that small courtyard, under the watchful eyes of the world locked onto by the queen, the atmosphere was surprisingly calm. So calm that it felt eerie. Gu Xinghe sat in a rattan chair, just finishing the last sip of his Da Hong Pao tea. He gently placed the purple clay teacup on the stone table in front of him. Ding! The bottom of the cup met the table, producing a crisp sound. This sound was extremely faint, but at that moment it seemed to carry an invisible magical power that penetrated the elven barrier above the courtyard. It caused the insect queen, who was diving down from the air, to suddenly stiffen. Gu Xinghe stood up. He paid no mind to the apocalyptic scene outside. He merely raised his hand to brush away non-existent dust from his clothes. Hongye, go get me a large. Gu Xinghe turned his head to look at Su Hongye, who was on high alert beside him, his tone as calm as if he were merely instructing her to do a trivial household chore. This big moth looks pretty plump. Once we take care of it, let's have it for dinner tonight, roast some insect wings. The purple clay teacup on the stone table emitted a crisp ding. Gu Xinghe withdrew his hand and looked up at the enormous meatball in the sky that blocked out the sun. He felt no fear. He only sensed that this thing hanging above was blocking all the sunlight in the courtyard, affecting the photosynthesis of his few stargrass plants. Roar! The insectoid queen's abyssal maw, filled with sharp fangs, opened once more. Saliva carrying corrosive venom dripped down like rain. Hand over the essence of Blue Star. This queen will drain every living thing here, leaving not a drop of blood behind. The queen's piercing roar echoed through the skies of Blue Star, accompanied by spiritual pollution. Her greedy compound eyes locked onto the faint green barrier surrounding Gus' courtyard. Such pure life energy. Once I consume this place, I will be free from the shackles of the star abyss. She shouted arrogantly, her massive body accelerating downward, bearing the weight of destruction towards Gus' courtyard. Closest to the threat, Mu Qingxue, under the assault of the insect tide, glanced back in despair. Is the master's courtyard really going to be destroyed by this monster? He closed his eyes as if he had already seen the apocalypse of Blue Star. Mu Qingxue in the garbage alley also closed her eyes in despair. Covered in mud, her right leg broken, she lay on the ground like a rag doll. Am I finally going to be free? Xinghe, I really regret it. She murmured to herself, preparing to welcome the arrival of death. However, within that courtyard locked onto by the queen, the atmosphere was disturbingly calm. Xinghe gazed at the terrifying beast overhead, which seemed poised to devour the entire world. He was not the slightest bit flustered. Instead, he sighed helplessly. It's so noisy. Xinghe rubbed his ears, a hint of annoyance flashing in his eyes, as if his enthusiasm had been interrupted. He turned his head to look at Su Hongye, who was chopping vegetables in the kitchen. Hongye. His voice was not loud, but under the special formation of the courtyard it clearly reached the kitchen. Su Hongye, holding a kitchen knife, nervously ran out. Xinghe, this monster seems quite difficult to deal with. Can this barrier hold? She was after all a soldier, and instinctively felt anxious upon witnessing such a level of alien catastrophe. Xinghe did not respond to her, merely glancing down at the few plates of light vegetarian dishes on the stone table. Why is dinner tonight all vegetarian? He frowned, his tone slightly disdainful. See, you has just recovered, she should eat something light. But how can you and Chang'an train every day without eating meat? Su Hongye was momentarily stunned. Even now, with the insectoid queen about to devour Blue Star, was he still worried about not having meat for dinner? Xinghe, this monster came just in time. Xinghe interrupted her, pointing at the insectoid queen in the sky, with its gaping maw threatening to drain Blue Star. A glimmer of inscrutable light suddenly flashed in his dark eyes. Hongye, go prepare some cumin and Xinghe leisurely rolled up the sleeves of his casual outfit. Tonight's dinner is a bit bland. He'll prepare some high-protein snacks to go with it. As soon as these words were spoken, the little brother group on alert in the courtyard all stumbled, nearly losing their balance. The mechanical elder's right arm, which was about to fire the plasma cannon, awkwardly froze midair. Logic computation error. Defining interstellar calamity-level beings as snacks. Conclusion: the creator's recipe transcends the realm of understanding. Wen Qingyang's rusty iron sword fell to the ground with a clang. He swallowed hard, staring at the monster in the sky that was larger than the moon. Boss, this thing looks rough. Oh, can it be tasty? How about I go scrape some scales for you first? The big black dog excitedly barked once. It had long been craving this giant insect. If not for fearing it would overshadow its master, it would have lunged at it already. Su Hongye looked at Guzing's serious expression and finally couldn't help but chuckle. The tension that had arisen from the impending apocalypse dissipated instantly in the face of Guzing's remark about snacks. Okay, you'll go prepare the cumin. Su Hongye put away her tactical dagger and turned to head back to the kitchen. Make the chili powder extra spicy. That kid Chang'an has a heavy taste. Xinghe did not forget to remind her from behind. After saying that, he slowly turned around, locking his gaze back onto the insectoid queen that was rapidly approaching in the sky. It's time to clear the field. Xinghe murmured to himself. He gradually raised his right hand. No complicated spell gestures were involved, nor did he mobilize any world-destroying spiritual power. He seemed like a passerby standing by a pond, casually extending a finger. In the sky, the massive body of the insectoid queen was less than 500 meters away from Gus' courtyard. Its toxic acidic liquid was even dripping onto the green barrier raised by the elven queen, emitting a piercing hiss sound. Ants, die! The queen roared, her enormous mandibles snapping open, preparing to swallow the entire courtyard along with the enticing spiritual energy. At this moment, Guzing's outstretched finger gently tapped in the void. There was no explosion. There were no light or shadow effects. It was as if a droplet of water had gently fallen onto the calm surface of a lake. But accompanying his seemingly understated action, the spatial laws of the entire Blue Star, no, the entire universe in this star domain, came to a complete standstill in that instant. What is happening? Gu Tianxian was swinging his sword, ready to fight desperately, but he found himself frozen like an insect trapped in amber, unable to even blink. The star abyss beetles, falling like a torrential rain from the sky, all bizarrely hovered in midair. Even the green acidic liquid dripping from their mandibles remained in a falling posture, motionless. Time and space. Under Guzing's single finger, they were forcibly pressed the pause button. And as the target, the insectoid queen as large as a planet was now frozen in midair, its gaping maw wide open directly above Gus' courtyard. For the first time, a hint of extreme fear belonging to an intelligent being flickered in its massive compound eyes. No. What is this power? The queen roared madly in her heart, attempting to break free from this confinement. But she sorrowfully found that her proud insectoid essence was no more than a speck of dust in the face of this power. Xinghe retracted his hand, placing both hands back into his pockets. He looked at the immobilized massive meatball in the sky, a cold smile devoid of warmth curling at the corners of his mouth. So ugly, yet you dare to come out and tempt people's appetites. As soon as the words left his mouth, a concept of destruction 100 million times more terrifying than the insectoid queen, enough to make the entire universe tremble, erupted violently in the void he had just pointed at. Where Xinghe's fingertip landed, a wave powerful enough to make the entire universe tremble emerged. It did not transform into a cataclysmic storm as the deep space powers had anticipated. On the contrary, it was gentle like a wisp of early spring breeze. It carried an unspeakable supreme principle silently sweeping across the skies of the blue star. Ding! A sound as ethereal as a clear spring dropping echoed deep within everyone's souls. The sky, which had been paused, suddenly experienced a strange transformation. Amidst the densely packed sky-covering star abyss insect soldiers, a magnificent lotus flower formed from pure golden light of principles bloomed one after another. With no warning, it burst forth. There was no killing intent, no bloodshed. These golden lotuses were breathtakingly beautiful, exuding a purity that transcended life and death. What is that flower? Gu Tianxian sat on the ground staring up in astonishment. He still clutched the long sword with a rolled edge tightly in his hand, but at this moment his sword heart felt as insignificant as a speck of dust before the sea of golden lotuses. Petals of gold gently floated down in the wind. They seemed alive, precisely touching every hovering star abyss beetle. Pop! It was as if a heated steel needle gently punctured each soap bubble. The pitch-black insect shells, which could withstand even high-energy antimatter missiles and were impervious to the strikes of transcendent powers. At the moment they came into contact with the golden petals, they melted away with no resistance, like ice and snow under the blazing sun. Hiss! The billions of insect soldiers didn't even have time to let out a scream. Their massive bodies, fearsome jaws, and venomous acidic fluids, all were forcibly stripped and purified in this exquisitely beautiful golden light of principles. The dirty impurities and brutal demonic energy were completely erased from the universe. What remained was only the purest life source energy that had been forged by the supreme principles. Just a second ago this place was a hell on earth, a battlefield ravaged by the insect race. And now the sky of the entire blue star began to rain like never before. Blocks of exquisitely cooked spirit meat cut into perfect squares, emitting a peculiar aroma. Accompanied by golden petals, they gracefully floated down from the sky. The rich scent of meat mingled with the tantalizing spiciness of cumin and chili powder. Instantly it filled every corner of the blue star. Thud! A piece of roasted insect meat the size of a fist landed perfectly on the hat of Governor Lei Ju. He instinctively reached out to grab it. The meat was still steaming, its surface sizzling with golden oil, the fragrance wafting straight into his nostrils. Gulp! Governor Lei Ju swallowed hard. He looked at the piece of heavenly descended roasted meat in his hand, then at the soldiers around him, who were also struck by the meat rain. In the Defense Command headquarters, a deathly silence reigned. Governor, what is this from the bugs? The adjutant holding a piece of meat trembled in his voice. Who cares what it's from? I've never smelled meat this fragrant in my life. An old soldier next to him couldn't hold back any longer and took a big bite. Wow, it melts in the mouth. I feel like the bottleneck I've had for 10 years as a martial artist is about to loosen. On the street, the deep space powers, who had been despairing and crying just moments ago, at this moment they were all dumbfounded. They looked at the piles of roasted meat on the ground and inhaled the strange fragrance in the air that could make one's blood boil. Is this purified pure life source? Heavens! The spiritual energy in this piece of meat is 100 times richer than the top-tier spirit pills from our Deep Space Academy. Gu Tianxian suddenly reacted, his eyes turning red. He threw away the long sword in his hand, dove to the ground, and grabbed a piece of meat that had a bit of dust on it and stuffed it into his mouth. Don't just stand there. Grab it. This is the supreme opportunity granted by the master. His shout ignited the entire scene. Those lofty masters and venerables. To grab a larger piece of roasted meat, they directly started fighting in the streets, completely losing their dignity. Meanwhile, in the garbage alley, Mu Qingxue stared blankly at a piece of roasted meat that had fallen beside her. The aroma was overwhelmingly powerful enough to clear her hazy consciousness from excessive blood loss. Xinghe, did he really turn the insect army? into roasted meat. Mu Qingxue's fingers trembled violently. She wanted to take that piece of meat, wanting to survive. But just as her hand was about to touch the meat, an outer disciple from the Deep Space Academy rushed over, kicked her hand away, and snatched the meat. Get lost. You worthless piece of trash, think you deserve to eat such a divine item. Mu Qingxue lay in the mud watching the disciple chew on the roasted meat. A wave of despair and regret engulfed her once more. Originally, if she hadn't broken up with him, all this boundless opportunity, this divine item that made all the powers of the universe go mad with greed. She wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Xinghe would have personally delivered the best-cooked piece to her lips. But now she wasn't even worthy of eating the leftover scraps. In the Gu family courtyard, Feng Qingyang held a stainless steel basin, joyfully collecting the falling meat. Oh my, the boss skill is incredible. This cumin flavor is so authentic. He stuffed his mouth as he collected grease dripping everywhere. The big black dog had opened its enormous mouth, like an abyss, frantically devouring the exquisite roasted meat falling from the sky. Woof woof. Dog translation: following my master, I eat feasts every day. Gu Chang'an and Gu Nianxing also held plates, cheering and jumping in the courtyard. Only Gu Xinghe remained. Leaning against a rattan chair, he held a skewer of roasted insect wings that had just fallen. He took a bite and slightly frowned. Hongye, did you use too little chili powder? This meat tastes a bit greasy. Su Hongye stood beside him, watching the sky, filled with roasted meat, rain, her mouth twitching uncontrollably. She felt that her worldview had been rubbed into the ground countless times by this man. Now nothing remained. Xinghe, did you roast 100 billion bugs? So what? Is that too much? Gu Xinghe smirked. He raised his head, his gaze crossing the sky, full of roasted meat, locking onto the massive insect queen in space, which no longer had the arrogance it once had, clamoring to devour the blue star. It watched in horror as its once invincible army transformed in an instant into a banquet for all of humanity. The intense fear that surged from the depths of its soul caused its massive body to tremble violently, as if it were sifting through chaff. It even felt its own insect origin melting within. No, don't eat me. I'm not tasty. The queen roared wildly in her heart, trying to turn and tear apart the space to escape. But it sadly discovered that the void around it had long been locked by an invisible principle, not a single inch. What drove it to despair the most was that the excretion hole beneath its massive body, due to extreme fright, had completely lost control. A torrent of green, foul-smelling liquid poured down like a waterfall. This cosmic disaster that once roamed the stars had been scared to the point of losing control of its bowels. Gu Xinghe looked up at the trembling giant meatball in the sky. He disdainfully waved his hand in front of his nose. This thing is so unhygienic. Gu Xinghe turned to Feng Qingyang. Old Feng, this big moth looks a bit old, probably tough to chew. Take the hay and deal with it. Feng Qingyang's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing Gu Xing's command. He drew out a rusty iron sword, and the sword intent soared into the sky, while the large black dog nearby excitedly bared its fangs. However, before the old man and the dog could charge forward, the bug queen in the sky, who was locked on and terrified to the point of losing control of her bowels, finally couldn't hold on any longer. Her massive body began to convulse violently. An unprecedented life and death crisis coiled around her heart like a cold serpent. No, don't kill me. I'm not tasty. The queen screamed frantically in her mind. She could feel that the man standing in the courtyard below could kill her without even raising a finger if he truly wished to. In order to survive, the queen completely abandoned the dignity of being a star abyss disaster. Her body, which was originally larger than Blue Star, began to shrink back desperately. Under the incredulous gaze of all humanity, that gigantic black flesh orb forcefully compressed itself down to the size of a small building. Immediately after, the queen's ferocious face smashed down towards the Gu family's courtyard. Bang! A dull sound echoed. The bug queen struck a perfectly standard submissive posture in midair, repeatedly bowing to Gu Xinghe. Great master, I beg you for mercy, spare my wretched life. She transmitted her desperate wails into Gu Xing's mind through her spiritual power. The little bug has eyes but cannot recognize Mount Tai. Having offended your serene cultivation, the little bug deserves to die 1,000 deaths. If you let me go, I swear the Star Abyss Bug clan will never step into the Milky Way again. This statement left the surrounding starry powers, who were busy snatching roasted meat, stunned. The dignified bug queen was actually begging for mercy in fear. Did she just call herself a little bug? If this were to reach the deep space realm, it would surely leave the experts studying bugs agape. Gu Xinghe sat in a rattan chair, picked up a cup of freshly brewed tea, and blew on the steam. Weren't you just boasting about draining Blue Star? Why are you so cowardly now? His tone was indifferent, not even glancing at the queen in the sky. This light remark hit the queen's heart like a heavy hammer. She shuddered violently, her very soul trembling in fear. The overwhelming pressure caused her physical structure to completely go out of control. Puff! A strange sound emitted. The queen's tail suddenly retracted and several spheres radiating dazzling golden light uncontrollably burst forth from her body. Those were the queen's eggs. Each egg contained the pure essence accumulated from the queen's consumption of stars over countless years. Even a dead egg could fetch a terrifying price on the cosmic black market, enough to buy several star systems. Now the queen was actually so scared that she laid eggs on the spot. Great master, these are the queen's source eggs, offered to you as the price for my life. While bowing, the queen used her spiritual power to lift the several eggs above the Gu family's courtyard. All she sought now was to preserve her life. Not to mention laying a few eggs. Even if it meant giving up her heart, she would not hesitate. Gu Xinghe looked up for a moment. The several golden eggs shimmered, their surfaces swirling with mysterious patterns of law. They were not very large, round and chubby, about the size of a big ball. Dad, what is that? It's shiny and looks fun. Gu Qingxue leaned over, curiously staring at the eggs in the sky. Gu Xinghe also came running over, her eyes sparkling. Daddy, can that ball bounce? Gu Xinghe looked at the expectant faces of his daughters, and then at the trembling bug queen in the sky. He stroked his chin. This thing looks alright. It's just right for you to play ball in the courtyard, as it's sturdy enough, probably won't break. Gu Xinghe casually waved his hand, and the several priceless queen's eggs landed directly on the grass in the courtyard. Thank you, Dad. Gu Xinghe cheered and ran over to pick up an egg, happily bouncing it on the grass. Bang, bang, bang. The egg had excellent elasticity, making a crisp sound as it hit the ground. This scene made the surrounding starry powers watch with their hearts bleeding. The queen's eggs. A supreme treasure capable of nurturing an invincible interstellar bug army. To think they were being used as play balls, eh? What kind of celestial family is this? Meanwhile, in the garbage alley, Mu Qingxue lay in the mud, watching Gu Xinghe happily laugh while holding the golden egg. Her heart felt as if it were being gnawed by countless bugs. That was mine. Everything was supposed to be mine. She bit her lips until they bled, her regret almost solidifying into reality. If she hadn't left, the one holding those eggs and enjoying supreme glory would have been her. But now she could only linger like a wild dog with a broken leg, barely surviving in a rubbish heap. This torment, more painful than death, caused her spirit to completely collapse. In the courtyard, Gu Xinghe watched his daughters playing happily and finally nodded reluctantly. He turned his head to look at the bug queen, who was still bowing repeatedly in the sky. All right, for the sake of these few play balls, I won't make you my drink today. Gu Xinghe waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a disgusting green fly. Well, I haven't changed my mind. Take your foul odor and get lost. If you dare step into the Milky Way again, I will dig up your bug clan's ancestral grave. Upon hearing this, the bug queen felt as if she had been pardoned. Thank you, master, for not killing me. Thank you, master. She bowed furiously while desperately activating the spatial laws within her body. Crack! The space above Blue Star was forcibly torn open by her, creating a massive rift. The queen's gigantic body plunged into the spatial rift like a cannonball. Her speed was at its peak, fearing that Gu Xinghe might change his mind at any moment. If she had legs, she would definitely curse her parents for not giving her 2 more legs. In less than a second, the once mighty ancient disaster completely vanished into the depths of the starry sky. The sky of Blue Star finally returned to calm. Sunlight poured down onto the streets once more. Everyone looked at the roasted meat scattered everywhere and the slowly healing spatial rift, feeling as if they had returned from another world. A calamity that could have destroyed the entire Blue Star was effortlessly resolved by one man, even providing a lavish dinner for all of humanity. Long live the master. Gu Tianxian was the first to react. He knelt on the ground and took the lead, and immediately after, across all of Blue Star, whether it was the Federal Army or the Starry Powers, everyone knelt down in unison. The deafening cheers echoed into the sky. Gu Xinghe sat in the courtyard listening to the commotion outside, shaking his head helplessly. He picked up his teacup and took a sip of the now slightly cooled Dahong Pao. These people are so noisy. Gu Xinghe turned to look at Su Hongye, who was washing her hands in the kitchen. Hongye, since we don't need to roast moths anymore, what are we having for dinner tonight? We can't really let the kids gnaw on those bug eggs, can we? At the moment the communication base station of Blue Star regained its signal, the Zerg Queen had just torn through space to escape. The interstellar reconnaissance satellites stranded in the outer space of Blue Star wildly transmitted the recorded footage to the star network of the entire universe like sharks sensing blood. From Gu Xing's fingertips blossomed a golden lotus, transforming countless insect soldiers into a grand feast. The gigantic insect mother, as large as a planet, was so terrified that it repeatedly kowtowed and ultimately fled into the void, its tail between its legs. This brief footage of less than 5 minutes was vividly displayed before the high-ranking officials of various civilizations across the universe. In the Sirius Empire, the highest military conference room, dozens of commanders bearing the weight of their respective stars were gathered around a massive holographic projection table. The cigars on the table burned down to their fingers without anyone noticing. Is this the Star Abyss, Zerg? The Imperial Marshal slammed the table, his voice cracking. That ancient disaster that swept through half of the Andromeda Galaxy and devoured 3 of our main fleets. Just like that. Turned into barbecue. He stared wide-eyed like bronze bells fixated on the screen, filled with falling chunks of roasted meat. Marshal, according to the analysis from the intelligence brain, the life essence contained in those meat chunks is 1,000 times more potent than the top nutrient solutions in our treasury. The conference room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone felt as if their worldview had been brutally crushed by the man in casual, or casually sipping tea in his courtyard. Quick! Immediately send a special envoy to Blue Star. The Marshal snapped back to reality, shouting at his adjutant. At all costs, we must establish diplomatic relations with this great sovereign. If we can get some of that roasted meat back, our army's combat power will at least triple. A similar scene unfolded almost simultaneously in the territories of the Divine Race, Mechanical Race, and Star Spirit Race. The Star Network forum of the entire universe crashed at that moment. Countless posts refreshed like snowflakes, but the content was almost exclusively exclamatory remarks. My gosh, that's the Zerg Queen. She's actually kowtowing and begging for mercy. Look at that man. He just pointed his finger. Just once. What does it mean to strike down from a higher dimension? This is what it means. This must be a true deity experiencing life. I declare that from today onwards, Gu Xing's courtyard on Blue Star is the only sacred place for martial arts in the universe. Frantic worship and reverence swept like a storm over everyone watching the live broadcast. On Blue Star in Gu Xing's courtyard, he was completely unaware that during his afternoon tea, he had become the idol of the entire universe. He was busy in the kitchen tying on an apron adorned with a bear pattern. Hongya, hand me that grouper that was air freighted from Sirius. Siwa said she wants it steamed. While skillfully scoring the fish, Gu Xinghe casually instructed. Su Hongya passed the fish over, watching him with a smile that couldn't help but rise at his domestic demeanor. Who would have thought that this man struggling with ginger and garlic in the kitchen had just nearly roasted an entire insect? Xinghe, the Star Network across the universe, is broadcasting the footage of you from earlier. I estimate Blue Star will be overwhelmed by delegations from various forces in the coming days. Su Hongya leaned against the countertop, expressing her concerns. Let them come, as long as they don't come empty-handed. Blue Star's tourism industry can still see some income. Gu Xinghe placed the fish in the steamer and casually patted his hands. If these aliens dare to litter on Blue Star, they'll have Lao Feng capture them all to sweep the streets. In the courtyard, Feng Qingyang was happily scooping up the exquisite insect meat still floating in the air with a large net. Young Master Chang'an, catch more. This stuff is a great supplement, better than eating 10 pills. Gu Chang'an followed Feng Qingyang, bouncing around the courtyard with a stainless steel basin. The big black dog was even more outrageous, directly opening its mouth and vacuuming all the fallen meat chunks from the lawn into its belly. Burp. The big black dog let out a loud belch, its stomach round and full, and it sprawled on the ground, legs in the air, digesting. The family was enjoying an overly harmonious time. Meanwhile, far away on a remote mining star at the edge of deep space, light years away from Blue Star, in a dark, damp basement that even rats would avoid, emitting foul odors of mold and urine, Mu Qingxue and Lu Zuohua, the once arrogant former in-laws on Blue Star, were curled up like 2 sewer rats on a tattered straw mat, shivering from the cold. Ever since they were slapped in the face by Wang Pengzi with a black gold card and thrown into a stinky ditch by the guards at the Gu family gate. Their once proud son Mu Qingxue had also been rendered powerless by Gu Xinghe, becoming a cripple unable to walk steadily. To evade the enemies they had offended in the past, and the loan sharks, the couple sold their last possessions and bought 2 tickets on a black spaceship, escaping to this forsaken mining star. Upon disembarking, they were robbed of their money by the local interstellar gang and could only huddle in this basement, struggling to survive. Old man, I'm hungry. Lu Zuohua clutched her growling stomach, her face, pale hair resembling a bundle of dry grass. Starved to death, you spendthrift. If you hadn't forced Qingxue to break up with Gu Xinghe, could we have ended up like this? Mu Daqiang's eyes were red as he slapped Lu Zuohua across the face. Every time he heard Gu Xing's name, his heart would ache sharply. What right do you have to hit me? Didn't you also despise him for being a waste back then? Lu Zuohua covered her face, charging at Mu Daqiang like a shrew, and they began to wrestle in the dark basement, pulling each other's hair and biting. This was their current daily life. Blaming each other, tormenting one another, waiting for death and despair. Suddenly a beep sounded from the corner of the basement where a broken interstellar television sat. This television had long been broken, but for some unknown reason it had now connected to the public channel of the Star Network. The 2 fighting people stopped. Gasping for breath, they turned their heads to look at the flickering screen. The image displayed a dazzling starry sky and a courtyard that was all too familiar. Is that A house on Blue Star. Mu Daqiang's eyes widened, forgetting to wipe the bloodstains on his face. On the screen was the man they had once scolded as a waste, and a man living off a woman countless times, standing in the courtyard facing the enormous Zerg queen, who made even the principal of the Deep Space Academy kneel in submission. This is the Star Abyss Zerg. Lu Tsuehua, though uneducated, had heard of this most terrifying calamity in the universe. Gu Xinghe, that waste is definitely doomed this time, right? Huh. Let him act tough. Let him chase us away. Lu Tsuehua laughed like a madwoman, her eyes filled with twisted delight. However, before her laughter could fade, the scene on the screen caused her mirth to halt abruptly, like a dead rat caught in her throat. Gu Xinghe merely raised a hand lightly. The vast army of Zerg instantly transformed into golden lotuses, turning into chunks of roasted meat raining down. And that once invincible Zerg queen was actually kowtowing to Gu Xinghe in midair like a dog, even terrified enough to expel several glowing eggs and tear through space to flee. Thud. Mu Daqiang's jaw dislocated. He stared blankly at the screen, his mind buzzing as if hundreds of locomotives were racing inside. How is this possible? Mu Daqiang trembled violently, pointing at the screen, unable to utter a complete sentence. The supreme deity capable of effortlessly annihilating the Zerg army and making the queen beg for mercy was actually the son-in-law who had cooked for their family for 20 years. Old man, am I seeing things? That can't be Gu Xinghe. It must be someone who looks like him, right? Lu Tsuehua collapsed on the straw mat, her pants soaked, emitting a foul odor. The immense disparity and regret struck like a heavy hammer, brutally smashing onto their heads. If they had not forced their daughter to break up, if they had shown even a hint of courtesy to Gu Xinghe, they would now be the most revered sovereigns in the universe. As the overlord of the starry skies, they would be required to bow with countless cultivation resources at their disposal. Oh, my life is so miserable. Lu Tsuehua couldn't handle the shock, rolling her eyes and fainting. Mu Daqiang spat out a mouthful of blood, looking as if he had aged 10 years, collapsing to the ground and convulsing violently. Just as the two fell into the depths of regret, the broken iron door of the basement was suddenly kicked open. Bang! Several interstellar mercenaries wearing full-face helmets and wielding star energy burst rifles walked in with cold smiles. The lead mercenary glanced at the bloodied Mu Daqiang, using the gun barrel to lift his chin. These two old fools owe our boss money, right? The boss has spoken. Since they can't repay the debt, we'll take their organs and sell them in the black market to settle it. Get to work. Go. In the dilapidated basement, leaking pipes emitted a rhythmic dripping sound. The air was thick with the musty odor of rotting cabbage. Mu Daqiang and Lu Tsuehua were as still as stone statues, their eyes fixed on the old holographic television they had salvaged from the corner. On the screen, a scene was being replayed where Gu Xinghe pointed and obliterated billions of Star Abyss insects. The golden lotuses filling the sky, the torrential rain of barbecued meat. And the ancient insect queen, terrified and urinating herself, desperately bowing and pleading for mercy. Each image struck like a heavy hammer, brutally pounding on the tops of their heads. How is this possible? Mu Daqiang trembled all over, his legs giving way as he collapsed onto the moss-covered concrete floor. His eyes, filled with shock, were bloodshot and nearly bulging out of their sockets. His mind buzzed, echoing a single phrase repeatedly. How could this be a mere dependent logistical worker? This was clearly a deity capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth with a snap of his fingers. Old man, I must be mistaken, right? It couldn't possibly be Gu Xinghe. It had to be someone who merely resembled him, right? Lu Tsuehua slumped on the tattered mat, desperately rubbing her eyes, even tearing her eyelids in the process. She refused to believe it, nor dared to accept it. That worthless son-in-law in her eyes, who even needed to save up half a month's salary just to buy her a designer bag. Could it truly be the most supreme existence in the entire universe? Are you blind? Look clearly. That faded apron was the one you discarded in the trash last year, and he picked it up to wear. Mu Daqiang lunged forward like a rabid dog, grabbing Lu Qihua's hair and shaking her violently. Look at that face clearly. That was the face you had seen and scolded for 20 years. Boom. Lu Tsuehua's last shred of fantasy was utterly shattered. Indeed, that calm, even somewhat lazy face. Wasn't that Gu Xinghe who turned in circles around the stove in the kitchen every day? The immense shock washed over them like a tsunami. They finally understood. Gu Xinghe was not a waste. He was merely experiencing the mundane life of mortals as a deity. He didn't need any martial arts talent, nor did he need to pursue any vast celestial ocean. Because this starry sky, even this entire universe, was merely a toy he could crush at will. Oh, what kind of sin have I committed? Lu Tsuehua suddenly wailed like a shrew, grabbing her hair tightly and letting out a piercing scream. 20 years. He endured in this family for 20 years. If only we had treated him a little better. If only we hadn't forced Qingxue to sign that damned divorce agreement. Lu Tsuehua pounded her chest, her nails tearing her shirt. Now we are the mother-in-law and father-in-law of the universe's supreme being. The more she thought about it, the more she broke down, tears and snot streaming down her face, as ugly as could be. What kind of wealth and splendor could that have been? The Lord of the Starry Skies saw them bowing countless longevity elixirs and interstellar wealth at their disposal. Even the lofty dean of the Deep Space Academy would have to treat them as grandsons. But now, because of their foolish greed and snobbery, they not only destroyed this immense opportunity with their own hands, but also offended this supreme deity, ending up with their homes destroyed and living like rats in a sewer waiting to die in this stinking basement of a mining star. It's all your fault. It's all your fault, you wretched woman. Mu Daqiang's eyes reddened as he slapped Lu Tsuehua hard across the face, knocking her to the ground. If it weren't for you whispering in Qingxue's ear every day, scolding him for being useless, would Qingxue have made the decision to break up with him? If it weren't for your greed for the meager resources of the Deep Space Academy, would we have fallen to this state? Mu Daqiang grew angrier as he scolded, wishing he could strangle this woman before him to death. Lu Tsuehua covered her swollen face, going mad as well. She lunged at him like an angry hen biting into Mu Daqiang's arm. Don't pretend to be the good person here. Weren't you the one who laughed when using Gu Xing's money to invest in stocks? Didn't you suggest we rob the Gu family of their property? Now that something has happened, you want to push it all onto me. The couple fought like wild beasts in that dark, damp basement, tearing at each other. This is the final outcome of the greedy. Stripped of the facade of wealth and status, their inherent ugliness was laid bare. Suddenly Mu Daqiang's body stiffened violently. The extreme regret and rage, coupled with the fear of recent days, finally shattered his frail body. He felt as if a knife had been plunged into his chest, a mouthful of thick black blood spewed out, splattering onto the holographic television screen. Gu Xing's calm image was distorted by the splatter. Old man. Lu Tsuehua was horrified, disregarding the scratches on her face as she rushed to support him. Mu Daqiang collapsed to the ground, convulsing, struggling to breathe. He gripped Lu Qihua's hand tightly, his nails almost embedding into her flesh. Back to Blue Star. Mu Daqiang's voice was hoarse, filled with a desperate madness. We need to find Xinghe. Plead with him. He used to be the kindest. As long as we kneel and ask him, he wouldn't ignore us after 20 years of kinship. Lu Tsuehua also clung to this last straw of hope, nodding vigorously. Yes, let's plead with him. Let's be his servants. Even if it means letting him beat us up, as long as we can survive, even if we only get a tiny bit of what he discards, it would be enough for us to live a worry-free life for generations. But soon the cruel reality confronted them. But our current money isn't even enough to buy a bun. How can we buy a spaceship ticket back to Blue Star? Lu Tsuehua cried in despair. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Mu Daqiang's eyes as he gritted his teeth, resembling a gambler who had lost everything. Let's borrow from a loan shark. There's a blood shark gang in the underground black market specializing in interstellar loans. Let's borrow from them. As long as we can return to Blue Star, as long as we can see Xinghe. Mu Daqiang coughed violently, blood still oozing from the corner of his mouth. Can this work? If we can't repay the blood shark gang, they'll take our organs and sell them. Lu Tsuehua trembled in fear. Are we just going to wait here to die? Mu Daqiang roared, struggling to get up from the ground, dragging his unsteady body towards the exit. As long as we see Gu Xinghe, millions of interstellar coins and high-interest loans aren't even a hair on his head. Let's go. Lu Tsuehua gritted her teeth and quickly got up to follow. The two of them stumbled out of the dark, damp basement, heading towards the blood-soaked black market of the mining star. At this moment, Blue Star Gu family's small courtyard. The sun was shining brightly and life was peaceful. Gu Xinghe had no idea that far away in the depths of the starry sky, two shameless old fools were plotting how to drain his blood. He was sitting in a rattan chair, holding a math midterm exam paper from a Blue Star middle school student in his hands. His brows were tightly furrowed. A large black dog lay beside him, chewing on a bone, not daring to breathe. Feng Xingyang was wiping down an off-road vehicle, occasionally glancing over, silently praying that the boss wouldn't lose his temper. The mechanical sovereign stood nearby, its originally silver metal casing now faintly glowing red due to the overload of the core processor. Is this the result of a week's tutoring? Gu Xinghe slammed the exam paper onto the stone table, the sound causing the mechanical sovereign to shudder. On the paper, a bright red score of 59 was glaringly visible. Gu Chang'an stood by, his head down, his toes drawing circles on the lawn, embarrassed to the point of wanting to find a hole to crawl into. Creator, please calm your anger. The mechanical sovereign's cold electronic voice surprisingly carried a hint. Zero has utilized the highest level of quantum computing in the universe to simulate and guide the young master's thought patterns over 1 billion times. The mechanical sovereign pointed to the last geometric problem on the exam paper. However, when the young master was calculating the area of the triangle, he insisted on using spatial folding principles to reshape the three-dimensional structure. Zero's logic module couldn't comprehend this forced dimensional reduction solving method, causing the simulation system to crash 3 times. The mechanical sovereign lowered its head. If it had a face, it would surely be filled with despair. This task, Zero cannot handle it. You might as well dismantle me and turn me into a flat pan. Gu Xinghe looked at his son's guilty expression and then at the pitiful universe's strongest AI. He rubbed his temples and sighed deeply. Looks like I'll have to attend the parent-teacher meeting again this semester and listen to the old teacher's admonishments. Gu Xinghe stood up and patted Gu Chang'an on the back of his head. All right, stop pretending to be pitiful. Go bring out the lamb meat Auntie Hongyam marinated yesterday. He turned towards the kitchen casually, giving an instruction. We're having barbecue tonight. Lao Feng will start the fire. It feels like something's missing after a few peaceful days of living. At that moment, a sudden violent spatial fluctuation erupted in the air outside the courtyard. Following that, an aged, flustered voice laced with a hint of wild joy exploded in the sky above Blue Star. Master, I finally found you. I come bearing great gifts to congratulate you. In the dimly lit basement, a musty odor of rotten cabbage permeated the air. The floor was strewn with shattered bowls and torn pillowcases. Mu Daqiang and Lu Tsuehua rolled and wrestled on the moss-covered concrete floor like 2 mad dogs. It's all your fault, you old hag. Always gossiping and cursing at others for living off others. Mu Daqiang's eyes turned red as he punched Lu Tsuehua in the eye. As soon as he closed his eyes, his mind replayed the scene where Gu Xinghe defeated the bug mother on the screen just moments ago. That was the ruler of the universe. If he had just shown Gu Xinghe the slightest smile back then, he could have devoured all the resources of the universe. It's all because of this incompetent and troublesome old woman in front of me. Why did you hit me? You nodded when he was being driven away. Lu Tsuehua clawed at Mu Daqiang's face like a shrew, her nails leaving deep bloody scratches. Now that you see others are powerful, you regret it. You want to put all the blame on me. Dream on. She bit Mu Daqiang's arm, fiercely drawing blood. Hiss. You crazy woman. Mu Daqiang winced in pain and kicked Lu Tsuehua in the stomach, sending her crashing against the wall. Both of them panted heavily, glaring at each other with eyes full of unresolved resentment. Extreme regret coupled with the intense physical struggle made Mu Daqiang's heart, already weakened from excessive indulgence, feel as if it were gripped tightly by a cold hand. Ugh! A strange wheezing sound escaped his throat. His eyes widened, hands clutching his chest desperately. His face turned pale in an instant. Suddenly, a surge of violent blood flowed back up towards his head. Old man, stop pretending to be dead. Get up and fight. Lu Tsuehua leaned against the wall, still unaware of the severity of the situation, cursing loudly. Help! Help me! Mu Daqiang stretched his hand out, trying to grab Lu Qihua's pant leg. But as his hand reached halfway, he felt as if all the strength had been drained from his body, collapsing straight down. Bang! The back of his head hit the concrete floor heavily. Mu Daqiang's eyes rolled back, revealing a large expanse of bloodshot whites. His body convulsed violently, as if electrocuted foam and black blood spilling from his mouth. Old man, what's wrong with you? Lu Tsuehua finally panicked. She crawled over in a hurry, shaking Mu Daqiang. Don't scare me. Wake up. But Mu Daqiang's convulsions grew weaker, and the sounds from his throat grew. At that moment, Lu Qihua's peripheral vision caught sight of Mu Daqiang's opened inner pocket due to his struggles. There, a half-exposed Starry Sky bank card wrapped tightly in waterproof cloth was visible. That was the stash of private money left for their retirement by Mu Qingxue, secretly intercepted by Mu Daqiang years ago. Although not much, it was enough to buy the cheapest interstellar smuggling ticket. Lu Tsuehua paused as she shook Mu Daqiang's hand. She looked at Mu Daqiang's face, twisted in pain, then at the bank card. A mad thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Gu Xinghe is soft-hearted. As long as I return to Blue Star and kneel before him to cry. For the sake of 20 years of connection, even if he doesn't acknowledge me as his mother-in-law, a little something from him would be enough for me to live lavishly. Driven by this crazy thought, Lu Qihua's panic vanished, replaced by a profound selfishness and greed. Without hesitation, she reached out and yanked the bank card from Mu Daqiang's inner pocket. Old man, you won't make this money is a waste to leave behind. Why not let me take it back to Blue Star and beg Xinghe? Once I get rich, they'll definitely burn some high-denomination interstellar ghost coins for you. She didn't even bother to call for help. Turning around, she grabbed a tattered coat from the corner, put it on, and rushed out of the basement without looking back. The iron door slammed shut completely, isolating Mu Daqiang's desperate, unblinking gaze filled with resentment in the darkness. In this cold and damp basement, this once powerful father-in-law in Blue Star, filled with endless regret, gradually stopped breathing in solitude and despair. 3 days later, a smuggling spaceship reeking of burning oil and alien sweat wobbled into the edge spaceport of Blue Star. Wrapped in a tattered piece of clothing, Lu Tsuhua was pushed out from the lower cabin like a beggar. Over the days on the smuggling ship, she had endured the disdain and shoving from those alien smugglers. Every day, she could only eat moldy nutrient paste and drink rusty-tasting water. She was even slapped twice by a scaly alien woman for trying to grab a slightly cleaner corner. But she endured it all through gritted teeth, because she harbored a fierce determination within her. As long as she could see Gu Xinghe, all this suffering would be worth it. Xinghe, mom is back. You must help me. Lu Tsuhua walked along the streets of Blue Star, wiping her tears, limping. She had no money left, not even enough to take the bus. She had to rely on her 2 legs, moving step by step towards the Gu family's villa. Along the way, passers-by saw her dirty and smelly appearance, resembling a madwoman, and quickly covered their noses to avoid her. Where did this beggar come from? How did she even end up in the city center? Stay away, don't catch any infectious diseases. Listening to the whispers and pointing fingers around her, Lu Tsuhua laughed bitterly in her heart. You lowly peasants with dog eyes. Once I see my son-in-law, I'll have him take you all to sweep the streets. Clutching this pathological fantasy, she supported her exhausted body and walked for an entire day and night. Finally, as the first ray of sunlight dawned the next morning, she arrived at a place less than 2 streets away from the Gu family's villa. However, years of pampering combined with the recent torment had pushed her body to its limits. Thud! Lu Qihua's legs gave way, and she collapsed directly onto the roadside. She felt a fire burning in her chest, her throat dry as if filled with razor blades, and her vision darkened. No, I can't just fall here. She struggled to get up, but her legs felt like they were filled with lead. Just as she was about to despair, she looked up and saw a white building not far ahead. The first hospital of Blue Star. The familiar Red Cross symbol shone like a lifeline, instantly lighting up her eyes. Hospital. Yes, go to the hospital. Lu Tsuehua clawed at the asphalt road with her hands, crawling towards the hospital's entrance like a dying wild dog. Her nails were torn and her knees bled, but she barely felt the pain. As long as I can reach the hospital. As long as I can call Xinghe. She crawled while muttering incoherently. Xinghe, I married you, the prettiest daughter back then. You can't ignore me. Finally, in the horrified and disgusted gazes of passers-by, Lu Tsuehua dragged a long trail of blood and crawled up the steps of Blue Star's first hospital. Help! Help me! She struggled to raise a hand, trying to grab the pant leg of the security guard smoking at the entrance. Wow! What the hell? The security guard was startled, stumbling back several steps, as if electrocuted, dropping his cigarette on the ground. Beggars should go somewhere else. This is a hospital, not a shelter. The security guard covered his nose, looking at her with disgust as he waved his baton. Lu Tsuehua, weak and barely breathing, squeezed out a sentence with all her remaining strength. I am Gu Xinghe, Gu Xing's mother-in-law. Upon hearing the name, Gu Xinghe, the security guard was taken aback for a moment, then burst into exaggerated laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke. Ha! You've got to be kidding me. If you're Gu Xing's mother-in-law, then I'm the dean of the Deep Space Academy. The security guard not only didn't help her, but stepped forward with disdain, poking Lu Qihua's shoulder with his baton. Crazy woman, if you want to scam, at least have a credible reason. A man like Mr. Gu, who is like a celestial being, could never have a foul-smelling mother-in-law like you. Hurry up and get lost. If you keep being a nuisance here, I'll have someone throw you in the garbage truck. The security guard waved his baton, preparing to drive away the stinking madwoman. Suddenly, the captain of the security team, who had just reached the entrance, froze. He hurried down the steps, pinching his nose to take a closer look. The face covered in filth with high cheekbones, though emaciated, he recognized at a glance. Captain, this beggar dares to play tricks, claiming to be Mr. Gus' mother-in-law. He'll get rid of her right now, the security guard said obsequiously. Wait. The captain's expression darkened as he stopped his subordinate. She's not lying. This woman is Mu Qingxue's mother, Lu Tsuehua. As an elder of this district, he had seen Lu Tsuehua flaunting her power on the streets before. Hearing this, the security guard dropped his baton in shock. Damn. Should we quickly notify Mr. Gu? Notify my ass. The captain lowered his voice, glaring at his subordinate, as if he were an idiot. Are you out of your mind? Who in the Blue Star doesn't know how the Mu family treats Mr. Gu? Mr. Gu even took down that little bastard Mu Chun. You think running to tell Mr. Gu that his former mother-in-law is dying is a good idea? Are you looking to take credit or to annoy him? The security guard gasped, suddenly understanding. Go take 2 people, put on protective gear, and bring her to the top isolation ward. Don't dirty the entrance for... The captain waved his hand. And let Director Lee from the emergency department come over to take a look. The smell coming off this old lady is quite strange. Half an hour later, in the top-level negative pressure isolation ward of the first hospital of Blue Star, Lu Tsuehua lay on the cold bed, her body filled with various tubes and instruments. Beep, beep, beep. The ECG monitor emitted a rapid yet faint sound. Director Lee held a freshly released lab report, his face darker than a pot bottom, staring through the thick protective glass at Lu Tsuehua inside. Captain, this woman is beyond saving. Director Li handed the report to the nearby security captain, his voice trembling. She is infected with Black Death Star spots, a deadly interstellar disease spreading in the holds of smuggler ships. There is no cure, and it is highly infectious. The security captain took 2 steps back, instinctively touching the walkie-talkie at his waist. How long can she live? At most, she won't last through the night. In the ward, Lu Tsuhua barely opened her murky eyes and saw Director Li and the security captain standing outside the glass. She felt her skin rotting all over, the itching and pain sensation like thousands of ants gnawing at her. Help! Help me! She struggled to reach out to the glass with a withered hand covered in black spots resembling a dying, evil spirit. Call Xinghe. My son-in-law is a true god. He can cure this disease with just a breath. Lu Tsuehua screamed hoarsely, her voice sounding like a broken bellows due to a lung infection. Tell him, I am his mother-in-law. He cannot ignore me. She frantically banged on the isolation glass, leaving blood-red handprints on it. As long as he is willing to save me, I will never call him useless again. I will serve him like a horse. Outside, Director Li and the security captain watched her disgraceful display, feeling not an ounce of sympathy. This old hag is still dreaming. The captain sneered. Mr. Gu is a person of such high standing. Why would he disturb the peace of a true god for a scum like you? Don't think we dare. Even Governor Lei Ju wouldn't have the guts to. He turned to the 2 guards behind him, issuing a deadly command. Lock the door. No one is allowed in or out. Let her stay here and settle her own mess. With that, the security captain turned and left without looking back. Outside the ward, the heavy sound of the lock click. This sound completely severed Lu Qihua's last thread of hope for survival in this world. No, you can't leave. Come back. Lu Tsuehua desperately banged on the glass, tears mixing with the pus oozing from her rotting skin, smearing her entire face. Xinghe, please save Mom. We did it all for Qingxue. We didn't know you were so powerful. She slumped on the cold floor like a pile of rotting meat. The immense regret and the fear of impending death intertwined, utterly shattering her spirit. If only she had not favored wealth over poverty. If only she hadn't encouraged her daughter to attend the Deep Space Academy. Now she could have been lying on the bone dragon leather sofa of the Gu family, eating roasted meat from the cosmic behemoth and drinking the finest star tea for longevity, enjoying the reverence and respect from all the great beings in the universe. But all of this was destroyed by her own filthy greed. Lu Tsuehua struggled to turn her head, peering through the small ventilation window of the ward. In the fading light of the sunset, she could vaguely see the lush garden walls of the Gu family villa several streets away. That was a place she had walked past countless times, cursing it just as many. Now it had become a paradise she could never touch for eternity. Old man, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. A final weak whimper escaped Lu Qihu. Her vision gradually darkened. Amid endless pain, regret, and hallucinations, she seemed to see Gu Xinghe approaching her with a plate of steaming dumplings. But when she reached out to take them, the plate of dumplings transformed into blazing flames of the abyss, instantly consuming her. Lu Qihua's eyes stared fiercely in the direction of the Gu family villa. Her head tilted, and she stopped breathing. This venomous woman, who had spent her life ensnared in schemes and materialism, finally met the fate of her own making in the cold isolation ward. At the same time, in the Gu family villa, which Lu Tsuehua had been fixated on, the atmosphere was not as relaxed and pleasant as one might imagine. Gu Xinghe sat on the sofa, holding a piece of draft paper covered in doodles, his brow tightly furrowed. A large black dog lay at his feet, not daring to breathe. The mechanical master stood in the corner, its red electronic eye flickering incessantly, seemingly engaged in some frantic data calculations. Su Hongya walked out of the kitchen, wearing an apron, carrying a plate of freshly cut fruit. Xinghe, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with that draft paper? Seeing Gu Xing's unusually serious expression, she felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Gu Xinghe did not respond immediately. He flipped the draft paper over and placed it on the coffee table. On it, a crooked star chart of the deep space star domain was drawn with colorful watercolor pens. In the center of the star chart, the position of the Deep Space Academy was marked with a large red cross. Next to it, a line of childish yet fierce words read, "Blow up that place that turned my mom bad." This girl. Gu Xinghe rubbed his aching temples and sighed deeply. Usually she seems so well-behaved. I didn't expect her temper to be even more explosive than Chang'an's. He turned to Su Hongya, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness of a father. Nianxing is missing. What? Su Hongya almost dropped the fruit plate in her hands, her expression changing instantly. How could she be missing? I just saw her in the backyard learning piano with Elena. Feng Xingyang, who had been guarding the door, hurriedly ran and kneeling on one knee, drenched in cold sweat. Boss, forgive me. I failed in my duty. Feng Xingyang's voice trembled. Just now the second young lady said she was going to the bathroom, and I didn't dare to use my divine sense to check. Who knew? It has been half an hour, and there hasn't been a sound from inside. I mustered up my courage to peek inside just now, and it was empty. Moreover, there were still traces of extremely violent spatial folding fluctuations at the scene. Gu Xinghe waved his hand, signaling Feng Qingyang to get up. It's not your fault. This girl inherited my supreme bloodline. If she wants to evade your divine sense, as someone just entering the divine realm, you would never detect her. Gu Xinghe picked up the draft paper. His finger gently tapped on the red cross. A glimmer of gold flickered in his deep gaze, causing the surrounding space to tremble faintly. She wasn't kidnapped. She activated the spatial displacement laws in her bloodline by herself and charged directly into the deep space star domain. Upon hearing this, Gu Chang'an, who had just reached the entrance of the first-floor staircase, slipped and nearly rolled down the steps. He scrambled to Gu Xing's side, his eyes bulging. Dad, what did you say? Nianqing ran to the Deep Space Academy to cause trouble by herself? Gu Chang'an swallowed hard, feeling as if his worldview had been crushed once again. She is only 15. She has never even left the Blue Star's air defense identification zone. If those old monsters at the Deep Space Academy get angry. Angry? Gu Xinghe sneered. He stood up, leisurely adjusting his casual wear. The lazy aura around him instantly vanished, replaced by an overwhelming presence capable of making the entire universe bow down. They better pray that Nianqing is having a good time there. Gu Xinghe glanced at the direction of the deep space star domain outside the window. Old Feng, start the car. This little girl is getting wilder and wilder. If we don't hurry to bring her back. Gu Xinghe sighed. I'm afraid she won't know when to stop and might accidentally blow up the entire deep space star domain. On pink stationery adorned with Hello Kitty motifs, the handwriting bristled with seething, gritted teeth fury. Gu Xinghe slapped the note onto the coffee table. Dad, brother told me yesterday that that wicked woman who abandoned us, Mu Qingxue, is still alive in deep space. She didn't just cast us aside. She even sent Grandma and the others to seize our home. I couldn't bear it. I'm going to deep space to beat her into a pig's head, to vent your anger. And while I'm at it, I'll smash that wretched academy to rubble. I brought the lamb skewers you grilled for the journey. Don't worry about me. Your most adorable, invincible second daughter. Gu Xinghe rubbed his throbbing temples and drew a deep, steadying breath as he stared at those crooked, uneven characters. This girl's audacity knew no bounds, daring at only 15 to tear open space herself and storm deep space alone to settle a grudge. Did she truly mistake the cosmos for a neighborhood vegetable market? Gu Chang'an. Gu Xinghe whirled around sharply, his gaze slicing like twin blades, pinning his eldest son, who'd been inching stealthily toward the stairs, on the spot. Was it you? Did you hear something yesterday at the tournament, and then go blabbing nonsense to your sister? Gu Chang'an jolted violently, instantly raising both hands in surrender. Dad, I'm innocent. Sweat beaded across his brow as he stammered. Yesterday on the arena platform, I only caught a muttered remark from that horned envoy captain. He said Mu Qingxue, the useless wretch, couldn't even serve as a menial laborer in deep space and rightly got expelled from Wanbao Pavilion. I mentioned it offhand to Nianqing when I got home, just as a joke. I had no idea her temper would flare so wildly. She went solo dungeoning into deep space without a second thought. Gu Chang'an looked on the verge of tears. His sister's move was nothing short of fratricidal improvisation. Su Hongya stepped forward, picked up the note, and scanned it, her expression darkening with gravity. Xinghe, although Nianqing has consumed the soul-returning grass and awakened her bloodline, she's never truly trained in martial techniques. Deep space is a chaotic maelstrom of predators and pretenders if she encounters a sovereign-level elder lurking in ambush. Ambush. Gu Xinghe snorted coldly. He felt no fear for his daughter's safety. Preposterous. He was Gu Xinghe. His blood carried the purest, most exalted sovereign bloodline in existence. Those half-baked sovereigns of deep space. Even if the abyssal demon patriarch clawed his way out of his ancient sarcophagus, he could not so much as graze a single hair on Gu Nianqing's head. Should this girl truly unleash her fury, she'd need no martial arts. Her mere bloodline aura would shatter Deep Space Academy's central star clean through. Yet, being a father changed everything. Knowing his daughter was unassailable was one thing, worrying over her being alone adrift in an alien, unfamiliar world was quite another. How filthy the outer world was. What if some reckless ruffian dared to leer or taunt her? Or what if she stumbled upon a black market and that swindled her allowance? That would be utterly unacceptable. This little Spitfire truly needs discipline. When we bring her back, she'll copy the Tao Te Ching 100 times without exception. Gu Xinghe sighed, crumpled the note into a tight ball, and flicked it with uncanny precision into the wastebasket 2 meters away. Then he lifted his gaze toward the tightly shut window. Outside, Blue Planet lay steeped in deep night. Feng Qingyang already stood guard at the door, gripping his iron sword, face taut with tension. The great black hound pricked its ears upright, poised to obey its master's command at a moment's notice. The entire Gu residence hung suspended in glacial silence. Old Feng, no need to call the car. Gu Xinghe waved a hand, halting Feng Qingyang, who'd already turned toward the garage. Driving to deep space would be too slow. If this girl gets lost and wanders into some desolate star system, tracking her down would be a nightmare. Hands tucked into the pockets of his casual trousers, he slowly closed his eyes. Since his daughter had gone to confront that woman, all he needed was to lock onto deep space and locate Mu Qingxue. Nianxing would follow inevitably, since these extraterrestrial beings so enjoy spectating Blue Planet's dramas. A bone-chilling razor-edged smile curled Gu Xinghe's lips. Then today, I'll make them all work overtime to find my daughter. The moment the words left his lips, Gu Xinghe snapped his eyes wide open. His once deep obsidian-black pupils flared instantly into twin blazing suns of molten gold. An indescribable, dimension-shattering will, primordial terrifying, erupted from his brow. Boom! There was no sound. Yet at that instant, Blue Planet's magnetic field fell into absolute 3-second silence. This divine consciousness bore no restraint, offered no concealment. It surged forth like an incomprehensible cosmic tempest, centered upon Blue Planet. In an instant it pierced the solar system's barrier, vaulted across light years and slammed, raw, brutal, undeniable, into the very soul of every sentient being across every star system, every race, throughout the entire universe. In the imperial palace of the Sirius Empire, the emperor reclined, arms draped around a newly-wed consort, sipping fine wine, when suddenly, crack! The crystal goblet in his hand shattered into glittering dust. His face bleached bone-white, he slid from the throne like a sack of wet clay, trembling uncontrollably, like a motorized toy horse set to maximum vibration. This will. He felt an invisible galaxy-sundering greatsword hovering directly above. At the central matrix spire on the mechanical race's homeworld, the mainframe, still only half recovered from prior damage, flashed from emerald green to piercing arterial red. Warning: divine-level consciousness scan detected. All mechanical units cease all computation immediately and grant root-level access for inspection. Billions of mechanical warriors dropped their weapons in unison and knelt on one knee. Across the entire planet, and far away in the vast expanse of deep space, Gu Tianxian crouched amid the ruins of the main campus, surrounded by thousands of elders who'd barely escaped with their lives. Thud! His knees buckled. He crashed onto the basalt floor with such force that cracks spiderwebbed across the stone. Terror contorted his face as he gazed upward at the star-strewn void. The sovereign is enraged. Did our retreat, our very posture, offend his august presence? Across the cosmos, chaos erupted, utter total. Ancient recluses sealed away for 10,000 years, massive fleets locked in frontline combat. Every being without exception was forcibly frozen mid-motion by that irresistible divine will. Into every cultivator's mind echoed a voice, cold, imperious, crackling with incandescent wrath. My daughter Gu Nianxing has gone missing in your territory. Gu Xinghe's voice resonated, not as sound, but as immutable decree, in the consciousness of every living entity. Now, every being in the universe, drop whatever you are doing. Find her for me. No negotiation, no suggestion, pure unassailable command, issued from the apex of existence. And after delivering that edict, the terrifying divine will sharpened, infused with a sliver of killing intent, so profound it froze souls solid. If even a single hair on her head is harmed, or if I discover any among you concealing information, Gu Xinghe's voice ignited a galaxy-wide tremor, blood-chilling, cataclysmic. Then prepare your entire star system to set off fireworks for my daughter. Boom. Gu Xing's offhand remark, prepare to set off fireworks, detonated like 10,000 supernovae erupting across the great star systems. The supreme law embedded in those words sent a ringing ache through the minds of every mighty being in the cosmos. This was no idle boast. A few days ago, the sovereign used a discarded bamboo chopstick to skewer the seventh abyssal lord and his billions of demonic troops, as if they were candied hawthorns. If he truly flew into a rage, forget fireworks. The entire universe would be rebooted by his hand. Tianlingxing Empire's 7th Starfield defense line. This had once been the front line where the Tianlingxing Empire and the Beastfolk Alliance clashed. Cannon fire lit the void, plasma beams turned the blackness of space into a gaudy disco ballroom. But after Gu Xing's divine projection swept through both fleets, as if by tacit agreement, simultaneously disengaged the safeties on their main batteries. Ceasefire. Everyone damned it, ceasefire. The frontline commander of the Tianlingxing Empire fumbled his calm until it threatened to break spittle, spraying his aide. The sovereign's daughter is missing. Whoever fires another shot and disturbs the little ancestor, he'll execute his entire clan. The Beastfolk fleet mirrored the panic. An Orcish commander with tusks slapped away a gunner who was still charging a main cannon. What are you firing at? Ramp up the radar to full power. Scan 10,000 light years around for anyone who looks like the Sovereign's 15-year-old girl. But Marshal, we don't even have a photo of the girl. The gunner covered his face and spoke with plaintive grievance. Nonsense. When the Sovereign projected his mind, did no image of his daughter appear in it? The Orc commander kicked the gunner in the rear. Extract that image from his divine projection immediately and distribute it to every warship. If we fail to find her, well, all end up roasted. Within 10 minutes, a 3-year stalemate of interstellar tug-of war was miraculously resolved into peace because a 15-year-old girl had run away from home. Not only did the fleets refrain from attacking, they formed tidy search patterns sweeping with spotlights, as if fishing for needles in the cosmic dark. This frenzy unfolded in every corner of the universe. In the deep space starfield, Mu Qingxue, accompanied by thousands of elders recently escaped from Blue Star, cowered within a shattered plaza. Search. Quickly search. Mu Qingxue could not even be bothered to change his clothes. He slammed the blunted long sword he held into the ground. Activate every clandestine line of the academy, every scout, every vassal sect. His eyes were bloodshot like a gambler who had lost everything. He grabbed the Grand Elder's collar and shook him violently. If the little ancestor suffers even the slightest harm while in our Xinghe starfield, then the Xinghe Academy will truly be struck from the annals of the universe. The Grand Elder went pale and nodded repeatedly. Director, rest assured. I have issued a death or glory order. Even if we must dig 3 fathoms into the earth, we will find the little ancestor. I hear Wanbao Pavilion's chief Yun Yun even put up the supreme godstone she just received as a bounty. Whoever brings a clue to the little ancestor will claim that godstone. At those words, the secretive old monsters of the cosmos, those who ordinarily did not dare to breathe, openly suddenly surged from their secluded caves, as if injected with adrenaline. A supreme godstone. It was an unparalleled relic that granted a glimpse of the Creator's laws. More importantly, it was an ancient millennium chance to curry favor with the Sovereign. For a time, the universe's strong, both righteous and corrupt, fell upon the hunt like maddened hounds, eyes bloodshot, clutching holographic images of Mu Qingxue as they darted through the star systems. Have you seen this little girl? No. Get out of my way, don't hinder my search. Those stargazers who had once looked down upon everyone now inspected passers-by more meticulously than a census inspector. Even remote primordial worlds were overturned by the great powers. The whole cosmos had been plunged into an unprecedented delirious carnival because Mu Qingxue had run away from home. At the eye of this storm in the Gu family villa, Mu Qingxue sat on the sofa with a pink letter in his hand, his brow knit. The big black dog lay at his feet, tail drooping, too cowed, even to gnaw a bone. Feng Qingyang stood in the corner with a rag, trying to make himself as small as possible. Su Hongya brought a cup of hot milk and set it gently on the coffee table. Xinghe, didn't you make a bit too much of a stir? She watched him with concern. Qingxue is sharp. With her bloodline awakening, ordinary people can't harm her. But with this outcry you've raised, you've lured every ancient monster in the universe. What if they seek glory and end up harming Qingxue? Gu Xinghe lifted the cup and took a sip of milk, sneering coldly. 1,000,000 of them in one place would still not dare touch a single finger of Niangxing's. I want them to know that the Gu family is not to be trifled with. He set the cup down. In his gaze there flickered a weariness that belonged to an old father. The girl needs to learn a little hardship. Otherwise she'll truly think that a smattering of power entitles her to swagger across the universe. Gu Xinghe sighed and leaned back, closing his eyes to rest. Though he spoke thus, he had already used his divine sense to lock onto a faint spatial trajectory belonging to Mu Qingxue. Should any threat arise that could endanger his daughter, with a single thought, he could erase that entire star system. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Xinghe starfield, upon an abandoned mining world designated TX-404, poisonous mists perpetually clung to the surface. Giant pits pockmarked the ground. Not a blade of grass could take root. Stripped of resources, the planet had long ago been forsaken by the Xinghe Academy. It had become a cesspit for interstellar fugitives, exiles, and black market dealings. Deep within a mine shaft that reeked of sour rot, an ancient woman with hair as white as bone curled into a nest of rags. Mu Qingxue. She had burned through every ounce of her remaining life potential to force a relic transmission array to activate, hoping desperately to teleport back to Blue Star and beg Gu Xing's forgiveness. But her meager chi and blood were insufficient to sustain a cross-star transmission. Midway, the array collapsed when its energy was exhausted. She was flung by the spatial turbulence like refuse onto this abandoned mining world. Cough, cough. Mu Qingxue clutched her chest, coughing violently. Each cough expelled a mouthful of purple-black, clotted blood. Her right leg, broken and crushed, had rotted away and emitted a stench of decay. Her face was a map of deep wrinkles. The proud crystalline eyes she once possessed were now clouded and I cannot accept this. I am so unwilling. Mu Qingxue leaned against the cold, damp rock wall as silent tears slipped down her cheeks. She had heard the terrifying divine projection that had echoed across the cosmos. She knew that voice, Gu Xinghe's. For the sake of a missing daughter, he threatened to bury the universe with them all. That domineering aura, that contempt that trampled the entire cosmos underfoot. Such things should have been hers. If she had not abandoned a warm home for those illusory ambitions, she would now be the most exalted woman in the universe. Even Gu Xinghe's temper would have to bend to her mood. Why punish me so? Mu Qingxue bit her parched lips until they bled, her fingernails raking red grooves in the rock. Remorse and despair gnawed at the last embers of her life, like vipers. As she was about to close her eyes and breathe her last, a faint rustling sounded above the mine. Click. It was the sound of footsteps on shattered stone. A clear, childish voice tinged with a petulant disdain rang out in the hollow shaft. What a dump this place is, it smells so bad. Brother lied. He said that wicked woman was hiding in the Xinghe Academy, enjoying herself. Why did the navigation bring me to a trash heap? At that sound, Mu Qingxue's almost dilated pupils snapped shut. She turned with stiff labor and stared toward the voice. In the dim light of the shaft, a little girl in a pink hoodie with twin ponytails stood on a large boulder, her backpack bulging behind her. She held a half-eaten kebab in one hand and waved the other, fanning the air in front of her nose with an air of disdain. It was Gu Qingxue. Mu Qingxue, staring at the child who was so close she could reach out and touch her, felt her withered lips tremble uncontrollably. Qingxue. She summoned her last ounce of strength and forced the two syllables out of her throat. She wanted to reach out and embrace her daughter, to tell her mother had been wrong. But when Gu Qingxue heard the voice and looked down into the weak light filtering in, she saw the woman on the ground, gaunt as a specter. The little girl paused, then recoiled in disgust, 2 steps, nearly dropping the kebab. Oh my, what's an old beggar doing in a mine? Gu Qingxue frowned, her disdain plain. You scared me in the middle of the night. Hey old lady, have you seen a wicked woman named Mu Qingxue? Elderly. Grandmother. Those 3 words struck Mu Qingxue's crown like 3 rusted iron hammers. Her face, caked with grime and etched with deep wrinkles, twisted in excruciating agony and mortification, crumpling like a wadded scrap of discarded paper. Yes, she had burned every ounce of her lifespan potential. Her hair had turned completely white, her skin furrowed with deep, jagged crevices. Even her own daughter, the child she had carried for 10 months, would struggle to recognize her. And if Gu Xinghe himself stood before her now, he might well need 2 long, searching glances to discern her identity. Qingxue, it's me. A wheezing, wind-leaking croak escaped Mu Qingxue's throat like the ragged gasp of an ancient broken bellows. She writhed forward desperately, her black-stained hands clawing at the icy, unyielding rock face, straining to lift her shattered, broken body. I'm your mother. Qingxue, don't you remember me? She tilted her face upward. Turbid tears gushed down her deeply creased cheeks, carving 2 stark parallel channels. One dark with mud, one pale with raw flesh. Gu Qingxue paused mid-chew, the mutton skewer frozen between her teeth. The little girl stood atop a protruding deposit, gazing down upon this grotesque, mud-smeared figure writhing in the mire. What nonsense are you spouting? Who's your daughter? If you're going to stage a scam, at least concoct a plausible excuse. Gu Qingxue wrinkled her nose in disdain and took half a step back, as though fearing the old woman's sour stench might taint her. Look at yourself. Your teeth are practically gone. Do you really think you can get away with such audacity? Try me. I'll beat you senseless. Hearing her daughter's unvarnished revulsion, Mu Qingxue's heart convulsed as if pierced by 1,000 knives. Yet amid that searing pain, a twisted, feverish elation surged forth. Yes, Qingxue did not recognize her. What did that mean? It meant heaven itself was granting her one final chance. If only she could convince Qingxue she truly was Mu Qingxue. If only she could awaken even the faintest ember of bloodbound kinship in her daughter's heart. Then even Gu Xinghe, no matter how bitterly he hated her, would never dare exterminate her utterly, not while their children remained. Qingxue, I am your mother. Look at me, truly look at me. Like a drowning soul clutching its last straw, Mu Qingxue crawled forward, frantic and wild. She paid no heed to the gory trail left by her necrotic, severed leg grinding against the sharp, jagged stones. I became this way because I missed you both so desperately. I was deceived in the deep void, my leg was shattered. Weeping, she cast off every trace of guilt, absolving herself entirely. Day and night I yearned for you, for your father. I fought with every fiber of my being to return to Lanqing, and in doing so I exhausted my very lifespan, reduced to this withered, ancient form. Qingxue, do you remember? When you were 5 you ran a high fever, and your mother held you all through that terrible night. Mu Qingxue wept uncontrollably, her voice breaking, nearly moved herself by this self-fashioned paragon of maternal devotion. Gu Qingxue stood motionless on the stone, watching the old woman before her sob hysterically. The little girl's gaze slowly shifted. From initial disgust and suspicion it hardened into cold, fathomless stillness. then deepened further, acquiring a detached, all-seeing aloofness reminiscent only of Gu Xinghe himself. Oh, I recall now. Gu Nianxing tossed the half-eaten skewer stick aside with casual indifference. She brushed stray, human grains from her palms, her voice flat, devoid of inflection. Yes, I did run a high fever when I was 5. But it was father who held me all night. You, however, found my crying too loud, and simply took a pillow to the guest room, declaring that children's fevers merely required endurance. Gu Nianxing watched Mu Qingxue's face freeze, then contort into disbelief. So now that you've sunk lower than a stray dog, you fabricate sentimental fables to cast yourself as the ideal mother. Mu Qingxue's expression shattered utterly. She had never imagined that a trivial incident from 10 years ago would be etched so vividly in Nianxing's memory. No, it wasn't like that, Nianxing. Listen, mother was preparing for her martial cultivator assessment. She was utterly exhausted. An excuse. Gu Nianxing cut her off, her revulsion, now naked and unguarded. You needn't perform for me, Mu Qingxue. I didn't come here to hear your lamentations. The little girl leapt down from the stone and landed lightly less than half a meter before Mu Qingxue. Within her large dark eyes blazed a fierce, incandescent fury. Brother told me. You didn't even glance back as you walked away. You scorned father as an ineffectual logistics officer, and us 3 children as burdensome deadweight. Gu Nianxing stepped forward, looming over the woman sprawled helplessly on the ground. Now that father has become the most formidable being across the entire cosmos, you see his wealth, his power, and suddenly wish to reclaim your throne as mistress consort. Do you dare? Those final 3 words tore from her throat in a guttural, venomous snarl. Though only 15, the supreme bloodline coursing through her veins unleashed a pressure so immense that the surrounding rock walls trembled faintly in resonance. Mu Qingxue recoiled violently under that crushing aura, spitting another mouthful of old blood. Yet she refused to yield. This was her sole path, to survival, to ascension once more. Nianxing, you cannot treat me thus. I am your birth mother. I gave you life. Mu Qingxue lunged forward without restraint. She thrust out her gnarled, blood-smeared arms, like brittle, desiccated branches, and locked them tightly around Gu Nianxing's slender calf. Blood is thicker than water. Your veins carry my blood. You cannot abandon me to die. Take me back to see your father. If you plead for me, he will forgive me. I'll cook for you every day. I'll serve you like a beast of burden. She wailed, smearing tears and snot across Gu Nianxing's pristine trousers. That nauseating greed and selfishness, draped in the hollow guise of maternal love, lay exposed in brutal, unflinching clarity. Gu Nianxing looked down at the ancient woman clinging desperately to her leg. She neither struggled nor retreated. Instead, the last ember of warmth within those large dark eyes flickered and died. Blood is thicker than water. Gu Nianxing let out a soft, icy laugh, quiet as a sigh. The moment father signed that divorce agreement, my mother ceased to exist. She met Mu Qingxue's face, distorted now by sheer terror. What clings to me now is nothing but a vampire seeking to drain my father's vitality. A creature as selfish and vile as you. How dare you utter the word motherhood? Gu Nianxing wielded no divine law, no cosmic edict. She acted purely from visceral revulsion, so profound, so absolute that the woman who had birthed her now seemed to her the very embodiment of loathsomeness. Get off me. Don't soil the new shoes Aunt Hongya bought me. Gu Nianxing spoke coldly, then slowly raised her small, plump right hand, still faintly rounded with childhood softness. Without hesitation, without mercy, she brought it down, squarely, decisively, upon Mu Qingxue's wrinkled, blood-flecked face, pressed close in desperate supplication. Slap! A shockingly crisp, deafening crack reverberated through the cavernous, abandoned mine shaft. With this slap, Gu Nianxing truly did not use any power of the laws. She felt it was beneath her to strike this woman with the divine power bestowed by her father. However, she was someone who had consumed the star god medicine and awakened a supreme bloodline. Even pure physical strength was a devastating blow to Mu Qingxue, whose meridians were destroyed and whose vitality was depleted. Bang! Mu Qingxue's entire body was sent flying 3 to 4 meters away like a tattered sack by this slap. Her back crashed heavily against the rock wall of the abandoned mine, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. Wow! Mu Qingxue slid down the rock wall, collapsing onto the ground covered in rubble, and violently coughed up a mouthful of black blood mixed with several broken teeth. Half of her already wrinkled old face instantly swelled up like a purple bond. The cave echoed with her heavy gasps for breath. She covered her face, her murky eyes wide open in disbelief as she stared at the little girl standing not far away. You hit me. Her voice trembled, her lips quivering like leaves drying in the wind. I am your mother. I carried you for 10 months, and you actually dare to hit me. She screamed hysterically, tears mixed with blood streaming down her face. In her subconscious, no matter what mistakes she had made, these 3 children were flesh of her flesh. Blood is thicker than water. This is the world's most unreasonable yet effective immunity card. She believed that as long as she mentioned her identity as mother, even if the children harbored resentment, they would ultimately soften and forgive her, taking her back to the Gu family with its endless resources. But Gu Nianxing did not soften. The little girl didn't even furrow her brows. She took out a wet tissue from her pocket and meticulously wiped the hand that had just slapped Mu Qingxue. After wiping, she disdainfully tossed the tissue onto the ground, as if it had touched something unshakable. "Stop gilding yourself here." Gu Nianxing looked down at her, her large eyes filled with a cold, piercing clarity that saw through everything. "Who do you think you are? Do you even qualify to call me Xinghe?" The little girl took a step forward, her pink sneakers crunching on the rubble beneath her, producing a crisp click. "Don't use the 10-month pregnancy as an excuse. Giving birth to us was merely providing a womb. Who was it that got up early and stayed up late to cook for us every day for these past 10 years? Who was it that couldn't sleep at night when we were sick? Who stood at parent-teacher meetings enduring the mocking gazes of others, proudly declaring she had the best 3 children in the universe?" Though Gu Nianxing's voice was still childish, each word felt like a sharp chisel ruthlessly stabbing into Mu Qingxue's heart. "It was my father." Gu Nianxing pointed at Mu Qingxue, her tone dripping with undisguised disdain. "And you? Besides complaining about my father's lack of ambition and about us being burdens, what have you done? You keep saying you love us, yet the day you left you didn't even say goodbye. You threw us away like trash to go to that so-called Deep Space Academy to become a deity. You now find out my father isn't a useless man, but a being you can never reach in your lifetime. And now you remember you're a mother. This isn't maternal love, this is the greed of wanting to come back and suck blood upon seeing a mountain of gold and silver." Each of Gu Nianxing's words precisely tore apart the hypocritical facade of Mu Qingxue. It exposed the ugliest and most selfish side of her heart, laid bare in the cold air. "No, it's not like this." Mu Qingxue desperately shook her head, trying to argue, but found she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. All her confidence, all her calculations seemed laughable, like a clown before this 15-year-old girl. "No need to explain." Gu Nianxing stopped, coldly looking down at Mu Qingxue, who lay in the mud. "The day my father signed that separation agreement, my mother was already dead. What lies before me now," the little girl said, enunciating each word, "is just a selfish, self-serving woman who abandoned her husband and children, a piece of garbage that makes one feel disgusted at first glance." This sentence was sharper than any weapon in the world. It caused no physical harm, but directly shattered Mu Qingxue's last psychological defense. "Dead." Mu Qingxue murmured, her gaze completely hollow. She lay on the ground, staring blankly at Gu Nianxing's delicate yet ruthless little face. That was her daughter, her own daughter. Yet now this daughter told her that her mother was dead, and that she was just a disgusting piece of garbage. All hope, all fantasies were thoroughly crushed into dust at this moment. She finally understood that what she had lost was not just an invincible husband. She had even thrown her last bit of dignity as a person, as a mother, into the abyss. "Oh." Mu Qingxue covered her swollen, aged face with her hands, letting out the most desperate and tragic wail of her life. Her mental defenses completely collapsed. She rolled around in the mud like a true madman, desperately pulling at her white hair. "I was wrong. I was truly wrong. It's retribution. This is retribution." She crazily knocked her head not towards Gu Nianxing, but to the empty air. It was as if only this could ease the pain of her soul being torn apart. Gu Nianxing looked at the madly thrashing Mu Qingxue on the ground, her eyes devoid of any sympathy. She turned around, shouldering her backpack, preparing to leave this place that made her feel nauseated. "Brother was right, such a person is not worth dirtying my hands over." Gu Nianxing muttered as she took out a half-eaten lamb skewer from her bag and took a bite. "I should hurry home, Dad said he's making sweet and sour ribs tonight. If I'm late, my brother will eat them all." The little girl walked towards the cave entrance, taking light steps as she ate her lamb skewer. Just as she was about to reach the cave entrance, a strange spatial fluctuation suddenly emanated from deep within the mine. Buzz. This fluctuation was very subtle. If Gu Nianxing hadn't awakened her supreme bloodline, she would have never noticed it. Gu Nianxing stopped and turned to look deeper into the mine. At the very spot where Mu Qingxue had just gone mad and rolled around, the once solid rock wall rippled like water. A shadow as black as ink, exuding a strong aura of death, slowly seeped out from the rock wall. This shadow had no physical form, yet it carried a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. It moved silently, like a conscious, soft-bodied creature gliding towards the still-crying Mu Qingxue. "What is that ghostly thing?" Gu Nianxing frowned, about to approach to see what was happening. Suddenly, swish! A figure deeper than the night appeared without warning, blocking Gu Nianxing's path. He knelt on one knee, dressed in black tactical gear with half of a metal mask covering his face. It was Xinghe, the supreme shadow leader who had been secretly protecting Gu Nianxing under Gu Xing's orders. "Young master." Xinghe's voice was deep and hoarse, carrying an undeniable respect. The master has commanded that this abandoned mine is not clean. Please return to Blue Star with me immediately. Gu Nianxing was taken aback, pointing towards the black shadow, approaching Mu Qingxue deep within the mine. But Uncle Xinghe, what is that black thing? It looks like it wants to drill into that bad woman's body. Xinghe stood up without even glancing back. A cold glint of killing intent flashed in his blood-red eyes hidden beneath the mask. Just some garbage that came out of the cosmic abyss, Xinghe replied in a flat tone. Since she chose this path, this is her fate. The master said that this woman's life and death have nothing to do with the Gu family anymore. Xinghe turned to look at Gu Nianxing. Young master, the sweet and sour ribs at home are getting cold. If you don't go back soon, the eldest young master will really eat it all. The crisp sound echoed through the silent, abandoned mine. Her wrinkled, old face instantly swelled with a purplured imprint of a palm. But she did not cry out in pain, for the agony on her face was nothing compared to the tearing sensation in her heart that had rendered her completely numb. She stared blankly at Gu Nianxing standing in front of her, a little girl in a pink hoodie clutching half a lamb skewer. Just moments ago she had thought with joy that this was a lifeline arranged by the heavens for her. She believed that if she cried hard enough and mentioned the gratitude of carrying her for 10 months, her biological daughter would surely soften, take her hand, and lead her back to the Gu family villa on Blue Star, a place of infinite blessings. But reality was like a rusty hammer, not only shattering her fantasies, but also crushing her dignity. Gu Nianxing's words, "My mother is already dead," felt like a malicious curse echoing frantically in Mu Qingxue's mind. She finally recognized the truth. Gu Xinghe no longer loved her, and even looking at her made him feel dirty. What she once took pride in, the blood ties and the child she had carried for 10 months, were met with nothing but deep-seated hatred and suffocating disgust. In the face of the absolute strength and cold indifference of this father-daughter pair, she felt like a clown performing desperately on stage, only to be pelted with rotten vegetables by the audience. It was ludicrous, ridiculous, and pitiful to the extreme. Mu Qingxue gasped like a fish thrown on shore, her chest heaving violently. She desperately tried to breathe, to inhale a breath of hope that could sustain her, but the air around her was filled with the foul stench of the mine and the putrid aura of her own decay. How could it have come to this? Mu Qingxue's lips trembled, her fingers digging into the rubble beneath her, her nails bending and bleeding. I just wanted to pursue a better life. She recalled the century-old egg and lean pork porridge Gu Xinghe made for her every morning at 5. She remembered how, when she complained that practicing swordplay was too tiring, that man would gently knead her shoulders, if only she hadn't looked down on him for his lack of ambition. If she hadn't signed that cold breakup agreement, she would still be that little woman cherished in the palm of the universe. Her daughter would still sweetly call her mama. But now everything was gone. She had pushed the man who treated her like the world into someone else's arms. She had turned her own child into an enemy. This is retribution. This is retribution. Mu Qingxue suddenly burst into a fit of manic laughter. She laughed while spitting out black blood, tears washing away the dirt on her face, carving deep furrows. Only now did she realize how resolute she had been in leaving and how desperate she was now. Gu Xinghe, you have won. You have won completely. She closed her eyes in despair, waiting for death to arrive. This abandoned mine had no spiritual energy, no food. Her body, drained of vitality, could not survive the night. Gu Nianxing stood a few meters away, coldly watching Mu Qingxue, who was laughing and crying on the ground. The little girl frowned tightly, a flicker of disgust flashing in her eyes. You're insane, Gu Nianxing muttered. She had initially wanted to scold her more to vent her anger, but looking at Mu Qingxue's current state, she suddenly felt that even looking at her was dirtying her own eyes. Arguing with someone so selfish to the core was purely a waste of breath. Forget it, Dad was right. Trash belongs in the trash can. Gu Nianxing clapped the cumin powder off her hands and turned to leave. Aunt Hongya is making sweet and sour ribs tonight. If I don't get back soon, my big eater brother will finish them all. The little girl pulled out a disposable teleportation jade talisman from her backpack. This was given to her by Gu Xinghe for self-defense. Crushing it would instantly transport her to the backyard of the villa on Blue Star. Just as Gu Nianxing held the jade talisman in her hand, ready to crush it, suddenly the once silent, abandoned mind began to violently warp in space. This distortion was not the weak energy fluctuation seen on Blue Star. It was an extremely bizarre collapse of laws that could even swallow light. The rubble under Gu Nianxing's feet began to float uncontrollably. The temperature around her plummeted to absolute zero in a fraction of a second. What the hell is happening? Gu Nianxing's small face tightened instantly. Though she was young, the blood of the Supreme Master flowed within her, making her more sensitive to danger than anyone. She turned sharply, staring intently at the dark corner deep within the mine. In that darkness, the space rippled like water, sending out circles of black waves. Then a terrifying existence, shrouded in swirling shadows, silently seeped through the ripples. It had no distinct shape, resembling a continuously writhing mass of muck emanating a stench worse, yet on this mass of shadow countless crimson eyes full of greed and brutality gazed out. Each eye reflected death and destruction. The darkness deep within the mind seemed alive, swirling and contracting wildly. That chilling shadow quickly elongated and morphed under the gaze of Gu Nianxing and Mu Qingxue. At last, swish! The shadows suddenly converged into the center, transforming into a tall man dressed in black, tight-fitting attire, his face obscured by a half-dark golden mask. It was none other than Xinghe, the shadow leader sent to secretly protect Gu Nianxing. Without a word, the moment Xinghe appeared, he knelt heavily on one knee before Gu Nianxing. The sharp stones in the mine were crushed to powder the moment his knee struck the ground, overwhelmed by the unconscious aura he emitted. "I am Xinghe. My apologies for arriving late and frightening the young master." Xinghe lowered his head, his voice hoarse and deep, carrying an undeniable respect and fear. Gu Nianxing brushed off the cumin powder from her hands and glanced at him with disdain. "Uncle Xinghe, your entrance was too cliché, wasn't it? So dark and shadowy, I thought you were some wild abyssal monster." The little girl pouted and complained. The corners of Xinghe's eyes twitched violently beneath his mask. As the dignified shadow leader, the shadow laws of the universe that allowed him to conceal himself had in the eyes of the young master turned him into a wild monster. But he dared not refute even a word. "The young master is right. I shall choose a brighter entrance next time." Xinghe stood up, his gaze quickly sweeping over Gu Nianxing to confirm that not a single hair on her head was harmed, and he finally let out a long sigh of relief. If the young master were to suffer even the slightest injury in this desolate place, the Lord would have his skin flayed to make a drum. Xinghe slowly turned around. The blood-red eyes hidden beneath his mask, which usually regarded even the cosmic dignitaries as mere cabbages, coldly locked onto the prostrate Mu Qingxue. The moment that gaze fell upon her, Mu Qingxue felt the air around her being instantaneously sucked away. A pressure 1,000 times more terrifying than that previous slap hit her back, like an invisible devuft. Mu Qingxue spat out another mouthful of black blood, her entire body pressed against the cold stone, as if she were a toad crushed underfoot. Her breath even ceased. She looked in terror at the mysterious man who had appeared before her. On his black, tight-fitting attire, the supreme laws that made her soul tremble seemed to flow faintly. This was the most terrifying existence she had ever encountered in her life. Even that lofty dean of the Deep Space Academy, Gu Tianxuan, would probably not have the qualifications to even carry this man's shoes. But such an extraordinarily terrifying being actually called her daughter young master. And he was even kneeling on one knee. "You, who are you?" Mu Qingxue managed to squeeze out a few words from between her teeth clattering uncontrollably. Xinghe did not answer her question. He even felt that looking at her for another moment would dirty his eyes. "You are the woman who abandoned the Lord. You were just a lowly servant at the Deep Space Academy, trampled underfoot like a dog. Now that you realize the Lord is invincible, you want to come back and claim kinship." Xinghe took a step forward, his battle boots crunching against the rubble with a sound that sent chills to the core. "The Lord is merciful and feels that scum like you are not even worthy to dirty his hands, so he hasn't killed you. But you absolutely should not have done that." Xinghe's gaze suddenly turned incredibly sharp, as if two cold blades had plunged straight into the depths of Mu Qingxue's soul. "You should not use that filthy mouth of yours to call the young master's name." This statement felt like a death curse. Mu Qingxue trembled violently in fear. "Remember my words." Xinghe looked down at her from a height, as if he were gazing at an ant about to be crushed. "This is the last warning. If you dare to approach the young master, even half a step again, or if I hear you speak the young master's name again, I swear I will extract your soul from this rotten flesh and place it in the eye of the 9 nether inferno, burning day and night, making you unable to live or die, burning for millions of years." Boom. Mu Qingxue's mind buzzed. The 9 nether inferno. That was the legendary cosmic forbidden fire capable of burning through souls. She had no doubt that the man before her could certainly follow through on his words. In her extreme fear and regret, Mu Qingxue's psychological defenses completely collapsed. She desperately banged her forehead against the hard stones, producing a dull thud. Even though her forehead was already bloodied and bruised, she dared not stop. "I want dare again. I want dare again." She didn't dare to retort even a single word, only begging for this man's forgiveness in the most humble and miserable way. Seeing the mud on the ground incessantly bowing its head, Gu Nianxing grimaced and turned her lips down. "Uncle Xinghe, stop wasting time with her. Let's hurry back. The old man said he's making sweet and sour ribs tonight. If I don't get back soon, my brother will definitely leave me with no bones to pick." Hearing the words sweet and sour ribs, the earth-shattering murderous aura on Xinghe instantly dissipated. He turned around, reverting back to the respectful shadow leader. "The young master is right. This woman's life or death indeed does not warrant delaying your dinner." Xinghe raised his right hand